Here, the very fabric of reality is governed by the enigmatic theory of magic, which harnesses and manipulates fundamental particles. In this world, wizards, who are essentially scientific spellcasters, find themselves locked in a relentless battle against the oppressive church. However, when Lin arrives, a harbinger of an otherworldly renaissance, the tides of change are set in motion, unveiling a thrilling tale of discovery, intrigue, and the struggle for enlightenment. Thirsty, sweltering, and weary. Under the influence of a strong sense of discomfort, Lin slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a ceiling covered in cobwebs, and the unfamiliar surroundings further bewildered Lin's dazed mind. This was a room of less than 30 square meters, probably in a state of disrepair due to its age. The wooden walls around him appeared decrepit, with a dusty and antique frame. The interior of the room was equally chaotic, with various odds and ends strewn about and a heap of garbage in the corners. On the ground there were dozens of unbound pages, leaving only a narrow path to navigate. Where am I? Could it be that I've been kidnapped? Lin rubbed his somewhat dizzy head and struggled to sit up, mentally preparing for the worst. He was certain that this place was nowhere he recognized, and Lin had to brace himself for the possibility that he had likely been kidnapped. 71, show me my current location, Lin instinctively inquired in his mind, but after several seconds he received no response. Is even the auxiliary intelligence blocked? Lin's heart sank, and he subconsciously rolled out of bed to search for an escape plan. It was then that he unexpectedly discovered a sharp dagger placed at the head of his bed, with a crumpled parchment scroll in his right hand. Lin instinctively gripped the dagger, finally feeling a bit more secure. After some hesitation, he opened the crumpled parchment scroll, which was covered in intricate symbols and strange markings. What puzzled him even more was that he could understand the writing on the parchment. Time is running out. The priests of the Inquisition have discovered our trail. Meet at the agreed-upon location in the town of at moonrise. Bring 17 sekas copper coins and follow the markings. Please be cautious, Johnny. At the moment Lin understood the text, an inexplicable sense of fear suddenly welled up, and memories began to surface in his mind. In a spacious square, a frenzied crowd gathered, their expressions fanatical and excited, shouting something unintelligible. In the center of the square there stood a massive platform, and a bishop in a white silk robe stood before it, raising a staff high above his head as the crowd's frenzied cheers echoed. The next moment crimson flames leaped high into the sky, and Lin could vaguely see several figures struggling and writhing in the fire. The agonizing cries were deafening. What is this? Is this a movie? The gruesome images that surfaced in Lin's mind sent shivers down his spine. Why do I have these inexplicable memories in my head? And who is this Johnny mentioned at the end of the letter? Suddenly, as if realizing something, Lin hurried over to a large water basin in the room, gazing at the reflection on the water's surface. His trembling fingers, a result of excitement, created ripples on the water's surface, but Lin could still see his own appearance clearly. He was a young man, around 18 or 19 years old, wearing a tattered burlap robe with patches. His figure appeared somewhat slender, his pale face covered in dust, and his unruly brown short hair was messy. His jet-black eyes were filled with fear. Could it be that I've been transported to another world? Lin took in a deep breath, and the notion of crossing over hit him, albeit absurd. However, he couldn't find any other explanation. Even though before his crossing, the Federation had made significant progress in brain domain development and neuronal research, and brain chip transplantation technology was well advanced, the idea of transferring one's consciousness into another body for rebirth was purely a fantastical concept. He also couldn't fathom why anyone would go through such trouble to deceive him. As he realized this, Lin had no more room for wishful thinking. He sat down on the ground, his mind filled with astonishment, and a flood of complex memories surged back to him. After spending half an hour sorting through the sudden influx of memories, Lin finally managed to grasp his current situation. He had crossed over to a place that resembled medieval Europe, a world of multiple kingdoms constantly at odds with each other. The most powerful of these kingdoms was the Seka's Empire, where Lin currently found himself. Above the earthly monarchy, there existed an institution known as the Inquisition, devoted to the worship of a deity called Allah, a monotheistic faith based on divine creationism. Apart from spreading their faith and convincing people, the Inquisition had another important agenda: hunting wizards. What made Lin particularly uneasy was that the youth he had seemingly become was, in fact, an apprentice wizard. No, to be precise, he was a wanted wizard apprentice. Lin stared at the crumpled parchment in his hand, feeling rather distressed. What was all of this? Crossing over to this world was one thing, but not receiving any proper treatment, and being on the run from the very beginning, it was as if he could end up on a burning stake any day now. Looking back, his previous self was quite reckless. He was originally a bastard son of a certain viscount within the Seka's empire, known as Karl Stedlin. Although he wasn't particularly well regarded in his daily life, he had, at the very least, never worried about food and clothing. In this chaotic world of constant warfare among the various nations, having enough to eat and clothes to wear was already a form of happiness. With his noble lineage, relatively stable environment, and knowledge from his otherworldly experiences, he believed that within a few years he could rise to power and perhaps even spark an industrial revolution that would overthrow the church. But unfortunately, this guy got conned by a wizard named Korra. Instead of enjoying a comfortable life, he ended up becoming the other's apprentice, forced to run around with no stable source of income. Just 4 days ago, his mentor, Korra, attempted to kidnap the Duke's daughter, but this time they didn't manage to deceive her. The next day, the Inquisition received a tip-off, and they apprehended Korra before he could escape. Upon receiving this information, Carl went into hiding in this secret hideout, living in constant fear and anxiety. During these 6 months of following his mentor, Carl had witnessed wizard apprentices being burned alive at the stake. He feared that the priests from the Inquisition would suddenly storm in and capture him, so he had spent several days without sleep. In the end, in a state of despair and fear, he lost consciousness and woke up in his current situation. "This is troublesome," Lin murmured, remembering the circumstances. He even contemplated whether it was better to betray his mentor and testify against him, since he knew the names and appearances of the other 6 apprentices who hadn't been caught yet. Perhaps pretending to convert to the church would be a way out, but after some thought, Lin firmly pushed aside these dark thoughts. He couldn't trust those individuals who propagated their faith day in and day out, eager to capture and burn all wizards. Even if he voluntarily surrendered, there was a good chance he would be subjected to interrogation. Betraying his comrades was not an option. He wasn't that kind of person. Setting aside these unrealistic fantasies, Lin calmed down and focused on planning how to escape the Inquisition's pursuit. In a world without cameras, relying on disguises for covert escape might be a good approach. Once he left the Duke's territory, it would be extremely difficult for the Inquisition to capture him again. Fortunately, his original self seemed to have received some training in swordsmanship. A few years ago, he had garnered his Viscount father's attention when he single-handedly dealt with several bandits who were raiding their territory. Of course, this depended on him keeping a low profile and not openly revealing his magical knowledge to avoid attracting the Inquisition's attention. Wait a minute, magic. Lin suddenly paused, then concentrated, searching his memory continually. Subsequently, his expression became increasingly perplexed. Because he realized that, according to his memories, he appeared to possess magical abilities. This wasn't some common sleight of hand or cheap tricks to deceive people. It was real magic. Did I somehow find myself in a magical world? Lin quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. After all, in a world where you've crossed over, nothing seems impossible. Lin was naturally intrigued by the wonders of magic. The strong desire to explore it briefly overcame the fear of being pursued by the church. As an apprentice wizard with just over half a year of training, he had limited knowledge of magic, only 5 basic spells. Among them, elementary material deconstruction, water conjuring, and mage's hand were the most basic 0-tier magics. They were essential but lacked offensive capabilities. The more advanced fireball required specific magical materials, and as for the other 0-tier magic, icy blade, Lin hadn't mastered it yet. Lin reached down to his waist pouch and took out his limited resources. 2 red firestones, 3 sekas silver coins, over 10 copper coins, 7 scrolls with complex magic formulas, a yellowed book titled Elemental Analysis, and a small bag of gray powder. This was the spellcasting material for fireball, known as crimson embers. Lin pinched a small amount of fine powder and felt a tingling excitement. Carl's memories contained the complete casting steps for fireball. First, use elementary material deconstruction to analyze the spellcasting material, then use mage's hand to make crimson embers vibrate at a specific frequency to activate the magic. The whole process sounded cumbersome, but the time-consuming material analysis could be done in advance. If one was proficient enough, fireball could be cast in just 1 second. Lin couldn't wait to experience this supernatural power, but he ultimately restrained himself. This small amount of crimson embers was worth 5 sekas silver coins and was only enough to cast fireball 3 times. It couldn't be wasted carelessly, so it was better to start with something simpler for the first attempt. After some contemplation, Lin chose water conjuring as his first spell. As one of the essential 0-tier magics, elementary material deconstruction was the key to using magical materials, and mage's hand was the best aid for a wizard. Water conjuring was a fundamental lesson for apprentices. This basic magic didn't require pre-prepared spellcasting materials like the higher-tier icy blade. It could directly extract water elements from the elemental world. Following the method provided in his memories, Lin closed his eyes and began to meditate. Carl had given him a solid foundation, and within a short 2 to 3 seconds, Lin successfully opened the door to this new world. With his eyes closed, Lin entered an incredibly magical world. With the power of his mental senses, he could see the room filled with countless softly glowing magical elements. Billions, hundreds of billions, thousands of billions. No, these numbers couldn't even begin to count the vast quantity of these elements. They shimmered like stars in the dark universe, blindingly bright. Most of these elements were highly active, constantly changing their positions. Among them, Silu was the most abundant element, accounting for about 70% of the total. Carl's mentor, Cora, had called it a useless element. This spectacular sight left Lin in awe. After a while, he focused his mind on using magic. The steps to cast water conjuring were not too complicated. It required merging two types of water-related elements in a 2-to-1 ratio. The first element was relatively abundant in the elemental world, making up about 20 to 30%. The second element was rarer and required more effort to find. However, there was an easier way. The elemental world naturally contained a small amount of ready-made water elements. By drawing them out and reassembling them using elementary material deconstruction, you could easily manipulate them. Thanks to Carl's obsession with magic, Lin had practiced these basic spells hundreds of times. His foundation was solid, and he quickly mastered the method after overcoming the initial discomfort. But this so-called elemental world felt oddly familiar to him. When Lin opened his eyes again, a bead-sized water droplet floated gently in his palm, cradled by Mage's hand. Very good, it worked. A slight smile formed on Lin's lips. However, the momentary distraction caused the water droplet to disintegrate and drip through his fingers. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and Lin quickly snapped out of his momentary celebration. As an apprentice wizard, he was still being pursued by the church. He couldn't afford to be complacent because of this small achievement. Not to mention, this bead-sized water droplet would be of little use in a battle. It probably wouldn't even quench someone's thirst. Lin had seen Carl, his previous self, use water conjuring as a prelude to casting a second-tier spell, Group Icy Blade, against bandits. In an instant, more than 10 fist-sized water droplets had gathered and transformed into sturdy diamond-shaped ice blades, shooting down the attackers like a swarm of locusts. One strike had wiped out all the incoming enemies. With that in mind, Lin decided to sense the elemental world and give it another try. Perhaps due to the integration of memories after the crossover, Lin's mental power was much more abundant than the original Carl's, allowing him to harness more magical energy. When Lin used water conjuring earlier, it cost him very little. He had a premonition that he could achieve even more. Lin closed his eyes again and entered the elemental world. This time, he didn't rush to cast water conjuring, but attempted to influence every kind of element around him with his mental power. These elements had diverse appearances, giving Lin a sense of familiarity, and some felt unbelievably heavy, making him mentally exhausted with the slightest effort. Fully immersed, Lin suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. The elements drifting in front of him were inexplicably drawn into his body at a peculiar frequency and then expelled, repeatedly cycling. Did wizards need to regularly ingest these magical elements? A doubt suddenly popped into Lin's mind, and upon closer observation, he made a remarkable discovery. This phenomenon was precisely linked to his breathing. Wait. This is oxygen, isn't it? Lin was dumbfounded, continuously taking deep breaths. In his eyes, the towering and mystical forms of magical elements suddenly crumbled. He hadn't recognized this earlier because he didn't directly see these elements. He had sensed them in a highly mystical way through his mental power and then manipulated them using magic. Moreover, the chemical elements in the air of this world differed from his previous life. This was why Lin hadn't considered this possibility before. But now, with this insight, the process of capturing elements to create a water flow had a new explanation. What is water? It's an inorganic compound composed of two chemical elements, hydrogen and oxygen. The air indeed contained a small amount of water vapor, perhaps what wizards called water elements. So he hadn't been using magic earlier. He had been conducting a chemistry experiment, were wizards essentially chemists. This conclusion momentarily stunned Lin. However, he quickly shook his head. In this world, there was a mysterious force called magic. From his earlier spellcasting, it seemed that magic could manipulate matter on a microscopic level. If there were no restrictions, wizards were essentially gods. According to his past scientific knowledge, everything in the world was made up of atoms. If magic could manipulate matter on that level, it could create or destroy anything. Lin quickly got lost in his thoughts, realizing how terrifying the combination of his past scientific and magical knowledge could be. If in his previous life, scientific theories were used to create various machines to change the world, Wizards could transform these theories directly into magic, harnessing immense power. Lin extended his hand once more, and the hydrogen and oxygen in the surrounding air were separated, forming a small water droplet that floated in his palm. Then another question crossed his mind. When hydrogen and oxygen combined to form water, it typically involved a combustion reaction, creating high temperatures and energy. Where did that energy go? Could it have been absorbed by magic? Magic, this unknown field, seemed capable of anything. Lin couldn't be sure, but he knew he would need to conduct experiments later to find out. Lin shifted his focus to other spells. If his conjecture was correct, then the key to the first-tier spell, Icy Blade, was transforming the water from a liquid to a solid state, increasing its lethality. To achieve this, Lin would need to lower the temperature of the water. Lin thought back to the principles of physics from his previous life. Temperature was a manifestation of the average kinetic energy of particles within an object. In other words, molecules collided and produced heat. In this case, he needed to slow down the movement of water molecules. With a thought, he used his magical influence, causing the water molecules in his palm to slow down and cluster together tightly. In an instant, the small water droplet solidified into a transparent ice crystal. Just as Lin was amazed at his successful theory, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Special energy detected. Source unknown. No records in the database. Would you like to create a relevant file? Lin was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe it. This sound was all too familiar to him, but wasn't he in a different world now? His body had changed, and the auxiliary chip that had been implanted earlier should no longer exist. 71, do you know how we crossed over here? Is there any relevant information in the system? Lin asked anxiously. Due to unknown reasons, the system has undergone a shutdown and restart. There are no records during the entire process. Lin furrowed his brows, feeling a bit disappointed. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and asked, how long can the remaining energy supply the system to operate? Since he had already arrived in this other world and was constantly at risk of being hunted by the church, Lin needed to find a way to survive. The accompanying AI was an unexpected blessing. While personal implanted auxiliary chips had limited AI capabilities due to federal regulations, 71 held extensive technological knowledge from Lin's previous life. In this unique world where science and magic coexisted, this information was invaluable. Energy remaining, 37.6%. Special energy detected, available for system operation. Was this special energy referring to magic? Lin contemplated. The various characteristics displayed by magic left him incredibly astonished. If he were still in his previous world, he might have rushed straight into a laboratory for experiments. But now he was just an apprentice wizard with no money, no power, and being pursued by the church. Whether he would see the sun rise tomorrow was uncertain. Lin sighed and then spoke solemnly. 71, create a new file and name this special energy magic. Loading database. During this moment, Lin turned to look at the diamond-shaped ice blade floating in the palm of his hand. Due to the infusion of magic, this ice blade was different from what he had seen before. It constantly emitted a chilling aura, had a sharp conical head, and a streamlined overall shape. Although it was called an ice blade, describing it as an ice arrow might be more appropriate. This form was called the Korra configuration, designed to minimize air resistance. Clearly, his mentor, Korra, had a significant background in fluid dynamics. Lin couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Then his expression turned somewhat peculiar because, compared to the memory of Kalu unleashing Icy Blade, the one in his hand seemed a bit smaller. Even though the air in this world contained more hydrogen than in his previous life, collecting it all still wouldn't generate enough water flow. Thinking about this, Lin couldn't help but wonder how his mentor was able to cast the second-tier spell, Massive Icy Blade. It couldn't possibly involve extracting hydrogen, oxygen, and water vapor from hundreds of meters around in an instant, could it? With such a power, Kalu wouldn't need to cast multiple icy blades. The enemies would probably suffocate due to a lack of oxygen. Unable to figure it out in the short term, Lin didn't dwell on it. He simply focused on the floating ice blade in front of him and had a thought. 71. Retrieve relevant information about armor-piercing arrows and barbed arrows, Lin silently requested. In the next moment, an abundance of data streams flashed through his retinas. Countless images, information, and simulated 3D models left Lin somewhat overwhelmed. Replace the crafting material with ice. Aim for stability, reduced air resistance, and maximum lethality. Optimize and restructure, Lin mused, stroking his chin, and spoke again. The images displayed on his retina rapidly faded, and after a mere second, a completely new 3D model appeared before him. Lin firmly memorized the new 3D image. With a light grip of his right hand, the floating ice blade instantly disintegrated. Zero-tier spell, basic material deconstruction. The disintegrated ice blade reverted to its most basic elemental form, compressed in his palm under the influence of magic. It continuously changed shape to align with the image stored in Lin's retina, quickly stabilizing. The reconstituted ice blade was narrower than before, and its conical head was altered into a more armor-piercing and bloodletting triangular shape. It also sported two long barbs at the base. Lin could imagine that once this ice blade struck its target, it would leave them speechless with pain. The successful improvement of the spell experiments gave Lin hope for survival. However, the power of Icy Blade was still limited, and no amount of optimization would result in a significant increase. Therefore, Lin quickly shifted his focus to the second-tier spell that Carl mastered, Fireball. Unlike the process of extracting raw materials from the air while using Icy Blade, Fireball required the use of a magical substance called Crimson Ember. Lin speculated that this substance was highly flammable, rapidly expanding and igniting under the friction and heating imposed by magic. If his assumption was correct, could he use other flammable materials to cast this spell? 71. Search for information on the production and usage of white phosphorus, Lin silently thought. White phosphorus was a colorless or pale yellow, semi-translucent waxy substance with a low ignition point. Upon contact with oxygen, it would ignite fiercely, reaching temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. What made it even more terrifying was that white phosphorus fires were challenging to extinguish and had a strong adherence. Once in contact with a person's body, it would quickly burn through the skin, muscles, and even reach the bone marrow, producing highly toxic gases. As a data storage officer in his past life, Lin had witnessed the horrific effects of launching new white phosphorus munitions by the Federation. It was an unforgettable and horrifying sight. When the missile exploded in the air, a continuous rain of fire fell, igniting an unquenchable blaze within a few kilometers. The scorching heat, persistent nature, and the lethal toxicity of the resulting gases meant that even those taking cover had no escape from the clutches of death. Because of the terrifying nature of white phosphorus munitions, they had been banned as inhumane weapons early in the last century. Various regions in the Federation only dared to research them secretly. However, the manufacturing process for white phosphorus was not particularly complex, and the auxiliary AI contained detailed records. As long as he could find the necessary materials, even without instruments, he could produce it. Just as Lin was pondering, a dull knocking sound suddenly echoed from behind him. Lin's expression suddenly changed. He was currently hiding in the slums of the Norderland territory. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to disturb him unless the witch hunters dispatched by the Inquisition had arrived. The leader of the two was a man in his early 30s. He wore tight-fitting leather armor, had a longsword at his waist, and his dark golden hair flowed freely behind him. They stood out in the dilapidated and decaying slums, immediately drawing numerous hostile glances their way. Hungry mobs and thieves lurked in the shadows, their sharp, dagger-like gazes scanning the two figures. However, when they noticed the holy sigils on their clothes, those prying eyes quickly retreated. In the Sekka's empire, perhaps some people didn't recognize the empire's flag, but no one was unaware of the holy sigils. They were the symbol of the messengers of the gods. Other than the clergy in their temple robes, those bearing holy sigils were none other than witch hunters. Rumors had it that every witch hunter was blessed by the gods, possessing abilities far beyond ordinary individuals. No one was willing to cross paths with such targets. Noticing the hidden figures disappearing into the shadows, Andre sneered, and then wrinkled his nose as the faint, putrid stench of the dilapidated alleyways wafted over him. As Archbishop Anluk said, "These wizards are like rats, hiding in these dark, foul corners," Andre said, covering his nose and complaining. "We should stay vigilant, Andre. We're not dealing with ordinary individuals this time," the leading man warned, clearly annoyed by Andre's brash attitude. A few days ago, a significant event had occurred in the Duchy of Nordland. A wizard named Koro had attempted to bewitch the Duke's second daughter. Fortunately, the vigilant guards had discovered it in time, preventing the Duke's young daughter from being ensnared by the devil. The memory of the fierce siege was still fresh in their minds. To capture this audacious wizard, Duke Nordland had dispatched 2 large squads of guards, and even then they had suffered heavy losses. If it hadn't been for the arrival of the church's bishop, Duke Nordland's reputation would have been tarnished. Their current target was the wizard's apprentice, another sorcerer. "Don't worry, Blaine," Andre chuckled. "This time, we're dealing with a mere apprentice who's only been studying magic for a few months. These people usually only know a couple of parlor tricks. Trust me, a farmer swinging a hoe is more challenging to deal with than them." In the half-year since he joined the witch hunters, Andre had participated in several witch-hunting operations. At the beginning, he had been filled with dread about these supposed devil-summoning wizards. However, after encountering them, Andre realized that these wizards weren't as terrifying as he had imagined. Most of them posed no real threat. Their magical powers were limited, and some were even less reliable than swords and shields. As for the inexperienced apprentices, they could only be described as useless. Once they were distracted, they couldn't cast magic in battle and were easy prey. What pleased Andre the most was that the bounties for capturing these wizards were quite substantial. Duke Nordland had been even more generous, offering 6 whole sekas gold coins for capturing a single apprentice. That would be enough to live in luxury for quite some time. Of course, killing them would only be worth half the price. Blaine glanced at Andre but didn't argue, though he didn't let his guard down. In his experience, witch hunters who relied too much on intelligence often didn't live long. The slums outside Nordland's territory weren't large, and there was very little foot traffic. With their identities as witch hunters, Andre managed to obtain information about their target's hiding place through a bit of intimidation from a homeless man. The building before them was difficult to describe as a house. The red brick walls were covered in green vines, and the door seemed ready to fall apart with the slightest push. Their target was right in front of them, but neither of them made an immediate move. Andre shot his partner a disdainful look, silently cursing in his mind. He took the initiative and placed his palm on the door, his calloused fingertips gripping the door latch. Though the door appeared rickety, it didn't budge, indicating something was blocking it from the inside. Andre gritted his teeth and forcefully kicked the door. A deafening crash echoed as the door gave way, revealing the interior of the room. The narrow room was a mess, cluttered with heaps of garbage piled up in the corners. A candle on a wooden table at the side flickered for a moment, then extinguished due to the violent entrance, leaving the room shrouded in darkness. Only a faint glimmer of light filtered through the wide-open window, barely illuminating the tattered blanket dragged from the bed to the window's edge. Blaine, who followed inside, scanned the room. His attention was quickly drawn to a piece of paper that had fallen on the floor. Andre also noticed this as he entered, and he bent down to pick up the crumpled paper. After reading its contents, his expression soured. "Damn, it looks like we're late. This kid has already gone to meet up with other apprentices," Andre exclaimed in frustration. Taking into account the room's state and the message on the paper, he pieced together what had happened. Their target, the apprentice wizard, had received word of their arrival before they got here and had left without packing up. However, judging by the candle that hadn't completely burned out and the lingering warmth on the bed, it seemed the target hadn't gone too far. With this in mind, Andre grew impatient. He was determined to pursue their quarry. After all, it was 6 sekas gold coins on the line, and he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Once their target joined up with other wizard apprentices, it would be much harder to capture them. However, compared to that, Andre was more concerned about the possibility of other bounty hunters beating them to the punch. Wait a moment. Just as Andre was about to hurry to the window to give chase, Blaine stopped him with a raised hand and pointed to the desk. Andre turned to look, and aside from the extinguished candle, there were more than a dozen copper coins scattered about, as well as sheets of paper covered with strange characters and symbols. After a brief moment of contemplation, Andre quickly understood his companion's meaning. If the apprentice wizard had left after receiving a warning, they wouldn't have left behind easily carried coins or these precious, magical manuscripts. With his experience in hunting wizards, Andre knew most wizards would rather die than let their so-called research notes be compromised. In other words, their quarry was likely still hiding in this very room. Andre sneered, and the telltale signs on the floor, dragged blankets, open windows, and the fallen note all suggested that their quarry had fled. It was evident that the apprentice had played a clever trick, attempting to mislead them to another location. It could even be a trap, and Andre almost fell for it. At this moment, hidden in the darkness, Lin was breaking into a cold sweat. His mental state was increasingly frenzied in this life-threatening situation, his dispersed energy expanding in all directions under the influence of magic. He could even influence the airflow to a certain extent, which had extinguished the candle without making a sound. This unique ability allowed him to remain hidden from the 2 witch hunters. Blaine paid no attention to the now-aware Andre. His gaze swept around the room, eventually landing on the dark red cabinet beside the tall window. The cabinet was only as high as his shoulders, covered in dust and unassuming in the drafty, dilapidated room, but it had enough space for a curled-up adult male to hide within. If the attack failed, they could jump out of the window to escape. This was undoubtedly the best hiding spot in the entire room. Realizing this, Lin didn't hesitate for a moment. Without any warning, he drew his sword. The blade slid out of the scabbard, creating a soft, resonant hum in the room. In just an instant, the silvery blade sliced through the wooden cabinet as if it were cutting through butter, and the closed cabinet doors fell apart. Wood splinters and torn fabric filled the air, but the expected gush of blood did not follow. Furrowing his brows, Lin was somewhat surprised. Had he made a mistake in his judgment? Was their target simply careless and left these things in the room? Andre, who was standing nearby, was startled by Lin's sudden unsheathing of his sword. He was about to mock Lin for his erroneous judgment when, from the narrow gap between the bookshelf and the wall, a short sword suddenly extended out of the darkness, heading straight for Andre's neck. The one launching the attack was Lin. As soon as Lin saw the coins and manuscripts on the table, he knew he couldn't avoid this confrontation. The narrow gap he had hidden in offered no cover at all. He relied solely on shadows and visual distortion to remain hidden. It was undoubtedly a very dangerous place, but Lin and Andre had arrived too quickly. They were still reeling from their time travel experience, and Lin's mind was in turmoil, leaving him no time to find a better hiding place or set up a proper ambush. He hadn't even had time to pick up the dropped parchment scrolls on the floor. If the two of them discovered that there was no one in the cabinet and started searching the room carefully, they would quickly find him. So Lin acted without hesitation. Considering the lethality of the situation, Lin refrained from using his partially mastered and improved Frostblade. The short sword he wielded was much more reliable within arm's reach. The moment Andre saw the splintered wood flying and relaxed his guard, a strong sense of impending danger washed over him. Before joining the witch hunters, Andre had been a renowned mercenary, constantly teetering on the edge between life and death. He was intimately familiar with this deeply ingrained feeling. It had saved him once again. Just as the sharp, short sword was about to descend, Andre managed to twist his body and narrowly avoid a gruesome fate of decapitation. However, Lin's surprise attack had been lightning fast, and even though Andre had made an evasive move, he couldn't avoid it entirely. The sharp, short sword left a deep gash on his neck. Crimson blood flowed from the wound, and Andre, feeling a mixture of shock and anger, was well aware that he had narrowly escaped death. "You bastard," Andre shouted, his rage surging. He swung his longsword downward, intending to cut Lin in half. His strike was swift and heavy, and Lin barely had time to react. Nevertheless, his body instinctively made a parrying motion, and the clash of their blades filled the room. Before this, Lin had never wielded a sword to harm another person, but thanks to the previous owner, Carl, he had a well-trained muscle memory. It was Carl's impressive swordsmanship that had deterred the unfriendly neighbors in the slums. However, this time, Lin was up against a witch hunter who was not lacking in training. Andre, empowered by the elixir of divinity, possessed abilities far beyond the ordinary. He was a merciless opponent. Andre's swordsmanship was unorthodox but ruthlessly efficient. In just 3 clashes, Lin's wrist was sore and he could barely hold onto the short sword. "Die," Andre roared, lifting his longsword to push away Lin's short sword, and with his left hand he reached for Lin's throat. Lin, gasping for breath, his face turning red, quickly lost consciousness. Warning: Covenant target under severe life threat. In accordance with Federal Intelligence Management Act, Article 37, the nearest law enforcement personnel will be automatically contacted. The sudden reminder in his mind pulled Lin's consciousness back from the abyss of despair, filling him with a glimmer of hope. Warning. No signal. Warning. Not connected to the network. Please proceed to the nearest elevated location to search for satellite signals and call for federal assistance promptly. Lin muttered a curse under his breath. He had forgotten that he had already crossed over and couldn't be certain if he was in the same universe anymore. Damn it. He should have saved the money he used to buy a new spaceship and upgraded its intelligence. How was he going to find a satellite signal now? Even if he could, did he expect federal officers to fly over to rescue him? But at this moment, Lin had no time for regrets. The hand tightening around his neck was like a death grip, slowly but relentlessly choking the life out of him. Warning. No signal. Initiate emergency protocol. Highest probability of survival analysis. In accordance with the user agreement, connect to the neural network. The prompt in his mind became more urgent, but Lin couldn't hear it anymore. He felt as though his brain had exploded, and his soul seemed to detach from his body, examining the world in a strange state. Lin's dispersed mental power expanded like ripples in water, and his perception of the elements became clearer. Brunette black eyes, looks like we've got the right person. Seeing Andre easily subduing their target, Blaine relaxed his grip on his sword and turned his attention to Lin. You're quite capable, little mouse. If you're so good at hiding, why not cut off a hand and a leg? Andre sneered. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt like he was struggling to breathe, and his anger continued to rise. If it weren't for the last-minute realization that a live person was worth more than a dead one, Andre would have wanted to kill Lin immediately. Blaine, on the other hand, was unfazed by his companion's cruel suggestion and casually chimed in. Just cut off a hand, otherwise you'll have to carry him back yourself. Remember to be quick and make sure he doesn't bleed out on the way. With his back turned to Blaine, Andre had no time to respond. His face turned purple, and the longsword he held in his left hand crashed heavily to the ground. His labored breathing, previously irregular, had now become increasingly rapid. He resembled a fish out of water, with his heart and lungs on the verge of bursting. 10 years ago, when he was swallowed by a massive vortex in the Sea of Mist, Andre had experienced this suffocating near-death feeling. Breathing was nothing more than a luxury, and if he hadn't been exceptionally lucky, he might have already been buried at the bottom of the sea. But this time, he wasn't underwater, and Lin's recent attack had clearly not severed his windpipe. Andre gasped for air, but his condition showed no improvement. Instead, it worsened, and his gray eyes seemed on the brink of popping out of their sockets. What kind of magic was this? Andre immediately realized that the young wizard's apprentice in front of him was up to something, but the overwhelming suffocation response had caused him to miss the opportunity to counterattack. The hand gripping Lin's neck grew weaker. At the same moment, Lin, with his head hanging low, suddenly made a move. His tightly shut eyes snapped open, and simultaneously the oxygen in the surrounding air was instantly vacuumed away. A short sword thrust upward, piercing Andre's throat from below. Just a dozen breaths before, Lin, whose neck was clamped tightly, entered a bizarre state. All the pain seemed to rapidly fade away, replaced by a significant increase in brain activity. At that moment, Lin couldn't help but wonder if he had already departed for the afterlife. However, he hadn't. He could still clearly perceive the flow of blood and oxygen being forcibly cut off from his brain, and his body was gradually losing vitality. Before long, he would truly die. Faced with such a dire situation, Lin surprisingly couldn't muster any feelings of panic. How to fight back when one is being strangled and suffocated? Of course, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since I don't need to breathe, why doesn't everyone stop? Lin sensed the vast elements in the void, and with a thought, he used his mental power as a web to instantly extract the active oxygen molecules. What happens when a person continues to breathe in a low-oxygen environment? Andre was the best example. A large amount of ineffective gas rushed into his lungs, and his blood pressure rapidly increased. In just a few breaths, signs of hypoxia had already appeared. Lin keenly noticed the signs of weakness in the hand that was gripping his neck. Now is the time. Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Based on his previous memories, the positions and reactions of everyone in the room were transformed into data in his mind. He could even perform a detailed force analysis on his neck based on the angle at which Andre raised his arm. Countless complex data were sorted in an instant, and Lin constructed a 100% accurate three-dimensional image in his mind, deducing the best sword-fighting plan. Raise the hand and thrust directly at a 47-degree angle. Lin's arm raised in sync, and he thrust out a short sword. The iron tower-like man in front of him, under the strong hypoxia reaction, had completely lost the ability to resist. He could only watch as the tip of the sword pierced his neck. The fragile neck couldn't withstand the sharp, short sword. Crimson blood sprayed out like a fountain, splattering on Lin's clothes and face. Andre's eyes widened, his mouth unconsciously gaping open. His hands clung tightly to the gaping wound in his neck, and he fell down in fear and unwillingness. Lin didn't hesitate. At the moment he broke free from the stranglehold, he kicked Andre's body aside, sending it towards the stunned Blaine. Lin, on the other hand, quickly moved out of the low-oxygen area using the rebounding force. Blaine hadn't expected the situation on the field to suddenly reverse, and a look of shock instantly appeared on his face. His reaction was a beat slower, and he instinctively took Andre's body when he saw the lifeless state he was in. After examining the gruesome sight, his pupils shrank, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to his heart. The greenish-purple complexion, the black-red lips, and the dilated pupils all proved that Andre had suddenly fallen into suffocation, resulting in his neck being pierced without any defenses. How was that possible? Blaine was filled with fear. Just a moment ago, it was clear that Andre had been strangling Lin's neck, but now he was inexplicably suffocated. Could this be some strange curse, enemy using self-injurious magic? Lin breathed heavily in a regular rhythm, quickly regaining the vitality of his limbs. Being locked in a stranglehold for a full minute, combined with forcibly manipulating a large amount of oxygen elements, had left his brain throbbing slightly. Despite using the principle of suffocation to kill one of them by chance, Lin didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The brief encounter had made him realize the gap between both sides. According to his memory, these witch hunters were all elite individuals with exceptional skills. The swordsmanship of the original body could deal with a few bandits, but when faced with the witch hunters sent by the church, it was clear that it was insufficient. Various thoughts flashed through Lin's mind, and then a warning sound rang out. Warning: in overload mode, system energy is rapidly depleting, and forced shutdown is expected in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Lin's body paused involuntarily, only then realizing that the sudden increase in his control over the elements was thanks to the assistance of the smart brain. So, Let's try magic. Lin's gaze sharpened as he tightly held the blood-stained short sword in his hand. His mental power once again spread out into the air, frantically capturing the water elements. A ball of water appeared in the void, quickly condensing into shape. A first-level spell, Frost Blade. The icy blade, carrying a bone-chilling cold, shot like an arrow from the bowstring. Lane's expression changed, and he didn't choose to confront it head-on. He angled his longsword, deflecting the spell off its course. However, this momentary pause meant that Lin had already completed his spell preparation. Gray powder floated in Lin's palm, then explosively transformed into a scorching fireball. That was another first-level spell. Lin had mastered Fireball. The room's temperature rose suddenly. Both being first-level spells, Fireball was much more powerful than Frost Blade. The most critical part was that there was no way to escape in this small room. Blaine smelled the scent of death, so he suddenly kicked a broken cabinet, sending it hurtling towards the raging fireball. Then, he flipped Andre's body over and used it as a human shield. In the next moment, the fireball collided with the shattered cabinet, exploding with intense heat, filling the entire room. Lin stared intently at the scattering smoke and dust, struggling to catch his breath. He didn't have an exact idea of the power of a first-level spell, but from the effect, it seemed no weaker than a combination of a hand grenade and an incendiary device. If he had faced it head-on, he would have been gravely injured or worse. Just as he was thinking this, a sharp longsword cut through the hazy smoke, its blade illuminated by the fire. It was aimed straight at Lin. The speed of this strike was astonishing, and by the time Lin realized it, the sharp longsword was nearly at his throat. Fortunately, at this moment, thanks to the connection between his neural network and the smart brain, Lin's reaction speed had increased several times, and his body's coordination had greatly improved. He held the sword horizontally with his right hand, left hand pressed against his right wrist, and his body crouched slightly, with the sword tip supported against the uneven wall. Clang! A sharp, harsh clang echoed in the narrow room. Upon contact, Lin felt a sharp pain in his hand, and the sword tip, supported against the wall, had deeply embedded itself in the wall. A long, slender crack had appeared on the blade. So heavy, Lin's mind was left with only this one thought. He then let go of the sword with both hands, sank to the ground, and narrowly evaded a kicking leg with a few tumbles. A fierce wind passed over his head, followed by another dull sound. Lin turned to look, and the fragmented wall had been dented by the kick. Wall structure under force approximately 1.75 tons, 65% chance of a North American bison collision. In an instant, a data analysis flashed through his mind, and Lin's pupils shrank. If he had taken a direct kick, his internal organs would have definitely burst open. Body modification, cyborg, chi cultivation. Lin was well aware that a normal person, even after the most scientific professional training, could never kick with such terrifying force. This completely surpassed the limits of the human body. Is a character like this just a witch hunter? Are they really used to capture weak wizard apprentices like me? Lin found it hard to believe, but in reality, the arena of combat wasn't fair. There was no matching opponents in terms of strength, and surrendering or begging for mercy held no meaning here. It was a fight for survival. Frosty Blade. Lin raised his left hand, aiming it at Blaine. His mastery of water conjuring had become increasingly adept, and in an instant, another ice blade materialized in the air. However, his mental energy had reached its limit, and the nearby water element had been almost depleted. The ice blades he created were no longer a significant threat to his opponent. Lin was acutely aware of this, but he had a strong desire. He needed more water. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Lin felt as if his brain had been struck hard, as though countless silver needles had pierced him, followed by a rapid consumption of his magical power, which was converted into a large amount of hydrogen and oxygen elements and combined into a stream of water. At the same time, a strange rune was deeply imprinted in his mind. Intermediate-level magic, multiple frosty blades. In just a second, several sharp ice blades appeared in front of him, raining down like arrows. Lin's sudden burst of power exceeded Blaine's expectations. In haste, Blaine switched from offense to defense, but even with a rapid response, one frosty blade managed to bypass the sword's protection and pierced his abdomen. Blaine immediately felt a piercing coldness, and the crystalline ice rapidly spread along his abdomen. Fully aware of the mysterious nature of magic, Blaine did not dare to be negligent. He clenched the ice blade and forcefully pulled it out. Due to the unique structure of the frosty blade, its barbs were embedded deeply in his flesh. As he removed it, crimson blood gushed out. The intense pain made Blaine shiver uncontrollably, and the wound in his abdomen became a gruesome mess. More dangerously, the cold spread so rapidly that the area around the wound lost all sensation. However, Blaine's ruthlessness took Lin by surprise. Realizing that the wound in his abdomen would affect the upcoming battle, Blaine grabbed the burning doorknob and pressed it directly against his abdomen. Ah, Ah, the scorching flames intertwined with the blurred flesh and blood. Veins popped on Blaine's forehead, and he let out a series of angry roars. Thin wisps of smoke emanated from the contact point, and the muddled flesh and blood had become partially cauterized. There was no more bleeding, and the bone-chilling cold had disappeared under the searing heat. This horrific sight left Lynn profoundly shocked. Whether it was Blaine's merciless use of a companion's corpse as a shield or his use of fire to cauterize the wound, it made Lynn realize that this was not an opponent to be underestimated. Taking advantage of Blaine's distraction, Lynn wasted no time and burst through the room's door, leaving behind his short sword. In the confined space of the room, he had no chance of winning. Blaine glanced at Andre's charred body, clenched his sword tightly, and pursued. Evening fell over the slums outside of Nordland's borders, where two figures chased and fled through the narrow, dilapidated streets. As the day grew darker, one after another, frosty blades whizzed through the air, striking the ground and walls without any pattern. Every time Lynn cast a spell, his brain would throb with pain. But at this point, he couldn't afford to think about it. If he stopped casting, his pursuer would strike him down with a sword through his head. On the other hand, Blaine, who was chasing behind, seemed to handle the situation with ease. His sharp eyes tracked the flying ice blades, and he skillfully dodged them, maintaining a calculated distance behind Lynn. Blaine was cautious. After all, this apprentice wizard had displayed an unusual level of cunning, using deceptive notes within the room, the sudden burst of ice blades and fireballs, and the mysterious magic that killed Andre. Blaine was deeply impressed by Lynn's abilities, so even though Lynn appeared exhausted, Blaine didn't dare to act recklessly. He was like the most patient of hunters, slowly wearing down Lynn's strength until his prey fell. During this chase, the two had moved farther and farther from the city, and a foul stench filled the area. Blaine realized that Lynn had inadvertently led him to the long-abandoned lower city. Nordland's region sloped from the south to the north, with the main city built along the banks of the Yen River to the north. Over a decade ago, the Duke of Nordland, who had returned from the Holy City, was dissatisfied with the chaotic, foul-smelling appearance of the main city. He ordered craftsmen to dig a small canal to divert all the city's waste downstream into the Yen River. This, however, proved to be a great inconvenience for the impoverished people living in the lower city, who relied on the Yen River for water. But the Duke of Nordland cared little for the lives of these commoners, and over time, the entire lower city fell into disuse, with only a very small number of scavengers choosing to linger in the area. Blaine couldn't help but worry that other apprentice wizards might be hiding here. Just as he was determined to resolve the situation quickly, Lynn, who had been fleeing all along, suddenly stopped in a maze of alleys. The concentration should be enough. Lynn double-checked one last time, and the strange rune in his mind was activated in an instant. 7 frosty blades materialized out of thin air, glittering in the twilight. Forcing the conversion of a large amount of magical power into hydrogen and oxygen, the side effects became increasingly severe. Lynn felt like his brain was about to explode. His magical power had been squeezed to its limit. This was his final magic. In the next moment, the ice blades automatically split into 2 groups, shooting in random directions, sealing off all of Blaine's escape routes. Blaine's expression turned serious as he stared ahead. Even he couldn't completely block such a large number of attacks, but if he had to endure some injuries. Fortunately, these ice blades seemed to lose their accuracy, mostly passing by him. Only 3 were aimed directly at him. Is this a desperate struggle? A hint of mockery appeared on Blaine's face. During their earlier pursuit, he had noticed that Lynn's spellcasting wasn't conjuring something out of thin air. There was a significant mental toll. Clearly, Lynn was nearing his limit. A slight smile curled on Blaine's lips as he precisely parried each incoming frosty blade with his longsword. However, he failed to notice a red sphere mixed in with the ice blades. Clang. The blade and the sphere collided, creating a dazzling burst of sparks. The peculiar sensation of the impact made Blaine pause for a moment, and then he realized that he had struck a piece of flint. As the sword and stone clashed, brilliant sparks scattered in all directions like a spider's web. A sudden and inexplicable palpitation filled Blaine's mind. Before he could react, everything in front of him was engulfed by the leaping flames. Boom. A violent explosion resounded in the quiet lower district. Nearby, Lynn was thrown to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. At the same time, the sound of the AI interface chimed in. Energy depleted, overload mode terminated. Coughing, Lynn scrambled to his feet from the ground. He felt a profound emptiness. Consecutive spellcasting had drained his magical energy. Compared to Lynn, who had been affected by the blast, Blaine, at the center of the explosion, looked much worse. When the dust settled, Lynn couldn't help but gasp. Blaine, at the epicenter of the explosion, no longer resembled a human. His right arm, holding the sword, had been blown off halfway. The exposed skin was black and red, and his chest plate was shattered, revealing the mangled flesh and pale bones underneath. What was even more horrifying was that the intense explosion had instantly depleted the surrounding oxygen. Blaine's piercing screams lasted for a dozen seconds before abruptly ceasing. Lynn felt a chill. He had heard of the power of methane gas explosions in news reports, but seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, especially since he had caused it himself. If Blaine hadn't been so far away, and if the trajectory of his fireball spell hadn't been easy to predict, he wouldn't have risked using the methane gas explosion to lure and kill him. It was also thanks to the magical ability to manipulate the flow of air to some extent, coupled with the abundance of materials in the lower district, that he managed to achieve the required concentration for the explosion. Lynn picked up the fallen sword from the ground and cautiously checked Blaine's condition. Despite the severity of his injuries, Blaine had somehow not died immediately. Both of his eyes, stripped of their skin, stared intensely at Lynn, and he made a gurgling sound from his damaged vocal cords. "Let me send you on your way. No need to thank me," Lynn said coldly. He couldn't help but harbor a deep resentment for Blaine, who had intruded into his home and forced him into a corner, but he had no intention of torturing him. In this state, Blaine was unlikely to reveal any useful information. In this way, death would be the best outcome for him. Lynn raised his sword and accurately pierced Blaine's heart. He watched as Blaine's body trembled violently and then fell silent. Perhaps it was the influence of his hatred, or maybe it was the remnants of his original self, but Lynn felt surprisingly little discomfort about ending a life. Instead, it was the aftereffects of his previous spellcasting that occasionally caused his brain to throb. Confirming that Blaine was truly dead, Lynn's tense expression finally relaxed. He staggered and leaned on his sword to avoid falling to the ground. 71, Lynn called out in his mind, but received no response. Recalling the earlier notification sound, he understood that the AI interface had likely shut down temporarily due to energy depletion. With no clear solution to this, Lynn could only wait for 71 to replenish its energy. At this moment, he was filled with confusion. What exactly was the magic used by wizards, and how could it manipulate chemical elements, and those strange runes that had inexplicably appeared in his mind just now? What left Lynn in deep contemplation was the fact that in the AI interface's overload mode, he could directly convert magic into hydrogen and oxygen. Did that mean magic could be converted into any other element? If that were the case, the mystical nature of this phenomenon would likely surpass his expectations. "Come with me, I shall reveal the truth of this world to you." Recalling the words his mentor, Koro, had spoken 6 months ago, Lynn couldn't help but shudder. Perhaps that old wizard had not been deceiving him back then. It's no wonder that the original person, Carl, would abandon a stable life with food and clothing to become a wizard's apprentice. The only regret was that Carl's time learning magic had been too short, and with Koro having more than one apprentice, the teaching time was limited, and Lynn couldn't delve into more secrets. The aftereffects of excessive magic consumption had left Lynn quite apprehensive. When he cast his last spell, he had thought his brain was about to explode, and his body felt as weak as if he had been seriously ill, longing for a good rest. However, Lynn knew that now was not the time to rest. Although he had dealt with 2 enemies, the commotion caused by the battle in the slums was considerable. It wouldn't be long before it reached the local Inquisition, and they would likely dispatch more people to capture him. The top priority was to find a place to hide and figure out a way to contact another wizard. Lynn looked down at Blaine's corpse and poked it with his sword. He then cut open the damaged pouch at his waist, and a small pile of coins spilled out. 1 Seca's gold coin, 7 silver coins, and over 10 copper coins. Seeing these well-made coins that hadn't been destroyed by the explosion, Lynn's mood improved slightly. As a noble's illegitimate child, Carl hadn't been particularly wealthy, and with half a year of running away from home, occasionally supporting his mentor's research, he could barely afford to eat. With this windfall, he wouldn't have to risk returning to that dilapidated house. Going back now would likely be a death trap. Lynn bent down to gather the coins when he unexpectedly found a rolled parchment among the coins. Under the scorching heat, most of the writing had become illegible. Lynn could barely make out characters like Town, Moonshine Day, Johnny, and 17 copper coins. Town, Lynn murmured to himself. Out of caution, he didn't destroy the parchment on the spot. Instead, he decided to keep the burnt parchment. He needed someone who could answer his questions, and going to Town to find other apprentices seemed like a good choice. At least it would be much more reliable than searching for the hidden wizards on his own. As Lynn contemplated his next steps, he reached down and grabbed Blaine's ankle, dragging the body toward the nearby foul-smelling inlet river. In a world where magic and sorcery existed, even the dead could not be trusted. In case the Inquisition of this world possessed resurrection magic, there was a risk of his information being revealed. The safest method was to dispose of the body along with it. Bishop Ansluck, this is it. I saw that wizard and the witch hunter lord come out of the house a while ago, and they fought all the way here. A quarter of an hour later in the lower town, a ragged scavenger, covered in dirt, hunched over and cautiously recounted everything he had seen to the clergy of the church. Ansluck remained silent, his gaze lowered to the scorched marks on the ground. The bright red blood, vaporized by the high temperature, had turned into a dark red hue. The upturned earth and the scattered remains of flesh and bone bore witness to the ferocity of the battle. The cause of such severe destruction was likely the second-tier magic spell, Flameburst. "Where's the body?" Ansluck suddenly inquired. There were clear signs of a battle on the ground, but Brain's body was conspicuously absent. The scavenger swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. "After the witch hunter lord died, the wizard threw him. Threw him into the Ur River. This is blasphemy against the gods." Before Ansluck could respond, a middle-aged priest behind him vehemently rebuked. In recent years, thanks to the Duke of Nordland's enlightened actions, the entire downstream of the Ur River had become a true cesspool. Brain's identity was not merely that of a witch hunter. He was also a member of the church's divine punishment force, and had even consumed the elixir of the gods in advance, making him an emissary of the gods in the mortal realm. Participating in witch hunts so frequently was only to enhance his resume. But the corrupted wizard, who had brutally killed him and tossed his body into the polluted Ur River, was undoubtedly a challenge to the church's authority. The scavenger's body trembled uncontrollably, and he lowered his head in fear. Ansluck tightened his grip on his staff, his anger simmering. He turned to the trembling scavenger and questioned him once again. "Did you get a clear look at the wizard who killed Brain? Did anyone else intervene during the fight?" "I only saw glimpses from a distance, Bishop. There didn't seem to be another wizard involved. That person appeared to be just of age, with brown hair about your height." "Carl," Ansluck muttered to himself as he contemplated the information. Until now, he had paid little attention to this obscure wizard apprentice. After all, according to the information he had obtained, Carl had only been studying magic for about half a year and was not particularly valued by Mage Koro. He was considered the least threatening among all the targets, but it seemed that the reality might be different. Releasing a second-tier magic spell like Flameburst and killing 2 witch hunters in quick succession was not something a novice in magic could achieve. Unless he possessed a powerful alchemical artifact, or was a full-fledged wizard like Karu. Several days later, on the border of Nordland, inside an inn in the town of Ur, Lin awoke abruptly from a nightmare and jumped out of the hard wooden bed. He quickly moved to the window, peering outside to assess the situation. Seeing everything was normal, with no one coming to besiege him, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he had killed those 2 witch hunters in the slums 5 days ago, he had been constantly worried about being pursued by the Inquisition. His journey to Ur had taken him through a deliberately circuitous route, and he had even fabricated some false traces to throw off any potential pursuers. Perhaps his half-hearted counter-surveillance techniques had worked, or maybe the Inquisition simply didn't have time for a mere apprentice wizard. So far, Lin had not encountered any pursuit teams. Nevertheless, he could only describe his journey as grueling. Accustomed to the conveniences of modern life, Lin almost felt overwhelmed by the sudden transition to a place reminiscent of medieval Europe. After all, here there were no cell phones, no computers, no familiar family or friends, and no hot breakfast to start the day. He had to make do with a bite of unappetizing black bread along with water. The only saving grace was that he possessed all of Carl's memories. He understood the language and script of this world, and he had decent combat skills to deter any would-be thieves, ensuring he didn't meet an untimely demise on the road. After enduring several days of hardships, Lin had reluctantly come to terms with the fact that he had been transported to this world. This was already his 2nd day in the town of Ur. Out of caution, Lin didn't hastily search for the whereabouts of other wizard apprentices. Instead, after discovering the marks left behind, he had discreetly returned and spent a day familiarizing himself with the terrain. He also purchased a dozen new pieces of flint and a bag of black bread. These few days of life on the run had made Lin increasingly wary. However, after gaining a preliminary understanding of Ur, he immediately realized why Johnny had chosen this place for their gathering. As a small trading town on the border of Nordland, it saw a mix of people, with merchant caravans coming and going. A few unfamiliar faces now and then wouldn't attract too much attention. As Lin contemplated this, he reached for a nearby mortar and placed the blocky flint stones inside. With a small wooden rod, he began grinding them into fine powder. During his time in Ur, apart from looking for marks and familiarizing himself with the terrain, the rest of his time had been dedicated to the creation of white phosphorus. White phosphorus was a chemical element with the formula P4 appearing as a white or pale yellow translucent solid. There were two commonly used methods to produce it. The first involved mixing calcium phosphate, silica sand, and carbon powder into a mixture, heating it to temperatures between 1400 and 1600 degrees Celsius, and then passing the resulting phosphorus vapor through cold water to solidify it into white phosphorus. The second method was to heat red phosphorus to 416 degrees Celsius while excluding air, causing it to sublimate and cool, forming white phosphorus. However, in this world without industrial systems, similar to ancient Europe, gathering these raw materials in a short period wasn't an easy task. Though 71 had shown him some ancient and convenient methods for extracting raw materials, Lin didn't plan to use them unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Lin soon stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. The surface of the flint he had used was interspersed with traces of red phosphorus. Considering that red phosphorus had been used as an efficient flame retardant in the previous century for the manufacture of matches to enhance their safety, this wasn't entirely surprising. It seemed that the indigenous people of this world had already discovered the element phosphorus, though their application was quite rudimentary. As Lin continued to grind the flint with the wooden rod, the chunks of flint gradually broke down, removing impurities until only clusters of red powder remained. He didn't have professional equipment on hand, but the magical power at his disposal was much more convenient than scientific instruments. Mage's hand. With a thought, the fine red phosphorus seemed to respond to some kind of call, floating up on its own, and then, with the aid of basic material deconstruction, it broke down into its basic molecular state. After about 10 seconds, wisps of white mist scattered into the air, gathered under the constraints of magic, and quickly cooled, solidifying into a semi-transparent yellow powder. This was white phosphorus. Lin was well aware of the terror this substance held and dared not touch it with his hands. Throughout the process, he held his mage's hand spell, carefully placing the collected white phosphorus into a bag meant for storing magical materials, which had an excellent isolation effect to prevent spontaneous combustion. Completing this intricate procedure was quite a challenge for Lin, who was still an apprentice wizard. If it weren't for the significant improvement in his control over magic due to the fusion of his spirit during the crossing, this attempt might have ended in failure. Fortunately, everything went as he had planned. Lin secured the storage bag and remembered the horrifying scene of white phosphorus igniting the earth from his memories, sending a shiver down his spine. He hoped he wouldn't need to use it. As a modern-day person who had grown up in a time of peace, Lin held great reverence for life. However, in this world where human life was as fragile as a blade of grass, he understood that, for self-preservation, he might have to make difficult choices. 71, Lin silently called out in his mind after completing all the tasks. Since the shutdown of his smart brain 5 days ago, this had become his daily routine. Clearly, this time too, there was no response. If it weren't for the slow drain of magic within his body, which was used to supply energy to the smart brain, Lin would have suspected that 71 had disappeared completely. The smart brain was his essential tool for survival in this unfamiliar world. Just by connecting to the neural network, it significantly enhanced his cognitive abilities, allowing him to overcome many crises. Not to mention that, in that special state, he could convert magic into elements, releasing magic without having to prepare materials in advance. Thinking of his mentor, Koro, using the Tier 2 spell, Group Icy Blades, Lin had a hunch. Being able to convert magic into elements was likely the key difference between an apprentice wizard and a full-fledged wizard. He was sure that Carl, as an apprentice, couldn't achieve this. There were no related memories in his brain. Most likely, it was the fusion of his spirit after the crossing, combined with the help of the smart brain, that briefly broke through this limitation. Lin meditated, and the extraordinary elemental world once again unfolded before his eyes. However, his attention was now focused on the peculiar rune floating in his mind. Inside the peculiar rune were countless tiny dots and lines arranged in a highly unique way, appearing intricate and aesthetically pleasing. Lin tentatively touched it with his spiritual power, and the rune instantly lit up. Immediately, Lin felt his magical energy decrease by 1/10. When he opened his eyes, a rhombus-shaped icy blade appeared in his palm. This seems to be a spell slot. Lin stroked his chin and quickly recalled the spell slots mentioned in the book Elemental Analysis. This was also an ability possessed only by full-fledged wizards, significantly increasing casting speed. Overall, the process of constructing spell slots felt somewhat like programming in a past life. You set various parameters in advance, and when needed, you press the confirm button to immediately produce the desired outcome. So the arrangement of this rune probably meant 1 part oxygen plus 2 parts hydrogen plus reduced molecular movement plus special configuration equals icy blade. It had to be said this was quite scientific. Lin curiously attempted a few other spells, but unexpectedly no new spell slots formed. After some thought, Lin quickly guessed the reason. To construct the corresponding spell slots, he probably needed to cast a Tier 1 spell without the use of casting materials. With that in mind, Lin temporarily abandoned his plan to continue solidifying spell slots. Without the aid of his smart brain, he still had quite a gap between him and the full-fledged wizards. Lin glanced outside and realized it was time to meet the other wizard apprentices. Today was Monday, the agreed-upon last day. The Drunken Spirit Tavern was located in the most bustling part of Town. If it weren't for following the secret mark all the way here, Lin couldn't have imagined that Johnny would choose this place for their meeting. And 17 coppers for a single glass of ancient Rhone wine, wasn't that a bit steep? Lin muttered to himself inwardly, but as soon as he pushed the door open, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The interior of the Drunken Spirit Tavern, a gathering place for lower-class folks, was quite lively. The warmth of the roaring hearth dispelled the night's chill, and the cramped space of less than 100 square meters was packed to the brim. The wooden floor was covered in wine stains and vomit, and the overpowering stench nearly overwhelmed Lin. At the long table near the entrance, a drunken halfling spotted Lin as soon as he entered. Seeing his young age and unfamiliar face, he boisterously shouted, "Kid, care to join us for a drink?" Lin turned his head, examining the drunken halfling with a curious gaze. Halflings were a unique species on this continent. Their name didn't come from having half a body but from their diminutive stature, roughly half the height of an average adult. They resembled dwarves from fantasy tales in Lin's previous world. However, Lin didn't know much about the physical structure and genetic makeup of these halflings, or how they differed from humans. Lin's instincts as a data storage clerk were itching. Under Lin's scrutinizing gaze, the inebriated halfling shivered uncontrollably, as if a cold breeze had traveled from the soles of his feet to his head. 5 years ago in the Nordland, Lin had once met the infamous decapitator, Luke. He was a ruthless thug who took delight in dismembering people into pieces. The gaze of the halfling resembled that of Luke at the time, as if Lin were a cadaver awaiting dissection. Caw! Suddenly, a crisp crow's cry interrupted their gaze. Lin, somewhat regretfully, redirected his attention and looked in the direction of the sound. There, a palm-sized gray crow stood on the counter, staring intently at him. The owner of the Drunken Spirit Tavern was a true Jewett merchant, exuding a shrewd and pragmatic air. Upon hearing the crow's cry, he momentarily paused in wiping a glass and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and warmly greeted Lin. "A rare face indeed. Welcome to the Drunken Spirit Tavern. Is there something you need, my guest? I'll have a glass of ancient Rhone wine, 4 vintages if I'm not mistaken. It should be 17 sekas copper coins." Lin walked straight up to the counter and placed the copper coins neatly in stacks of 5 and 7 on the table. The tavern owner scrutinized Lin, and his gaze lingered for a moment on the longsword at Lin's waist, but his expression remained unchanged. That was last year's rate. "Now it's 21 copper." Lin hesitated for a moment, yet before he could respond, a stunning female patron at the bar pursed her lips and playfully said, "Old hawk, are you trying to fool the newcomer? I don't recall Rhone wine suddenly getting more expensive here." As she spoke, the young woman looked with curiosity at Lin. 17 copper coins for a glass of ancient Rhone wine, while not extravagantly priced, was indeed a generous order for the Drunken Spirit Tavern. Especially coming from a young and handsome man with a well-built physique, he didn't seem like the type to spend lavishly for no reason. Old Hawk paid no mind to the woman's interjection and grinned. 2 ships capsized in the harbor this year, and the ingredients for Rhone wine are scarce. It's only natural the price goes up. Lin furrowed his brow and said, "But I only have 17 sekas copper coins." The young female patron's interest in Lin suddenly waned. It seemed he was just another pauper spending his savings for a taste of good wine. "In that case, I suggest you change your taste." Old Hawk shrugged. "Of course, if you're interested in earning some extra money, I can help you with that. Lame Lout is currently in need of someone to do private jobs for him. He's always generous with his payments." Lame Lout? Lin raised an eyebrow. During his time investigating in Town, he had heard that name more than once. The rumors about him weren't flattering. "Very well, I'm in need of suitable work," Lin said after a moment of thought and nodded in agreement. Old Hawk swept the copper coins on the table into his pocket, asked one of the tavern's servers to temporarily take over his duties, and then turned to Lin, speaking once more. "Follow me. Your Rhone wine is stored in the cellar. I'll take it and then bring you to meet him." As Lin followed Old Hawk without any suspicion, the onlookers in the tavern couldn't help but display a smug smile. Everyone in Town knew that while Lame Lout was generous with his payments, he was also known for his ruthlessness. Many people who worked for him mysteriously disappeared, sometimes not even leaving a corpse behind. You could have money but not life. In the meantime, as the tavern patrons watched with amusement, Old Hawk led Lin through the kitchen and into a storage room filled with flour and barrels. He stopped in front of a dirty, massive wine barrel. Click! Old Hawk pressed down on the lid of the barrel, and with a rush of liquid, the barrel slowly rotated, revealing a half-person tall secret passage beneath it. Follow this path. The person you want to meet is inside, Old Hawk whispered, lowering his voice. He handed the lit candlestick to Lin and impatiently warned, "Be careful on your own. Don't cause trouble for me." Lin expressed his thanks, picked up the oil lamp, and proceeded into the dark passage. As soon as he stepped in, the massive barrel stained with wine once again rotated back into place, and the sound of the liquid being refilled echoed. The faint light from outside vanished, and the passage was plunged into darkness. Lin could only see a dim path ahead, and the air still carried the scent of inferior quality wine. Lin continued down the dim corridor, his guard up and his mind constantly reviewing information about several fellow apprentices. Due to his mentor, Koru, who had been constantly on the move over the years, there was no fixed place for him to stay, and he wouldn't keep all the apprentices close by. After all, having too many unfamiliar faces suddenly appearing in a city would draw unwanted attention and hinder their ability to conceal their identities. So the original Carl's knowledge of these individuals was quite limited. He had only met them a few times and knew their names and faces to some extent. The only one he was somewhat familiar with was Johnny, who had sent him letters before. Of course, this familiarity was one-sided. To put it simply, the original Carl had some teenage infatuation towards Johnny. As one of Koru's most promising students with high magical talent, Johnny was just one step away from becoming a full-fledged wizard. After Koru's death, he had become the de facto leader of their group of apprentices. However, this one-sided infatuation wasn't likely to be of any help to Carl. As Lin continued to ponder, the narrow dark passage ahead gradually widened. With the dim candlelight, Lin suddenly realized that this dark passage was leading to a dense forest outside Ern Town. Even though it was deep into the night, the sky wasn't as dark as expected. Silver moonlight filtered through the leaves of the forest, casting a soft glow on the solid earth, making it appear as though it was covered with a sheer veil. Lin felt the magic within him become more active. This must be a Monday, he thought. Through the dense trees, Lin could faintly see the sparkling stars in the sky and the massive moon. According to Carl's memories, this unique celestial event occurred only once a year and lasted for about 3 to 5 days. But Carl's memories didn't mention that moonlight could affect magic. That made sense. Carl had only become a wizard 6 months ago. As Lin was thinking about this, a series of hurried noises suddenly echoed through the area. More than a dozen solidified magic missiles shot out from the dense trees surrounding him, blocking his escape routes. A trap, that thought immediately crossed Lin's mind. In the next moment, he reacted swiftly. With his left hand free, he flipped it over, and a gray powder fell into his palm. It was the remaining material for his spell, the ember of red flame. Lin threw it with force, and the tiny particles ignited instantly, creating a scorching wall of fire in front of him. However, his hastily used spell, the lesser fire wall, couldn't withstand the combined effort of several apprentice wizards. The magic missiles almost instantly penetrated the wall of fire, but Lin had already achieved his goal. The heat and chaos caused by the fire disrupted their aim, and their magic missiles scattered, striking the trees and the earth behind him. Seeing 4 figures in dark robes closing in on him in a semicircle, Lin silently drew his longsword, while simultaneously opening a pouch containing phosphorus. He was ready for a fight. His preparation for battle involved using a small amount of phosphorus, and he didn't have much of it, but now wasn't the time to hold back. However, before Lin could make a move, a cold voice spoke ahead of him. "Carl, why did you betray us? Hello there, we've just hit the fantastic milestone of 10 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update." As a few figures approached, Lin immediately recognized the leader, the person he had been searching for, Johnny. The young woman, cloaked in black robes, appeared to be around 20 years old. She had unique silver-gray hair and bright, gem-blue eyes. Johnny had grown thinner since their last meeting, a result of constant evading and hiding. A sickly paleness now marred her complexion. "I don't understand what you mean, Johnny." Lin's tone was unwavering, his memories confirming that Carl had not betrayed them in any way. At most, Carl might have harbored some thoughts, but that shouldn't have necessitated hiding in the slums, fearing for his life. "Where did you get that sword?" The gray-haired witch continued her questioning, her eyes fixed on the longsword Lin held. Lin then noticed that Johnny had been staring at the hunter's longsword in his hand. He realized where the problem lay. "This is a weapon commonly used by witch hunters," a burly wizard apprentice named Buck exclaimed, his emotions running high. "Of course it's my trophy. Is there a problem, Buck?" Lin replied calmly, though he was breaking into a cold sweat. He had unwittingly been carrying around what was essentially a ticking time bomb for days. but it was understandable. He had left his personal short sword back at the slum's hideout, and it wasn't wise to just throw away a readily available weapon. More importantly, Carl's memories contained no information about witch hunters carrying standard weapons. Considering that Lin had encountered no trouble in recent days, it seemed that very few people knew about this detail. However, it evidently didn't escape the old hawk from the Drunken Ghost Tavern. No wonder they had hesitated and offered excuses when he tried to buy Galroth wine. The information about him possessing a witch hunter's longsword was probably passed on by Old Hawk to Johnny's group. Your trophy. Are you saying you killed a witch hunter and took his sword? Buck sneered. Carl, if I remember correctly, you couldn't even master the most basic elemental spell, Frostblade. You'd be better off with a more plausible excuse. As lackeys of the church, witch hunters were the cream of the crop, highly skilled and usually operating in small teams. Even seasoned wizards found them formidable opponents. For Lin and the other apprentices, simply surviving an encounter with a witch hunter was considered a stroke of luck. Sometimes strength isn't everything, Buck. Lin shook his head. Besides, the last time we met was 4 months ago, right? As he spoke, Lin extended his hand, manipulating the hydrogen and oxygen in the air to swiftly create a diamond-shaped ice blade, a bizarre yet strangely beautiful form. The other wizard apprentices present were taken aback, not by the unfamiliar shape of the ice blade, but by the incredible speed at which Lin had cast the spell. In their world, before becoming full-fledged wizards and gaining access to memory slots, rapidly performing complex spells presented a significant challenge. Real combat didn't wait for you to finish casting your spells, and most apprentices were considered good if they could prepare a spell within 2 seconds. Lin had compressed the entire process into about a second, opting for pure speed, even if the shape of the ice blade wasn't the perfect claw configuration. Nevertheless, it was enough to capture everyone's attention. Furthermore, I don't think the church would make a wizard a witch hunter and provide them with such a weapon, Lin continued before the others could recover from their surprise. Buck was left speechless. The church had a strict policy of not letting any wizard they suspected of demon corruption become a witch hunter, let alone equipping them with a witch hunter's weapon. This was seen as blasphemy against the gods. The other apprentices also realized the gravity of Lin's argument and softened their hostility. Johnny, however, remained vigilant. She turned to one of the apprentices, Dove, and asked, "Have you checked the surroundings, Dove?" Dove, her voice trembling, responded, "No one has surrounded this place." With the confirmation, Johnny then turned to Lin and apologized. "I'm sorry, Carl, but the situation is urgent and we had to be cautious." "So you're only suspicious of me and ready to kill without evidence?" Lin questioned. "I assure you, the magic I used was just a test." No one would want to harm their comrade, Johnny explained. Ernest Lin was briefly taken aback, then rummaged through his memories to recall that Kent was Cora's third disciple, the only one of the wizard apprentices who was absent. He couldn't believe that Kent had met his end. On the same day our teacher was captured by the church, the guards of the Nordland territory launched an attack on Kent's hiding place. Afterward, Buck, Barton, and Will were also pursued. Only Dove, with her unique abilities, managed to evade the attack beforehand, Johnny explained. Unique abilities? Lin asked, raising an eyebrow. He instinctively glanced at Dove, who seemed incredibly young, probably around 13 or 14. She was considerably shorter than him, her face adorned with sparse freckles, her hair disheveled. She was feeding a few gray crows in a corner. Lin quickly recalled the crow cries he had heard in the tavern and guessed that she possessed some kind of animal-controlling magic. "I suspect someone has leaked our information." "That's the only way the church could have found our hiding place so precisely," Johnny said with a worried expression. "How many people are supposed to know our hiding place? It should be just a handful of us, right?" Lin asked, getting to the core of the matter. Johnny pondered for a moment and then shook her head. "In normal circumstances, only a few of us should know. Could it be our teacher?" Buck hesitated and asked. "Absolutely not," Johnny shot back firmly. Buck immediately fell silent. Lin didn't dwell on this issue too much. Instead, he asked the second question that had been on his mind. "So, what's our plan from here?" Lin was starting to regret seeking out these apprentice wizards. He had hoped that even though they were pursued by the church, they would have a stable internal organization. He believed that even if he couldn't find another full-fledged wizard to join him, they would still be a valuable asset. However, it didn't seem so now. If Johnny didn't have a reliable plan to evade the church's pursuit, he would look for an opportunity to leave the group. Solo action was much safer than sticking with a group of rookies. Buck and Will also looked at Johnny, and even Dove paused her feeding of the crows in the corner. During the time they had been pursued by the church, they had asked the same question multiple times, but Johnny had always evaded giving a clear answer, insisting they wait until everyone was present. Johnny didn't hide this time and answered promptly. We will take a boat to cross the Misty Sea and head to the Wizard's Land Greenrill. Does Wizard's Land actually exist? Will, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked. I've heard that beyond the Misty Sea is a dead land, and those who set sail never return. Yes, I've been there with my mentor. It's a land exclusively for wizards, with no presence of the church or witch hunters. Everyone can freely study magic there. Johnny stated firmly. That sounds as wonderful as the holy land of Ayla, Barton muttered softly. He couldn't imagine a world where wizards weren't hunted and could practice magic freely. It was like a dream. Just so you know, Ayla doesn't like wizards. Dove, who had been squatting in the corner, spoke softly, interrupting Barton's fantasies. So how do we get there? Will asked eagerly. Johnny hesitated for a moment but then replied honestly. The town of Wool is close to the Nordland Territories port. We can take a boat from there. I believe Lame Loud will help us. Loud, Lynn was somewhat surprised. The owner of the Drunken Goblin Tavern, Old Hawk, had also mentioned this name. Rumors had it that Loud had been a pirate in his youth, earning quite a reputation, until he lost a leg in an attempt to raid a merchant ship. He had narrowly escaped death by pretending to be dead. However, this event turned his fortunes, and Loud had surprisingly become a legitimate businessman. He now controlled the liquor trade in Ool and the port, making him the biggest kingpin west of the Nordland Territory. Lynn immediately realized that the so-called liquor trade was just a cover. Loud's true business was likely to maintain contact between the Wizard's Land and the outside world. Anyway, we have to act quickly. The road to the Wizard's Land will only be open for 5 days this year, as indicated by the stars, Johnny said as she outlined the plan. Lynn and the others listened carefully, committed the plan to memory, and when finished, Johnny created a fireball to destroy the drawing she'd made on the ground. Let's end it here for tonight, Johnny said, looking at everyone as the fire flickered. Finally, she added, Dove, you're in charge of the night watch. Tomorrow, Carl will carry you on our journey. Why me? Lynn couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he was singled out. Were they targeting the newcomer? After a night of relentless pursuit, everyone in the room was exhausted. Following Johnny's briefing, they all went their separate ways to rest. Lynn was no exception. She picked a reasonably decent room, half-closed the broken door, and didn't mind the dust covering the wooden bed. She lay down immediately. Throughout the past week since her arrival in this world, Lynn had kept her guard up, even when sleeping. She was afraid that guards would burst in at any moment. Now she could finally relax a bit. Greenrill, Lynn murmured the name of the wizarding city Johnny had mentioned. Unlike Will and the others, who were skeptical, Lynn didn't find it strange at all that a group of magic-using wizards had gathered to study magic intensively. In fact, she thought it was perfectly normal. On the other hand, the church's theological approach was quite strange to her. For Lynn, going to the wizarding city was an excellent choice. In a place that valued magic and knowledge, she could better utilize her skills without worrying about being captured one day. In the Sekastian Empire controlled by the church, she couldn't even find a place to farm and tinker with technology in peace. If some divine intervention were to target her, there'd be no reasoning with it. Even if she managed to create antimatter weapons, there was no guarantee she could defend against it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lynn temporarily abandoned her plan to go alone, but a sense of unease still lingered in her mind. She didn't believe that the sense of danger she had felt in the forest was a mere illusion. Johnny, Dove, Will, Buck, and Barton, their images flashed through Lynn's mind. In the 6 months since she had become an apprentice wizard, her relationships with these people were superficial, with no personal grievances or grudges. This made it unlikely that the attack was due to personal vendettas. As for who could have done it, Lynn thought for a moment, and she could rule out Johnny, not because of the small affection she had for her, but because Johnny had the least suspicion. As the apparent leader of the group and the one who had proposed the escape plan, if Johnny had betrayed them, it was better for Lynn to escape as soon as possible. Next was Dove. Her ability to control animals was crucial, serving as the team's eyes and ears. If someone like her changed sides, it would be a nightmare. The parchment Johnny had mentioned was also written by Dove, and the message had been delivered by her ravens. If either of them was compromised, Carl might have died before Lynn even arrived. Lynn was hesitant about the remaining three, Buck and Barton, the twins, who took care of each other and could potentially deceive Johnny and the others. She knew very little about Will, who was a descendant of some count within the Sekastian Empire. Lynn closed her eyes and recollected every detail of her interactions with the other apprentice wizards. Then she thought about the hidden passage in the Drunken Ghost Tavern, Old Hawk, the wizarding city, Lame Loud. A vague guess flashed through her mind. Lynn suddenly opened her eyes, sat up in bed, and a sense of inexplicable coldness gradually overcame her. Click, at that exact moment, the door's hinge creaked, and the half-closed door was pushed open. Already on high alert, Lynn instinctively drew the longsword from her waist and slashed it in the direction of the door. When she saw who it was, her sword froze in midair. Johnny, Lynn was somewhat surprised. The silver-haired witch was holding her right hand in front of the sword's edge. It was then that Lynn noticed that the young woman was wearing a pure black leather glove with many intricate and mysterious inscriptions on its surface. It seemed to be some kind of alchemical item. "Did you have a nightmare?" The silver-haired witch furrowed her brows lightly, not quite understanding why Lynn had such a strong reaction all of a sudden. After a brief pause, she explained further, "I knocked on the door a moment ago, but you didn't respond." Lynn nodded. She sheathed her sword and curiously asked, "It's so late. Is there something you need? My teacher mentioned this to me earlier. He said that when you master the first-tier magic spell, Frostblade, I should give this to you." Johnny looked melancholic as she took out a thick book about 2 fingers thick from her pocket and handed it to Lynn. The cover was inscribed with the words Basic Magic Compendium in a rough common tongue. Lynn curiously took the book and opened it. The entire book was made from coarse parchment paper. On the first page, the first type of magic was recorded, Magic Missile. Like Basic Matter Disruption, Magic Missile was also a 0-tier magic spell of a special category. Its power was weaker than Frostblade and Fireball, but it had the advantage of being a pure magical creation, requiring no preparation of casting materials and having no upper limit on control. In theory, as long as you had enough magic power, creating hundreds of magic missiles at once was not impossible. Of course, having a large quantity wasn't enough. Any wizard had a limited amount of energy. An apprentice wizard could control 2 or 3 missiles at most without becoming distracted in combat, but there was a solution to this problem. Lynn flipped through the pages. On the second page of the Basic Magic Compendium, there were numerous curved diagrams and many complex Helram formulas below. After careful study, Lynn roughly understood what Johnny was trying to convey. To surpass the control limit of Magic Missile, you needed to establish a 3-dimensional coordinate system in your mind with yourself at the center and preset the flight path of the magic missiles. The flight path could not only be straight but also curved. In other words, the caster could create a vast, overwhelming, and difficult-to-block barrage attack from different directions and angles. This involved linear and curvilinear equations in 3-dimensional space. Lynn stroked her chin, thinking that this task didn't seem too difficult. Since Magic Missile was purely a magical creation and was minimally affected by gravity, one only needed to consider inertia and wind speed. Seeing Lynn's keen interest in studying the pages, Johnny couldn't help but offer a reminder. "These are magical formulas created by the great wizard Helram. They can further enhance the power of Magic Missile, but for us at our current level, it's still too difficult. You'd better not waste too much energy on it. I'll keep that in mind." Lynn quickly scanned the pages again, confirming that her thoughts were accurate. She then closed the book and casually replied. Johnny saw that Lynn was being somewhat dismissive and sighed in resignation. She remembered being just like Lynn, fascinated with these intricate formulas when she first started with magic. It was only after hitting a wall that she gained some self-awareness. "Tonight, you should get some rest early. It'll take us several days to reach the wizard city by ferry, and we'll have plenty of time to study new magic," Johnny advised Lynn. Seeing that Lynn was not convinced, she offered this reminder before turning to leave. "Wait, Johnny." Lynn tucked Basic Magic Primer into his arms and suddenly thought of his earlier suspicion, so he spoke up. "What's the matter? Is there something else?" The silver-haired witch stopped in her tracks. "Are you sure no one else knows the location of our hideout besides us?" Lynn asked again, "Are you suspecting that someone among us might have defected to the church?" Johnny's expression grew serious, and she understood Lynn's concern. She had the same suspicions, but after hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Before you arrived in Town, we spent a whole week in this village. The dangerous tasks of gathering information and procuring supplies were assigned by drawing lots," she explained. She had taken this opportunity to test each and every one of them, and so far they hadn't encountered any pursuit from the church. That was the best proof. Lynn wasn't surprised by this. He was more direct in his response. "Have you ever thought that maybe the church's first target isn't us?" Lynn knew that, for an insider, silent compliance meant only one thing, working towards a bigger gain. Johnny was momentarily stunned, wearing a puzzled expression on her face. Lame loud. "The route to Green Realm, that's the true target of the church," Lynn said, enunciating each word. He didn't know what kind of relationship the drunkard Hawk and Cora had that made them willing to help apprentice wizards like them, but one thing was certain. A hidden passage directly leading outside the city was not specifically built for them. In other words, drunkard Hawk was very likely a spy placed by the wizards in the Nordland province, and helping them sail to Lord was undoubtedly more important. Lynn could imagine how many wizards had entered the Sekka's empire through this route over the years, and how many cargo-laden ships had set sail from Nordland's ports to reach the wizard city. In comparison, capturing a few apprentice wizards like them was inconsequential. It was probably just a way to appease the Duke of Nordland's emotions, handled as a side issue. This might explain why they were relentlessly pursued by the church outside, yet they had been safe upon entering Town. With Lynn's prompt, Johnny immediately understood the situation, and her expression changed. In this light, the church probably already knew their movements but was biding its time, waiting for them to act, and then capturing everyone in one fell swoop. Thinking about this, Johnny felt a chill down her spine. At this moment, they were like birds walking into a trap, just waiting for the hunter to raise his slaughter knife. Johnny remained silent for a while but couldn't come up with a solution. "So what should we do?" she asked, but after posing the question, the young girl didn't expect Lynn to have any answers. In this hopeless situation, where even trust among themselves was nearly impossible, how could these apprentice wizards escape the intricately woven net of the church? However, Lynn spoke up. "It's simple. We wait." "Wait," Johnny was surprised by Lynn's response. "You just revealed the plan about the fairy and lord to them. We're leaving tomorrow, and by then, everyone will be watching each other. So, tonight is the best time to send a message," Lynn stated firmly. Squeak, squeak. When the moon's radiance passed the 13th star, Will awoke to the sounds of rats scurrying. The dry straw on his hard wooden bed felt like needles and blades against his back. Struggling to sit up, Will noticed 3 or 4 rats gathered around a half-eaten piece of dark bread near his discarded robe. Their long tongues hung from their mouths, and their dark, clawed feet left imprints on the blue fabric. "Damn you filthy creatures," Will fumed. He kicked the bread aside, cursing fiercely. It took several minutes for him to calm down, during which he reluctantly picked up his robe, carefully pushed open the door. The corridor leading to the hall was pitch black, with no sign of anyone around. At this hour, except for Dove, who was on night watch duty, everyone should be resting. Will didn't dare linger and swiftly crossed the hallway, entering a secluded storage room. He turned around and closed the door behind him. The old wooden door creaked and groaned, a testament to the mercenaries who had violently broken in. All the locks in the manor had been damaged, and the storage room was a chaotic mess, with dusty wooden boards covering the floor and a few chairs and cabinets strewn haphazardly. Will knelt down, anxious, and started to clear away the clutter piled up in the corner, revealing a dusty floor with an enigmatic rhombus-shaped pattern etched on it. Back when they were apprentices selecting their specialized fields, Johnny had chosen elemental magic, Dove had opted for psychomancy, and Will had mastered alchemy. By boat, the harbor, Lord, Will etched each character into the center of the magical circle, then placed the magic stones on the 4 circular patterns within. Faint, radiant light gradually emanated, extending along the lines of the magic circle. Just as the radiance was about to enshroud the entire magic circle, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air echoed in the silent room. A frostblade was pinned firmly to the edge of the magic circle, and the brilliant magical light instantly dimmed. "Who's there?" Will was startled, and he sat down on the floor, his eyes filled with fear as he looked towards the direction the sound had come from. The partially open room had already been forcefully entered. In Johnny's eyes, there was a mix of disappointment and confusion. "Why are you betraying us, Will?" The hot-tempered buck strode forward and grabbed Will by his collar, landing a punch on his face. "Answer me, why?" Will sneered, then suddenly pushed Buck away, wiping the blood from his mouth. He spoke with an agitated expression. "You're asking me why. I am Will Isk, the second son of an imperial count. If it weren't for that fool Cora, I would have been living in the Isk estate, attending lavish high society gatherings, enjoying delicious meals, and being served by servants. In the future, I would have inherited a portion of my father's lands and become a baron in the Sekka's empire. But now, every day we're stuck eating the same wretched bread as the peasants, sleeping in filthy ruins infested with rats." Will screamed hysterically. "I've had enough. Cora is a madman, a devil. He taught us demonic knowledge and turned us from highborn nobles into a bunch of insects cowering in the shadows. Before we became wizards, we were all noble children of the Sekka's empire." Buck and the others exchanged glances, falling into silence. They had all experienced what Will had gone through. That feeling of falling from heaven to hell was indeed unpleasant. In the midst of the silence, Lynn suddenly spoke. "You should understand, Will, the church will never change its treatment of us based on our identities. As a monotheistic faith, the church's most fundamental belief was in the creationist doctrine. The legendary deity, Elra, had created everything in the world and brought the elixir of life, giving life to the once barren and desolate land. Therefore, everyone was expected to obey the church's rule. Wizards who sought to decipher the laws of the world and gain power from them naturally became the church's archenemies. After all, this was undermining the very foundation of the church's religious authority. "This time is different," Will exclaimed excitedly, looking at everyone present, appearing almost insane. "Johnny, Carl, Buck, the church's primary target is not us. As long as we sincerely repent, Archbishop Anluk and Duke Noland will surely forgive our sins. "You're crazy, Will," Johnny sighed. "From the moment we chose to become wizards, there was no turning back. Once they chose to become wizards, magic would forever flow within them, a symbol of evil and shame in the Sekka's empire." If Count Isk knew that his second son had become a wizard, his first reaction would undoubtedly be to disown him and cast Will out of the family. In other words, they could never return to their previous lives. "I'm not crazy, I know exactly what I'm doing," Will said coldly, turning to Dove, who had remained silent, and from the hidden pocket of her robe he took out several magic stones. Suddenly, without warning, he scattered them towards Johnny and the others. "Johnny, be careful." Dove screamed, her spiritual vision allowing her to see the hidden runes inscribed on each magic stone. As Dove's voice rang out, several magic stones exploded in midair, and sharp shards rained down like locusts. The gray-haired witch remained unchanged in expression. She raised her right hand, her fingers tapping like playing a harp, and the runes on her gloves lit up in succession. A faint flame appeared at her fingertips, and then it rapidly expanded, engulfing everything in front of her in just 1 second. This was a higher-level magic, Flame's Touch. At the moment Will threw the magic stones, he had already planned his escape route. He rolled in a desperate manner to avoid the searing flames and was about to jump out of the wide-open window. But Lin's actions were quicker than his. A diamond-shaped ice blade shot out, piercing Will's ankle directly, causing his airborne body to lose balance and fall to the ground. A piercing cold spread up his ankle, and Will immediately felt his right leg go numb. He leaned against the wall, panic-stricken, about to say something, but a slender magic missile flew straight into his eye sockets and exploded. Crimson blood mixed with brain matter splattered, dyeing the wooden floor crimson. Lin immediately turned to look in the opposite direction, and Johnny, incredulous, questioned Dove. "What are you doing, Dove?" When she used Flame's Touch, she intentionally reduced its power to leave a survivor and extract some information through interrogation. "It's too late, I can only kill him," Dove cried out, her hands clutching her head in fear. Outside. "There are at least 100 guards, we're surrounded." Hearing this, Johnny rushed to the window and used a fireball spell to illuminate the dim night. In the explosion of flames, Lin saw from a distance a group of armored guards, bearing crossbows, silently crossing the dense forest, heading towards them. The leader, holding a staff and clad in a white and gilded robe, gazed at Lin from a distance, illuminated by the firelight. "It's Archbishop Anluk of the Nolan domain. We're done for." Barton immediately recognized him and fell into despair. He hadn't expected that the Archbishop of the Nolan domain would personally lead the pursuit to capture a few wizard apprentices. Lin glanced at the dim alchemical array on the ground. They should have stopped the spell from being cast earlier, which meant the eyes of everyone on the scene involuntarily turned to Dove. "It wasn't me." "It wasn't me," the 14-year-old girl frantically shook her head, her face filled with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. The chaotic situation and the imminent church pursuers made Johnny, who was already on edge, feel a wave of dizziness. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to calm down, speaking in a low voice. "Listen, things aren't as bad as they seem. There's a wide drainage canal in the basement of this estate that leads directly to the river outside. We can escape from there." As she spoke, Johnny turned her head and used a pleading look to signal Lin to keep an eye on Dove, as she didn't know who else she could trust. 1 minute earlier, in the dense forest outside the town of Yuru, over 100 neatly uniformed guards were slowly advancing under the cover of the trees. Priest Aaron, accompanying the troops, looked at the castle looming in the distance and asked in confusion, "Archbishop Anluk, according to the plan we previously set, shouldn't we have waited for these wizard apprentices to arrive in the harbor town before taking action?" For this caged bird operation, they had mobilized a large number of people to monitor the entire town of Yuru. Their intention was to use these apprentice wizards to trace the heretics who had abandoned the faith of the Master and lead them all to hell. Now, they were taking the initiative, which undoubtedly disrupted all the efforts they had made earlier. Aaron, a skilled hunter, not only needs to learn how to set clever traps, but also to know when to close the net, Archbishop Anluk responded in a deep voice. "A sturdy cage may hold clumsy ostriches, but if a griffin happens to be trapped inside, it can break free and tear the hunter to pieces. Remember, excessive greed will only make you lose everything in your hands." The essence of the caged bird operation was their absolute control. No matter how these apprentice wizards struggled, they couldn't escape the trap they had set. However, Blaine's death had made Archbishop Anluk feel a hint of unease. The presence of a formal wizard among Korra's apprentices completely disrupted his plans. Having dealt with the followers of these heretics many times, Archbishop Anluk was well aware of how formidable formal wizards could be. Their magic was diverse, and a slight oversight could lead to instant death. In the battle in the Nolan domain, capturing a formal wizard was no easy task, especially considering Korra sacrificed herself to protect one of her apprentices and stayed behind. If they could capture a few key figures, they might extract valuable information. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Archbishop Anlok," Priest Aaron said, carefully pondering the situation and bowing respectfully. "Everything is guided by the Lord," Archbishop Anlok replied casually. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, without any visible movement, several radiant arrows materialized in the void, instantly pinning 4 gray doves about to take flight to a tree. 3 seconds later, a dazzling fireball shot out from a nearby estate, illuminating the sky. Archbishop Anlok lifted his head, his magically enhanced sight piercing hundreds of meters, passing through the open windows of the 3rd floor, and he saw Lynn and the others gazing outward. Brown hair, medium build, handsome features. That was the wizard named Carl, the one who had killed Blaine. "Everyone, advance at full speed," Archbishop Anlok commanded without hesitation. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to hide any longer. The guards, who had been moving at a leisurely pace, immediately switched to a sprint, and the clanging of armor resounded as they surged towards the central fortress from all directions. 7 years had passed, and the manor's gates were violently flung open once more. Guards armed with swords and shields formed groups of 10, surrounding the entire castle methodically. Aaron led several squads, heading straight for the direction where Lynn and the others had been. As they traversed the long and wide corridors, the guards at the forefront had just entered the main hall when they emerged one by one, their faces filled with fear. Unfortunately, they were too slow, and several scorching fireballs, like meteorites, rained down on the crowd. Soon after, a series of violent explosions occurred, and the orderly and tightly knit formation turned into a chaotic sea of people. Accompanied by the piercing screams, blood splattered, bodies were flung, and the thick scent of blood filled the air. Even though the participants in this encirclement were elite soldiers selected from the Nordland army, each fully armed, they still instantly fell into disarray in the face of powerful magic. Fall back as a formation, and archers prepare to fire. The only calm one on the battlefield was Aaron, who raised his staff high and shouted, "Don't panic, Ira is with us." The disordered troops quickly regained their composure, restoring order. The white glow in everyone's eyes shone brightly, and the inexplicable courage filled their minds. This was the magic of the first circle fear removal. Under Aaron's command, the shield-bearing guards placed their sturdy shields in front, advancing with large steps, while the guards behind them drew their crossbows in unison. Long-range volleys had always been the best way to deal with wizard apprentices. The tortoise-shell-like shield formation greatly reduced the effectiveness of ordinary magic, and magic missiles couldn't penetrate it. Even the powerful fireball spells couldn't produce significant results. The dense rain of arrows forced the group of wizard apprentices to retreat, and they were forced to take cover behind walls. The slowest to react, Barton, was accidentally struck by a crossbow bolt in the back and tumbled to the ground in disarray. "Barton," Buck urgently called his brother's name, rushing forward and struggling to help Barton up. Waiting for the right moment, Aaron issued orders once again, dozens of strong crossbows all pointed at the two of them. As the crossbow triggers were pulled, a multitude of arrows poured down like a meteor shower. Second circle high-level magic frost barrier. Johnny decisively stood in front of the two, raised his hand, and a transparent water screen appeared in front of them. In an instant, it solidified into an icy crystalline wall. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sound of impacts echoed in succession, and icy crystal shards scattered on the ground as the continuous rain of arrows broke through the frost barrier. 3 arrows were aimed straight at Johnny. Johnny, who had just completed an overspeed spell using Magic Hand, didn't have time to create a second ice wall. Behind her were Buck and Barton, the two brothers. No escape. Johnny clenched her lips, forcibly stopping her evasive movements, and held the hilt of her sword with no certainty that she could intercept all the arrows coming her way. At that moment, 3 magic missiles flew in from the side, accurately shooting down the arrows. Johnny was momentarily stunned, unable to fully grasp the joy of escaping the peril. Then, she saw 7 more magic missiles flying past her, curiously not following a straight path but taking a bizarre curved trajectory, easily bypassing the shield wall's protection and heading directly for the guards behind holding crossbows. A brief moment of chaos caused the continuous arrow rain to temporarily cease. Johnny, Buck, and Barton took the opportunity to hide behind a low wall, looking in astonishment at Lynn and Dove standing beside them, a thought flashing through their minds. When did Dove become so powerful? But they quickly realized that it wasn't Dove who had acted, because the next moment, a full 12 magic missiles condensed in the void and floated beside Lynn. Magic bullet barrage. With a thought, Lynn sent more than a dozen missiles hurtling toward the guards. Seeing the strange magic, Aaron immediately commanded the shield-bearing guards to gather, layering their shields without leaving any gaps, forming a semicircular protection for the crossbowmen behind. However, what surprised everyone was that these dozen or so missiles, without any prior agreement, bypassed the shield wall and flew towards the rear. Did they miss their target? Aaron thought to himself, but quickly dismissed the possibility. If only one or two magic missiles had gone off course, that might be plausible, but if they all deviated from their path, it could only mean that their initial target was never here. Aaron abruptly turned around, and almost simultaneously, the 12 missiles hit the weathered pillar behind. In the billowing dust, the 7-meter-high pillar toppled straight down. "Spread out, get away from each other," Aaron shouted hoarsely, raising his staff high and casting the only protective divine spell he possessed, sanctified word, shield. But it was clear that it was a futile effort. The bright white shield had just formed and was instantly shattered by the massive stone pillar. Over 10 shield-bearing guards and crossbowmen who hadn't had time to disperse were buried beneath the fallen pillar. When Aaron turned around again, Lynn and the others had already vanished. After much hesitation and numerous glances at the guards trapped under the pillar, crying for help as they bled, Aaron clenched his teeth and said, "Leave half the men behind to rescue them. The rest follow me." Meanwhile, Lynn and the others were making their way to the castle from the other side, underground. Everyone was well aware of the pressing time. Barton, injured as he was, had even refused Buck's assistance. After a hasty makeshift bandage for his back wound, he gritted his teeth and followed the rest. In that moment, Lynn was still replaying the details of his spellcasting in his mind. Magic missiles, as a fundamental zero-tier spell, wasn't particularly difficult to learn or use. The real challenge lay in presetting the trajectories for each missile. Lynn hadn't joined the first wave of counterattacks with Johnny and the others. He had been preparing his spells. Unless 71 assisted him with targeting, controlling 12 magic missiles simultaneously was his limit. Their power was roughly equivalent to a higher-tier first circle spell. "Are you really Carl?" In the midst of the silence, Buck couldn't help but ask. "Of course," Lynn nodded. "But when did you master the Helrem formula?" Johnny was also very curious. She had handed Lynn the book Fundamental Magic for All just over an hour ago. It didn't make sense that he could learn it so quickly, did it? "Just a little while ago," Lynn casually replied. Then he suddenly remembered that he had only been studying magic for half a year in his original body. He thought he might be coming across as too confident and quickly added, "My teacher explained the principles of this formula to me before. It didn't seem too difficult." "Not difficult." A perplexed expression crossed Johnny's delicate face. If it was so easy, why had she spent several months trying to grasp it herself? Buck and Barton were convinced that their mentor, Cora, must have given Carl some extra help. "Dove, report the enemy's positions and distances." Lynn changed the subject and looked at the silent girl by his side. Although her killing of Will raised suspicions, they had no choice but to rely on her abilities in this crisis. "Enemies are everywhere, and it seems like they're trying to surround us," Dove said, her body trembling with fear. "What about Archbishop Anloke? Where is he?" Johnny suddenly inquired. "I don't know. My psychic sensing can't detect him." Dove almost burst into tears. "In that case, find a place to gather as many enemies as possible and deal with them first," Lynn calmly analyzed. Apart from the still unused Grand Archbishop, the biggest threat to them right now was the rain of arrows from the crossbowmen. If they were in an open area, a few volleys of crossbow fire would kill at least half of them. "Are you serious, Carl?" Buck's eyes widened in astonishment. They didn't even have time to escape right now, and Lynn was thinking about gathering the enemy for a counterattack. It sounded like a fairy tale. Lynn didn't reply, but instead looked at Barton, who was struggling with his bleeding back. Buck then realized that they were still carrying a wounded member who couldn't move well. It wouldn't be long before the enemy surrounded them from all sides, and once that happened, there might be no escaping at all. "How confident are you?" Johnny asked directly. "That depends on how many types of magic you guys have mastered," Lynn declared decisively. Dove's perception and Lynn's coordination, guards from several directions nearly converged on the group of wizard apprentices in a side hall of the castle simultaneously. A total of 6 squads of guards had gathered, with the mysterious and unpredictable Grand Archbishop Anloke stationed at the entrances and tending to the wounded. All of them were now assembled. Even though they outnumbered the enemy, Aaron, who had just suffered a severe setback at the hands of Lynn, didn't dare to be complacent. He ordered the guards to advance using a shield wall and crossbow formation, and then worked alongside other priests to cast supportive divine spells. Fear nullification, sacred blessing, 2 consecutive beams of white light shone. Shield-bearers, now brimming with courage and vitality, boldly advanced with their thick shields. In front of them, Buck stood alone, barring the way for the numerous shield-bearers. He lifted a counter that weighed several hundred pounds from the ground, his already muscular arms swelling once more. With superhuman strength beyond the limits of a human body, he hurled the heavy counter forward. "Kill them all." The heavy counter collided with the dense wall of shields, producing a tremendous muffled sound. Then the solid stone floor underfoot suddenly sank. This was the result of Johnny and Barton, who were hiding in the shadows, working together to cast a first circle spell, fossilized to mud. The sturdy armor had ceased to protect, and upon impact, the legs of the shield-bearers, who were standing on fine sand, immediately lost balance. The once neatly aligned shield-bearers fell to the ground, all out of place. Though it was a combined spell of two wizard apprentices, the range of its impact was still limited. Behind them, the crossbowmen had already raised their crossbows, and more than 40 sharp crossbow bolts glinted ominously, aimed at Buck. "Please, Dove, be quick." A bead of cold sweat slid down Buck's forehead as he silently prayed in his heart. This moment was the difference between life and death. Fortunately, Dove didn't disappoint him. Just as the crossbow triggers were about to be pulled, an indescribable shrill sound echoed through the castle. Soul wail. Everyone present felt as if their brains had been struck with a heavy hammer, losing all control over their bodies in that instant. Injury was sustained on both sides, and the enigmatic nature of psychic magic was unmistakable. The range of the soul wail's effect was extremely wide, but its magical power consumption was incredibly intense. It was forced to stop after only 2 seconds. Dove's figure wavered, almost falling to the ground. Johnny and the others felt a sense of unease. They had done everything they could, collectively buying them 5 seconds and gathering all the enemies together. For Lin, this was enough. Pale yellow phosphorus powder was already suspended in his palm, rapidly expanding into a huge fireball nearly half a meter tall. The yellow-white flames didn't seem particularly remarkable, but all the wizard apprentices and priests present couldn't help but shiver with a deep sense of dread. However, this massive fireball didn't target Aaron and the others. It flew into the air and disintegrated, with sparkling embers trailing behind, like a beautiful fireworks display in the sky. Buck's face turned ashen. He couldn't help but suspect that Dove's soul wail just now had interfered with Lin's spellcasting. You see, fire magic had always been concentrated for effective use. Could it be that all our efforts have been in vain? Under the watchful gaze of Buck, a shower of starfire soon rained down upon them all. Sacred Word Shield. After breaking free from the effects of the Soul Shriek, Aaron immediately cast a protective divine spell. A pure white shield materialized in the void, and the scattered starfire dots began corroding it, leaving behind small craters. Is this the power a weakened magical residue possesses, even reducing its strength by 100-fold? If the giant fireball had hit him directly earlier, Aaron was sure he wouldn't have been able to stop it. Just as he marveled, a series of shrill and agonizing screams echoed through the castle. Aaron turned to look, and he was left dumbfounded in place. Compared to the priests who practiced divine magic, the guards had yet to recover from the shock of the soul shriek, and tiny starfire dots were already sticking to their armor, shields, crossbows, and exposed limbs and faces. The horror of white phosphorus fire was soon revealed in the next moment. The faint flames, upon contact with the material, rapidly spread. Leather shoulder pads and gloves were burned through with gaping holes. The yellowish-white flames, as if attracted to flesh and blood, directly penetrated the skin beneath. Ah! A shield-bearer frantically beat at his chest, trying to extinguish the spreading white phosphorus flames. However, the result of his actions was that his arm also ignited, and in a matter of a few breaths, half of his body had turned into a torch. His companions fared even worse. Tiny flames fell directly into the gaps in their armor. The 1,000-degree heat caused them to scream in agony, and they forcibly tore off their armor, then thrust their hands into their bodies, only to pull out a bloody, flaming chunk of meat. Flesh and corpses were the best nourishment for white phosphorus flames, and the fire quickly spread. Burning sea of fire, billowing white smoke, and grotesque, terrifying soldiers. This scene was as if hell had descended to the mortal world. Devils, this must be the power of devils, flames from hell. The terrifying sight completely shattered the elite guards of Norden land, and the magic spell Banish Fear had lost all effect. A priest who had managed to avoid the flames' onslaught screamed himself hoarse, threw away his staff, and fled without looking back. Joni and the others, who were equally stunned, almost forgot Lin's advice to hold their breath and use magic to extract oxygen from the air. What kind of magic is this? Buck shivered deeply. Just getting a little closer, he could feel the pain as if his bone marrow were burning. This is fireball magic. You guys don't know it. I just made a slight modification. Lin noticed the astonished looks on everyone's faces and explained. This is considered a slight modification. Buck's expression became quite strange, as he thought Lin's understanding of the term might be different from his own. Joni, on the other hand, was beginning to suspect if Lin had already broken through the heavy barriers and become a full-fledged wizard. But Lin had only been exposed to magic for half a year, and that seemed a bit too exaggerated. Plus, their teacher Cora had always been destitute, so where would he get the money to purchase a source of magical power? Compared to the intricate thoughts of Johnny and Buck, Barton's ideas were straightforward. He realized that when these apprentice wizards united, they could be so powerful. Barton even believed that, if they all worked together, facing the church's pursuit might not be as difficult as they thought. Just as he was thinking this, a dazzling white light appeared in the distance, breaking through the flames' barriers and heading toward the group of wizard apprentices. Distracted, Barton only saw his brother, Buck, urgently opening his mouth to say something, and then he felt as if a powerful force had slammed into his body. His frail form was torn apart in midair, somersaulting several times, and then he plummeted to the ground, becoming lifeless in an instant. The sudden turn of events left Johnny and the others with frozen expressions. Buck's face contorted gradually, and he shouted hoarsely, "No, Barton!" Lynn acted as soon as the white light appeared. 12 magic missiles circled around him, drawing eerie, curved arcs in the air as they shot towards the end of the corridor. In the end, over a dozen magic missiles were blocked by an invisible wall, and all they could see were the ripples when they collided. Lynn's heart sank instantly, his gaze fixed on the other end of the sea of flames. He understood that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived, and their strength exceeded his wildest expectations. Suddenly, a melodious hymn resounded within the castle, and an invisible power gradually enveloped the whole area, causing a light rain to fall even within the enclosed indoors. This was the third circle divine magic, Song of Life. The green raindrops contained an incredibly potent divine power, gradually suppressing the hellish flames. The unrelenting and nearly all-consuming white phosphorus fire rapidly subsided, and Archbishop Anluk, dressed in a white and gilded robe, walked in at a leisurely pace. "Your Grace," Aaron, who had escaped the Starfarer's coverage by luck, shouted excitedly, though his words concealed a hint of resentment and hatred. The timing of Anluk's appearance was so clever that Aaron couldn't help but suspect that this archbishop had been watching them all along. Clearly, he and the elite guards of Norden Land were nothing more than tools for testing the opponent's strength and trump cards. Aaron's heart grew ice-cold halfway through, understanding that after this incident concluded, he, as the on-site commander, would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Anluk paid no attention to Aaron, surveyed the ground strewn with casualties, and the guards whose wills had been completely shattered. Then his pupils contracted, because the flames that had been extinguished once were showing signs of reigniting immediately after the divine magic Song of Life had ended. This was white phosphorus fire. As long as there was still oxygen in the air and something to burn, it would not stop. Do not linger, retreat. After Lynn's feigned magic missile attack failed, he made a choice without hesitation. The giant fireball he had prepared, with a casting time exceeding 5 seconds, had consumed most of the white phosphorus he had created. The remaining amount was insufficient to defeat the archbishop, who was now unleashing powerful divine magic. Johnny and Dove also understood the terror of Anluk. Despite their deep sorrow for Barton's death, they knew that at this moment the only chance for survival was to escape. But Buck, who had lost his younger brother, had gone mad. He roared with anger, picking up a relatively intact guard's corpse from the ground as a shield and charged towards Anluk. Buck paid no heed and lunged forward with a ferocious expression. Praise Allah, holy light impact. Archbishop Anluk slowly incanted, casting a second-tier divine spell. Dazzling white light erupted once again. This time, the body that stood as a shield in front of him was directly turned into a bloody mist, and the terrifying shockwave sent Buck flying effortlessly. Archbishop Anluk raised his staff to continue his spellcasting to deal a fatal blow. In the critical moment, Dove intervened. A sharp, piercing screech, like the sound of death echoing from hell, momentarily disrupted Archbishop Anluk's actions, but only for a moment. Flames touch, phosphorus fireball spell. Lynn and Johnny, who had covered their ears in advance, simultaneously unleashed their most potent magic. 2 scorching flames surged toward Archbishop Anluk, forcing the archbishop to switch from attack to defensive magic. Third-tier divine spell, Holy Barrier. An invisible barrier stood in front of Archbishop Anluk, effortlessly fending off the assault of the flames. However, the white phosphorus flames clung to it, slowly but steadily corroding the surface of the invisible barrier. Roar. Buck, who had been severely injured and knocked down moments ago, stood up again. His bloodshot eyes and his increasingly bestial features were even more apparent. At this moment, Buck, like a giant bear standing upright, charged into the burning sea of flames. His hair and robes were quickly engulfed by the white phosphorus flames. The pain of being burned at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees was enough to make anyone go mad, but Buck paid no heed. From the moment he used the magic transformation spell as an apprentice wizard, the process of his transformation had become irreversible, and breaking Archbishop Anluk's protective divine spell by his own strength was an impossible feat. "Johnny, Cora, you go first. I'll stay behind to avenge Barton," Buck roared while smacking his hand against the holy barrier in front of him. Ripples appeared on the invisible barrier, and Archbishop Anluk used a divine spell to send Buck flying. "We're going." Lynn glanced at Buck, covered in white phosphorus flames, without hesitation. There was no way to save him now. After knocking Buck away, Archbishop Anluk stood in front of the only exit. Having suffered so many losses, he would not easily let Lynn and the others escape. "Repent before the great Lord, followers of the devil." Archbishop Anluk raised the episcopal staff in his hand and chanted loudly, "Praise Allah, Holy Spirit's light." A dazzling light wave, emanating from the staff as its center, spread out in a semicircular shape. It was unstoppable and unavoidable, as the divine spell's range covered most of the side chamber. However, Lynn was not a person without an escape plan. In fact, he had prepared for an escape strategy in case of a crisis before entering the side chamber. Lynn, Dove, and Johnny simultaneously pressed their hands on the ground. Zero-tier magic, basic material deconstruction. The solid floor instantly cracked, and 3 fine cracks spread like a spider's web, finally connecting. Before the terrifying white light arrived, the ground beneath their feet had already collapsed. The failed Holy Spirit's light passed through the collapsed cavity and struck the wall behind it, causing a series of explosions that soon reverberated through the castle. After the dust and debris settled, Archbishop Anluk's expression became quite ugly as he looked at the collapsed cavity inside the side chamber. Roar! A hoarse roar came from the side. Due to being thrown out by the earlier attack, Buck was not within the reach of Holy Spirit's light. However, at this moment, he had already lost his human appearance and transformed into a robust giant bear, with his skin still covered in white phosphorus flames. Under the burned flesh, you could vaguely see his white bones. Even so, Buck continued to charge forward, fueled by his thirst for revenge. Archbishop Anluk frowned. He didn't have time to waste on a dying wizard apprentice. He extended his hand, and the fallen sand and stones quickly gathered and combined with the shattered armor on the ground to create 2 huge stone statues, each standing at 3 meters tall. This was a second-tier divine spell, Summon Guardian of the Spirit Realm. After the 2 stone statues were assembled, they separated. One of them swung its fist and knocked the giant bear Buck down, while the other jumped into the collapsed hole in the ground. Thankfully, this place isn't too high. With the falling debris as a cushion, Lynn, with the combined effort of the 3, successfully used the basic material deconstruction to break through the ground and reach the castle's basement. Lynn looked around. It seemed like a weapons storage room, with numerous weapons and swords piled on racks around them. In addition, there were many empty crates, probably where treasures were stored previously, but had been taken by the castle's owner when he fled. After confirming the environment, Lynn immediately turned his attention to his 2 companions. Johnny was in relatively good condition, with severe magical exhaustion being his main issue. However, Dove was in a different state. After using Soul Scream twice in a row, she, despite being a rare psychic, could hardly stand. "Johnny, how far is it from here to the underground canal?" Lynn asked. "Follow this path, keep going, and we should be able to reach it in no more than 3 minutes, Johnny replied, helping Dove to her feet. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly made up his mind. "Next, we can split up. You lead Dove, and I'll try to divert Archbishop Anluk." Johnny was well aware that they couldn't outrun Archbishop Anluk. Continuing like this would inevitably lead to capture. Although he had expended a considerable amount of magic in the previous battle, Dove could still cast 2 more upper-tier first-tier spells with the help of magic hands. This could buy them some time. The silver-haired witch lowered her head, and her red lips had traces of blood from biting down. She had promised her mentor Cora that she would safely bring everyone back to the land of the wizards. But now, Kent was dead, Will was dead, Buck and Barton had fallen right in front of her, and she couldn't do anything. "You might be a little late with that suggestion," Lynn said, looking up. In just that moment, there were already violent explosions from above, followed by a colossal stone statue, about 3 meters tall and clad in armor, crashing down from the hole above. "Let's go." Lynn grabbed Johnny and Dove by the arms, pulling them out of the falling debris zone and shouting loudly. He had been forced to use the white phosphorus flames, originally meant for covering their escape, to save Buck before. His magical energy was now depleted by more than half. Facing Archbishop Anluk once again, he had no chance of winning. The massive and heavy guardian of the spirit realm fell to the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble. Then it stretched its stone arms and took large strides toward the 3 of them. Lynn's expression tightened, and he was about to evade when a warning sound suddenly rang in his mind. Warning: detected severe illegal activities by the agreed target, suspected of using chemical weapons to cause mass casualties of a highly heinous nature. The criminal acts have been recorded. Before the federal police arrive, you will have 1 opportunity for an online statement. Warning: no signal. Warning: not connected to the network. Please find a signal source promptly. Lynn's face displayed a mix of astonishment and joy. After reading the message and understanding its content, the corners of their mouth twitched involuntarily. What a ridiculous AI. I don't need an online narration. Turn off the warning sound and report the remaining energy, Lynn silently commanded in their mind. Remaining energy, 19.5%. Significant increase in energy density detected in the vicinity, with an estimated increase of 1% in energy reserves per hour. So fast, Lynn couldn't help but be surprised. An increase of 1% per hour meant the energy would be full in about 4 days, but it had been 5 days since the system was last shut down. Lynn glanced at the smart brain's notification once more. A significant increase in energy density. It couldn't possibly be related to the castle beneath their feet. It could only be the influence of Monday. Cora. Lynn was contemplating this when Johnny's shout interrupted their thoughts. A 3-meter-tall spirit guard rushed towards them, wielding a sledgehammer, ready to strike. Entering overload mode 3 seconds. Lynn didn't turn around but silently uttered in their mind. In the next moment, a massive influx of data streamed into Lynn's mind. With a powerful leap, they used the reaction force to soar into the air, narrowly avoiding the heavy sledgehammer. Then they landed on the stout arm of the spirit guard, pulled out a sharp witch hunter's sword, and embedded it into a crack in the statue's neck, pinning it firmly to the wall behind. However, this strike clearly couldn't completely shatter the statue. Lynn didn't force it, and after temporarily restricting the spirit guard's movement, deactivated the overload mode. They swiftly grabbed Johnny, who hadn't reacted yet, and continued their escape. The smart brain's energy was now less than 20%, and it needed to be conserved for more critical situations. The group ran like mad, and after about 10 seconds, the sound of the giant statue's footsteps trembling the floor rang out again. Dove, who was holding onto Johnny's arm, trembled continuously, sobbing softly. I'm sorry, Johnny, Carl, you knew from the beginning that Will had betrayed us, didn't you? Lynn glanced at Dove with certainty. Tonight, when tracking Will, Lynn had sensed that something was amiss. Will's behavior on his way to the storage room was too peculiar. Dove, who was on night watch, had probably been using the Grey Jays to monitor the entire castle. However, Will showed no vigilance at all and didn't even glance around the windows or corners. This was clearly irrational, unless Will was confident that there would be no consequences even if the Grey Jays discovered him. Can you tell me the reason? Johnny asked, gripping Dove's delicate hand tightly. She couldn't believe Dove would do something as treacherous as this. Dove's nose twitched as she spoke with a tearful voice, her tone choked with emotion. 3 nights ago, when it was Will's turn for night watch, she released the Grey Jays for patrol as usual. But to her surprise, she discovered that Will was secretly reporting the situation here to the church through an alchemical array. Why didn't you tell us about this? Johnny asked. But Will had already discovered me. He said the church knew my identity. If I dared to tell you, my parents, my brother, and sisters would all be bound to the stake and burned to death. Dove's face showed a look of fear, and she sobbed as she spoke. Johnny fell silent. For apprentices like them, family safety was indeed a significant concern. That was why in their situation, it was a taboo to inquire about each other's true identities. They couldn't even be sure if they were using real names. Clearly, he lied to you. Perhaps Will didn't know your true identity, or maybe he intended to take all the credit himself, Lynn calmly remarked. From Will's hands-on approach, it was apparent that his words were likely just a ruse. Otherwise, he could have used this to manipulate Dove into doing more for him. Of course, it was also possible that Will planned to keep all the credit for himself. The more he did, the more the church might see his sincerity and pardon him as a faithful follower of the church. Do you want to survive, Dove? I have a method that might deal with Archbishop Anlook, Lynn suddenly asked. Before Johnny could respond, Dove, her eyes brimming with tears, nodded. Yes, she didn't want to die. Then tell me everything you know about magic. I need to know the principles and methods of their use, Lynn said bluntly. What are you planning? Johnny asked, surprised. I think it's not too late to start learning from now on, right? Lynn said seriously. Now that 71 had been restarted, it was time to bring things to a close. Chased all the way and having witnessed the deaths of Buck and Barton, Lynn was now burning with anger. But was there really time? Johnny couldn't believe it, but after hesitating for a moment, he began explaining. Touched by flame, fossil to mud, icy veil, minor fiery grasp. As Cora's most valued disciple, Johnny mastered a dozen or so first-year spells, while Dove knew very few, only 2 highly specialized spiritual spells. It was said that only a few apprentices with spiritual talents could master them. Considering the urgency of time, Lynn didn't get greedy. They selectively memorized a few and began practicing them in their mind with the help of the smart brain. Lynn's composed appearance also infected Johnny and Dove, boosting their confidence in defeating Archbishop Anlook. As the 3 advanced, the sound of rushing water reached them from the front, and the gentle breeze carried a hint of moisture. What they saw was a rapidly flowing underground river. The turbulent water gushed from underground continuously, passing through a long tunnel directly leading outside the castle. Holy light impact. Lynn and Johnny hadn't reached the riverbank yet when a white light shot out from behind them. Icy Veil X2 Johnny and Lynn exchanged a glance and simultaneously raised their hands. Two walls of ice crystals shot up from the ground, jointly blocking this second-tier divine spell. The two walls of ice crystals disintegrated instantly, and the shards fell like hail. Now, what do we do? Johnny asked anxiously, looking at Lynn. The escape route was right in front of them, but once they were swept into the swift current, they would have no means to resist Archbishop Anluk's attacks. It's simple. Lynn glanced at Johnny and, without warning, took the girl's sword off her waist. To Johnny's surprise, Lynn pushed her directly into the swift current. The cold river water engulfed her nose and mouth, quickly soaking her entire body. Johnny keenly felt the massive inertial force of the swiftly flowing water, forcefully pulling her toward the exit. Through the blurry curtain of water, Johnny vaguely saw Lynn's mouth moving, as if bidding a final farewell. Then a heavy object was thrown in her direction. Dove, who was in a panic. Watching the two being carried away by the current, Lynn wasn't particularly concerned about the safety of the two witches. After all, a wizard who could control oxygen wouldn't drown in the water. Lynn simply added the unspoken second part in their mind. It's simple, just don't get in my way here. Such a touching scene. Archbishop Anluk's figure appeared at the other end of the corridor, accompanied by a massive spirit realm guardian walking in step beside him. Watching Johnny and Dove being carried towards the exit by the rushing current, Anluk had no intention of stopping them. After all, the wizard standing in his way would not let him succeed. If the scene were a bit different, this would almost be a reenactment of the Battle of Nordland. I believe you may have misunderstood something. Lynn turned around, his gaze piercing, fixed on Archbishop Anluk standing at the end of the corridor. He extended his right hand, and a trace of white phosphorus remaining on the surface of his pouch was separated by the influence of the mage's hand. First, it needed to be recorded. Recalling Johnny's earlier explanation, Lynn instantly entered an overload mode and cast a Tier 0 spell Basic Material Deconstruction Magic. The fine white phosphorus powder rapidly disintegrated, returning to its basic molecular state. Then came the magic mimicry. A large amount of magic flowed into his palm, just like cell division. The white phosphorus suspended in his hand multiplied, eventually surging into a huge fireball. Deconstruct and record an element, then mimic it with magic. This was the essence of how a true wizard could cast spells without materials. Typically, mastering an element would take weeks or even months, but with the immense computational power provided by the intellect engine, Lynn reduced this time to just 3 seconds. A new rune was quickly etched into his mind, the white phosphorus fireball spell. Looking at the fiery sphere in Lynn's hand, Archbishop Anluk halted his advance. Having witnessed the terrifying power of white phosphorus, he naturally didn't dare to underestimate it. He immediately employed his most potent protective spell, the Sacred Barrier. An invisible barrier, as strong as a fortress wall, stood before him. However, Lynn's white phosphorus fire bypassed it and crashed into the entrance behind. A violent explosion erupted in the next moment, accompanied by a burst of rising flames. The entrance behind them was now engulfed in the horrifying white phosphorus blaze. Archbishop Anluk was taken aback for a moment, but once he realized Lynn's intent, his expression became extremely grim. It was evident that the wizard in front of him didn't just want to protect his companions and let them escape. By sealing off his retreat, it meant he was preparing to eliminate him right here. Very well. Realizing this, Archbishop Anluk's anger flared up. The massive spirit realm guardian at his side made heavy strides and charged forward. Lynn, standing before the spirit realm guardian, was like a mantis trying to stop a speeding car, but Lynn's expression remained calm, with no intention of dodging. He was silently counting in his mind, 3, 2, 1, mud to stone. Just as the spirit realm guardian rushed to him, about to deliver a powerful punch, Lynn bent down to evade and pressed his palm to the ground. The solid ground instantly transformed into soft sand. The massive, heavy stone statue lost its balance as it stepped onto the soft ground and tumbled into the fast-flowing water behind. The massive water spray had not yet hit the ground when it disintegrated into the most basic elements. Then, infused with magic, it condensed into dozens of shimmering ice blades, speeding away at an unimaginable pace. Taking advantage of the terrain, Lynn used a Tier 2 spell for the first time, Group Frost Blades. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Archbishop Anluk couldn't react in time, and the spirit realm guardian sank beneath the water, while the ice blades, swift as flying locusts, collided with the sacred barrier. How could a Tier 2 offensive spell triumph over a Tier 3 defensive divine art? Lynn quickly provided the answer, as dozens of frost blades precisely struck 3 specific points on the invisible barrier. Ripples spread across the intangible surface, accelerating as they went, first forming hairline cracks, then swiftly expanding until the invisible barrier shattered. This was breaking point with pinpoint accuracy. Archbishop Anluk's face completely changed, and he couldn't help but take a step back, raising his staff and using his second Tier 3 divine art, Divine Light of the Spirit. The dazzling light emitted an aura of death as it spread forward in a semicircular fashion. Just 5 minutes ago, Lin had fled from this very spell in a sorry state, but he was no longer the same. White phosphorus flamed demon's hand. Lin raised his hand, and the terrifying white phosphorus flames ignited once again, forming a colossal hand resembling an ancient demon. This hand clashed with the blinding light wave. This ordinary Tier 1 advanced spell, in Lin's hands, unleashed unimaginable power. The blazing fire surged into the sky, causing the entire castle to tremble violently. In the white smoke and the glare of shattered stones, Archbishop Anluk faintly saw something shining in midair. Upon approaching, he realized it was a sword, and the swordbearer Lin was already right in front of him. Clang, the sharp longsword collided with the gilded staff, emitting a sharp and unpleasant thud. What was the best way to deal with a priest who could use divine arts? Close combat, of course. But Lin quickly realized that his accumulated experience from games and novels didn't apply this time, because Archbishop Anluk effortlessly blocked his full-strength attack with just one hand on his staff. Could this be what they called a close combat priest? Cold sweat formed on Lin's forehead. He lowered his head to evade Archbishop Anluk's powerful strike. Feeling the whistling sound created by the staff passing above his head, Lin estimated that this strike had an impact force of at least 1.5 tons or more. This reminded Lin of the witch hunter he had encountered earlier. Were all the church's members human-shaped dinosaurs? Fortunately, due to years of a luxurious lifestyle, even though Archbishop Anluk had taken divine elixirs, his close combat skills were still far from satisfactory. Combat wasn't just about brute strength. After 3 or 4 exchanges, Lin instantly calculated the staff's landing point. His longsword pierced in at a clever angle, leaving a fierce gash on Archbishop Anluk's chest. Archbishop Anluk was both shocked and furious. He didn't hesitate to use a Tier 2 divine art, Holy Light Impact, even though the two were in extremely close quarters. Dazzling white light erupted, and Lin and Archbishop Anluk were both blasted away by a powerful shockwave. Lin, with a weaker physique, was sent flying more than 10 meters away. However, at the moment of casting the divine art, he had created an ice shield outside his body to mitigate most of the impact, preventing himself from falling into the swift-flowing river behind. On the other side, Archbishop Anluk had directly taken the blow from his own divine art. His splendid gilded robes were torn and tattered, and the grotesque wound on his chest ruptured once again. Holy word, shield, divine blessing, dispelling fear, sacred barrier, wall of light. In the face of successive life-threatening situations, the terrified Archbishop Anluk didn't even tend to his injuries first. Instead, he cast one protective divine art after another, turning himself into a turtle shell. Hello there, we've just hit the fantastic milestone of 20 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. It had been 5 days of complete silence since the last shutdown of the AI brain. Lin Yun had no intention of going through that again, and the previous battles had depleted nearly 90% of his magical power. However, despite the daunting difference in power, a faint smile graced Lin Yun's lips. He had gained the upper hand in this battle. White phosphorus, a forbidden weapon in modern warfare, had a terrifying quality apart from its ability to burn everything. It was its insidious toxicity. This was precisely why he had sent Dove and Johnny away and instructed everyone to hold their breath during the fight. It was to prevent them from succumbing to the poison. However, the situation was different when facing Archbishop Anluk. The widespread use of white phosphorus fireball art and Hand of the Flame Demon aimed to fill the enclosed space with toxic gas. Close-quarters combat would exhaust Anluk's stamina and manipulate the air, forcing him to inhale the poisonous gas more intensely. It had been about the right amount of time, and even a genuine humanoid dragon would find it extremely challenging to endure until now. As Lin Yun had expected, Anluk, who was hiding in the turtle shell, had noticed the weakening sensations throughout his body. He felt dizzy and feverish, and his vision was gradually blurring. It seemed like his strength was being gradually sapped away. What kind of magic was this? In an instant, Anluk thought of the four-ring magic known as the Harvest of Death. This terrifying magic could turn an area into a forbidden zone for the living in a matter of seconds. But if the opponent was a great wizard capable of using four-ring magic, it meant that he was already dead during their confrontation, so it could only be poison. Anluk immediately realized this possibility. For example, the three-ring magic toxic domain could create a large area of yellow-green poison mist with very distinctive characteristics. Now it was too late to cast the dispelling magic for the poison. Lin Yun was not about to let go of the most vulnerable moment of his enemy. He immediately pushed all his remaining magical power into it. Magic barrage. In an instant, 36 magic missiles floated in the air. Lin Yun even reactivated the 3-second overload mode, quickly adjusting their trajectories. Facing Anluk's turtle shell-like tactics, Lin Yun had no intention of confronting it head-on. Instead, he chose to evade the most challenging, holy barrier, using the flexibility of the magic missiles. He attacked from the weak points and sent this Nordland leader and archbishop straight to hell. After 25 years, Anluk once again felt the impending sense of death. At this life-or-death moment, Anluk appeared strangely calm. He had no doubt that he would die today, but before that he could do one last thing, send this devilish disciple, who was young but already a 3-ring wizard, straight to hell. Great Lord of the stars, goddess of the moon, creator of the earth and life, your humble servant prays here and offers up this body. I beseech the projection of the Supreme Lord to descend upon this place. Anluk chanted fervently, and with each verse his face aged by a year. His skin became wrinkled, white hair hung down from his forehead to his eyes, and his voice grew lower and more hoarse. In a trance, it was as if a sacred hymn resonated in the enclosed underground space, gradually overshadowing Anluk's voice. In no time, the entire space began to shake violently. God summoning, ritual. Lin Yun exclaimed, barely managing to utter the words through clenched teeth. Upon arriving in this otherworldly realm and discovering that the priests of the church possessed true divine magic, the thing that Lin was most worried about and least willing to face was the God-summoning ritual. The beings referred to as gods were not to be underestimated, even if it was just a projection that couldn't carry much power. A single gesture from it could flick you to death, shaking the gods when you can't beat them. Is this still a human? Lin inwardly cursed and launched the preset magic missiles without daring to look back at Archbishop Anluk's fate. He promptly jumped into the swift underground river behind him. More than 30 magic missiles followed their original path, avoiding the sturdy holy barrier, and hit Anluk directly, colliding with a mysterious force. The successive explosions were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The underground space, which had endured countless trials, quickly disintegrated. Huge multi-ton stones continuously detached from the ceiling, crashing down to the ground and into the river, engulfing everything in rolling smoke and dust. At this moment, Lin had been swept into the turbulent water. Being a land dweller who had lived in the central region of the Federation for years, Lin had no experience in swimming. His nearly depleted magical power and physical strength had stripped him of any chance to struggle. He could only allow the strong current to pull his body downward relentlessly. However, there was not a trace of worry on Lin's face. In his previous life as a data archivist, he knew very well how a non-swimmer could survive in fast-flowing water. First and foremost, he needed to remain calm. That was the foundation of everything. Then he needed to make full use of the buoyancy of the water itself. As everyone knows, the density of the human body is greater than that of water, and the gravitational force exerted on it is greater than the buoyancy, which is why people gradually sink when they fall into the water. However, before he jumped, Lin had already taken a deep breath. Then he relaxed his body as much as possible, adjusted his center of gravity, and increased the contact area with the water's surface by lying on his back. This way, as long as he held his breath and reached a slightly calmer area in the water, he would naturally float on the surface. Based on this theory, Lin maintained a very standard supine posture. Even as his body slowly sank, he paid it no mind, thinking it was just the influence of the water current. But as the depth of his descent increased, a hint of panic crept into Lin's heart. Could it be that my backstroke posture isn't standard enough? 71, what's going on? Lin couldn't help but shout in his mind. The AI brain's prompt tone sounded immediately. According to Section 32, Article 7 of the Federal Diving Safety Guidelines, beginners practicing diving should not carry heavy objects, sir. Lin glanced down at the steel longsword hanging from his waist and then continued sinking to the riverbed. Since the troublesome longsword had been borrowed from Johnny, Lin had hesitated to part with it. Instead, he had spent 2 hours learning to swim and doggy paddle under the guidance of his smart brain. 71, next time we encounter a situation like this, you should alert me in advance, Lin said, struggling to swim and avoid colliding with the protruding rocks ahead. In accordance with Directive Target 17 hours, 23 minutes, 50 seconds ago, the warning tone has been disabled. Well, then turn it back on for me now, Lin blurted out without thinking, and immediately regretted it. You have an unprocessed criminal record. Do you wish to make an online defense statement? Lin sighed in resignation, almost facing the projected divine being. He couldn't help but wish that a federal officer would fly him out of this wicked medieval realm. Perhaps he'd even receive a substantial reward for being the first to discover extraterrestrial life on a planet. But alas, this fantasy was destined to remain unfulfilled. Before his time travel, the range of federal spacecraft was limited to the solar system and lacked the capability for interstellar travel. Furthermore, there was no signal, which was odd. Lin, who understood the logic of his smart brain's operation very well, suddenly spoke. 71, based on the current information, identify the star I'm on. The planet has been detected to possess an unknown energy called magic, and it is beyond the signal tower coverage of Uranus. The current location is predicted to be in an unknown galaxy outside the Milky Way Orion arm, the solar system, and it cannot be determined if it's in the same universe. In that case, please describe the definition of protecting extraterrestrial life in the Intelligent Management Act, Lin inquired again. The Intelligent Management Act contains no provisions for the protection of extraterrestrial life. 71's response was concise. As the federal exploration of the cosmos had yet to discover extraterrestrial civilizations, there was no need for any provisions in the Intelligent Management Act to protect extraterrestrial life. So you mean that aliens have no rights, right? In fact, I haven't committed any crimes, Lin said earnestly. The high-speed operation of the smart brain seemed to stutter for a moment. After consuming 1,000th of its energy for computation, it provided an answer. The logical chain is valid and the criminal record has been erased. Hearing this, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that no matter what he did in the future, he wouldn't be bothered by annoying warning tones anymore. After all, federal law couldn't reach this otherworldly realm. Lin secretly resolved that when he became a full-fledged wizard, capable of freely using magic, he would research whether he could modify this artificial intelligence. Just as Lin was lost in thought, a sea of twinkling lights appeared on the vast expanse of water. As he got closer, a towering city wall came into view, and the previously seen lights turned out to be bonfires used for illumination on the battlements. After a day of drifting on the water, Lin's mood was slightly excited as he finally saw something different. However, he decided not to approach recklessly. Instead, he opted to land nearby and explore this place tomorrow. The commotion from the battle outside the town of Ul had been quite substantial, and not all the people had been annihilated. The news had likely spread by now. Lin had no doubt that the entire Nordland territory was under strict martial law. His hair color, age, and physique were all distinctive signs that could easily get him arrested if he didn't do some kind of disguise. Therefore, Lin changed his swimming style from effortless backstroke to less proficient doggy paddle as he prepared to make his way to shore first. Just then, something heavy dropped from the towering city wall in front of him. Accompanied by a dull thud, a splash of water shot high into the air. Ripples on the water's surface gradually expanded, indicating that something was struggling beneath. A person. Lin's pupils contracted slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he swam over swiftly. Although it seemed like a crime scene, he happened to need someone to answer some questions. Water splashed everywhere, and the clear lake had already been stained red. Lin became even more certain of his earlier suspicions. Before he could provide any rescue, a hand reached out from the lake bottom and tried to pull him down. This was a common stress response for drowning victims and could sometimes drag rescuers down with them. Fortunately, Lin didn't have to worry about oxygen and was able to swim to the shore while holding onto the other person's collar. An hour later, inside a natural cave outside the city, a roaring fire gradually lit up, providing both illumination and dispelling the night's chill. During the interval while his clothes dried, Lin turned to look at the young man he had rescued. This young man appeared to be around 18 or 19, with an ordinary face and hair color strikingly similar to his own. What made Lin sigh in frustration was the deep scar on the young man's chest, which seemed to be the result of a knife wound that pierced his heart. Had he known, he might have left him alone. He had put in so much effort and, after all, ended up saving a lifeless body. Lin shook his head in resignation, but still went through the routine of searching the body. After all, this was likely a noble's offspring, and who knew what valuable items he might find. 3 gold coins over 10 silver coins, a few exquisite trinkets, and a book with no name on the water-damaged cover were all the young man had in his possession. For a noble's offspring, this seemed quite meager, but for Lin, it was an unexpected windfall. In the Sekka's Empire, a copper coin could buy a dark loaf of bread, which, along with water, could provide a meal's sustenance. The exchange rate between silver and copper coins fluctuated around 180, and the exchange rate between gold and silver was over 100, even higher in times of war. After all, gold was considered a rare element throughout the universe, with very limited reserves. However, since these items were still with the body, it was unlikely that the motive for the murder was simple robbery. Lin tossed the coins in his hand. He wasn't a professional detective, but after examining the wound on the victim's chest, his expression suddenly froze. Then, he mimicked holding a dagger with his right hand and tried to stab himself in the chest at a similar angle. The angle of the wound was exactly the same. This is suicide. Lin immediately realized this possibility. After thinking for a moment, he reached for the book he had overlooked and gently lifted the water-damaged pages. The writing was scribbled but deep, as if it had been carved into the paper. "Perhaps without me, everything will get better. No matter how many times I try, I can't make it through the selection. Why do you look at me with those hopeful eyes, Father?" It's that time again in the July of the 824th year of the Holy Calendar, the third night selection. Against Turl, defeated in 27 seconds once again. "Do you hate me, Ivana? I can understand your feelings, a failure like me stealing your opportunity. If only things could be reversed, why not? Perhaps I shouldn't exist at all." Time flowed slowly, and the fire in the cave flickered until the last bit of dry wood was consumed. The sudden darkness interrupted Lin's thoughts, and with a wave of his hand, the piled twigs and fallen leaves levitated and nestled into the firewood, which now sparkled with starry flames. In the next moment, the crimson flames leaped again, and Lin flipped through the diary in his hand. No, to describe it as a diary might not be quite accurate. This was the record of an ordinary noble youth, one without exceptional talents, who documented his hidden fears, self-doubt, resentment, and pain on these pages. Lot Pedral, Lin pronounced the youth's name. There was no doubt that this was a classic case of too much expectation driving someone to madness, but what he saw was even more complex than that. Lot's father was a baron in the Sekaz Empire, the kind of nobility that had long since fallen from grace, with only a title to their name. They were the sort who had to rely on their dwindling savings to maintain a semblance of noble stature. Just like every set of parents who hoped their child would rise to greatness, Baron Pedral had placed all his hopes for family revival on his son's shoulders. Noble offspring like them, if they could pass the night assessment before the age of 20 and remain steadfast in their faith, were eligible to become priests or clerics, which was undoubtedly the best way to change the fate of their family. For this reason, Lot had been subjected to rigorous training from a young age, with the goal of becoming a member of the clergy through the knight's assessment. The Pedral Baron even spent a fortune to hire formal knights to hone Lot's combat skills. However, Lot's talents were lackluster, and no amount of hard work could change that. In the entire Nordland region, there were only 3 slots for priests and clerics each year. Many aspired for those positions, and among them were individuals who were more dedicated, more talented than Lot, and even more influential. Thus, from the age of 16, all he received were repeated disappointments. Faced with the disparity between his family's expectations and the harsh reality, Lot gradually became introverted, almost silent to the extreme. His younger sister, Ivana, was the opposite, possessing decent talent. She had mastered swordsmanship not weaker than Lot's through continuous observation and sparring with formal knights. However, for Baron Pedral, Ivana's displayed talent was merely a small surprise. In the Sekaz Empire, there were precedents of noble women, but those were usually exceptional cases where male heirs were absent. Otherwise, daughters were typically tools used for political marriages to enhance family influence. Investing significant resources in their upbringing was not a wise decision. After all, the preservation of the noble bloodline was fundamental. Selecting a female as the heir meant the risk of losing everything the family had accumulated. Lot, unable to bear the pressure and expectations, was probably trying to force Baron Pedral to make a decision with his own death. In Lin's view, Lot's choice was undoubtedly a foolish move. He had some understanding of these noble personalities. From the description of Baron Pedral's character in the diary, it was clear that upon hearing of Lot's death, he would only be concerned about whether he could still produce another son or adopt a promising heir from a collateral branch. Ivana would forever be the last resort. As for individuals like the previous host, Karl, who were bastards, they were in an even more pitiful situation. Unless the family line was about to end completely, they wouldn't get anything. The diary, spanning over 100 pages, was quickly turned to the last page. Lin was somewhat touched by the experiences of this noble youth, but what truly caught his attention was a term mentioned in the diary. Useless ones, Lin muttered to himself. He had thought he would no longer hear that term in this new world. After all, even a farmer tilling the fields here had some value in their exploitation. Lin let out a slow breath, reorganizing his scattered thoughts, and then turned to look at Lot's lifeless body. Since he had accepted the young man's belongings, he should take the time to give him a proper burial. 71. How much energy reserve do we have now? Lin inquired in his mind. Remaining energy, 12.3%. Energy concentration is continuously decreasing. Estimated increase in energy reserve, 1% every 10 hours. As expected, Lin checked the faintly lit sky and wasn't surprised by this. Just as he had guessed, the moon's phases affected the activity of magic. After a night of rest, his stamina and magical energy were almost back to their peak. From Lot's diary, Lin also gained a crucial piece of information. He was in the harbor town of Nordland, which meant that the underground river in the castle directly flowed into the Misty Sea. Unfortunately, he had sent Johnny and Dove away ahead of time to deal with Archbishop Anlook, so he couldn't be sure where the two witches had drifted to. If they were proficient swimmers, they could land anywhere, unlike him, who was left drifting along with the current, slowly learning to swim. In the absence of communication, finding two living persons in the entire Nordland region wouldn't be easy. Avoiding the church's pursuit was also a significant problem. Lin pondered for a long time, and a name suddenly popped into his mind: Lame Loud. Regardless of where Johnny and Dove were headed, if they were planning to make their way to the land of the wizards, they would inevitably arrive in the harbor town. Lin needed to find a way to contact Lame Loud, so all he needed to do now was to find this person. Lin stood up and looked at the towering city walls in the distance. The only problem left was how to safely enter the harbor town. 71. Retrieve information about disguise and transformation techniques, preferably those that can be done with simple materials. Lin glanced at Lot, whose physique and hair color were remarkably similar to his own. Perhaps he could temporarily borrow the young man's identity to deceive the guards of the harbor town. If he remembered correctly, besides basic disguise techniques, the foundations of universal magic in the book also had a spell that could handle this situation. Thanks to the temporary calm brought about by the effects of Moonday, the deadly whirlpool known as the Eye of Death had stilled. Countless cargo ships laden with spices and ores were now able to sail directly to the capital city of the Sekka's empire, Vikniel. This was the busiest time for the harbor. However, this year was somewhat different. To capture the devilish cultists causing chaos in the Nordlands territory, the entrance to the harbor town had extra guard posts. Caravans had to line up and endure inspections amid a chorus of complaints. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin, who was skillfully disguised, felt somewhat nervous. He continued to adjust his voice, attempting to mimic the struggling and shouting he had heard during the rescue last night. It wasn't a particularly challenging task. The essence of sound was nothing more than waves propagating through mediums like air, causing vibrations in the eardrum. 71 had already recorded Lot's vocal characteristics. All Lin had to do was imitate it. Now it was time to test his composure. With mixed feelings, Lin, adopting the most natural demeanor, crossed the line of waiting caravans, nodded at the guards, and stepped into the harbor town. A few station guards hesitated but did not dare to intervene. Who was that just now? Priest Adan, stationed at the checkpoint, noticed Lin's departure and furrowed his brows, asking. That was his lordship Lot, the son of Baron Pedral. He's been quite generous to the church in recent years, probably to ensure Lot's smooth passage through the knighthood test. I remember him a bit, the guard truthfully replied. On the other side, Lin, who had successfully entered the harbor town, was now drenched in cold sweat. At the moment he passed the guard post, he even prepared for a physical altercation. Fortunately, everything went as planned. His current identity was the legitimate son of a hereditary baron. While it might not mean much in all of Nordland in the small harbor town, this status offered him significant advantages. Having passed the most challenging test, Lin was able to ease his guarded posture somewhat. However, the unfamiliarity of the harbor town soon became a headache. He had to spend a considerable amount of time wandering the harbor, silently committing every location to memory, all while pretending to be familiar with the surroundings. After hours of wandering, Lin carefully entered a shop with a circular emblem on its facade. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the emblem of Lame Loud's gang, known as the Gang of the Ships. The shop's owner was an elderly halfling. As Lin stepped inside, he was busy moving a large barrel of heavy yellow-black ore to the other end of the room. Due to his short stature, the heavy iron barrel pressed against the halfling's face and constantly swayed as he walked. The small pieces of ore on top quickly tumbled to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin stepped forward to lend a hand, and together they piled the ore from the large barrel into a corner. Thank you so much. Guest, the elderly halfling, speaking with a pronounced nasal tone, vigorously wiped his dust-covered hands on his pants before turning to Lin and said, All right, let's get down to business. Welcome to Bill's little shop. I mean, what can I help you with, Lord Lot? After getting a good look at Lin's appearance, the halfling Bill's casual attitude immediately turned obsequious. He practically lunged toward the counter and retrieved several ornate boxes from a drawer, each containing red and blue gemstones. You can have a look at these. They're the finest goods this year. And we also have a whole shipment of exquisite spices that you won't find anywhere else, Bill rambled on. Lin, on the other hand, waved his hand with a lack of interest, interrupting the halfling's words. I'm not here to buy anything. Quite the opposite. I have a valuable shipment that I want to send through the Sea of Mists to reach Vicnial. I heard that you have the ability to arrange a ship for long voyages and ensure the safety of the cargo. Is that right? Lin asked tentatively. Of course, everyone in the harbor town knows the reputation of the gang of the ships, and even those vile pirates wouldn't dare to intercept our vessels. Bill puffed out his unruly beard and assured Lin. But renting an entire ship for cargo transport requires a lot of crew and guards. Bill cautiously observed Lin's reaction, ready to determine the price based on his expression. This was a golden opportunity to make a big profit. Money is not a problem. Lin said without hesitation, tossing out a substantial sum. Then with Bill's exuberant expression, he changed his tone and continued, "However, this shipment is of utmost importance. I need to meet Loud in person, preferably face to face." Bill's expression became somewhat hesitant. "What? Do you think I'm not qualified to meet Lame Loud?" Lin furrowed his brow and his tone grew stern. No, 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 Bill shook his head frantically. He definitely didn't dare to say that. After a moment of hesitation, Bill looked around and cautiously said, "In fact, very few people in the gang of the ships know the entire truth. Mr. Loud is currently not in the harbor town." "How convenient." Lin clearly hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing the halfling in front of him with a suspicious look before asking, "Do you know where he went?" Bill smacked his lips and helplessly said, "I'm not sure. Normally, around Moonday, Mr. Loud stays in the harbor, but this year seems to be an exception." Lin stared at the elderly halfling for a while, then suddenly spoke, "Forget it. If Loud isn't here, I'll seek help elsewhere." The elderly halfling immediately became anxious. "Lord Lot, maybe you should reconsider. While Mr. Loud is not in the harbor town, I can contact Rabel for you. He is Mr. Loud's most trusted subordinate and can handle all matters for the gang of the ships. I've said it already, this cargo is extremely valuable. I need to speak with Loud personally." "Notify me when he returns," Lin said, ignoring Bill's continued calls as he walked out of the shop. Outside, on the well-kept docks, dozens of massive sailboats were moored. Dockworkers in gray attire were busy moving crates filled with goods from the decks to the wooden platforms by the docks, amidst the noisy hubbub of the crowd and the overseer's shouts. Lin surveyed the bustling scene of the harbor town, his mind filled with doubt. In recent days, this was the busiest time for the harbor, and according to Johnny's description, the passage to the land of the wizards would briefly open. It was the only chance each year to transport goods to the land of the wizards. At such a critical juncture, Loud should not be leaving. Where did the problem arise exactly? Lin pondered continuously. Using his noble status as an introduction, he had planned to meet Loud through a trade, considering it the quickest and safest way. However, he unexpectedly hit a roadblock at the very first step. This left Lin somewhat perplexed. He even began to wonder if Loud had received some unfavorable news, prompting him to hide deliberately. If that were the case, things might get complicated. Finding someone who wanted to remain hidden was not an easy task. While Lin was contemplating this, the crowded harbor abruptly descended into chaos. Amidst a series of screams, a finely decorated carriage rushed through the narrow road towards them. "Which noble family is being so ostentatious?" Lin furrowed his brow, ready to step aside, but the carriage stopped right in front of him. In no time, a well-dressed, tall, slender, middle-aged man descended from the carriage and bowed politely. "Finally found you, young Master Lot. Please, come with me immediately. Lord Pedral has something very important to discuss with you." Faced with this unexpected invitation, Lin almost didn't react, but after a moment's recollection of Lot's diary, he quickly determined that this person before him was the steward of the Pedral estate. A bead of sweat appeared on Lin's forehead. This identity was only meant for temporary use, as a way to enter the harbor town and secure a meeting with Lame Loud. He never expected the real master to show up at his doorstep. And even faster than he had anticipated, to go or not to go, countless possibilities flashed through Lin's mind. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, under the steward's respectful yet unwavering gaze, Lin nodded and drew aside the curtain, taking a seat in the carriage. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The stagnant carriage slowly began to move, navigating the muddy road of the harbor. The constant swaying made Lin somewhat uncomfortable. "Before entering the mansion, you'd better tidy up a bit. If Lord Pedral sees you like this, he'll be quite displeased." The carriage curtain was lifted again, and the tall, slender steward reminded Lin, gazing at his hands. Lin lowered his head and noticed that his hands were covered in a yellow-black powder, most likely from when he had helped the halfling Bill move barrels. "Wait a minute." Lin suddenly raised his hand and sniffed it. "This scent is reminiscent of sulfur." Pedral Manor stood in the northwest part of the harbor town, perched on the most bustling street. The imposing dark iron gate towered over the entrance. As the carriage glided through the gate, Lin quickly noticed something hidden beneath the surface. Sparse weeds extended from the gaps in the stone pavement, and the flower beds along the road had withered halfway due to lack of maintenance. But it was to be expected. The Pedral estate hadn't hired a gardener to tend to the flower beds for a long time. After a brief wash, Lynn was led by a servant to the front hall of the estate. Baron Pedral was already seated at the table, which was adorned with a deep red tablecloth. Sitting at the same table was a brown-haired teenage girl, about 16 or 17, who stared at him with an inexplicable gaze, presumably Lot's sister, Ivana. Lynn silently observed and took a seat at the only vacant spot. On the table in front of him lay a steaming plate of steak and a few unidentified leafy greens. Clearly, this was to be his dinner for the evening. Compared to water-soaked black bread, this was considered quite sumptuous. "Where were you, my son? I intended to find you last night, but you were nowhere to be found in the estate," Baron Pedral inquired disapprovingly after Lynn had taken his seat. His gaze, however, shifted to the tall, slender steward who had entered with them. "I found the young master at the harbor docks," the steward responded without averting his eyes. Baron Pedral's face immediately darkened. He spoke sternly. "I should have reminded you, Lot. It's fine to relax, but never spend the night in such disreputable places, mingling with dirty harlots." Lynn was left speechless. "So you thought I went whoring, huh?" What made it even more uncomfortable was that he couldn't easily retort. He couldn't say that your son didn't return home last night. He probably drowned himself in the sea, could he? Anticipating Lot's expected response, he hung his head, remaining silent. "I don't want there to be a next time." Baron Pedral's tone was quite severe. After a pause, he continued, "Furthermore, in the next few days, all of you need to be cautious. Harbor Town has not been peaceful lately. I heard that Archbishop Anluk recently took a large contingent to Town to apprehend those devil-worshipping cultists. The losses were severe. Out of 100 elite guards, only a little over 10 returned alive. Not only that, even Archbishop Anluk himself was seriously injured. These wizards are really that powerful?" Ivana, who had shifted her gaze away from Lynn, asked in astonishment. It should be noted that in the entire Sekka's empire, though it was ruled by kings and lords, the real authority lay with the church. Or rather, with the great Lord of the Stars, the goddess of creation, Ira's emissary on earth. And figures like Archbishop Anluk in the Norden domain were undoubtedly the voice of the gods. The stark contrast of seeing such a significant figure fail in the pursuit of wizards made Ivana temporarily unable to accept it. "These wizards have been corrupted by demons and possess unimaginable magic. They are not easy to deal with," Baron Pedral said, shivering involuntarily. A year ago, he had met Archbishop Anluk, and the man appeared to be roughly his age, maybe even a bit younger. But tonight, when they met again, he saw an elderly man in his 80s or 90s. He couldn't fathom what kind of magic could transform the powerful archbishop into such a frail-looking figure. What Baron Pedral couldn't imagine even more was that one of the key players in this story was sitting silently at his side, calmly cutting into the steak with knife and fork. For Lynn, the fact that Archbishop Anluk was still alive was somewhat unexpected. He thought, given the circumstances, the bishop had only 3 possible outcomes. Either he was poisoned, crushed to death, or sacrificed to complete that ritual. Or could it be that the so-called projection of Ira saved him? However, it was apparent that the rescue wasn't quite complete, given that Baron Pedral mentioned that he was seriously injured. After some thought, he spoke to reassure them. "You don't need to worry too much." According to Archbishop Anluk, most of the devil worshippers have been executed, and the church has secretly stationed 3,000 guards in the port town. 3,000, Lynn's eyebrows furrowed. That seemed like an excessive number for a small town like the port town. In times of peace, towns like this usually had only a few hundred troops stationed. The sudden influx of so many troops raised suspicions. Lynn couldn't help but wonder if Lame Loud's identity had been exposed, and the church was planning to wipe out the entire gang. "Father, what does Archbishop Anluk mean? Is he preparing for war?" Lynn inquired cautiously. Baron Pedral shook his head. "It should have nothing to do with war, but I have limited information. I've heard that on his way back to the port town, Archbishop Anluk captured a wizard's apprentice who had escaped before. They're currently imprisoned in the port town and scheduled for a public execution on Monday." Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression became grave. Could it be that Johnny and Dove had been captured? Lynn couldn't help but consider this possibility. When he had parted ways with the 2 witches, their conditions were far from ideal. He couldn't even be certain if they had stayed together amidst the swift currents. If the church had immediately organized a large-scale search after the recent battle, there was a chance they could have been caught. "Father, do you know who these imprisoned devil worshippers are?" Lynn couldn't contain his urgency. He quickly added, "I've heard that witches are usually very beautiful." "Is it true? Nonsense. Who told you that?" Baron Pedral scolded. "These are all rumors. Listen to me. Under no circumstances should you be associated with these devil worshippers in any way. In the Sekast Empire, wizards were an absolute taboo. These devil worshippers possessed numerous strange magical abilities and had caused chaos everywhere, akin to living disasters. Under Baron Pedrel's stern reprimand, Lin reluctantly suppressed his doubts for now. It wasn't the time to ask questions. After delivering a few more harsh words, Baron Pedrel returned to the main topic. This time, to deal with these devil worshippers, 2 priests lost their lives in battle. While that's certainly a cause for mourning, it's also an opportunity for us. In other words, there will be at least 5 slots available in this year's night assessment. At this point, Baron Pedrel looked at Lin with great anticipation. The formal assessment was just 2 months away, and if Lin could successfully pass it, there might be a chance for the Pedrel family to rise once again. After we finish eating, you and Evana should spar again. I want to see how much progress you've made over the past few months, Baron Pedrel said straightforwardly. Spar again. Lin couldn't help but glance at Evana, who was sitting across from him at the dining table. The young woman wore a fitted black dress with a slightly open neckline, revealing her fair neck and collarbone. Her shoulder-length hair was pulled back, leaving only a red ribbon to cascade down her shoulder. She looked quite composed, but her eyes were ice cold, as sharp as knives. Maybe I should hold back a little this time, Lin thought silently. After all, apart from having had an absolute advantage in terms of strength and stamina a few years ago, he had never defeated Evana once. On the contrary, the gap between them seemed to be widening rapidly. His best record so far was losing within 23 moves. Right here, after dinner, Baron Pedrel led the 2 to the practice grounds in the backyard of the estate and gestured for them to begin. Lin changed into a training uniform and assumed the standard sword-fighting stance. However, the moment Baron Pedrel spoke, Evana had already dashed over. So fast, Lin's pupils contracted, and he only had time to block her incoming strike with his wooden sword. But unexpectedly, when their wooden swords clashed, a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal resonated. The young woman shifted her body, and her dress swayed as she executed a whip kick. Lin tried to dodge, but Evana was faster. She followed up by spinning her wooden sword, sending Lin's wooden sword flying before bringing hers down from above. The sharp sound of the wind in Lin's ears made him sense a hint of danger, which meant that her attack was far from holding back. If he got hit, it wouldn't be a simple injury. Right hand up at a 37-degree angle, grab the wrist, take the sword back. Lin's gaze became serious. Thanks to his brain's analysis, he almost instantly identified the flaw in her attack. Faced with her vertical strike from above, he chose to meet it head-on instead of dodging. That's enough, Baron Pedrel bellowed, interrupting Lin and Evana's duel. Both of them stopped simultaneously. Lin's right hand extended forward, and his wooden sword was now hanging above his head. Baron Pedrel first gave Evana a harsh glare and then turned to Lin, clearly irritated. Lot, what's gotten into you? Concentrate during battles. If you stay in this state 2 months from now, you won't even pass the first round of the night assessment. Lin silently retracted his hand, realizing that he had underestimated her strength. Even though Lot referred to himself as a useless in his diary, he had undergone more than a decade of rigorous training. Evana, who could easily defeat him, was undoubtedly stronger. Get back to your positions and continue, Baron Pedrel said darkly, his expression extremely displeased. Evana remained motionless, as if she hadn't heard Baron Pedrel's words. Lin took a few steps back, intentionally creating some distance. At the same time, the notification from his brain sounded in his mind. Do you want to activate overload mode? No, Lin didn't hesitate to decline. This wasn't a life-or-death battle, and there was no need to waste energy here. Although the brain's analytical function was useful, its effectiveness ultimately depended on his own abilities. Evana wasn't like Archbishop Anluk or the witch hunter he had encountered before. She was far from reaching the level required to overwhelm him. This was merely a suitable whetstone. The battle quickly resumed, and with the foundation laid by his original self, along with the experience from numerous life-and-death duels, Lin successfully blocked Evana's surprise attack. Ding tilde in the evening, in the backyard of the Pedrel Manor, Lin struggled to defend against the relentless attacks of a young girl, Johnny, who continuously pressed on. Despite being mentally prepared, Lin found Johnny's ruthlessness surprising. She showed no mercy, striking for vital points with every move. It felt less like a practice and more like a life-and-death battle. After the 21st exchange, the brown-haired girl once again struck horizontally, causing Lin to lose his grip on the wooden sword. They had fought several rounds, battling for nearly an hour. Both Lin and Johnny were on the verge of exhaustion. Their arms and shoulders hidden beneath their clothing were covered in bruises, and their energy was almost depleted. Lin, not skilled in close combat, couldn't break Johnny's record. Baron Pedrel, who was observing, didn't seem too concerned. He could see that Johnny's swordsmanship had improved, which was the whole point of the exercise. What made him even happier was that Lin had finally taken his advice to heart. During the fight, Lin was no longer as clumsy as before. He fought with more determination. Stop now, it's over for today. Baron Pedrel waved his hand and put an end to the fight. His gloomy expression finally revealed a hint of a smile. "Well done, my son. You've finally made some progress. If you continue to practice and refine your skills like this, you'll have a 70% chance of passing the knight's examination." This year, there were 2 extra slots in the knight's examination, so the standards were likely to be lowered. Plus, he had made some generous donations to the priests of the church, so he should be able to negotiate a bit. With these thoughts in mind, Baron Pedrel's mood improved, and he turned to address Johnny. "Johnny, your swordsmanship is excellent, but you can take a break from practicing it in the future and focus on other areas. The Duke of Nordland's son is indeed obsessed with swordsmanship, but if you appear too dominant, it may not sit well with him." Baron Pedrel earnestly advised Johnny on how to use her shared interest to gain the Duke's son's attention and protect his fragile ego. He was quite satisfied with his daughter. She not only had exceptional looks but also had outstanding swordsmanship talent. If she could use this as an opportunity to marry the Duke of Nordland's eldest son, the family would have a chance at revival. Listening to Baron Pedrel's words, Johnny gritted her silver teeth, her delicate face filled with frustration and resentment. However, Baron Pedrel didn't notice Johnny's expression. After giving his guidance, he left. Considering the chaos caused by those devil worshippers, many important figures who were rarely seen in the port town had appeared. This was a great opportunity to make a good impression. After the Baron left, Lynn looked at Johnny, a bit pityingly. To have such strong swordsmanship at the age of 16, Johnny had clearly put in a lot of effort. She probably wanted to earn her father's approval and change her destiny. Unfortunately, Baron Pedrel always saw his daughter as a tool to curry favor with the powerful. Perhaps Johnny's situation would improve once Lynn left. Lynn thought for a moment, then put away his wooden sword and prepared to offer a few comforting words, fulfilling his duty as an older brother. He remembered from the diary that Lot cared a lot about this sister. However, before Lynn could speak, Johnny raised her head and coldly said, "Are you finally going to make a move on me, my brother?" When the radiant light of the full moon once again illuminated the night sky, a bewildered Lynn returned to his room under the guidance of a servant. Despite thinking about it the whole way, he couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind the young girl's final words. Who would have thought that even in a small baron's mansion, relationships could be this complicated? "Never mind, it's not my business to meddle in," Lynn shook his head helplessly. He was merely temporarily assuming Lot's identity, not a family mediator. Otherwise, he'd have a massive headache. In comparison, he was more concerned about what Baron Pedrel had mentioned, the devil worshippers captured by the church during their return journey. Lynn couldn't be sure whether it was Johnny, Dove, or perhaps both who had been captured by the church. But one thing was certain. Archbishop Anlok, who had suffered greatly at Lynn's hands, was prepared for a showdown. He had secretly stationed a guard of 3,000 soldiers inside and outside the town, most likely to deal with Lynn. Lynn guessed that in a few days, the church would announce the public execution of devil worshippers, probably on Monday, to lure him into rescuing them. Lynn couldn't help but shudder when he thought about rushing into the church's trap with no preparation. Without a doubt, if 1,000 crossbowmen fired in unison, he would turn into a pincushion instantly. Planning an early jailbreak seemed like a good idea since he could use his shape-shifting magic and disguise skills to infiltrate. As long as he knew precisely who had been arrested and in which prison cell, Lynn was confident he could rescue them. Then he would have to figure out how to escape from the port town. The more Lynn thought about it, the more overwhelmed he felt. He wasn't truly Carl, and he had no emotional connection with Johnny and the others. Still, after going through life and death together, he felt compelled to help if he could. 71, is there anything that can help me go up against 3,000 elite soldiers? Lynn asked in his mind. The next moment, a long list appeared in his mind. Dongfeng 180 missile, plasma railgun, antimatter bomb, high-energy beams, intergalactic long-range warship. I only have a few days. Give me something more realistic, Lynn sighed. If he could produce these items, he would have already kicked the Pope off the throne and transformed this dark, otherworldly realm into a bright medieval one. With this request, the lengthy list was condensed into a few lines, and Lynn was quickly drawn to an image in particular. He immediately thought of something he had seen in a store in the port town but had forgotten. After some contemplation, Lynn had a plan. However, it was clear that he couldn't handle everything on his own. It would be best to find some reliable allies. Lame Loud. The familiar name leaped into Lynn's mind once again. He was the most accessible help in the port town, deeply involved with wizards and highly unlikely to betray Lynn. The remaining challenge was how to flush out this cunning old fox. He casually picked a fancy-looking empty box and tucked it under his arm before leaving his room. In the spacious training ground outside, the constant sounds of sharp strikes filled the air. Lynn turned his head and saw his sister, Johnny, who had been here for quite some time. The young girl wielded a wooden sword, delivering rapid and precise strikes to the vital points of a target. There was no hesitation in her movements, and tiny beads of sweat slid down her forehead and neck. Lin couldn't help but admire her diligence. Considering the unpleasant events from the previous night, he didn't bother with a greeting and walked straight over. He didn't notice that Johnny, who had been diligently training behind him, had stopped and was now watching him with a complex expression. Why? How could she remain so composed after what had happened last night? Johnny's face displayed a puzzled expression, but when she recalled Pedro's words, her gaze turned resolute. She gripped her sword tightly and struck horizontally, shattering the sturdy wooden target in front of her. Lin, who had already left the mansion, was unaware of what had transpired there. After purchasing some necessary supplies in the market, he returned to the harbor shop he had visited the day before. "Welcome to Bill's. Oh, it's Lord Lot." The elderly halfling greeted him in the usual manner, but as soon as he recognized Lin, he immediately became excited and approached him enthusiastically. "About the shipment you mentioned yesterday, we can discuss it again. There's no better partner for cooperation in the whole port town than the ship gang." Lin didn't rush to respond. He looked around the shop, feeling somewhat disappointed, and said, "What, is Mr. Loud still reluctant to meet me?" Bill hurriedly explained, No, I'm sure Mr. Loud is very eager to meet you. Unfortunately, he's not in the port town right now. Even if we use the fastest messenger Raven, it would take several days to relay the message. If Lord Lot is concerned about security issues, the ship gang can offer goods of equivalent value as collateral." Bill the halfling patted his chest like a drum. Lin pretended to hesitate for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Well, if that's the case, I can accept." "For now, who's in charge of the ship gang now?" "Of course it's Label. Please wait for a moment, I'll call him," Bill the halfling said as he hurriedly left the shop and called over a dockworker. He whispered a few words and then returned, eagerly standing on a small stool to pour fruit wine for Lin. Lin took the glass but didn't drink. He gestured toward a pile of iron barrels in the corner of the shop and asked, "What are these?" "They're worthless yellow ore, dug up by a group of prospectors from a barren hill near the port town. They've filled up a whole ship with it," the halfling Bill said with frustration. These minerals were usually only purchased by herbalists, but this year, the yellow ore market in Vicknell had saturated. In other words, they had to stockpile these minerals until next year when they could sell them. "If Lord Lot is interested in these yellow ores, I can offer you a cost price. A whole barrel costs only 19 copper coins, and it's said to be quite effective for worm repellent." The halfling Bill rubbed his hands and enthusiastically promoted, "No, I've just never seen them before." "I'm just curious," Lin shook his head, replying calmly. As they chatted, a tall, muscular man with a few gang members entered the shop. "It's a great honor, Lord Lot. I heard from Bill that you have some very important matters to discuss with me." Label walked in, a genuine smile appearing on his meaty face. "Yes, I'm planning to rent a large ship to transport some very important cargo," Lin said while taking the matter seriously. He took out an exquisite box from his sleeve and placed it on the table. "This is a sample. I need a private place to talk to you." All the people in the room unconsciously focused their attention on the palm-sized, exquisite box. Halfling Bill secretly speculated whether there might be some extremely rare gemstone inside the box. However, he quickly dismissed the thought when he considered that Lin needed a large ship to transport it. Label, who stood nearby, appeared solemn. Unlike Bill, he had been a member of the ship gang for over a decade and occasionally assisted noblemen in handling unsavory matters. For instance, Duke Nodlin had been secretly trafficking an addictive soul-shattering herb. If the church were to catch wind of it, the small fry like them would likely be held accountable. Of course, risks and rewards coexisted. If the cargo was delivered successfully, the profits from this single ship would suffice for the ship gang for half a year. "No problem, we can discuss it in a private room." Label's mind was racing, but his smile grew even warmer. Lin put away the box and followed Label out of the shop. They crossed over half the street, finally stopping in a seemingly ordinary house. Label, acutely aware of the importance of secrecy, left a few gang members to guard the entrance and took Lin alone to a well-hidden underground chamber. The room was spacious, with only a few rudimentary tables and chairs, but it was impeccably clean. Observing how Lin had been scrutinizing his surroundings since they entered, Label felt more confident in his assumptions. He smiled reassuringly and said, "Please, have a seat, Mr. Lot. This place is very safe and quiet, and there won't be any disruptions from outsiders. Since that's the case, I can rest easy." Lin also smiled, pushing the box he held towards Label, gesturing for him to examine it. "You can take a look before we discuss further." Label, a mix of nervousness and excitement, placed his hand on the box, wondering what kind of contraband it might contain. Soul-shattering herb, a heimstone. Hopefully, it's not some idol of an evil deity. I heard that nobles in the Sekka's empire in the west are quite fond of those strange things. However, as soon as he opened the box, Label's expression froze instantly. Because the box was completely empty, there was nothing inside. Was he tricked? Label immediately sensed something was amiss and instinctively reached for the dagger hanging from his belt, but it was already too late. The moment he opened the box, Lin had entered a brief overload state. His right hand quickly and accurately grabbed Rabel's elbow, bending the entire arm at the most precise angle. Accompanied by a dull dislocation sound, excruciating pain overwhelmed Label's mind. But before he could cry out, his entire body was slammed to the ground, his neck gripped with force. The sudden, unexpected attack caught Rabel completely off guard, leaving his mind in a daze for a moment. He was filled with anger and fear, and he finally managed to speak up, questioning with a mixture of fury and apprehension. "Lot, what are you doing?" "The ship's gang has never provoked the Pedrell family before. Remember, the harbor is our turf. I advise you to think carefully." Rabel's threats were forceful, but before he could finish speaking, Lin swiftly grabbed his other arm and then threw the burly man, now curled up like a shrimp, to the ground. "I'm asking you, answer me. Do you understand? Cooperation is in everyone's best interest." Lin crouched down, staring at Rabel and speaking directly. The towering man was already drenched in cold sweat from the pain. He clenched his teeth and remained silent, fixating his gaze on Lin as if he could swallow him whole, his thoughts racing, yet he couldn't fathom why the son of Baron Pedrell had attacked him. Could it be that some fool from the ship's gang had accidentally offended him? Just as he pondered this, Lin's voice resounded. "The first question, your name." Rabel stared with wide eyes, feeling deeply insulted. "Wasn't it obvious enough?" "Answer." Lin's voice was cold and emotionless. After waiting for 2 seconds, he swiftly drew a dagger from Rabel's waist and decisively stabbed it into Rabel's right hand. Rabel. The burly man screamed hoarsely, not wanting to lose his precious right hand over such a foolish question. Lin's actions continued without pause. Under Rabel's terrified gaze, the dagger was thrust into the gap between his closely clenched fingers. "You have only 1 second to answer each question, no second chances," Lin said coldly and proceeded with the next question. "Gender, male," Rabel replied through gritted teeth, regarding the man before him as nothing short of a lunatic. "Place of birth, well, your hometown." Lin continued to ask Rabel a series of questions, starting with the straightforward ones and then progressing to more tricky ones. The questions ranged from the daily tasks he performed to the ship's gang's trade goods and routes. If Rabel hesitated for even a moment, Lin would break one of his fingers. In just a few minutes, 6 of Rabel's fingers were broken, and the pain left him in a daze. "All right, since you can't even remember which foot you stepped out of your house with 3 days ago, I'll ask you a simpler question." Lin sighed in resignation, and then his tone changed. He suddenly asked, "Where is Lame Loud?" Rabel was about to answer reflexively, but in the next moment he stopped and shook his head, looking terrified. I don't know. I told you, cooperating would be in everyone's best interest." Lin sighed in resignation as well. In fact, he wasn't skilled at interrogations, and he had crammed all the little he knew last night. But Rabel clearly had no intention of talking, so Lin had to resort to more radical methods. Lin's gaze sharpened. The ship's gang was originally formed by a group of reformed pirates, and according to Rabel's confession, they engaged in various illegal activities in addition to their legitimate maritime operations. These activities included pretending to be pirates and raiding ships, human trafficking, smuggling, contraband, murder, and more. If this were his previous life, the things Rabel had done would have been enough to enrage the public 100 times over. "Do you know about the art of flaying?" Lin asked in a leisurely manner. "Flaying?" Rabel shivered and listened as Lin continued. "First, you make an incision below the spine, splitting the skin on the back into 2 halves. Then, you slowly cut along the grain of the muscles. Action has to be swift, completed before the target dies from blood loss." Lin provided a vivid and detailed account of a gruesome ancient torture method from a foreign land, including details like how to make the cuts, how much blood would flow, and how each step needed to be completed within minutes. Rabel was now on the ground, trembling with fear. He had no doubt that the madman before him would actually flay him alive. He stammered, "My lord Lot, I truly don't know where Leader Loud is." "Is that so? But I heard that you were Lame Loud's most trusted subordinate." Lin sneered. "In truth, Mr. Loud doesn't trust anyone," Rabel explained in a terrified, uncertain tone. "I only know that he left the seaport town 3 days ago. If you're not willing to talk, that's fine. We have plenty of time to play." Lin stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Last night, while researching interrogation techniques, he had come across many interesting yet non-lethal methods. Now was the perfect time to give them a try. Half an hour later, Rabel was nearly broken, both mentally and physically, under the dual torment. He was now willing to divulge every detail to Lin, even admitting to smuggling an entire ship's worth of goods and disguising it as a shipwreck. However, when it came to Loud's whereabouts, Rabel remained clueless. After experimenting with various methods to break his spirit, Lin had to admit that Rabble was likely not pretending. According to the information Rabble provided, Loud had left the harbor town 2 days ago, which coincided with Archbishop Anluk's attack on Ern Town with his men. Furthermore, the Ghost's Tavern, where Lin had been, was raided on the same day by the church, and Old Hawk had gone missing ever since. It was highly likely that it was during this time that Lame Loud received a warning and went into hiding. Only a handful of high-ranking members of the ship's gang knew that he was not in the harbor town. It seems that your most trusted assistant is nothing more than a decoy, Lin sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Rabble indeed knew many of the ship's gang's secrets, but when it came to the secret transportation of goods to the wizard's land, his knowledge was extremely limited. He only knew that on Mondays, Loud personally oversaw the transportation of several large ships, but he had no idea where these ships were headed. Lin pondered for a while. Loud's caution and cunning had taken him by surprise. Loud might have already prepared for the possibility of high-ranking members of the ship's gang betraying him or being captured. However, Loud alone couldn't sail across the sea. There must be some more core figures within the ship's gang responsible for this. The other peripheral members acted as cover, following Rabble's orders and being abandoned as pawns in times of danger. Lin recalled the names and backgrounds of the ship's gang's leaders and members he had learned from Rabble. Every one of them seemed like a potential spy planted by Loud. As he contemplated, a thought suddenly popped into Lin's mind. If he couldn't find Loud, why not make Loud come to him instead? Very well, lend me your clothes. Lin didn't hesitate and forcefully stripped Rabble of his attire. The burly man instinctively thought the demon in front of him was about to use a cruel skin-stripping spell on him, so he desperately pressed his body to the ground, resembling a young girl being assaulted. In the end, Lin had no choice but to knock him out, and after changing into his clothes, stared at Rabble's face and used a transformation spell. This was a shape-shifting spell he had learned from fundamental magic studies, capable of altering a wizard's external appearance. Buck, who had died at the hands of Archbishop Anlok, had once used this magic to transform into a giant bear, briefly delaying his opponent's actions. However, this kind of magic wasn't foolproof. It required a deep understanding of the creature to be transformed into, and it had various risks associated with it. Fundamental magic studies documented many cases of wizards failing to learn shape-shifting magic, making mistakes, being unable to return to their original form, or suffering fatal backlash from magic. One could say that wizards daring to learn shape-shifting magic were a bold and fearless bunch. Fortunately, Lin's knowledge of biology was excellent, and 71's database contained complete three-dimensional models of the human body. Skin, muscles, blood, internal organs, even the internal cells were all crystal clear. This knowledge minimized the chances of unexpected situations. Of course, compared to Lot, who had a strikingly similar body type, age, and hair color, Lin disguised as Rabble was only about 90% identical. But it was enough to deal with unforeseen circumstances. Lin casually wiped some dirt on his face, tied up Rabble, who had fainted, and stuffed him into a sack in the basement. Then he headed outside. "Damn it, Bob," Lin cursed as he stormed out the door. Several guards on duty saw Lin's furious appearance and cautiously asked, "Did it not go well, Boss Rabble? A whole shipload of goods, and they only want to pay 60 sekas gold coins," Lin raged. "It's all because of that scoundrel Bob. He had already contacted the Pedrol family before us. To snatch our business, Bob is willing to transport their goods at an extremely low price." Upon hearing this, the workers present were all filled with righteous anger. After all, a single round trip of a large ship at sea cost at least 50 sekas gold coins, not to mention the crew's expenses at sea. Wasn't this a waste of everyone's time for such a small amount of money? Blackhan Bob and his workers had always been at odds with the ship gang, but usually it was limited to secret sabotage. However, this time they had gone too far. They were willing to take a loss just to snatch their business. It was downright nauseating. "Let's go gather the men and find him." Lin waved his hand and shouted loudly, rallying dozens of people to march towards the docks. At the same time, on a massive sailboat, Blackhan Bob was berating a few lazy workers with his long whip. When he saw Lin storming in with anger, he frowned and grumbled, "Rabble, why did you bring so many people here?" Lin couldn't be bothered with small talk and punched him directly, knocking Bob to the ground. The workers on the sailboat stood frozen in place, but Lin's crew had already charged forward, followed by a series of blows with clubs. The previously calm dock turned into chaos, with cries and smashing sounds echoing nonstop. Finally, a shrill cry rang out after a few minutes. The city guards are here." The hands of Lin and the workers on the ship came to a halt simultaneously. About a dozen guards, armed with blades and clad in armor, had surrounded the large sailboat. Lin raised his hands, signaling everyone to cease resistance, his expression devoid of any worry. Because Captain Terrace of the Harbor Town Guards was an old acquaintance of Rabble. The last time they had some missing cargo, Terrace had profited handsomely. What's going on here? Terrace strode onto the sailboat, taking in the scattered cargo on the ground and the workers lying in disarray. He turned to Lynn with an impatient tone. Lord Terrace, these people inexplicably barged in, overturned the stored cargo without any reason, and even resorted to violence against us. Bob, who had lost a tooth in the scuffle, shouted angrily. He felt wronged and couldn't fathom why he had been attacked. It's just a minor disagreement, Lord Terrace, and many present can testify that Bob was the one who struck first. Lynn took a few steps forward, his smile brimming with goodwill, and slipped a small bag of coins into Terrace's hand. Over 100 ship workers on the dock joined in the uproar, drowning out any feeble protests from Bob and his companions. In the harbor town, the Black Hen's influence was far inferior to that of the ship gang. If not for Bob having an imperial count as his backer, Lame Loud would have kicked him off the docks a long time ago. Arrest them all. When it came to the tensions and friction between the two major factions in the harbor town, Terrace was well aware. After weighing Lynn's sincerity, he quickly categorized this conflict as a brawl. According to the laws of the Sekka's empire, those causing a public disturbance received 10 lashes. Ouch, that bastard really hit hard. Half an hour later, Lynn walked out of the dock, his brow furrowed in annoyance. He had overestimated Rabble and Terrace's friendship. When Terrace had taken action, he showed no mercy, applying full force to those 10 lashes. Lynn could only hope that he hadn't suffered those lashes in vain, as he had done everything he could. Given Lame Loud's cautious and cunning nature, Lynn guessed that he wouldn't be hiding too far away. He would be keeping a close eye on the happenings in the harbor town. What Lame Loud feared the most was drawing the church's attention. So he had planned this conflict to attract the city guard's presence, and then controlled its intensity, keeping the cause of the conflict related to the faction's interests. If everything went according to plan, this matter would soon reach Lame Loud's ears. As the top figure of the ship gang in the public eye, no one but Lame Loud himself could manage him, so it was easy to anticipate what his next move might be. It might be possible that one of Lame Loud's trusted subordinates would convey a reprimand. Still, the most likely scenario was, "Boss Rabble, Mr. Loud has an important matter to discuss with you. Please follow me," a plain-looking ship worker suddenly whispered in his ear a few minutes later. "All right, I'll go right away." A sly smile curved on Lynn's lips. As expected, it had arrived. Hello there, we've just hit the fantastic milestone of 30 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. Please come in, Lord Rebel. Mr. Loud is waiting for you inside, the boatman gestured, inviting Lynn to enter. Lynn nodded and pushed open the door, only to discover that the dilapidated exterior was but a facade. The interior of the house was an entirely different world. The walls were built with heavy stone blocks and adorned with precious oil paintings and sculptures, giving the place an air of elegance, and the faint scent of perfume filled the air. In stark contrast to this elegant setting, burly men wielding large axes stood on either side of the room, eyeing Lynn like a lamb being led to slaughter. Lame Loud, his wooden leg clearly visible, stood by a long table. He appeared to be around 50, with a head full of white hair and a thin, hunched figure. His most striking feature was, of course, his wooden prosthetic leg. Upon seeing Lynn, Loud's anger welled up, and he scolded him vehemently. "Rebel, have you gone mad? I've told you not to cause any trouble for me recently. But today, you got into a brawl with Bob at the harbor over a cargo shipment. Do you know that the church is likely to have noticed us by now? 2 batches of sea vessels have been confiscated in the past 3 days. Loud chastised him, deeply troubled. However, he soon realized that something was amiss with the rebel standing before him. Despite his reprimands, there was no fear or panic in his demeanor. Instead, Rebel was steadily approaching him. "Wait, you're not Rebel." Loud's thoughts raced, and he realized this. With a look of shock, he took several steps back and ordered the guards by his side in a loud voice. "Stop him." Only Loud's most trusted guards were allowed into this room, so upon hearing the order, they, along with the burly men around, didn't hesitate and raised their axes, attacking Rebel from all sides. Initiate overload mode. Time is 3 seconds. Just a moment before the axes struck, Lynn silently chanted in his mind. In an instant, the positions and movements of everyone in the room were displayed as data in his mind. Lynn effortlessly sidestepped one of the burly men's attacks, disarmed him, and then kicked him away. He swiftly turned and struck another guard in the stomach with the back of the axe, before charging forward, defeating the remaining guards. During this brief moment, Loud had managed to flip over the long table in his path. His wooden prosthetic leg was incredibly agile, more so than a real leg. With a whooshing sound, he covered a considerable distance in just a few steps. Lame Loud. Surprisingly fast, this spectacle left Lynn momentarily stupefied, but he quickly snapped out of it. He raised his hand, and several sparkling ice blades materialized in the air. At the same time, Loud felt the intimidating presence behind him, but he paid it no mind, for the secret passage was right in front of him within arm's reach. However, the ice blades were faster. The one that had been launched earlier struck his prosthetic leg, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Then another icy blade flew and embedded itself in his robe. "Keep running," Lin closed in step by step, coldly instructing. He had spent the past few days putting in a lot of effort to find Loud and wasn't about to let him escape easily. Lin quickly realized that his words might sound somewhat like those of an antagonist, but he changed his tone and explained, "In fact, I've come to rescue you, Mr. Loud." Lame Loud, feeling the chill around him and looking at the seemingly friendly Lin, nervously swallowed a mouthful of spit. Well, he would have to trust him for now. After a friendly exchange, the previous misunderstanding was resolved. Loud called a few of his subordinates to clean up the somewhat messy room and then invited Lin to take a seat. "Wizard, is there something specific you came to discuss with me?" Loud inquired cautiously. "Of course I've come to rescue you," Lin declared without hesitation. "As far as I know, the church has secretly dispatched 3,000 guards to Harbor Town, and they seem to be targeting the Dockside Guild. That may not be the case." Loud shook his head, as he had also received this information but did not share Lin's judgment. Just 3 days ago, the Archbishop of Nordland and his forces launched an attack on the town of Uhl and encountered a powerful wizard. It was only after paying a heavy price that they managed to drive the wizard away. These 3,000 guards are likely here to guard against that wizard. At this point, Loud suddenly looked at Lin, and a speculation emerged in his mind. "Yes, I was the one who fought against that archbishop." Lin nodded, not hiding the fact. Seeing Lin admit it, Loud couldn't help but be amazed. Based on the information he had received earlier, Archbishop Anluk managed to drive off the wizard but suffered from severe, incurable injuries himself. Rumors had it that the place where they clashed had been turned into a white wasteland, and the horrifying blaze had not been extinguished to this day. This illustrated the immense power and mystique of this magic. Could it be that he was sitting across from a grand wizard? No, that was highly unlikely. Loud quickly dismissed this notion. He had witnessed the power of grand wizards before. A grand wizard could even temporarily freeze the cataclysmic vortex known as the Eye of Death with their full power. If Lin possessed such power, Archbishop Anluk would have been the one to flee. Given this, Loud immediately deduced that Lin was a powerful wizard of the Third Circle. Unaware of Loud's thoughts, Lin continued to explain, "If you think that the church is making all this noise just for me, that would be foolish. Archbishop Anluk's real goal is to find the route to the wizard's sanctuary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to come to Harbor Town. Furthermore, I've received information that on his way to Harbor Town, Anluk captured several wizard apprentices. They are all disciples of Korra and are well aware of this route and its connection to the Dockside Guild. The church has not yet taken action against them, most likely because they haven't extracted enough information from them. I don't have much time left for you," Lin said solemnly. Listening to Lin's words, Lame Loud's expression changed abruptly. He silently cursed Korra in his heart for revealing such vital information to a few apprentices, implicating him in the process. He didn't believe Lin was deceiving him, given that the actions of the church in recent days were a clear signal. It was precisely due to this concern that he had chosen to observe the situation from the shadows, ready to flee at any moment, but he hadn't expected to be exposed. The Dockside Gang has been operating in the harbor town for many years, and their information network should be quite extensive. "Do you know who the church has captured?" Lin inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. Lame Loud hesitated, then shook his head, replying with some frustration, "The Dockside Gang is under intense scrutiny right now, and my knowledge is limited. I'm afraid the Archbishop has blocked the information. Only the town's priests have the authority to access such classified information. Corrupting and controlling a priest was no easy task. They possessed powerful divine magic, unwavering faith, and no shortage of wealth, making them formidable adversaries. So even though the Dockside Gang had been operating for decades in the harbor town, Lame Loud always kept a safe distance from these individuals, avoiding any connections with the church's clergy." Lin's brow furrowed, taken aback by the revelation that Lame Loud was as clueless as he was. This was completely unexpected. "Wizard, are you planning to rescue the captured wizard apprentices?" Lame Loud tentatively asked. "Indeed, that's important for you as well, isn't it?" Lin replied nonchalantly. "It's going to be challenging. The town is swarming with guards, and they might not even be imprisoned at the harbor. Even if we miraculously manage to rescue them, we won't be able to escape the town," Lame Loud argued. "It would be easier to eliminate them. The difficulty would be much lower, since the other person knew the Dockside Gang secrets. Making them disappear seemed like the simplest solution." In this dark, otherworldly realm, a single life didn't hold much value, especially when it involved the secrets of the wizard's territory. Lin wasn't surprised by Lame Loud's ruthlessness. In this grim world, a single life was expendable, and this was closely tied to the secrets of the wizard's territory. However, Lin didn't share the same perspective, and he sneered as he replied, "Mr. Loud, are you still under the illusion that once this matter is over, the Dockside Gang can continue to prosper in Harbor Town without any repercussions? Since Archbishop Anluk had chosen Harbor Town as their base, it undoubtedly meant they had discovered some clues. Even if Dove and Johnny were to die now, sooner or later, they would trace it back to Lame Loud. After all, most of the town's cargo transport was connected to the Dockside Gang." Lame Loud's face became increasingly grim. He naturally understood this, but he had been unwilling to admit it. In all, he had spent a full 2 decades in Harbor Town, and it could be said that all of his efforts and investments had been poured into this place. "You're a clever person, Mr. Loud. Our only way out now is to cross the Sea of Mist on a ship and head to the wizard's territory. Otherwise, with what you've done, no matter where you hide, the church will find you," Lin stated bluntly. "Taking a ship now allows you to salvage a portion of your accumulated wealth, but if you wait for Archbishop Anluk to act, you might not even survive." Lame Loud cast a deep, searching look at Lin, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately sighed in resignation. "It's too late to set sail now. The harbor town has already tightened control over incoming and outgoing cargo ships. Today, 2 large vessels were supposed to transport goods to the imperial capital, but they were both seized." "So soon?" Lin paused for a moment, realizing that the situation was worse than he had imagined. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "But you must have a solution, right?" During his time in the harbor town, searching for this sly old fox, he had been bewildered by various pieces of information, some true and others false. If it weren't for the formidable illusion magic that allowed him to disguise himself as the leader of the Dockside Gang, he wouldn't have been able to flush Lame Loud out. This cautious individual couldn't possibly be unprepared for the day when the harbor would be sealed. Lin swiftly considered the various pieces of information he had gathered in the past few days. Since the harbor was in a semi-blockaded state during this period, the only ships allowed to leave freely were the warships responsible for patrolling the waters: Sanctus, Celestial, Watcher. "Which one of these ships has your people?" Lin curiously asked. Lame Loud's expression twitched for a moment, as he didn't expect Lin to figure this out. He even suspected that one of his trusted confidants had betrayed him. He could only reluctantly admit, "It's the Celestial." Impressive. Lin was astonished by Lame Loud's abilities to actually have the confidence to take control of a warship. He had only intended to test the waters earlier. Lame Loud retorted with frustration, "It's not as simple as you think. Even though the captain of the Celestial is under my command, the ship has to report and undergo inspection every time it departs or returns. If it deviates from its course, it'll likely be spotted by the lookout posts. On the Sea of Mist, their warships could only rely on archery or close-quarter combat with boarding, while the enemy's ship had priests on board. With a few divine spells, even the sturdiest warship could be torn to shreds. Moreover, large-scale personnel and cargo transfers weren't easy tasks. You don't need to worry about that. They won't have time to bother with us when we cross the sea," Lin said confidently. "I have a plan, and if it goes smoothly, no matter how many military units there are, they won't pose a threat. However, I need the Dockside Gang's assistance." Lin looked at Lame Loud, waiting for his response. The Dockside Gang consisted of over 1,000 shipworkers, even though they were a ragtag group. If they could be put to good use, it would be a formidable force. "You better not rely on them to fight against the church's guards," Lame Loud sighed. While the Dockside Gang had many members, most of them were just trying to make a living under his command. Dealing with gang fights on a regular basis was one thing, but if they were thrown into battle against a regular army, it was likely that half of them would turn against him before the fight even started. "Don't worry, I only need you to do some small tasks." Lin took out a piece of parchment from his sleeve and slid it in front of Lame Loud. "Can you gather these items? The more, the better." Lame Loud curiously took the parchment from Lin and skimmed through it, an expression of surprise appearing on his face. It wasn't that what Lin was looking for on the parchment was exceptionally valuable. Quite the opposite, the parchment contained a list of readily available materials, even some items considered worthless. "Can you tell me what's the purpose of these things?" Loud asked, thoroughly perplexed. Lin didn't give a direct answer, but instead suddenly asked, "Mr. Loud, have you ever seen the beauty of fireworks?" "What's that?" Loud frowned in confusion and shook his head. "It's something that can send the entire town guard soaring into the sky. I guarantee it'll be the most spectacular sight you've ever witnessed," Lin said with a smile. Loud's expression froze, his face filled with disbelief. Initially, Harbor Town had an 800-strong guard, and Archbishop Anluk had brought 3,000 elite guards from the northern lands. He couldn't fathom any force that could obliterate such a massive army in a short time. Could it be related to the materials needed for a potent alchemical array? Loud immediately considered this possibility. Cora had once told him that some wizards proficient in alchemy could amplify the power of certain spells through an array. If that were the case, they might have a fighting chance. With this thought, Loud lost interest in probing further, as the secrets of magic were typically closely guarded by wizards. Besides these materials, I also need a map of Harbor Town, the patrol routes of the town guard, and most importantly, Lynn paused and continued gravely, I need to know the appearance, personality, and daily routines of every clergy member in Harbor Town. The more detailed, the better. Loud contemplated for a while, without immediately responding. Maps and patrol routes were easy enough to obtain, but uncovering the secrets of the priests wouldn't be an easy task. Sometimes, to survive, one has to pay a price, isn't that so? Lynn reminded. All right, I can provide you with all that you've asked for. But I need to know how you plan to rescue that wizard's apprentice, Loud finally agreed. The harbor was sealed off by the church, and creating sufficient chaos was necessary for a successful escape. The rescue mission was a part of that plan. Lynn no longer withheld information and explained the entire plan, with the specific role the Dockside Gang would play being the most detailed part. After listening to Lynn's account, Loud couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. However, the relief was that the most dangerous part of the rescue operation was Lynn's responsibility. The Dockside Gang was only tasked with providing assistance, and most importantly, it didn't require his personal involvement in most scenarios, meaning he would mostly be in a safe zone. So here's to a fruitful partnership. Lynn extended his hand casually, and Loud didn't hesitate to shake it. Their palm-to-palm contact was brief, but it left a faint tingling sensation, causing Loud to instinctively withdraw his arm and inspect it. He found a fiery mark on the back of his hand. What's the meaning of this? Loud demanded, covering his hand, his tone stern. Lynn retrieved his hand with a casual smile and replied, I've heard from Rabber that you never trust anyone around you. That's a good habit, Loud retorted. Well, it just so happens that I'm the same, Lynn replied with the expression of finding a kindred spirit. Loud's face darkened, and in his mind he was already planning to give Rabber, that scoundrel, a good talking to. The sight of the fiery mark on Loud's hand reminded him of the horrors outside town. He had sent an intelligence operative who had accidentally caught a few embers and was subsequently sentenced to death. Even jumping into the river couldn't save him from the devouring flames of hellfire. By the way, your subordinate Rabber is left in a secluded house within the port. It's the Dockside Gang business, and I won't interfere, Lynn said as he rose to his feet, bidding farewell. After Lynn's departure, Loud's suppressed emotions finally erupted, and he angrily swept valuable vases and utensils from the table to the floor. The guards outside heard the commotion and rushed in, standing in bewilderment as they watched their leader lose his temper in the room. After several minutes of venting, Loud, out of breath, sat back down and looked at the guards in front of him. You go and bring Rabber back to me immediately. I'm going to skin him alive. Lame Loud gritted his teeth. As Lynn left the dilapidated house, the midday sun hung high in the sky. Successfully convincing Lame Loud and gaining the assistance of the entire Dockside Gang had lifted a great burden off Lynn's shoulders. At least now he didn't have to go it alone, and there was a good chance of rescuing Dove and Johnny. As for the magical mark he left on Loud's hand, it was merely a ruse and had no real effect. However, Lynn was aware that the recent battle outside town had already demonstrated some of his capabilities. This was undoubtedly a form of deterrence. People like Loud would never trust him, even if he spoke the truth. Instead, they would believe that their lives were in his hands. This was precisely what Lynn wanted to achieve, as when the real action began, the most critical parts needed to be handled by him personally. Loud would always remain behind the scenes, and the risks on both sides weren't balanced, a significant concern in their collaboration, so some balancing measures were necessary. In the following 2 days, the news of the public execution of Devil's disciples by the tribunal, scheduled for after Monday, had spread throughout the entire harbor town. Almost everyone was discussing the topic. Lynn reaffirmed his previous assessment. Aside from sparring with Ivana in swordsmanship during the day, he spent the rest of his time dealing with the materials that were transported to him. Within 72 hours, he had released the basic material deconstruction spell thousands of times, and he was on the brink of exhaustion. Each time he returned to the mansion, the Baron's steward would cast a strange look at him. Unable to resist one day, the steward advised him not to deplete his body at such a young age. Lynn brushed off the advice casually, as he couldn't find a better explanation for why he was out all night. After all, it was Lot who would ultimately suffer the embarrassment and disgrace. The smooth progress of these events was largely due to the fact that Baron Pedral was often absent from the mansion, busy attending various noble banquets. It was a good thing to show his face in front of these important figures. In the midst of this orderly bustle, Harbor Town welcomed the final night of Monday. A pristine full moon rose above the sea's horizon, casting a soft, silvery glow that seemed to drape the entire harbor town in a fine, shimmering veil. At this moment, Lynn stood on the rooftop of the Pedrol estate, gazing down upon the entire town. It felt unusually peaceful today, as if not a single insect's chirp could be heard. This abnormality made him sense a hint of danger in the air. "Report energy reserves, 71, Lynn silently inquired in his mind. "Energy remaining, 40.2%. Unfortunately, it's still a bit low," Lynn thought to himself. The full moon tonight had increased 71's energy reserves by about 30% in 4 months, which was remarkably fast, but it could only sustain an overload mode for about 200 seconds. In this state, he could unleash the full power of white phosphorus flames. Despite his unease, Lynn had no intention of changing the plan. Tonight was their only chance to rescue Dove and Johnny. After all, the passage to the land of the wizards only opened on Mondays, and tomorrow was the scheduled public execution. Lynn took out the diary belonging to Lot and placed it on the table. After today, he could no longer stay in the harbor town, and the identity of Lot would have no relation to him. This diary would serve as Lot's final message to Baron Pedrol and Ivana. Though he didn't expect it to change anything, it was the only thing he could do. After packing his belongings, Lynn walked out of the room alone, recalling the information gathered by the Guild of Ships. Yadin, a recently transferred priest in the harbor town, Archbishop Anluk's right-hand man, a noble by birth, and the champion of the previous Nordland Knight exam, possessed formidable sword skills. Most importantly, Yadin had a very predictable routine. He would go out at this exact time every night, his destination unknown, presumably to attend some noble's evening banquet. As for the rescue plan, Lynn had considered several approaches, and the smoothest one was to directly capture and replace Yadin. This would not only allow them to extract information about the captured individuals, their location, and other critical details, but also make use of Yadin's role as the Archbishop's right hand. When the full moon hung high in the sky, the dockside gang crew would create chaos at the harbor, driving away all unrelated individuals and igniting white phosphorus powder prepared in advance, causing uncontrollable hellfire. Once it spread, even hundreds of garrison troops wouldn't be able to quell it, and it was one of his signature spells. At that point, Archbishop Anluk would likely intervene personally to extinguish the flames or capture Lynn, possibly mobilizing his elite guards hidden in the shadows. The cargo piled up on the docks had already been discreetly replaced by the dockside gang with specialized black powder. Once ignited, it would send both the warships docked at the harbor and the arriving reinforcements into the sky in an instant. If they could kill Archbishop Anluk in the explosion, that would be the best outcome. Even if they couldn't, the Archbishop wouldn't return anytime soon. Meanwhile, Lynn could use Yadin's identity to access the location where Johnny and the others were held. With the harbor town in chaos, he could falsely convey the Archbishop's orders and transfer the prisoners to a safer place. Once they were out, Lame Loud's trusted subordinates would be there to pick them up. Of course, this plan relied on everything going smoothly. There might be countless unforeseen circumstances along the way. Perhaps the worst-case scenario would be Archbishop Anluk choosing not to act and allowing the hellfire on the dock to spread rapidly. In that case, Lynn would have to step in to quell the flames to prevent the involvement of numerous innocent residents. If left uncontrolled, the entire harbor town would be engulfed in a sea of fire. Lynn continued to mentally calculate the possible events that might unfold. Suddenly, an unpleasant creak echoed closer and closer, emanating from the corridor ahead. Alert, Lynn immediately halted his steps and looked up. Soon he spotted the figure at the end of the corridor. A brunette girl stood in the shadows, holding a slender blade that trailed on the ground. Her red and black attire appeared eerie under the moonlight's silver glow. "Ivana, what are you doing here?" Lynn asked in confusion. "Her room should be on the second floor." "Why?" the brunette girl spoke softly. "Why is it that no matter how hard I try, no matter how excellent my performance, Father will never acknowledge me, while you who couldn't even pass the knight's exam, fail repeatedly but always effortlessly obtain everything I desire?" Ivana lowered her head, her words filled with suppressed anger. She clenched her teeth, seemingly struggling to contain her fury. However, her expression soon returned to a calm demeanor, and her tone became icy. "My brother, you're the obstacle to my progress." Lynn's pupils contracted. Just as Ivana's words fell, she had already rushed forward with her slender blade. Clang, accompanied by the crisp sound of clashing metal, Lynn drew his steel longsword from his waist to parry the incoming blade. It was clear that the girl possessed greater strength and speed than during their practice sessions, indicating her true strength. In Ivana's amber eyes, a cold and murderous glint flashed as her slender blade, like a streak of cold light, slashed through the air once more. "You always have this carefree attitude. Tell me, why haven't you told father about this?" she continued. "You know very well that I've always wanted to kill you." With each sentence, Ivana's blade swung faster, her gaze complex as she stared intently at her brother. Because he was utterly confused by the complex relationship between these two siblings, Lot's diary didn't mention this at all. The clash of sword blades echoed through the silent manor. If this were any other time, it would have surely alerted the butler and servants, but right now, there was no one in sight. That's why Lynn refrained from using the overdrive mode or resorting to magic just yet. "Is it very strange, my brother? Father isn't at the estate tonight, and I've led all the servants away. They'll only know that the devil worshipper the church is hunting broke into the manor tonight." Ivana appeared to be driven to madness, her sword relentlessly striking against Lynn's, as if she needed to vent all the built-up anger and frustration. Lynn's expression became odd, for the wanted devil worshipper the church was after seemed to be him. Boom! During a brief pause in their battle, an abrupt explosion rang out in the distance. Through the window on the third floor, a faint fire glimmered on the western side of the harbor town. Why would this happen so quickly? Lynn's expression changed abruptly. It wasn't time to act yet. Could it be that the members of the ship gang couldn't wait and had already taken action? "Where are you looking, my brother?" Seizing Lynn's distraction, Ivana launched a spinning strike that sent his longsword flying, embedded firmly into the gap in the wall. Then the brown-haired girl raised her sword once more, this time for a downward strike. "Die," murmuring to herself. Ivana's amber eyes locked onto Lynn, yet his face revealed no trace of fear. Why was he not afraid of death? A hint of hesitation and doubt crossed the brown-haired girl's face. Over the years, no matter how terrible her attitude had been, this man before her always looked at her with an extraordinarily compassionate gaze, but she never needed his pity. What she wanted, she'd take for herself. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the girl's mind, while on the other side, Lynn sensed the threat and extended his arm. In that instant, it was as if the first time they had fought was replayed. Only this time there was no one to stop them, and with a sharp gust of wind, the slender blade had reached above Lynn's head. However, Lynn's movement was even quicker. His right hand extended, seemingly at an unusual angle, and grabbed Ivana's wrist holding the blade. Then he exerted a twist, and a faint sound of a dislocated bone resonated through the silent corridor. Outside the window, the moonlight intermingled with the rising flames, creating a devilish picture. Lynn took advantage of this and raised his leg, sending a fierce kick towards Ivana's abdomen. Thud. With a dull impact, the girl's body arched backward and crashed heavily against the wall. How was this possible? Struggling to get back up, Ivana's lips slowly oozed a trace of blood. She couldn't afford to be concerned with the pain in her right wrist or abdomen. She looked at Lynn with an expression of disbelief. She had used her full strength and had been easily knocked down. Ivana found it difficult to accept this reality, and her undamaged left hand once again lunged with the sword. "Sorry, Ivana, but my time is limited." Lynn dodged Ivana's horizontal slash, took the slender blade from her, and then delivered an elbow strike that knocked her down once more. Finally, he swung the blade towards her fair neck. Ivana's pupils contracted, and she could only watch as the silvery blade came closer and closer, her mind going blank. "Am I going to die?" The girl slowly closed her eyes. Recalling all the effort he had put in, only to have his fate determined by a duke's son, he found it particularly laughable. Perhaps seeking release through this would end his suffering. Ding. The soft sound of a sword's tip touching the floor echoed in Ivana's ears, and she opened her eyes in confusion, seeing Lynn behind her, taking out a piece of leather rope to bind her hands and feet. "You're not planning to kill me?" Ivana stared at her familiar yet unfamiliar brother, puzzled by his actions. "No need to do that. After tonight, you won't see me again." "I think that should suit you well," Lynn casually explained, dragging the rope that had been prepared for Yadon and tossing Ivana into his own room. He wasn't really Lot, and he couldn't handle such a complex sibling relationship. But since Lot had chosen to end this karma by taking his own life, Lynn didn't plan to interfere. He also understood where Ivana's resentment came from. She struggled but couldn't resist her predetermined destiny. She had been born to be a sacrifice for the Pedrer family's revival. However, she had clearly targeted the wrong source of her resentment. What truly tormented them both was the stubbornness of Baron Pedrer and the ignorance of the feudal system in the Seka's empire. Since she had cleverly sent away the housekeeper and servants from the mansion, she could take some time to reflect on her actions. After tonight, everything about the Pedrer family would no longer concern him. Lynn turned to leave, but Ivana's voice sounded once again from behind. "Why do you have such power but can't pass the knight's examination or even a sparring match with me? Are you pitying me?" Ivana maintained her last vestiges of pride, asking in a tone mixed with shame and anger. "Too insignificant, Ivana." Lin turned his head to look at the disheveled and bewildered girl on the floor. Your talent in swordsmanship is excellent, far better than anyone I've ever seen. However, your vision is limited to the small harbor town, and you're fixated on inheriting the title of a baron that even the territory can't hold. Beyond the harbor town is the Nordland domain, beyond Nordland is the Sekka's empire, and beyond the empire there is a much broader world. Lin muttered softly, realizing that this world held the existence of magic and divine arts, along with countless secrets waiting to be explored. Forget it. You probably can't understand, Lin said, shaking his head before Ivana could respond. For most of the world's inhabitants, a town, a village, a family was everything, and this matter had nothing to do with him. Can't understand. Ivana gazed at Lin's departing back with a complex expression until the door was firmly closed. The girl fell silent for a while, then suddenly lowered her head and bit into the leather rope binding her hands, struggling to break free. However, the rope was made of a tough material, and biting it with her teeth was futile. In her struggle, her legs hit a nearby table leg. A black book that had been left on the table fell to the ground, rolling to Ivana's side. The words on the pages were hastily written, but Ivana recognized her brother Lot's handwriting immediately. Perhaps without me, everything will get better. Fire. It's on fire, help someone save me. After more than a decade of peace, the residents of Harbor Town, suddenly under attack, descended into chaos. The streets were filled with panic, and screams echoed in every corner of the town. At this moment, Lin stood on the rooftop of a small house, her eyes scanning the direction where the flames raged. This was the magic at work, a spell known as Tix Farsight, granting a wizard the precision of a griffin's keen eyesight in a short span. During the days Lin had spent in Harbor Town, aside from gathering intelligence and concocting black powder, she hadn't neglected her magical studies. She had thoroughly devoured the book, Foundations of Universal Magic, she had brought along. Is it Johnny and Dove? Lin muttered to herself as she gazed at the flocks of gray crows in the distance and the figures dancing in the firelight. Had they managed to escape ahead of time? Wait, Lin soon noticed something amiss. The two witches' states didn't seem like they had suffered torture. Perhaps. They hadn't fled but were preparing to infiltrate Harbor Town's prison to rescue someone. This possibility immediately crossed Lin's mind, causing her to furrow her brows. Before tonight's operation, he had considered dozens of unexpected scenarios and even foreseen that the church might set traps within Harbor Town, waiting for him to fall into them. But he hadn't anticipated Archbishop Anluk to boldly broadcast their actions without capturing anyone first. The Archbishop was undoubtedly taking a risk, betting that these few wizard apprentices couldn't find each other. Otherwise, the public witch hunt ceremony scheduled for tomorrow would be a complete farce. In a world where true gods existed, a public witch hunt ceremony, if faked with a few prisoners posing as witches, was nothing short of blasphemy. Evidently, Archbishop Anluk had guessed correctly. While Lin had managed to avoid the trap, Johnny and Dove had unwittingly walked into it. However, if the two witches weren't captured, then who had leaked information about the ship gang? Archbishop Anluk's personal presence in Harbor Town, enforcing the port closure and taking action against the ship gang, couldn't be faked. This was one of the reasons he believed that these two might be arrested. Deep in thought, the cawing of crows in the sky above Harbor Town grew weaker. This signified that Johnny and Dove were close to exhaustion. Lin didn't rush into action because there were only a few hundred guards surrounding the two witches. Archbishop Anluk and his 3,000 elite guards hadn't entered the scene. This, too, was a bait, and Lin was the big fish that Archbishop Anluk wanted to catch. 71 in our current state. What are our chances if we confront them head-on? Lin silently asked in his mind. His greatest trump card was the massive stockpile of black powder he had hidden at the docks. By exploiting the information gap and the convenience of magic shaping, he could lure Anluk and the others there and blow them to the heavens. But now, it seemed like achieving that goal would be incredibly difficult. Estimated win rate falls below the safety threshold. As per the agreement, extraterrestrials should not be considered protected targets. According to the Federal Citizen Life Safety Act, your priority should be self-preservation. Lin fell silent for a moment and then asked, So, do you know why Johnny and Dove are risking their lives to enter Harbor Town? 97% likelihood. They've come to rescue you, sir. So you knew. 71. Lin gazed at the distant flames, speaking to himself in his mind. Sometimes extraterrestrials are human too. Meanwhile, inside the Church of Harbor Town, Archbishop Anluk was lost in thought as he gazed at the chaos in the town. The distant screams and cries made the attending priests turn pale, but Anluk appeared oblivious, turning to his side to address Aiden. How have the interrogations been progressing these last few days? He asked. Reporting, Your Grace, there seems to be a powerful psychic magic placed in Hawk's brain. I've tried several methods but couldn't break through that barrier, Aiden explained apologetically. A few days ago, while Archbishop Anluk led the elite guards to chase the devilish cultists, Aiden and his team had launched an assault on Erton. Following the information they had received from Will, they had gone to the Drunkard's Tavern to capture the old hawk, who had not managed to escape yet. However, what disappointed Aiden was that there was some kind of psychic magic protecting Hawk's mind. When he tried to extract information using divine arts, he almost turned the man into a simpleton. The only thing they had gained was some information about Harbor Town, found in a secret room in the Drunkard's Tavern. No matter, we'll soon have a new source of information, Anluk said casually, showing no intention of blaming Aiden. Your Grace, should we consider increasing our forces? If we continue like this, those two wizard apprentices might escape our control, Aiden cautiously asked as he looked at the commotion to the west of Harbor Town. Due to someone's move to ignite the town's granaries, most of the station guards had been dispatched to put out the fire, leaving only 2 priests and 300 guards in charge of the pursuit. Continuing like this might endanger more and more civilians. Aiden swallowed the latter part of his sentence silently. He had always disagreed with Archbishop Anluk's decision to set the battlefield within Harbor Town. This only put the defenseless townsfolk in danger. Now is not the time to act, Aiden. Anluk's weathered face took on a hint of severity as he gazed at the priest before him, speaking again. Momentary mercy will only lead to more terrible disasters. The hellfire that burns outside Erton has yet to be extinguished. If we can't capture the wizard named Karl this time, the terrifying scenes may replay in every corner of the Nordanian territories. Merciful Lord will forgive our mistakes. Anluk looked back at the flames over Harbor Town, chanting with a raspy voice. May their souls return to the sacred land, receiving eternal protection. May their spirits not fall into the abyss of the devil. The priests in the church also showed a compassionate expression and soon joined in singing a melodious hymn, wishing that the townspeople who died in this conflict, suffering boundless hardships in life, would find new life in the Lord's sacred ground. Adrian, amidst it all, felt as if his soul was being cleansed by the hymns, recalling the teachings from the Holy Scriptures. Life and death weren't as important as they seemed. Everywhere was the Lord's pasture, and these townspeople's sacrifices were simply an early return to the embrace of the Lord. After the hymn ended, Archbishop Anluk surveyed the crowd and spoke softly, "The great eternal God, Ella, will be with us." Perhaps it was the words of the archbishop, or perhaps Ella's radiance had already reached this remote town, but outside the church, the chaos was rapidly subsiding. Surprisingly, Archbishop Anluk approached the window, looking down at the northwestern side of the seaside town. The flames that had been burning above the granary had been extinguished, and the townsfolk were being orderly evacuated from the battle zones. He couldn't directly see the 2 wizard apprentices, but based on the trajectory of the ravens in the sky, Archbishop Anluk quickly deduced that the 2 were in trouble and were being driven away from the densely populated area. It seemed like their destination was the town's harbor. Who's in command on the front lines now? Archbishop Anluk asked in amazement. It should be Pastor Danny and Pastor Albert, Adrian replied. The archbishop pondered the usual performance of these 2 pastors and didn't remember them having such outstanding leadership skills. Could it be a judgment made by some captain of the town guard? With that thought in mind, Archbishop Anluk couldn't help but develop an appreciation for their talents and sent a guard to inquire. 3 minutes later, a guard entered, casting a strange glance at Adrian and then gave a peculiar response, reporting to Archbishop. According to the militiamen responsible for evacuation, it's Pastor Adrian's orders. At these words, everyone present turned their gaze to Adrian, who appeared confused. He had remained in the church and had never gone outside. Archbishop Anluk's expression immediately turned ugly. In the more than 10 years he had served as archbishop in the Nordland domain, he had encountered wizards proficient in shape-shifting magic, so he was well aware of the chaos they could cause. Under the questioning looks of everyone, Adrian seemed flustered, taking a step back. However, he quickly reacted, extending his hand to cast a divine spell, sacred word, shield. Witnessing the divine shield radiating with brilliance, the doubts in the hearts of the priests present vanished. But what followed was a chilling sensation creeping up from their feet to their heads. If it really was Adrian here, then who was in command on the front lines now? The priests who had been eagerly awaiting their leader were currently seated in a makeshift headquarters in the northern part of the seaside town. They sipped their tea and listened to reports from their subordinates. Lord Adrian, following your orders, the hastily assembled militia has successfully evacuated the townsfolk. It won't be long before we have a cleared area. Also, the fire in the granary has been brought under control. The isolation spell you taught us was extremely effective. Priest Danny spoke rapidly, describing the current situation in the town. He looked at Lin with admiration in his eyes. Those darn devil worshippers were setting fires everywhere, running amok in the crowded alleys, and even managed to burn down the granary, causing them a great deal of trouble. Archbishop Anluk had only dispatched 800 soldiers to them. These soldiers were responsible for capturing the two witches, evacuating the townsfolk, and putting out the fires. Their manpower was severely insufficient. After several unsuccessful requests to transfer elite guards, denied by Archbishop Anluk, Danny had no choice but to repeatedly redeploy the personnel originally assigned for firefighting and assisting the townsfolk to chase after the devil worshippers, so they wouldn't escape. However, the chaotic situation had changed immediately upon the arrival of Lord Adrian. First, under Adrian's command, they used divine magic to calm down a group of fleeing townsfolk, forcefully conscripting able-bodied men. They then disbanded a small team of regular soldiers, assembling an ad hoc militia guard, instantly multiplying their available manpower several times. These untrained militiamen would likely break at the first sign of combat, but they were passable for firefighting and rescue work. The isolation spell and the sandfire extinguishing method mentioned by the other side were both highly effective. Thinking of this, Priest Danny felt somewhat ashamed. He had previously complained about Archbishop Anluk not providing enough manpower to handle the complex situation. Now he had changed his mind, because Adrian had easily quelled the chaos with the same resources. It was safe to say that Adrian was indeed Lord Anluk's right-hand man. Sitting in a chair, Lin smiled as he listened to the priest's words and praised him. "You've done a great job, Priest Danny. After tonight, I will personally commend your achievements to Lord Anluk." "Thank you, Lord Adrian. I've only done what I could. This is all thanks to you," Priest Danny responded excitedly. Lin waved his hand, bypassing the topic and inquiring, "Well, enough about that. Have you conveyed the orders I gave you earlier?" Danny nodded. According to Lord Adrian's plan, their current task was to force the two witches to the empty area near the harbor. The church had already stationed over 1,000 crossbowmen there, ready to turn them into pincushions. This plan would minimize casualties. Given Adrian's excellent command earlier, Danny had no doubts about this plan. "So Danny, your mission is perfectly accomplished." Lin stood up, patting Danny's shoulder and sighed. "Now it's time to send you to meet with Pastor Albert." "Albert, what happened to him?" Danny hesitated for a moment, not yet grasping the situation. However, a dazzling silver light suddenly streaked across his neck, and fresh red blood gushed from the wound. The young priest clutched his gaping neck, his face filled with disbelief, and collapsed to the ground. Lin looked at the lifeless body before him, shaking his head in resignation. He picked up a cloth from the table and wiped the bloodstains from the dagger. At this point, both of Archbishop Anluk's lackeys sent to lure Lin had been taken care of. However, Lin's face didn't show much happiness. After all, his opponent wasn't a fool. Using Adrian's identity to issue orders, Archbishop Anluk would soon realize something was amiss and deduce that Lin possessed the ability to disguise himself as others. But this was precisely what Lin wanted to achieve. Regular priests couldn't break this kind of magic, so Archbishop Anluk would have to come in person. Though it was a roundabout approach, Lin had ultimately used his enemy's power to lure out the Archbishop and redirect the upcoming battlefield back to the harbor in the seaside town. Amidst the wails of agony, several guards who couldn't dodge in time met their demise, but more soldiers armed with shields had already surrounded them. Johnny clenched her silver teeth, pulling her sword to parry a guard's long spear. She then took the opportunity to rush forward, twirling her blade to sever her opponent's neck. Blood spurted out, but at the same moment, another guard swung a longsword toward her. The sharp blade gleamed before her eyes, but after fighting continuously for half an hour, the young girl had already depleted her physical and magical stamina. She had no strength left to turn and defend against the incoming longsword. Fortunately, at that moment, a fierce camel-like creature charged out, instantly toppling the guard to the ground. Seated atop the creature, Dove immediately blew the wooden flute in her hand. The circling flock of gray crows in the sky, as if guided by her, went berserk, diving at the shielded soldiers. Sharp talons and beaks clawed and pecked at unprotected faces and necks, but they were just palm-sized birds. Despite their efforts, they struggled to inflict fatal wounds. Taking advantage of this opening, the two of them had already shifted to another direction. Dove's face had grown paler, her hands weakly bracing against the camel-like creature, relying on it to move forward. Johnny looked at her with great concern and sighed silently. "It seems I owe you an apology this time, Dove. I never expected that we'd not only fail to rescue Carl, but also fall into the church's trap." Johnny conjured a fireball to temporarily drive back the pursuing guards, and she was beginning to regret her decision. It wasn't that she regretted trying to save Lin, but she regretted involving Dove in this mess. A few days ago, upon learning that the church had arrested devil worshippers and was preparing to execute them after Monday, Johnny had the idea of a prison break. But with only her strength, she was too weak and had no chance of success. Dove's psychic magic was incredibly useful in this situation, allowing her to gather information, create chaos, or distract enemies by controlling creatures. Johnny had planned the entire rescue mission based on this. She had Dove send crows carrying fire seeds to ignite important places like the granary, drawing the attention of the guards and causing chaos, before breaking into the prison to rescue the prisoners. However, once they had started the operation, Johnny realized how mistaken she had been. The guards of Harbor Town were already well prepared, and their reactions were lightning fast. It seemed they had walked right into the trap set by the church. "No, it's me. I came here willingly." Despite trembling with fear, Dove, huddled on the camel-like creature, clenched her teeth and spoke. She was terrified of death, but she also knew that it was Lynn's sacrifice that allowed them to escape the castle alive. So when Johnny learned of the plan to rescue Lynn, Dove had resolutely followed her. The two young witches exchanged a glance, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Johnny's grip on her longsword tightened as she encouraged Dove. "Their assault is weakening. We might still have a slim chance to escape." Dove nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, but she quickly put the wooden flute back to her lips and played it again. The once formidable flock of crows, which had filled the sky, had dwindled to 100 or so after several rounds of attacks. They could barely carry out reconnaissance tasks and couldn't distract the enemy any longer. Almost all the pressure of direct combat had fallen on Johnny. As if her prayers had been answered, the number of guards surrounding them began to decrease, and the intensity of their attacks noticeably waned. No one was attempting to charge at them fiercely anymore. However, Johnny's expression grew increasingly grave. According to the information Dove had gathered, the soldiers had gradually encircled them, leaving only one escape route. If they deviated from this path, they would face an unending wall of shields and a formation of swords. Even the most explosive fireball spell would struggle to break through. Was the enemy toying with them, or were they planning an encirclement? Johnny didn't know, but she was well aware that stopping would mean death. Continuing to run might offer a slim chance of survival, however faint that hope might be, at the very least. She had to get Dove to safety. Just as she was thinking this, Dove, seated on the camel-like creature beside her, suddenly began to tremble violently and shouted in terror. "It's Archbishop Anluk, the High Bishop of Norderland. He's here just to our right." Johnny hesitated for a moment, then turned to see a dazzling white light rapidly charging towards them. That was a second-tier divine spell, the Holy Light Impact. "Ice barrier." Johnny managed to create an ice crystal wall with her right hand in front of her just in time, but the overwhelming white light was almost upon them. The hastily cast first-tier protective magic appeared fragile under the power of the divine spell. It burst after just 1 or 2 seconds, and the tremendous force instantly sent Johnny and Dove, who was seated on the camel-like creature, flying. Johnny hit the ground heavily, a sharp pain in her chest. A trickle of blood ran down her mouth, but she didn't have the luxury of caring about her own pain. She climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, positioning herself in front of Dove and glaring in the direction of the oncoming white light. Steady footsteps approached from a distance. Amid the scattered ice crystals and dust, an elderly figure dressed in a gilded robe, flanked by a group of priests, appeared before them. His mere presence exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Johnny's pupils contracted. Although the man before them had undergone significant changes in appearance and his age didn't match, she instantly recognized him based on his identity, attire, and Dove's warning. The person before them was Archbishop Anluk. The scene of being pursued in Willtown was still fresh in her mind. His strength and terror needed no description. It was not something that a few apprentice witches like them could contend with. What made Johnny even more desperate was that several figures appeared on their left as well. The one leading them was young, with a solemn face, and judging by their attire, they seemed to be a priest from the church. Both sides soon formed a circular formation, completely enclosing Johnny and Dove. At this moment, Johnny and Dove were like birds trapped in a cage, with any possibility of escape entirely cut off. Considering the two witches were about to be used as bait to lure a formidable enemy, the priests didn't immediately take action. Instead, they turned their gaze to the priest Johnny across from them, eagerly inquiring, "Johnny, where is Archbishop Aiden now? What do you mean? Isn't Lord Aiden right here with you?" The leader of the priests took a baffled step forward, questioning. "Allow me to explain." According to the Archbishop's speculation, the devil's follower just impersonated my appearance and is responsible for directing your every move, Aiden explained, about to continue when a withered arm suddenly blocked his path. "Lord Archbishop," Aiden paused, his confusion evident. Without a word and without hesitation, Archbishop Anluk raised his staff, Tier 3 Divine Art Radiant Spirit's Light. Dazzling points of light illuminated from the staff's tip, then transformed into a resonating shockwave, spreading in a semicircular shape towards the front, enveloping Johnny, Dove, Priest Johnny, and even the guards behind them. The battered road cracked layer by layer under the erosion of the powerful energy wave. Both witches felt the swift approach of death. A dozen types of magic flashed through Johnny's mind, but she couldn't think of any magic that could resist this terrifying Tier 3 divine art. It seemed that awaiting death had become their only choice. Hazy, Johnny saw the young priest to her left also raising his hand. Then a massive demon hand composed of endless flames burst out from the ground, forming a semicircular palm, like a shield wall that protected them. This was the improved magic, white phosphorus, flame demon's hand. Powerful divine art clashed with magic, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. The shattered road directly exploded, and the scorching airstream overturned the surrounding vegetation. Countless dust and rubble flew into the air. The burning hellfire formed a solid firewall, forcibly separating the two witches, Archbishop Anluk and the others. "Don't just stand there, let's go." Johnny hadn't yet recovered from this sudden turn of events when the young priest had already severed the throats of several guards by her side, grabbed their arms, blasted through the alley's wall, and raced off with the two of them. "What on earth is going on? Who are you?" Johnny ran alongside Lynn, her mind filled with questions. Why would a clergyman of the Holy See have witchcraft abilities, and why would he save them? Suddenly, Johnny recalled the words of the priests from earlier. Could it be shapeshifting magic? "How come you forgot me in just a few days?" Lynn's face swiftly transformed back to its original appearance, teasingly remarking. "Carl," Dove's face immediately showed a mix of surprise and bewilderment with a hint of innocence. "But when did you learn shapeshifting magic?" Before Lynn could respond, Johnny eagerly inquired, "Wait, weren't you captured by the Holy See?" "Coincidentally, up until tonight, I thought you were enduring the Holy See's torture," Lynn shrugged helplessly. They all seemed to have underestimated the powers their companion possessed. "So, we were all deceived," Johnny realized, remembering the incredible power displayed by Lynn's flame demon's hand, which allowed him to survive alone amidst Archbishop Anluk's pursuit. "Where have you been hiding all these days? Did you go to find Loud and the ship gang?" Lynn asked, slightly puzzled. After entering the port town, his main objectives, besides obtaining a ship for crossing the sea, were to gather information about the two witches. According to his understanding, if they hadn't been captured by the Holy See, they should have sought the others' help. Johnny shook her head in frustration. The port town was heavily guarded, with Holy See priests stationed at every checkpoint. They had no way to sneak in, so for these days, they'd been catching jackdaws in the woods, using these inconspicuous birds to gather information. As the three were explaining, behind them, dozens of sharp arrows were already speeding towards them. Obviously, in just a few seconds, Archbishop Anluk had figured out how to break through that wall of fire. Lynn turned to look, his overload mode processing each arrow's flight trajectory as data in his mind. Spell barrage in his thoughts, 36 flying projectiles composed of pure magic hovered in the air. Then they were fired with pinpoint precision, detonating each of the numerous arrows in midair. Johnny and Dove, who were just preparing to cast defensive spells, stopped and looked at Lynn. They couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. "Where are we going now?" Johnny asked in rapid speech. "We have a ship at the town's pier. If we can get there, we'll have a chance to escape," Lynn explained succinctly, glancing back once more as Archbishop Anluk and the others caught up. From their appearance, the Archbishop looked almost like an elderly man about to be laid to rest, with gray hair and sunken eyes, but his movements were swifter than the other priests around him. Previously, when he disguised himself as Aiden, Lynn had learned some information. The Holy See's senior clergy had received blessings from the gods, granting them physical attributes far beyond ordinary people. Directly confronting them was not a good idea. He had originally planned to appear as Priest Johnny, seeing if he could trick them further or set up a sneak attack, but to his surprise, the Archbishop immediately recognized him. Was it because he lacked the divine radiance himself? Lynn pondered silently. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks was increasing, and the port town's pier was already in the distance. Just then, Dove suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly, her lips quivering, and with a shaky, teary voice she screamed, "I see many soldiers in armor, too many of them at least." At least thousands. Through the eyes of the jackdaws, Dove's heart was already filled with fear, as countless armored guards with massive shields approached them like a black tidal wave. A shiver ran down Johnny's spine as well. She hadn't expected that aside from Archbishop Anluk, the port town concealed an elite guard of thousands. However, in this perilous moment, Lynn couldn't help but smile. Perfect. After waiting for so long, they're finally making a move. Johnny and Dove watched Lynn, who suddenly appeared delighted, utterly puzzled as to why he could still find a reason to smile. "Come on, we need to move quickly." Lynn didn't bother to explain. He couldn't be sure if the priests had some form of divine magic to eavesdrop on their conversation. In the entire port town, Lin was most apprehensive about Archbishop Anlok and the hidden 3,000 elite guards. Now that these two troubles had converged, it was undoubtedly an ideal situation. Praise Ayla, storm of the dawn. Behind them, the hoarse chanting of the archbishop resounded once again, and an invisible storm carrying a plethora of debris and dust came rushing toward them. The clergy of the church continued to cast spells, sealing off their retreat with several layers of divine magic. Johnny, Dove, Lin gestured to the two witches, and they, understanding the unspoken command, channeled their remaining magic power and employed the transmute stone to sand spell. Under its magical influence, the sturdy base of the watchtower crumbled into sand. With a cacophony of violent impacts, the watchtower that had stood at the harbor for nearly a century, providing direction to countless ships, collapsed with a deafening crash. The falling boulders and wooden framework not only shielded them from the invisible storm, but also pinned two priests who couldn't evade in time under their weight. Seizing this opportunity, Lin and his companions had already distanced themselves by nearly 100 meters. Archbishop Anluk's fury had reached its limit. He cleared away the debris blocking his path with several holy light strikes and was about to attack again when the ground beneath the port town slightly trembled. Not just Archbishop Anluk, Lin and the others also felt the same sensation, but the cause of this phenomenon was neither magic nor divine arts. Elite guards from Nordland, wearing black armor, standing in perfect formation, and holding huge shields, quickly appeared in the sight of everyone. The arrows on their waists and the palpable aura of death in the air sent shivers down their spines. Compared to the jubilant clergy of the church, the bodies of the two witches involuntarily shivered. With this many of them, how could they possibly fight back? It's worth noting that fully armored elite guards like these were rare even in the entire empire. It could be said that the Duke of Nordland had spared no expense in hunting down these wizards. In front of them, thousands of soldiers had already raised their crossbows, and a dense rain of arrows, with a sharp whistling sound, shot out like a storm, leaving almost no gaps. The moment Lin saw the guards raise their shields, he immediately picked up Dove, rolled behind a broken high wall, and took cover. The sharp arrows struck the makeshift wall, bursting it into clouds of dust and debris. "What do we do now?" Johnny anxiously inquired. Lin didn't reply. He clenched his palm, and a massive fireball formed in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he flung it into the sky. From a few hundred meters away, it looked as if a fireworks display had erupted in the sky above the port town. Almost instantly, Archbishop Anluk recalled the horrifying witchcraft Lin had used to annihilate dozens of elite guards and shouted without hesitation, "Everyone, defend." The dense barrage of arrows immediately ceased. 3,000 soldiers stood in perfect formation, raising their massive shields towards the sky. The priests in attendance didn't dare to be negligent and applied numerous protective divine spells in the vicinity. In the gaze of everyone, the fireball that had risen into the sky suddenly exploded, releasing a plethora of dazzling sparks before gradually dissipating into the night sky. The expectant expressions on the faces of the two witches froze instantly, but Lin, looking at the sky, casually remarked, "No worries, let the fireball fly for a while." Fly, wasn't this magic already over? Johnny raised his head in bewilderment, only then noticing the faint specks of light flying from the other side of the sea. As the faint lights drew closer, the witches realized it wasn't light at all. It was a barrage of hundreds of flaming arrows. Is that reinforcement? Aiden and the others also noticed this and quickly analyzed that the fireball magic earlier was not intended for them. It was merely a signal. However, this reinforcement seemed rather feeble. Perhaps due to the long distance and poor visibility at night, the fiery arrows soaring across the sky were completely off target. Even if they stood still without any defense, they wouldn't be hit. Is that it? Is that all? The several priests were feeling greatly disappointed, finding their earlier fear and apprehension somewhat absurd. They had allowed themselves to be frightened by a few devilish cultists. Only Archbishop Anluk sensed something was amiss. His dark and murky eyes gradually transformed into a radiant dark gold. The unknown was often the most terrifying, but it was too late to intervene now. The oil-coated arrows rained down haphazardly on various corners of the harbor. An indescribable sense of crisis gradually enveloped every individual, with no direction and no source. In the midst of the people's anxiety, confusion, and fear, an endless sea of fire and light engulfed the entire harbor, as if doomsday had arrived. The entire city trembled violently. The roar was 1,000 times louder than thunder, and the flames and shockwaves instantly leveled the low, modest houses nearby. The air boiled intensely, and a massive cloud of dust and steam rose, mingling with the thick smoke. Houses collapsed, massive stones were sent flying, and the tide, driven by the terrifying force, surged back and then unleashed larger waves onto the shore. Some yellowish-white sparks drifted down from the cloud of smoke, as if a fire rain had fallen over the port. illuminating the entire sea, which was the white phosphorus mixed in with black powder. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye. It was almost as if, in the time it took to blink, the entire harbor had been turned upside down, becoming a devastated wasteland. The only relatively intact place was under Johnny and the others' feet. When they had set up the traps, they had meticulously designed the placement of every explosive charge. Even so, the powerful shockwaves still shattered the earthy barriers, and Lynn had to cast several protective spells in succession to barely fend off the aftermath. The two witches behind the wall felt their minds go blank for a moment, followed by a persistent ringing in their ears. When the explosion finally subsided, the thousands of elite guards in black armor and the relentless church priests had vanished without a trace. All that remained before them were the wreckage and a roaring sea of flames. What is this? Is this hell? The two witches stood in a daze, unable to react for a good while. Hello there, we've just hit the fantastic milestone of 40 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. Several minutes passed before the brief ringing in their ears gradually subsided, and the two witches snapped back to reality amidst a familiar shout. Hold your breaths. Filter the oxygen with magic. Johnny suddenly regained her composure, turned to look, and saw Lynn standing before a blazing inferno, gazing ahead as the scorching waves made her robes rustle. The two witches were unfamiliar with the concept of oxygen, but they understood the need to hold their breath. But what kind of magic was this? Johnny was amazed and couldn't find the right words, while Dove huddled against a collapsed wall, too terrified by the scattered limbs and gore on the ground to stand. Lynn didn't pay much attention to the two witches' states, her expression solemn as she stared at the once bustling harbor, now reduced to ruins. In theory, no one should have survived such an explosion, yet the opposite was true. A figure stood in the center of the raging inferno. Calling it a figure might be inaccurate because at this moment, Archbishop Anluk no longer resembled a human. His once magnificent golden robes had been torn to shreds, and his entire body was engulfed in a white phosphorus fire that burned at over 1,000 degrees. From any angle, Anluk should be dead. In fact, he should have died days ago in the great battle outside the town of Ul. But his humble prayers had invoked a shred of divine mercy. A thread of divine power forcibly preserved his life. When he sensed danger, Anluk had willingly harnessed this divine energy and used a 4th-level divine spell, the Divine Sanctum, to resist the devastating explosion. However, the power of a 4th-level divine spell was limited and couldn't block the subsequent shockwaves. His flesh and organs were continuously roasted at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, and his life was now in its final countdown. At this moment, Anluk felt no pain in his mind. Only pure faith remained. Death and suffering were merely the tests and tribulations one must endure to reach paradise. Anluk did not fear death, but if he could send the witch before him to hell, he was certain that the Lord would reward him even more in heaven. Praise heaven's judgment. Anluk's vocal cords had long been destroyed, but as his trembling lips moved, a glimmer of light appeared on his burning fingertips. It was the purest light of death, rapidly expanding. The flames retreated, rocks shattered, and everything in its path dissolved under the power of this light. Ice barrier. Lynn reached out, and one sturdy ice crystal wall after another erected, but they were useless. They crumbled almost instantly. Nevertheless, Lynn used this brief moment of obstruction to sidestep, avoiding the deathly light. Behind her, the pure light crashed into the surging sea, creating waves over 10 meters high. Anluk was relentless. He cast another spell, this time with a wider range, the inescapable apocalypse storm. It was at this moment that Dove spoke. A piercing sound wave swept through the entire area, and Anluk's actions came to an imperceptible halt. The tempest he had just conjured dissipated, but soon the archbishop turned his head. His irises shimmered with a dark golden glow, and without any visible movement, Dove seemed to be choked, just like someone had grabbed her by the throat. The sharp sound wave came to an abrupt stop. The horrifying backlash pierced through the witch's mental defenses, and the girl's body slumped to the ground, coughing up blood. Dove, Johnny hurriedly approached and helped the young witch up, checking on her condition. Lynn's face now carried a tinge of anger. Dozens of magic missiles appeared in the air, rapidly igniting into numerous miniature white phosphorus fireballs, and they hurtled towards Archbishop Anluk. 3rd-tier divine spell, Holy Barrier. Confronted by the swarm of fireballs, Anluk dared not take them head-on. He immediately shifted to a defensive stance. Even with a touch of divine power, his current condition didn't allow for the continuous use of higher-tier divine spells. He could only employ 2 holy barriers to counter the threat. The intangible barrier clashed with the exploding fireballs and soon crumbled. However, the second holy barrier behind it remained resilient, successfully blocking the remaining white phosphorus fireballs. At that moment, Lynn extended her right hand and clenched it tightly. The flames scattered around Anluk, and those adhering to the invisible barrier seemed to receive some sort of guidance. They swiftly converged into a flaming ethereal hand that seized Anluk within its fiery grasp. Crack! The unexpected turn of events caught the archbishop off guard. The previously battered holy barrier was instantly crushed by the hand of flames. With no other option, Anluk unleashed his remaining divine power to contend with the fearsome white phosphorus fire. In unison, Lin and Anluk staked their dwindling powers on this single attack. A dazzling divine light intermingled with the raging fire, canceling each other out. At the same time, Johnny, holding Dove, shouted with frustration, "Magic missiles." Several magic orbs appeared around the girl and rapidly revolved, launching towards the archbishop. Under normal circumstances, Anluk would not have considered such feeble magic, but in the current situation, the incoming magic missiles became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The delicate balance was immediately disrupted. The colossal hand of flames slowly penetrated the dazzling divine light, crushing the archbishop, who wore an expression of bitter unwillingness. It wasn't until the moment of death that Anluk suddenly realized that the two witches he had underestimated all along were not as useless as he had imagined. Watching Anluk's body crumble in the grasp of the flame demon's hand, Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he remained vigilant and looked around, deeply concerned that his actions might provoke the wrath of the divine. Fortunately, his concerns didn't come true as the horrifying aura in the air gradually dissipated. It was finally over. Lin's body swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. An entire night of continuous battle had depleted his magical energy and physical strength, leaving him mentally exhausted. Overload mode deactivated, energy remaining 2.1%. The alert tone of the mind core resonated in his mind. Lin pushed his body to remain upright and turned his attention to Dove, who lay unconscious in Johnny's arms. "How is Dove?" "I don't know. Her condition is critical. She needs immediate treatment," Johnny replied with great concern. Lin glanced at the surging sea before him. If Loud received the signal he had transmitted and followed the plan, the ship should have arrived by now. But why was there no sign of the ship? Turn this ship around immediately. A few minutes ago, on the Sea of Mists. A burly man tightly gripped a longsword in his hand, with a fierce intent to strike Loud, but as the blade descended, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. His once menacing expression contorted into one filled with doubt, and he cautiously inquired, "Mr. Loud, do you really want me to strike? Quit the nonsense and strike." Lame Loud gritted his teeth and extended his right hand, revealing a prominent flame mark on the back. As he gave the order, Loud's heart sank, but he had no other choice. From the very beginning, he had little confidence in the audacious and outlandish rescue mission by a certain wizard. So, when chaos erupted in the harbor town and all the plans they had made were foiled, Loud quickly realized that the wizards who remained in the town would soon meet their demise. That's why, amidst the chaos in the harbor town, Loud took decisive action, gathering a group of men and making his escape. Benefiting from the fact that the church had devoted most of its efforts to dealing with Lin and the others, they didn't have much trouble seizing control of this ship and loading it with valuables before setting sail from the harbor town. The only concern that now troubled Loud was the flame mark on his hand. If that wizard realized that he had fled during a time of crisis, he might decide to drag Loud to hell with him. For someone who knew little about magic, his only option was to sever his hand. The burly man with contorted muscles hesitated to strike with the sword, and Loud's emotions fluctuated along with the man's hesitation. Finally, Loud snatched the sword in irritation. It seemed more efficient to do it himself. "Boss, it's a signal, a signal." At the ship's bow, a sailor suddenly shouted, and Loud instinctively looked in that direction. A fireball was rising from the harbor's pier, exploding in the night sky. Loud was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that the cunning and ruthless wizard was as good as dead. He hadn't expected the wizard to return to the harbor pier. Thinking about it, he turned to the first mate, who held alchemical goggles. "I saw many black armor guards. They've all been deployed, and Archbishop Anluk is there too. It seems the wizard lords are surrounded." The first mate swallowed hard and continued, "It seems we've been hunted all the way here." Loud suddenly understood. They had been lured to the predetermined location. After a brief thought, he stated straightforwardly, "Fire a round of rockets according to the plan, and then we'll immediately set sail across the sea." Since the enemy had successfully led Archbishop Anluk and others to the agreed-upon location, Loud had no reason to be heartless. Firing a round of rockets from a distance wasn't much trouble, but offering assistance on shore was out of the question. Loud couldn't believe that in this dire situation, the enemy could make a significant impact. There was no way they would instantly become great wizards, annihilating thousands of elite guards with their magic. This was beyond the realm of the absurd. Cut or not cut? How much should he cut? This was a question worth pondering. Just as Lame Loud was about to make up his mind to act, the entire ship suddenly lurched violently. A deafening roar echoed in his ears, followed by an enormous earth-shaking impact that sent him sprawling to the ground. His body rolled all the way to the base of the mast, and his head thudded against a crossbeam. Loud's head was still ringing, and his clothes were drenched by the surging waves. After a while, he managed to sit up, clutching his aching waist and abdomen. He looked up and asked the first mate beside him, "What's happening? Have we run into a storm?" However, the first mate with a vacant look didn't respond. He stared in the direction of the harbor pier and muttered to himself, "It's over, all over." "What's over?" Loud frowned, displeased. Could it be that the battle at the pier had already determined its outcome, and the wizard lords were all finished? Loud turned to look, and when he saw the scene before him clearly, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He realized it wasn't the wizards who were finished, it was the entire harbor town. A massive cloud of dust was rising from above the city, and the previously dim night sky had turned into a brilliant fiery red, as if something had torn through the darkness. The once bustling and beautiful harbor had been reduced to rubble, with billowing smoke rising and a raging heat wave sweeping upward, turning the sky red. A dense rain of fire was falling from the massive dust cloud, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. Loud swallowed hard, and his legs trembled slightly. Even though he couldn't see clearly what was happening at the pier from this distance, he understood that under such overwhelming power, the so-called black armor guards and church priests were insignificant. Could it be that he had seriously underestimated the enemy, and they were, in fact, a deeply hidden great wizard? The magic that the enemy referred to as fireworks was truly terrifying. Loud wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The downfall of a harbor city was undoubtedly the most spectacular sight he had ever witnessed. "Mr. Loud, should we turn back now?" a sailor stammered, asking. But before Loud could respond, a dazzling death ray shot from the pier, crashing into the sea surface 100 meters away, sending up a spray of waves several meters high. The ship with its billowing sails rocked violently once more. Loud immediately jumped up, shouting anxiously, "Turn back, turn this ship around immediately." The sailors on board hurriedly adjusted the sails and changed course, not daring to waste a single moment. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a stark warning from the wizard lord. If they didn't turn back now, the next spell might directly hit their ship. Loud hastily changed into a more presentable outfit, and despite his still trembling legs, he put on his most welcoming smile, ready to greet the ruthless wizard lord. The idea of cutting off his hand was now far from his mind. On the side, the burly man tugged on the ship's ropes, deeply grateful for his earlier judgment. He was relieved he hadn't gone through with cutting Loud's hand, otherwise he might be the one who's now been killed. Feeling the scorching hot air, although Loud had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but shiver as he gazed up close at the port that had turned into ruins. The smile on his face became even more eager. "Loud, you've finally arrived. I thought you might have successfully crossed the sea by now." Lynn, along with Johnny and the unconscious Dove, boarded the sailboat with the wooden planks placed down heavily. "Ha ha ha, wizard, you jest. How could that be possible? It's just that the plans changed temporarily, and we didn't receive your follow-up orders, so we had to drift on the sea while waiting," Loud chuckled, calmly explaining. Lynn didn't expose their intentions. There wasn't much friendship between them and the ship's gang to begin with. Their temporary cooperation was solely based on the threat from the church and their common goal of crossing the sea to reach the wizard's territory. So even though he suspected they might have abandoned him and fled, Lynn wasn't angry. "Loud, is there a physician on this ship?" Johnny interjected, urgently asking as he looked at Dove, who remained unconscious. Loud, after glancing at the unconscious Dove, immediately realized the severity of the situation. He instructed his assistant to fetch the ship's physician. He had prepared various herbs to deal with any unexpected situations during the sea voyage. However, after the ship's physician examined Dove, he shook his head in helplessness. The injuries this lady witch has sustained aren't severe, but her current condition may be due to other issues. Upon hearing this, Johnny immediately thought of the time Dove had used the Soul Shriek to attack Archbishop Anlook, which resulted in a backlash on her own soul. This was likely a spiritual trauma. Seeing that the ship's physician was unable to help, the silver-haired witch turned to Lynn, her last glimmer of hope in her eyes. 71, Lynn silently called out in his mind. Preliminary diagnosis. Target has suffered severe mental trauma. Recommend immediate transfer to the Federal Medical Center for professional neurological examination. Lynn felt somewhat helpless. He needed to get back there, and while the Federation had advanced technology, their knowledge of consciousness and soul studies was limited. Most of that information was classified and not something someone like him had the authority to access or review. So under the hopeful gaze of the witch, Lynn reluctantly shook his head. Dove, a 13 or 14-year-old girl, curled up her body, her eyes tightly closed, lips slightly parted, her breathing becoming more rapid. As her lips moved in a murmuring fashion, she unconsciously called out the names of her family. Her voice grew weaker, her hands trembled incessantly, as if trying to grasp something elusive. Johnny held Dove tightly, tears glistening in his sapphire eyes. He had already become speechless. Lin watched this scene and sighed. He couldn't do everything, but he took a step forward, gently holding Dove's trembling hand, offering her a bit of comfort. Unknown energy detected. Extract. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Lin's mind. He hesitated for a moment as he watched the girl's vitality gradually fade away, then, after much thought, silently recited in his mind. Yes. In the perceptive gaze, an almost imperceptible glow flowed through Dove's arm and into her body, stopping after about half a minute. Special energy absorbed, estimated to be convertible into a 12% energy reserve. Do you wish to use it immediately? No, Lin immediately responded in his mind. While he didn't know what the fluorescent substance absorbed by the smart brain was, one thing he was certain of was that it had already been recorded as magic power, so he could exclude that, leaving the possibility of. The soul, a mysterious guess flickered in Lin's mind. Over the past few days, many people had died in front of him, and he had been the one responsible for many killings. This was the first time the smart brain had provided a prompt. Was there something unique about Dove? Lin felt a mix of emotions, along with deep curiosity. However, the situation changed again as Johnny, holding Dove, suddenly collapsed. Everyone present was startled. Loud even shot an angry glare at the physician, urging him to do something quickly. If this wizard were to become angry, they would all be in deep trouble. After a frantic examination, the result finally brought relief to everyone. Johnny had merely passed out due to exhaustion and extreme grief. Loud immediately ordered a few maids to take Johnny below decks to rest, then turned his gaze to Dove, who was lying on the ground. He cautiously inquired, "What should we do with this lady witch?" Lin didn't reply. He knelt down and placed his hand on Dove's abdomen. A freezing ice crystal appeared around her, eventually forming a massive ice coffin that encased her. Although he currently had no means to save her, in the wizard's territory, there might be wizards proficient in various mystical magics who could help. Look, the fires in the harbor town seem to have gone out. A sailor suddenly shouted loudly. Loud and the others immediately turned to look. In the time they had been delayed, the sailboat had already sailed out of the harbor and into the sea of mist. But even from a distance, they could clearly see the red flames in the sky above harbor town slowly fading. The church's reinforcements must have arrived. Lin quickly thought of this. Archbishop Anluk hadn't been able to do anything with white phosphorus before, so the ones capable of resolving the crisis in harbor town must be higher-ranking clergy. The next moment, a colossal goddess illusion, large enough to cover the entire city, appeared in the sky above harbor town. Her crystalline and transparent body shone brilliantly under the light of the silver moon, irresistibly compelling people to approach, kneel, and confess their sins before her. Is that Ira? Lin suppressed the shock in his heart, while Loud and the others trembled in fear, burying their heads on the deck. The goddess's face, impossible to discern, gradually turned her gaze towards them. Fortunately, at that moment, the dense fog around them had surged up, and the entire sailboat disappeared from the surface of the sea. This is hell descending. O great Lord, please save your faithful. As the scene that seemed like doomsday itself unfolded, chaos engulfed the entire harbor town. The hastily organized militia was powerless to maintain order, and throughout the streets and alleys, one could see frantic figures running. The roaring flames that had erupted from the docks continued to expand in the direction of the wind, as if they aimed to engulf the entire harbor town. Get the things causing the fire moved away. Create a large enough open area. Where is the fire brigade? Get moving. Captain Terrace, the temporary leader of the guards, shouted desperately, attempting to use the isolation spell taught by Lord Adan to block the spreading fire. Unfortunately, the morale of the entire guard was on the brink of collapse. Many people had abandoned their weapons and were running away from the harbor town as if in a frenzy, completely ignoring his orders. Seeing the advancing tongues of fire, Terrace was already in despair. It was at that very moment that a thunderous voice resounded in his ears. Praise be to Ella, the kingdom descends. In this moment, the intensely chaotic harbor town seemed to freeze in time. Everyone who had been frantically fleeing came to a halt, almost instinctively stopping in their tracks, looking up at the night sky. The dust cloud that had shrouded the city's sky was torn apart by the influence of some powerful force. Subsequently, a dazzling white radiance descended from the heavens, bathing every corner of the harbor town. Under the cleansing light, everyone felt a surge of renewed vitality, and the despair and fear in their hearts quickly receded. A man who had his leg crushed by falling debris during the disaster astonishingly found that his broken leg had miraculously healed. His face displayed an overwhelming fervor of devotion. The blazing flames, referred to as the Hellfire, the embodiment of the devil, which had covered half the city, rapidly extinguished and vanished without a trace under this power. Following that, the pure and untarnished white radiance gradually coalesced into the ethereal figure of a holy and noble goddess. She gazed down upon the people, her eyes sparkling with stars, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. "O Lord, you have not forsaken your most devout followers, the devil. The devil is dead. O great Lord of the stars, Ella, we thank you for your redemption. O Lord, I must repent for my sins." Thousands of townsfolk in the harbor town knelt down one after another, continuously praying and expressing their gratitude for the grace of the Lord. Many of them passionately kissed the ground, demonstrating their piety. Among all the people present, the only one who managed to retain some sense of reason was Terrace. After being bathed in the white light, he, too, felt a fervent devotion welling up within him. However, he did not kneel down on the spot. It was as though some mystical force had prevented him from doing so. Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged man wearing a red and gold robe with an iron mask had appeared by his side. Archbishop Lord Edwill. Terrace immediately recognized the newcomer's identity from his attire and respectfully saluted. "Where is Anlook? Why has the harbor town turned into such a state?" Edwill glanced at the townsfolk who were devoutly praying and asked directly. "If I'm not mistaken, the witch-hunting ritual was supposed to begin tomorrow at noon. 2 days ago, the Holy City had received a plea for help from Anlook, the Archbishop of Norland. Leading an elite guard, he had almost been wiped out while attempting to capture several witches. Even the use of divine magic hadn't allowed him to apprehend any of the witches. According to the Inquisition's procedures, even the most troublesome witches weren't worth his personal intervention. However, Anlook had specifically mentioned in his letter that the witch in question was very young and could pose a future threat to the church. What was even more terrifying was that this witch had the ability to wield a unique hellfire. If it spread, it could likely consume an entire town in a short time, and Anlook had no means to counter it. Considering this, to ensure that nothing went wrong, he had decided to personally visit the harbor town. Along the way, he had sensed the fluctuation caused by the eruption of divine power and had rushed here as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The situation is as follows, Archbishop Edwill. Earlier tonight, 2 devil's disciples infiltrated the harbor town and set fire to the granary. Terrace recounted the events concisely. Upon hearing that the one responsible for destroying the harbor docks was the very witch he was pursuing, Edwill's expression grew solemn. The fact that a powerful wizard had been concealing his abilities, lurking within the borders of Norland, implied that he was plotting some conspiracy against the Empire and the Church. With this in mind, Edwill used the divine projection through his sight to observe a sailing warship entering the fog from afar. After a rough estimation of the distance, he quickly abandoned the idea of taking action. Even with his most potent divine magic, it was not enough to threaten a powerful wizard from such a distance. "You've done well this time, at least it hasn't caused the Empire greater losses." To Edwill, revealing a deeply hidden high wizard at the cost of half of the harbor town was a reason for celebration. Previously, he had considered Anlook a useless leader, being brought into such a dire situation by a formal wizard. He had intended to relieve Anlook of his position as Archbishop after this incident. However, now it seemed like an unjust accusation. Anlook's failure was solely due to the overwhelming strength of the enemy. Moreover, the casualties among the harbor town's residents were much lower than he had expected. Edwill had anticipated that in a disaster of this magnitude, at least over half of the tens of thousands of townspeople would have been killed or injured. However, from the number of spirits collected within the sanctuary, less than 5,000 people had died, including 3,000 black armor guards. This was nothing short of a miracle. "This was all Lord Adan's instructions," Terrace said with no intention of taking credit, his face bearing a hint of resentment. "But Lord Adan has already followed Archbishop Anlook into the harbor, and now I'm afraid." "What a pity," Edwill lamented. Being able to swiftly quell the chaos in the harbor town and organize the militia guards to evacuate the townsfolk was a rare talent for command. "Has Anlook gathered any information about that high wizard in these past few days?" Edwill inquired once more. Terrace hesitated for a moment. These were not things that he, as the captain of the guard, could access. Thankfully, the lord of the harbor town, Merc, had arrived at this moment. Upon learning of Archbishop Edwill's request, he promptly retrieved the information that Anlook had previously handed over. However, after skimming through the parchment scroll for a few moments, Edwill's expression quickly hardened. "Carl, the illegitimate son of Viscount Stedlin of the Empire, only 17 years old, went missing 6 months ago, around the same time that the captured wizard Cora arrived in Stedlin territory. It was speculated that this individual named Carl might be one of Cora's apprentices. Who collected this nonsense of information? Edwill scolded angrily. This was utter nonsense. An apprentice not even in the service of a formal wizard for more than half a year, using magic capable of destroying half of a harbor town. The intelligence personnel of Norland territory must have gone mad. The lord of the harbor town quivered and did not dare to reply. Edwill paid no further attention to Merc, but retrieved a golden tome from his waist and flipped to the most recent page. Using his finger as a pen, he inscribed the new information. Name Carl, unconfirmed real name, highly dangerous, high wizard crimes, killing Archbishop Anluk, annihilating 3,000 black armor guards, destroying half of the harbor town. Reward, 50,000 sekas, gold coins. Midnight inside the Pedrol estate, the continuous explosions and thunderous sounds from outside went unnoticed by Ivana, who was leaning against the wall. The severed cowhide ropes, cut by sharp wooden spikes, lay scattered around her, and her fair fingers trembled as she turned the yellowed diary's pages. In the year 708 of the Holy Calendar in November, another child was born in Pedrol. They look so tiny and delicate. Their name is Ivana. Am I a big brother now? It's another day of training. As the eldest son of Pedrol, I must work even harder. Are you watching me practice swordplay, Ivana? I need to show better performance. Sparring, how I miss it, the way I held a sword back then. Now it's my turn to be the teacher. 10 moves, I'll give you a bit of face. But you won't cry if you lose, will you? You're so adorable, Ivana. 37 moves and it's only been 4 months. Wait, maybe I didn't put in my full effort. I'll be more serious next time. I lost. I actually lost. How is this possible? It's so embarrassing in front of you. As your brother, I must work harder to win next time. Ivana, why can you effortlessly learn techniques that I can't grasp? Am I not trying hard enough? In the year 722 of the Holy Calendar in July, the first night's assessment. If I pass, I can become a priest, right? The Pedrol family can finally have a chance. Failure, failure, failure. The second night's assessment, the third round. Is this my limit? From morning till night, it's nothing but training. It's pointless. I fear I'll never pass the night's assessment. Father, why do you look at me with those hopeful eyes? Why won't you give up on me? It's that look again. Do you hate me, Ivana? I understand your feelings. An inept person stole your opportunity. If it were you, you would surely succeed, my sister. Maybe without me, everything will turn out better. Ivana, I will give you everything you desire. It's the only way. The brown-haired girl flipped through the diary, page after page, and through the cold words, she gained insight into her brother, who she had envied and who bore their father's high expectations but couldn't excel at anything. She used to resent this unfairness, feeling that all her efforts and her prided sword skills were merely tools to capture the attention of the Duke of Norland's son in her father's eyes. If she had the chance, she was sure she could pass the knight's assessment, revive the Pedrol family, and make her father see her clearly. So her brother, who had all the family's resources and the privilege of receiving formal knight training but repeatedly failed. Ivana detested him, even hated him. You're so adorable, Ivana. Her finger traced the crumpled pages, and as she looked at the words, her body trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks onto the pages. I'm sorry, Ivana muttered to herself, her mind blank, her eyes filling with uncontrollable regret. She had never hated herself this much. She thought she had forgotten how to cry, a privilege reserved for those in the spotlight. Outside the estate, flames leaped into the sky, but the room remained eerily quiet. The only sound was the stifled, intermittent sobs echoing through the room. It was only when the estate's grand door was forcefully pushed open that the girl turned her head, confused. Baron Pedrol rushed into the room, surveyed the chaotic scene, and upon seeing Ivana, who had been frightened into silently crying in the corner, he was instantly furious. He spoke in frustration. Do you have any idea what's happening outside, Ivana? Why are you sitting here all alone? Where's Lot? As he spoke, another explosion resonated from outside. What's happening outside? Ivana held the tear-stained diary to her chest and asked, keeping her head down. Those damned wizards are wreaking havoc in Harbor Town. They used a terrifying magic to destroy the entire harbor. Priest Yadin is dead, Priest Danny is also dead, and even Sir Zeke, not to mention Archbishop Anlok, couldn't escape, Baron Pedrol said in fear and uncertainty. Previously, in order to enhance his credentials, he had even proposed to participate in the witch-hunting operation before the Archbishop of Norland. Now, he realized that if Archbishop Anlok had agreed, he would have already perished at the Harbor Town docks. Listening to one lofty name after another being sentenced to death in her ears, the brown-haired girl was deeply shaken. She couldn't help but recall the words Lot had whispered to her before he left. I'm just too insignificant, Ivana. Becoming a wizard, is that your choice, brother? Rumors had it that one could become a wizard with forbidden powers by sacrificing their soul to a demon. However, as a price, the person would often undergo a drastic change in personality and gradually fall into the abyss. And all of this was for her sake. Where's your brother? You haven't answered me. Where is Lot? We need to leave immediately. Baron Pedrel firmly gripped the girl's wrist and shouted. "He's dead," Ivana whispered. She was well aware that if the information about her brother becoming a wizard were to be revealed, the entire Pedrel family would be doomed. Baron Pedrel paused for a moment, a terrifying expression on his face. "Don't play tricks with me, Ivana. Let me tell you, even if your brother is truly dead, the title of Baron will never fall into your hands. Don't ever dream of getting what you can't have," Baron Pedrel said, furious. Under no circumstances would he allow an outsider to take over the Pedrel family, no matter how capable they were. "In that case, I'm leaving." Ivana broke free from the large hand restraining her, placed the diary in her bosom, and without hesitation walked toward the door. "Stop, explain yourself to me." Baron Pedrel hadn't expected that Ivana, who had never dared to defy him, would act so defiantly. He was overwhelmed by anger and drew his longsword from his waist, swinging it aggressively at Ivana. Clang! The unsheathed sword slipped from his hand, spinning and landing on the ground, emitting a dull thud. Baron Pedrel froze in place. A 3-finger-long, extremely sharp wooden spike was now horizontally positioned at his neck. "How long has it been since you last experienced a battle, father?" Ivana gazed at Baron Pedrel with a complex expression and asked. Baron Pedrel's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he sat down on the ground. It was only now that he realized Ivana's swordsmanship was far more advanced than he had known, and she had completely surpassed him. Ivana discarded the wooden spike in her hand and walked out of the room without looking back. "Where are you going, Ivana? What about Lot? Tell me where he is." Baron Pedrel finally regained his composure, shouting loudly. "My brother is already dead. You can consider it as if I killed him." "Father," Ivana said softly, "and I'm leaving Harbor Town to explore the world." The relentless raindrops pounded on the deck, creating a series of crisp, low-pitched notes. Inside the cabin, Lin awoke from a night of continuous nightmares. Once he had a clear view of his surroundings, Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The sudden appearance of the goddess's apparition last night had put significant psychological pressure on him, but thankfully she had shown no intention of pursuing them. They should be safe now. Lin sat up, swung his legs over the hard wooden bunk, and grabbed a cloak hanging by the door. Then he opened the cabin door and stepped out onto the deck. The gentle sea breeze carried with it the scent of the ocean and a touch of salt, dispelling the stagnant air from the cabin. Lin gazed into the distance, where a thick fog shrouded the surface of the sea, engulfing the entire sailing ship. Visibility was limited to about 3 to 5 meters beyond the ship's sides. This fog seemed to possess some mysterious power, as even when he used a first-tier spell, Tix Farseeing Art, he couldn't see beyond the white mist. Navigating under such conditions was undeniably perilous. Not only was it difficult to discern direction, but there was also the risk of colliding with hidden rocks. "Wizard, are you awake? Did you rest well last night?" A familiar voice came from behind. Lin turned to see Lame Loud. However, compared to last night, Loud seemed somewhat dejected, clearly affected by their recent encounter with the apparition. Lin didn't respond to Loud's question, but instead spoke directly. "Is this the Sea of Mist? How do you usually navigate in these conditions? And how much longer until we reach the wizard's territory?" Normally, departing from the seaport town would require sailing for almost half a month. As for navigating in these conditions, Loud was very cautious as he pulled out a compass. Lin curiously leaned in. The compass had a round wooden body adorned with intricate runes and symbols, but the most eye-catching feature was the pointer on top, which remained fixed on the ship's heading. Could this be a compass? Lin speculated silently, then listened as Loud explained. This compass was created by the great wizard Hurlram, an alchemical invention. No matter where you are, it will always point in the direction of the wizard's territory. This was their key to navigating the Sea of Mist. Regardless of where they set out, following the compass's guidance would always lead them to the wizard's territory. It was truly miraculous. Lin picked up the compass, carefully examined it, and became somewhat interested in the great wizard Hurlram, as this was the second time he had heard that name. It appeared that Archbishop Anluk had gone to great lengths to trap a few wizard apprentices, all in pursuit of obtaining this compass. Handing this over to the church would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Lin couldn't decipher the runes on the compass, so he just memorized them and returned the item. Loud accepted the compass and then appeared somewhat conflicted. After a while, he cautiously asked, "Are you a grand wizard?" "Naturally not," Lin shook his head. He couldn't admit to such a thing. At this point, he was just a novice wizard who had recently started delving into magic. Being mistaken for a full-fledged wizard was one thing, especially since with the aid of his intelligence, he could achieve many feats that only accomplished wizards could. However, reaching the level of a grand wizard was still a distant dream. If it weren't for the assistance of the 1,000-plus members of the ship gang, he wouldn't have been able to set up a trap capable of destroying the entire seaport. What had brought down Archbishop Anluk and his group was less magic and more the power of science. Seeing Lin's denial, Loud appeared somewhat skeptical. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying explosion last night, a feat achievable only with advanced magic. However, recalling Lin's request for gathering large amounts of materials, Loud speculated that the magic known as fireworks probably required a special ritual to unleash such powerful magic. In that case, after we arrive in the wizard's territory, you might face some scrutiny, Loud sighed repeatedly. Lin's expression changed abruptly, and a dangerous glint shone in his eyes. He could now smell the scent of trouble. Under the watchful gaze of someone who seemed friendly, Loud hastened to explain. While he had been operating this route from Seaport Town to the wizard's territory, the person who had established it was the Grand Wizard Hurlram. In essence, the entire ship gang was merely tools in his hands. Whether they liked it or not, they were obligated to transport scarce resources to the wizard's territory each year. Although they had always operated discreetly and without major incidents for over a decade, the actions of Johnny and others had led to the destruction of this critical transportation route. If Lin turned out to be a grand wizard, they had nothing to worry about, but if he wasn't, they needed to be prepared for consequences. This was the reason for Loud's confirmation. With Loud's explanation, Lin quickly understood the situation. He felt torn as he understood the significance of this route. The blame should fall on his mentor, Cora. If Cora hadn't been so audacious, attempting to abduct the Duke's second daughter and getting caught red-handed, the church wouldn't have traced the problem all the way to Seaport Town. Is this the only route from the wizard's territory to the Sekka's empire? Lin inquired. Probably not. The Sea of Mist also connects to another vital port, the imperial capital of the Sekka's empire, Vikniel City, Loud said hesitantly. Although he couldn't be certain, he suspected that there might be others in Vikniel City doing the same work as him. I see, Lin nodded. It appeared that the situation might not be as dire as he initially thought. However, he had no intention of shouldering this blame. He needed to find a way to avoid it. As Lin contemplated, he casually inquired about various pieces of information regarding the wizard's territory. He was still relatively unfamiliar with the place, and having insufficient knowledge could leave him at a disadvantage. Through several rounds of questioning, Lin learned that the wizard's territory was different from what he had initially assumed. It wasn't a refuge established by persecuted wizards, but a land that had existed for centuries, boasting a city, a port, and a population of 600,000, almost like a small kingdom. However, there were no kings or nobles here. Instead, it was governed by wizards and various schools of magic. The highest authority was the Wizard Council, composed of several legendary wizards, but upon further reflection, it made perfect sense. High-level wizards were akin to entire armies on their own, and denying them corresponding rights would only breed chaos. In this world, the status of wizards was nearly equal to that of nobility. Once we reach the port, you'll be amazed by the sight there, Loud said with great emotion. Over the years, he had visited the land of the wizards a few times, and it was as if a farmer living in a village suddenly arrived in Vikniel, a feeling too incredible to put into words. I'm really looking forward to seeing it, Lin replied with a smile. As they talked, a sailor suddenly approached and whispered a few words in Loud's ear. Loud waved the sailor away and respectfully inquired, "Milady Witch has awakened." "Do you plan to go see her?" Lin nodded. He had many questions to ask Johnny, so he quickened his pace toward the cabin. Watching Lin's departing figure, Loud had no intention of following. Instead, he gazed up at the misty sky. The occasional raindrops were piercing through the fog and falling on the deck. Though this light rain didn't affect their voyage, Loud couldn't shake a sense of unease in his heart. This year, to evade the church's pursuit, their departure from the harbor was somewhat delayed. He hoped for some calmness before crossing this stretch of sea. Lin followed the sailor through the interior of the ship. The wooden vessel rocked constantly, and the air carried a faint, unpleasant odor. Fortunately, after these days, he had grown accustomed to the medieval sanitary conditions. In fact, things were going quite well. Loud had arranged separate cabins for them, so they didn't have to squeeze in with the other crew members. "Milady Witch, we're here." The guiding sailor stopped in front of a cabin door, looking at Lin with some fear in his eyes, probably recalling the gruesome scene in the port town. Lin paid it no mind and pushed open the door to enter. It was a small cabin, barely a few square meters in size. The silver-haired witch was leaning against the wooden bedpost, her gaze fixed on the ocean outside the window, shrouded in mist. Dim light spilled through the window, casting a sickly pallor on the girl's face, emphasizing her peculiar, morbid beauty. Perhaps having heard the door creak, Johnny turned her head, her exquisite profile half-shrouded in shadows. She gazed at Lin, who had walked to the edge of the bed, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. "Dove is dead." Lin paused for a moment and then replied softly, "I've already preserved her body in ice. Maybe the influential figures in the land of the wizards will have some way to help, although I understand that hope is slim. Not only may the powerful wizards lack the ability, but they're unlikely to save a mere apprentice. He said this for two reasons. First, Dove, who is usually terrified of death, had ventured into the port town to rescue him in the face of almost certain death, which touched Lin in a profound way. Second, he was deeply concerned about the unknown energy absorbed by the smart brain last night. Johnny seemed to have not heard Lin's words and continued to murmur softly. Lin sighed inwardly, realizing that with Johnny's current state of mind, it would be difficult to extract any useful information. He was about to suggest that Johnny take some rest when a soft, slightly warm body collided with his. Lin paused for a moment before he could react, and then the sound of the girl's sobbing reached his ears. Dove is dead, teacher is dead. And Kent, Will, Buck, and Barton. With each name she cried out, Johnny's voice choked a bit more. Her shoulders trembled and crystal tears rolled down her cheeks, wetting Lin's robes. In a choked voice, she continued to recount everything that had happened within the Nordland territory. When the church's personnel discovered their whereabouts, Cora had a chance to escape, but she chose to stay behind to cover their retreat. She survived, but she couldn't keep her promise to her teacher to safely bring back all the apprentices. Everyone except the two of them had perished. Lin stood silently, not interrupting the girl's outpouring. He understood that Johnny needed an outlet to release the fear, sorrow, and despair that had accumulated within her over the past 10 days and could not be shared with anyone else. The intermittent crying continued for over 10 minutes before Johnny's emotions began to settle. It was only then that she realized she had been holding on to Lin, and his clothes were drenched with her tears. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she released her arms, and the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became awkward. Johnny wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke softly. If our teacher had chosen to take you to the capital of Nordland in the first place, perhaps everything would have been different. You're overestimating me, Johnny. Lin shook his head. At that time, he hadn't even crossed over. With his original self, Carl's abilities, he probably would have been captured alongside her. Besides, you've done more than enough, Lin said earnestly. Johnny wasn't a tactical genius, nor was she as cunning as Loud, but in Carl's memories, she was just a girl with decent magical talent who liked to sit under the shade of a tree and read. Cora had entrusted the fate of these wizard apprentices to Johnny, which was, in reality, an unrealistic expectation. Johnny didn't respond to Lin's comfort. Instead, she pursed her lips and asked, "When we were in Town, why did you choose to face Archbishop Anluk alone?" This question had been bothering her ever since then. While they were all Cora's apprentices, they didn't have much of a personal relationship. Yet in Town, Lin had been willing to face danger alone and leave a path of escape for them. Of course, it was because you standing there was somewhat distracting. The words were on the tip of Lin's tongue, but he swallowed them back and chose a more tactful response. Facing Archbishop Anluk, I didn't have a high chance of success, and I couldn't afford to be distracted by protecting all of you. Johnny stared at Lin in amazement. She was about to say something, but the cabin, which had been relatively stable, suddenly rocked violently. Without warning, the two of them were nearly thrown into the wooden wall. Before Lin could regain his balance, terrified screams from the deck above rang out. The Eye of Death. It's the Eye of Death. The swaying ship's cabin and the continuous screams from above interrupted the conversation between Lin and Johnny. They exchanged glances and rushed upstairs in unison. Opening the door, a frigid gale howled, and icy raindrops poured down on the deck like a dense hailstorm. It was the prelude to a tempest. The once calm sea had become tumultuous, with the waves continuously crashing against the ship's hull, causing the sail warship to sway incessantly. Due to the relentless gale, the previously thick fog had dissipated significantly, doubling the visible range. However, the fog was no longer pure white but had turned into an eerie gray. "Hurry, tighten the sails, everyone, get moving. We must escape this area as quickly as possible," Lin shouted. The deck was in chaos, with hundreds of crewmen from the ship's gang in disarray. Lame Loud's face turned extremely grim as he shouted loudly, but many people were kneeling on the ground, looking hopeless and shouting something. "Loud, did we run aground, or is it the effect of the storm?" Lin hurriedly approached, inquiring. "No, it's the Great Whirlpool, the Eye of Death," Loud exclaimed, terror evident in his voice. The Great Whirlpool. Lin immediately recalled the information he had gathered in the harbor town. He gazed once more at the turbulent sea, realizing what he had overlooked. The surging sea was flowing consistently in one direction, drawing the wind sail ship towards the center of the vortex. The diameter of this vortex was simply massive. Moreover, the sea was shrouded in fog, making it nearly impossible to find any reference point. It gave him the illusion that the ship was sailing normally. Just how enormous was this thing? Lin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Loud, on the other hand, seemed to have had a sudden revelation and looked at Lin with an intense, hopeful look, asking, "Master Wizard, can you freeze the entire whirlpool?" "What are you joking?" Lin furrowed his brow. The diameter of this whirlpool had to be several kilometers to create such a visual deception. What kind of power could freeze an ocean of this magnitude? Then we're doomed. It's too late to escape now, Loud said, his eyes losing the glimmer of hope. He slumped to the ground, muttering to himself. The sea of mist was terrifying for a reason. Besides the thick fog that covered the entire area, making it easy to lose direction, the most crucial element was the great whirlpool, known as the Eye of Death. It was an existence that struck fear into the hearts of countless seafarers, akin to a grim reaper roaming the vast sea of mist. It could appear in any corner of this region without warning or any discernible pattern. Once encountered, the crew and their ship were condemned to death. The terrifying pull of the great whirlpool far exceeded the speed of any sailing ship. Rumor had it that those who were eventually sucked into the vortex not only faced certain death, but their souls would plunge into the abyss, hence the name Eye of Death. The only way to pass through the sea of mist was to wait until Monday when the Eye of Death temporarily calmed down. During this brief period, ships tried to distance themselves as much as possible from the frequent appearance of the Eye of Death. The rest was left to luck. In previous years, when they transported goods, they would try to set sail on the first few days of Monday, ensuring they didn't collide directly with the great whirlpool. But this year was different. The church had blocked the harbor town, delaying their departure. Lin paid no attention to the lamentations and swiftly walked over to the cargo piled on the deck. He picked up a few wooden barrels, gauged their weight, and then tossed them in different directions and angles. He extended his right hand, measuring the relative distances of these objects. For an individual, trying to calculate the diameter and flow speed of the great whirlpool with just a few drifting barrels as reference points seemed like an impossible task. But for an intellect like Lin, it was child's play. The diameter of the great whirlpool is 7 kilometers, and the escape speed is 20 knots. To avoid being sucked into the vortex, we need at least 20 knots. Lin received the analysis from his intellect, and his brows furrowed. In his previous life, achieving a speed of 20 knots was easily attainable with even a small boat, but in this wicked otherworld, the wind sail warship beneath their feet appeared to have a maximum speed of 7 knots. This is impossible. Even the finest alchemical ships in the land of the wizards can't reach 20 knots. Loud heard Lin's words and shouted in despair. Although he didn't understand what the escape speed meant, he knew what 20 knots signified. No, it's possible, Lin said seriously, pushing the helmsman who had slumped to the ground aside. He looked at everyone present. I'll take the helm. Everyone, get back to your posts, listen to my orders, and raise all the sails for me. Do you even know anything about ships? With these massive waves, if we raise all the sails, this ship won't last long and we'll all die. The helmsman whom Lin had pushed away immediately jumped up and shouted at the top of his lungs. In this situation, he didn't care about wizards or non-wizards anymore. But the next moment, the words at the edge of his mouth were swallowed back because a massive fireball was forming in Lin's palm. Do as he says, or you'll die right now. Lin's tone was icy. The yellowish-white phosphorus flames made the sailors on the deck shiver involuntarily, and the helmsman even sat down on the ground in fear. However, in this hopeless situation, not many people obeyed the command. Some even believed that dying by sorcery was better than having their souls devoured by the great whirlpool. Just then, the sound of a winch turning vigorously reached their ears, and Lin and the others turned to look. The person working the winch was Johnny. The young girl was tightly gripping a sail rope, threading it through the winch. Raindrops flowed from her head, streaming over her delicate profile and soaking her robe, but Johnny didn't mind. She pulled harder and harder, securing the last loop of the rope firmly on the winch. If you have no other way, sitting here waiting for death is the only option. Johnny's sapphire-like eyes gazed at everyone present, and she spoke resolutely. Loud quickly rallied as well, drawing a whip from his waist and fiercely lashing a praying sailor on the ground. He shouted in anger, "Do it, all of you, do as he says, hoist all the sails." Under Loud's whip-wielding command, the sailors moved with the last glimmer of hope. The sail ropes tightened, and the winches spun relentlessly, raising the canvas made from camel leather. These camel leather sails were incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding the wildest storms and gales. The remaining crew members began unloading the cargo piled on the deck, lightening the weight of the sailboat. Loud watched as their valuable cargo was tossed into the sea one by one, feeling a pang in his heart, but he had no other choice. His life was more precious. The howling wind and churning waters made the massive windsail ship appear as if it were a fragile leaf on the brink of capsizing. The ship continuously swayed, seemingly on the verge of sinking at any moment. Lin's approach was straightforward. He adjusted the angles of the sails, using the powerful winds to balance the ship. This was a highly precise operation, but the sailors on board, while not understanding the principles of aerodynamics, possessed decades of maritime experience, barely maintaining control. Under Lin's guidance, the warship gradually changed course, heading full speed in the direction of the water flow. "Wizard, are you sure you're not making a mistake? That's the giant whirlpool over there." Loud, who had just ordered the sailors into action, turned to check their course and was terrified to the core. Were they trying to escape the giant whirlpool, or were they rushing headlong into certain death? He now believed the helmsman had no clue about ships. "Of course, I know that's a giant whirlpool. What we need to use is the power of the Eye of Death," Lin said with a solemn tone. The wind sail ship's speed was only 7 knots. Escaping the vortex's pull was nearly impossible. The only way out was to align the ship's direction with the direction of the swirling water, circumnavigate the giant whirlpool, and then use centrifugal force to accelerate out. In fact, Lin had no prior experience with ships, but he had undergone starship piloting assessments, understanding how to use a planet's gravity for reverse acceleration. The principles were quite similar. In simple terms, they would charge in and then be flung out. Lin briefly explained this, but Loud didn't understand a word of it. He had a vague feeling that it made sense, though. "We must be out of our minds," Loud muttered to himself. He had never imagined that one day he would be sailing directly into a giant whirlpool. Apart from Loud, the other sailors soon noticed the ship's course was amiss. However, they didn't even have time to despair, as several sail ropes on the deck couldn't withstand the strong winds and snapped. In this perilous situation, they had no choice but to use sheer manpower to keep the ropes taut to prevent it from affecting the ship's progress. Lin continuously adjusted the ship's rudder. Accompanied by a violent but brief shake, the ship suddenly veered to the right, then stabilized once more. The surging seawater propelled the sailboat forward, heading resolutely toward the giant whirlpool. A deafening thunderous roar echoed from the distance of the sea, like thunder erupting on a clear day. In the sparse black mist, a portion of the giant whirlpool quickly appeared before them. It looked like an enormous, hair-raising funnel at sea, continuously sucking in vast amounts of seawater into its bottomless abyss. At the whirlpool's deepest point was darkness and an eerie coldness, emanating a spine-chilling aura, hiding its true nature from view. As they gazed upon the horrifying giant whirlpool, Loud's face turned deathly pale. The sailors' reactions were even worse, with some starting to mutter incoherently. "Mom, I'm coming to find you." "It's stars, I can see the stars." Lin faintly sensed that something was amiss. This whirlpool, known as the Eye of Death, seemed to affect people's minds. It appeared that this phenomenon wasn't a natural occurrence caused by ocean currents or gravitational tides. They needed to get out of here as soon as possible. However, their current speed was still lacking. "Use Fireball 7 o'clock direction," Lin shouted loudly, making sure Johnny understood and indicating the precise direction. The silver-haired girl immediately grasped the idea, activating her magic hands. A massive fireball condensed in her palm and was thrown toward the rear side of the wind sail ship. At this moment, Lin also acted, creating 2 huge fireballs that collided violently. The shockwave made the ship creak, but it also boosted the ship's speed once more. The constantly swaying wind sail ship, in a thrilling fashion, grazed the edge of the giant whirlpool. With the powerful centrifugal force at play, they accelerated at several times their usual speed, breaking free. Intense sound also woke Loud and the others, enabling them to shake off the mental influence of the whirlpool. They watched as the terrifying abyssal maw receded into the distance, relief washing over their faces. After a brief moment of calm, the deck erupted in joyful shouts. Everyone was celebrating their escape from the clutches of death. "This is incredible. We've truly escaped the whirlpool. This must be a miracle. As soon as we reach land, let's get married immediately. There's no time to waste." All the crew members were ecstatic, and even the 2 grizzled old men embraced each other. "Loud, once we're past this area, bring out the wine I've been hoarding." "Let's celebrate properly." Loud's hands were still trembling, but he generously made the offer upon seeing the joyous scene. "However, Loud, sir," the first mate hesitated and then cautiously added, "your box of wine was just thrown overboard." Loud's expression immediately froze, and an endless sorrow surged within him. Most of the rare treasures he had collected over the years were stored in the wooden box on the deck, and now they were all gone. An urge to dive into the whirlpool and retrieve his riches welled up within him, but it was ultimately a futile thought. Amidst the heartache, Loud didn't forget to acknowledge the hero of their triumphant conquest of the Eye of Death. "Many thanks, Master Wizard. You saved us all. If you have any tasks in the future, please don't hesitate to command us." Loud gazed at Lin, took off his hat and placed it over his chest, bowing respectfully. The previously boisterous deck fell into a profound silence. Every sailor and crew member there made the same gesture, the highest form of respect among seafarers. After the harrowing experience with the Eye of Death, they now had deep admiration and respect for Lin, the wizard. "What should we do next? Please continue to guide us. We won't be truly safe until we're completely out of this sea area." Under Lin's command, the sailors and attendants temporarily suppressed their excited emotions and returned to their positions. However, unlike before, they no longer bore worried expressions when facing the vast, misty sea. "I never thought that in my lifetime I would escape the eye of death twice," Lame Loud said, feeling quite moved. "Was the first time because of the assistance of that great wizard?" Lin asked curiously. He had suspected this when Loud mentioned the icebound maelstrom. It was clear that Loud had faced such danger more than once. Loud nodded and then recounted his experiences from over a decade ago. At that time, he was just an ordinary pirate, living a life of killing and plundering on the sea. Because their activities were near the Misty Sea, they didn't have to worry about the Empire's naval fleet pursuing them. If things got too dicey, they could simply hide within the fog. As long as they didn't venture too far in, they would eventually find their way back. Then one day their pirate crew encountered a large ship coming out from within the Misty Sea. Initially, they thought it was a cargo ship that had mistakenly entered the Misty Sea and had luckily found its way back. They took advantage of their superior numbers and prepared to raid it, but to their surprise, they had met their match. The ones who took action were not Helram, but two official wizards who accompanied the ship. Even so, they utterly decimated the entire pirate crew of several hundred people, and Loud lost his right leg due to the residual effects of a fireball spell. If they hadn't wanted to interrogate him, he might have died long ago. However, it was through this chance that he managed to change his fate completely and became the representative of the great wizard Helram in the port town. Listening to this, Lin couldn't help but glance at Loud, wondering what exactly he had done to escape his status as a prisoner and gain the favor of that great wizard. He had witnessed the cunning of this old fox, albeit in a very limited way. He wouldn't trust someone like that completely, had Loud been caught doing something. Despite these thoughts, Lin didn't interrupt Loud's narrative. "After taking care of the matters in the port town, I had the honor of accompanying Master Helram to the land of wizards. It was during the sea voyage that we encountered the maelstrom," Loud recounted nostalgically. Of course, this Eye of Death maelstrom from that time wasn't as terrifying as the one they had just faced. It only covered an area of about 1 kilometer, and Helram's solution was quite simple. He froze the entire maelstrom. Even so, this was enough to surprise Lin. It seemed that the power possessed by the great wizard was far stronger than he had initially imagined. "By the way, the final destination of our journey this time is Master Helram's domain, at a seaport," Loud added. Lin nodded, realizing that he would soon be dealing with this great wizard. However, he still had no clue about how to respond to Helram's accusations. As the two of them chatted, the sail warship beneath their feet had completely left the range of the great maelstrom, and the sailors on board cheered loudly. Despite the heavy losses when they had crossed the Eye of Death, Lame Loud was in high spirits, allowing everyone to eat, drink, and celebrate tonight. However, life at sea could be somewhat dull. So this celebration mainly consisted of everyone sitting together, drinking barrels of beer, boasting about their heroic exploits of the past, and trying to catch some fish. Perhaps their luck was changing, as they didn't encounter any more unfortunate events in the following days. The entire sea remained blanketed in white fog. If it weren't for their compass guiding them, Lin might have thought they had never left their original position. This was the eerie aspect of the Misty Sea. Even great wizards like Helram could get completely lost in this region if they couldn't find their way. Despite being able to deal with the maelstroms, they could still become entirely disoriented here. During these days of sea travel, Lin didn't just sit idly by. Besides practicing magic as usual, he spent every day asking Johnny for information about the land of wizards. Soon, he had a general understanding of this sanctuary for wizards. First and foremost was the attitude of the wizards toward the outside world, which roughly divided into two factions. The first was the conservative faction, who chose to isolate themselves. This was the choice of most wizards in the land of wizards. They paid no heed to the outside world and believed that the people controlled by the church were incredibly ignorant. Wizards, in their pursuit of understanding the mysteries of the world through magic, cared little about political power or territorial claims. Therefore, the study of magic was the same everywhere. Moreover, the land of wizards possessed an extremely rich reserve of magical ores. Coupled with the blockade of the Misty Sea, even if the church couldn't break in, the wizards didn't find it easy to leave. They might as well focus on developing various magical theories and directly crush their enemies in the future. The second faction was the proactive one, such as the great wizard Helram, advocating the display of magical power to the outside world. They believed that, despite being a massive island, the land of wizards couldn't be entirely self-sufficient, and it needed to continuously absorb new blood from the outside world due to its small population. However, the downsides were also evident. The more they interacted with the outside world, the greater the danger. Relying solely on the power currently stored in the land of wizards wasn't enough to compete with the church. If the land of wizards' location was fully exposed, it could invite catastrophic consequences. This was the fundamental reason why most wizards leaned towards the conservative faction. It was worth mentioning that their mentor, Cora, belonged to the proactive faction and was part of the school created by the great wizard Helram. So it's difficult for information to spread between the land of wizards and the outside world, right? Lynn pondered, asking Johnny. Seems like it, Johnny nodded. In these 4 years, she had only been to the land of wizards once, and most of her knowledge came from Cora's regular stories, if that's the case. Lynn gazed thoughtfully out of the porthole, as though he wanted to see the land of wizards, standing deep within the vast sea, through the endless white fog. He had already figured out how to handle the accusations from that great wizard. Hello there, we've just hit the fantastic milestone of 50 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. As Cora's apprentice, a wizard's apprentice who had practiced magic for less than half a year, if he were to assume this identity, it was evident that he would run into numerous troubles. After all, everyone on the Wind Sail warship had witnessed his spellcasting, not to mention the explosion in Harbor Town. This was not something a mere apprentice could accomplish. As the saying goes, the innocent will bear the sins of the guilty, and someone who was weak and harbored significant secrets was often the target of those with ill intentions. Their current situation was indeed quite awkward. Being pursued by the church all the way, they had escaped to the land of the wizards like fugitives, and on top of that, they had destroyed a crucial trade route. It was only natural that they would be detained and interrogated upon their arrival in the Ieta harbor, so if they wanted to change the game, they needed to make some alterations. With these thoughts in mind, Lynn turned to Johnny and asked, "Do you know why our teacher is risking capture to go to the Duke of Nordland's capital?" Johnny hesitated for a moment, and then replied with certainty. Teacher said that the Duke of Nordland's second daughter has considerable talent in magic. And we're running out of money too. Lynn couldn't help but twitch his lips. He knew that Cora had a hidden agenda for taking in noble students, and it seemed like he was after research funds. Of course, there was another reason besides that. Nobles were usually literate, well-educated, and didn't need everything to be taught from scratch. Learning magic itself was an expensive affair. For example, a scroll for casting the fireball spell, Crimson Embers, cost 1 silver and 37 copper, enough to sustain a commoner's family frugally for a month. Magic wasn't something the poor could afford to learn. Perhaps Cora had a thought of cultivating 1 or 2 noble wizards as well. While these apprentices were not first heirs, they still had the potential to create something on their own. Lynn didn't delve deeper into these thoughts and shook his head. He retorted, "Those are just excuses. Have you ever heard of the Society of Mystical Arts?" "What's that?" Johnny asked, looking puzzled. "It's a highly secretive wizard organization within the Sekka's empire. It's composed of many influential figures. During the time when our teacher taught me magic, he had the chance to interact with members of the Society of Mystical Arts," Lynn made up on the spot. Cora's process of teaching apprentices was quite casual. He would spend some time with each apprentice, and then leave them in a relatively safe place to practice magic on their own. In other words, everything that happened during the time Cora personally instructed him was known only to the two of them, and Johnny had no way to refute his words. "After interacting with the Society of Mystical Arts, our teacher told me that many of the magical research theories in the outside world are already outdated and cannot keep up with the times," Lynn continued. "Therefore, our teacher secretly compiled a precious research manuscript and planned to go to the capital of Nordland to meet with a colleague from the Society of Mystical Arts. If this mission fails, he instructed me to bring back this valuable research manuscript to the land of the wizards at all costs." In just a few sentences, Lynn transformed their identity from being fugitives on the run from the church, accidentally destroying an important trade route, into dedicated individuals who, under their teacher Cora's orders, had endured all hardships to escape the church's clutches and deliver a research manuscript containing vital information to the land of the wizards. If this research manuscript held enough weight and brought explosive news, they might not only avoid blame but even receive commendation. Is it really like that? Johnny looked bewildered. Cora had never mentioned anything about the Society of Mystical Arts to her, and Lynn's expression didn't seem like he was joking. "So, you mean the way you advanced to become an official wizard was through the Society of Mystical Arts," Johnny said thoughtfully. "Or you could say it like this: my situation is even more unique, and this method doesn't apply to others." Lynn nodded, not bothering to correct the misunderstanding. In the land of the wizards, only official wizards held a certain status and the ability to protect themselves. This also aligned with the lowest evaluation of his abilities from everyone on the ship. If he didn't want to attract trouble, willingly or not, he had to become an official wizard. As he spoke, Lynn also pondered the content of the research manuscript. based on Johnny's descriptions over these days, the wizards in the land had about the same level of understanding about the world as Western Europe during the Renaissance. As magic existed, wizards specialized heavily. While they had made significant strides in micro-level research, discovering the existence of gravity early and even creating alchemical ships powered by steam, the majority of wizards still adhered to the belief that the Earth was flat, and that this continent beneath their feet was the center of the entire universe. They even used this continent as a reference point to chart the orbits of every celestial body in the star system, forming a highly complex geometric pattern. This also aligned with the descriptions in the Church's Bible about the creation. However, over the past few days, he had talked with Lame, Loud, and others, and this world also had solar eclipses. The sailing over the seas involved seeing towering mountains and spires. Apart from this, if he slightly adjusted the positions of the celestial bodies in the star chart, placing the stars at the center, everything became familiar again. It was evident that the Church's theory of divine creation was complete nonsense. There was no way the goddess, Elara, who had supposedly created this world, couldn't even determine whether she made a continent or a sphere right. Of course, this kind of incorrect understanding was a pitfall that almost every civilization had to go through. To put it plainly, their thinking was bound by common knowledge. When people are born, they tend to think of themselves as the center of the world. They believe that everything in existence revolves around them, and the continent beneath their feet must be a particularly special existence, the center of the entire universe. However, after delving into further research, one would discover a cruel truth. Not to mention planets, even an entire star system was negligible in the grand scheme of the universe. Using the attack on the belief in a flat Earth as a starting point was undoubtedly a good choice. It was not only shocking, but also had a plethora of evidence to prove the fallacy of this argument. There was no need for him to say much. The wizards would naturally realize what was correct. Lin was also preparing to test the scientific research atmosphere in the land of the wizards. Faced with skepticism, whether they would carefully seek the truth and accept it, or vehemently suppress voices that didn't conform to the mainstream, would determine his future course of action. We may have successfully escaped the Church's pursuit this time, but in doing so, we've disrupted a crucial trade route. When we reach the Ieda harbor, we might face some scrutiny. I'll handle the explanations. Johnny realized the magnitude of their predicament, but seeing Lin's unwavering composure gave him a modicum of reassurance. Next, they pondered the potential troubles they might encounter upon entering Ieda harbor and roughly discussed strategies. Eventually, Lin hesitated for a moment and spoke again. By the way, from now on, please address me as Lin. It's a new alias I've come up with. Since we've become wizards, it's best to leave our past identities behind to avoid implicating our families in any future problems. The massive sail warship drifted on the sea for a full half-month before finally emerging from the shroud of mist. The outline of a vast island was now visible at the horizon's end. Hurry, give it your all, we're almost there. The Ieda harbor is just ahead, Lame Loud shouted loudly, and the sailors on the ship pushed harder, eager to escape the accursed fog. Lin stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. As the ship drew closer, the city's harbor was clearly visible. However, several patrol boats were quickly closing in on the sea. These boats had a peculiar appearance, appearing relatively flat overall. There were no masts on their hulls, and instead of the tall sails, there were cylindrical structures emitting smoke. Steamboats, Lin observed with interest, and Lame Loud, standing nearby, provided an explanation. These alchemical ships are a unique creation of the wizard's land. They are much faster than our sail warships, and they aren't as affected by strong winds. As he spoke, the sail warship, escorted by a few alchemical ships, slowly approached the shore. The sailors skillfully lowered the rudder and gangplank, and a wizard in a blue robe was already waiting at the dock. It's been a while, Theodore, my old friend. Lame Loud descended from the ship, warmly embracing the wizard, and then turned to introduce the two people behind him. This is Lord Lin and Miss Johnny. Rare indeed, it's been quite some time since foreign wizards set foot here. Theodore scrutinized Lin and Johnny for a moment before speaking. Nevertheless, welcome to Ieda Harbor. I believe it won't be long before you both grow fond of this place. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Theodore, Lin replied confidently, and Johnny offered a respectful bow. Theodore exchanged a few more pleasantries before turning to Lame Loud. By the way, old Lame, why did you personally come this year? And with a sail warship, has something happened? If he hadn't used his alchemical eyepiece to spot Lame Loud on the deck, the crystal cannons in the harbor would have been activated long ago. The situation is even more complicated than you might imagine. We need to meet with Master Harelm personally to explain everything, Lame Loud said, his tone grave. Upon hearing Lame Loud's solemn words, Theodore's smile immediately faded, and he furrowed his brows. He spoke, Master Harelm is not at the academy right now. Let me take you to find him. Lame Loud understood the procedure, so before leaving, he instructed all the sailors to remain on the ship and await inspection. As the distance wasn't great, they decided to walk, following Theodore into the city. The inner city of Ieta Harbor presented a stark contrast to the imperial territories. The Black Road was clean and smooth, the streets were wide enough to accommodate 3 carriages side by side, and the rows of white-walled, red-roofed buildings were laid out meticulously. Even the trees and flowers by the street were trimmed to perfection, exuding a rich Western classical style. While Johnny and Lame Loud had been to the Wizard's Land before, revisiting it still left them deeply awed. Lin almost felt like he had time traveled. If the people of the Sekka's empire were still living in the wicked medieval era, the Wizard's Land had leaped ahead to the 17th or 18th century. Oh, look over there. Isn't it beautiful? Walking on a cobblestone path that led further into the city, Theodore pointed to a large fountain and a group of sculptures of various shapes and sizes within the city. He introduced them with a sense of pride. The entire Ieta Harbor was designed by Master Raphael. He's the most renowned architect and sculptor in the entire Wizard's Land. He must be a perfectionist. Lin couldn't help but comment silently. All the buildings in Ieta Harbor were perfectly aligned, and there was no discernible difference between the left and right sides of the streets. If there was a decorative flower bed on one side, there would inevitably be an identical one on the other side. However, after experiencing the city's scenery, Lin understood why most wizards preferred to stay in the Wizard's Land. Anyone who experienced this environment wouldn't want to return to the dirty, disorderly, and foul-smelling Sekka's empire. Along the way, Theodore boasted about everything in Ieta Harbor, from the road surfaces to architectural designs, and even the materials used for crafting each sculpture. He enjoyed observing the surprised and awed expressions on the faces of Lin and his companions. Whenever someone from outside the Wizard's Land arrived here, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of superiority. Lin surveyed the unique harbor city with great interest, his gaze passing over each building. He had only seen such an ancient architectural style in black and white photos from the database. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. Were there too few people on the streets? After entering the inner city, they encountered no more than 100 people in total. Just as Lin was contemplating this, a sudden commotion and clamor ahead caught his attention. He looked up to see that the massive square at the city center was already filled with a crowd, and it seemed to be growing by the minute. Is there some sort of celebration today? Lin asked with curiosity. Theodore opened his mouth but hesitated, ultimately shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Not exactly. It's probably just a farce. Lin quickly realized the esteemed status of wizards. The crowded harbor residents, upon seeing the emblem on Theodore's chest, spontaneously made way for them. They soon found themselves in the front row, witnessing the scene in the square. On the smooth, paved stone road, there stood a massive flying contraption, about 2 meters tall and with a wingspan of nearly 7 meters. Well, to describe it as a flying contraption might not be entirely accurate. It looked rather rudimentary, like a framework of wood and steel, tightly bound at the joints with leather straps. The frame was covered with a canvas made from camel leather. It appeared like a monstrous creature hovering above the ground, eliciting continuous gasps from the onlookers. It's enormous, Johnny gazed in astonishment at the contraption. He couldn't find the words to express his shock. Is this a new alchemical invention of the wizards in this land? Of course not. Theodore slapped his forehead, turning his head away, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of outsiders. Lin, on the other hand, found it quite intriguing. He hadn't expected to witness such a peculiar sight right after arriving at Ieta Harbor. Was this a test flight? Lin immediately noticed the propellers hanging from the double wings. However, if it relied solely on steam for power, the results could be questionable. Despite his doubts, Lin kept his eyes fixed on the contraption. Every human attempt at flight was worth celebrating, especially in a world where magic existed. Nothing was truly impossible here. Hey there! Just as he was thinking, Lin saw a petite figure nimbly climbing to the top of the contraption. She secured the final connection point with leather straps and then settled inside the cockpit. She looked no more than 8 or 9 years old, wearing a dirty, dust-covered, yet exquisite short robe. Her hair was windswept and disheveled, her face smeared with dusty grime. She had rolled up her sleeves and pants, and she wore oversized wind goggles on her head. Her entire presence exuded vitality and determination. She's so young. Why did they choose a child to operate this contraption? Lin asked in amazement. No, you've got it wrong. Lydia is a halfling, and in fact, she's already 16 this year, Theodore explained. Is that so? Lin took a closer look and noticed the slight pointiness of the girl's ears, as well as her unique eye color and hair. It was often challenging to distinguish between halflings and ordinary humans during their early years. Coupled with her youthful appearance, Lin hadn't recognized her. Lydia, maybe we should reconsider. In the square, a few halflings were gathered around the contraption, conducting final checks. An elderly halfling placed his hands on the body of the contraption and gave it a few strong shakes, seemingly testing its sturdiness. Of course, if it were to fall apart, that would be even better. This way, the other side would have to give up this impractical fantasy. Don't worry, Uncle Darren. This time I've prepared for everything, and I'm sure it will work. The girl named Lydia brushed off the other's teasing hands, tugged on her wind goggles, and placed her hands on the controls. She exuded confidence. All right, I'm taking off now. Everyone, please clear the area. But you said the same thing last time. The group of halflings silently commented in their hearts. Nevertheless, they moved aside. They felt quite embarrassed to be gathered here and were afraid of the impending embarrassment. Moreover, the wizard nobles, though not vocal about it, definitely had reservations about the chaos caused by the halflings occupying the city square. Vroom, vroom. Accompanied by puffs of smoke continuously billowing from above the contraption, the steam-powered contraption's side propellers started spinning. Once everyone in front made way, Lydia pulled the lever, using the straight street as her runway. The massive contraption charged straight ahead. Can this thing really fly? Johnny was immensely curious. She could see that this contraption was designed for ascending, resembling an extremely large bird. It should be able to, but most likely, can only fly a little. Lynn hadn't sensed any magical energy fluctuations throughout, so he had an idea of what the outcome would be. Johnny, on the other hand, was puzzled. What did he mean by "it can only fly a little"? Theodore, however, shook his head. He believed this contraption couldn't fly at all. Independent flight was a privilege of high-ranking wizards. Other than the Griffin Knights trained by the Sekaz Empire, no one else could freely soar in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the contraption picked up speed and charged across the city square. On the opposite street, there was a large, sloping structure to provide the necessary height. Lydia was tense, her pupils fixed firmly on the path ahead. When the contraption reached the top of the slope, the girl pressed the controls hard, causing the contraption's massive wings to shudder abruptly. With the last burst of lift, it soared over the slope. It actually took off. Theodore was in complete disarray, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. The common folk who were also watching were equally astounded. My goodness, she did it. She truly deserves to be called Lydia the Artisan. She's amazing. I've even bought some of the little gadgets she made, and they're just as magical as the wizard's tools. She's definitely going to pass the selection this year. The halflings below were ecstatic, dancing and cheering. Lydia is the pride of the halflings. She's sure to become the first halfling wizard. However, their celebration was premature. Once the contraption ascended with the assistance of the thrust, numerous issues were exposed simultaneously. Lydia was happily adjusting her course, planning to fly around Ieta harbor. Within a few seconds, she realized her contraption was losing balance and descending rapidly. In a panic, Lydia pulled on the lever, trying to control the wing's oscillations and imitate the way birds provide lift. Unfortunately, her efforts only made things worse. The contraption's flight path immediately became erratic, like a young dragon hit by a spell, spiraling down from the sky. Then he quietly muttered, "Master Hurlrem should not have indulged her so much." Lynn gazed at the sky, the massive flying machine swaying in midair, heading straight for the square. However, the crowd gathered in the square didn't appear alarmed. Lynn abandoned the idea of intervening. It seemed there were specialists on hand to handle this situation. As expected, just as the flying machine was about to crash, several wizards in the square acted swiftly, casting levitation spells simultaneously, guiding the contraption to land gently in the center of the square. However, the battered wings had already fallen apart, and the camel leather covering them had been blown away by the wind. It seems like it can only fly a little bit. Johnny watched the ascent and descent of the flying machine and then turned to Lynn, quite curious about how he knew so much. Relying solely on steam for power is insufficient to sustain flight, and the design of the entire apparatus doesn't quite adhere to aerodynamics. A crash was inevitable, Lynn explained with a shake of his head. He could easily spot the problems with this flying contraption. Lydia, the young half-human girl responsible for creating this flying machine from such basic materials and getting it to function, was undoubtedly an engineering genius. Imitating the wing flaps of birds to generate lift was a good idea, but it was too simplistic, lacking a deep understanding of the underlying principles. In summary, history had proven that steam-powered aircraft had no future. They lacked the power to fly high or far. So are you suggesting that with a different power source and a redesign, this flying machine could soar in the sky without relying on magical energy? Johnny asked as they discussed it. As they spoke, a gentle voice sounded behind them. Lynn turned to see an elderly man in a black robe with a round-topped hat, appearing to be around 60 or 70 years old. His neatly trimmed beard and the mysterious gleam in his eyes gave him an air of wisdom. Theodore quickly bowed. Master Hurlram. The newcomer was Hurlram, the figure who controlled the port of Ieta. As a highly respected Grand Wizard, his attire was surprisingly plain, to the point that the townsfolk of the port couldn't recognize him immediately. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Excellency Hurlram," Lin said, bowing in accordance with the local customs to show respect for the Grand Wizard. He then didn't directly answer Hurlram's question, but instead replied with a question of his own. "Alchemy ships that use steam as their power source and don't rely on magic can sail on the sea, right? Why can't the same principle apply to flying?" Hurlram raised an eyebrow, finding the question intriguing, while Theodore couldn't wait to interject. "Who told you those alchemy ships have nothing to do with magic? It seems your knowledge of alchemy is quite lacking." As he spoke, Theodore explained the two methods of operating alchemy ships. Either a trained wizard controlled the alchemical machinery, or magic stones were used as a power source to activate the corresponding alchemical array. So, they used magic to produce steam, Lin thought with embarrassment. He hadn't realized that these alchemy ships weren't coal-powered. Was this what they called the legendary 100-kilometer journey, consuming one wizard's magic power? Hurlram cast an unexpected glance at Lin. Over 20 years ago, when steam engines were first invented, they indeed didn't require any magic. It was only later that magic stones were used as a more convenient power source. In fact, the steam engine installed on the flying machine by Lydia didn't use any magic. However, within the port of Ieta, few of the younger generation of wizards were willing to delve into the fundamental principles of these alchemical formulas. Master Hurlram, Lydia, with the help of some halflings, had managed to free herself from the cramped cockpit. Her robe's sleeve had torn open, but the girl didn't seem to mind. She hurriedly ran up to Hurlram, excitedly inquiring, "Did I succeed? I really flew just now, didn't you see? Can't really call that a success, it was more like." Hurlram paused for a moment and playfully repeated Lin's words, "A little flight." Lydia's face immediately fell like a defeated ostrich, but she quickly pointed out that she had made significant progress this time. With a few more adjustments, she was confident that the contraption would fly successfully. Hurlram patiently listened to Lydia's account and complaints before turning to Lin and the others. "It seems like you have something to discuss with me. How about this, Theodore? Take the guests to the academy for now, and I'll join you shortly." Theodore nodded. This wasn't the right place for a conversation. However, before he could leave, Hurlram's voice rang out once more. "Furthermore, Theodore, if you have any grievances against me, don't hesitate to speak to me directly." Evidently, Hurlram had not only heard Lin's evaluation of the flying machine, but also his complaints. "No, master. What I meant was that Lydia conducting flying experiments in the square is quite dangerous. In case of an accident, it might harm the townsfolk and Theodore's expression suddenly froze, and he hurriedly explained. Hurlram, however, waved a hand and cut him off. "All right, I understand your point. Next time, I'll set up a magical barrier." "Your concerns are not entirely without merit." With the flying machine crashing to the ground, the spectacle on the square came to an end, and the townsfolk, having satisfied their curiosity, gradually dispersed amidst chatter and gossip. Theodore, looking somewhat dejected, led the group to the nearby Ieta School of Magic. It was a massive complex towering in the city's center, with tall spires, thick black walls, and the most prominent feature, even visible from outside the port, the Tower of Whispers. In Ieta Port, is it this difficult for everyone to become an apprentice wizard? Lin couldn't help but ask as they entered the school. He had heard that a girl named Lydia needed to complete this experiment to qualify for admission to the Magic Academy, and it seemed exceedingly challenging. Could it be that everyone had to go through such trouble to enroll? "No, that's just a test designed specifically for Lydia," Theodore explained. "In truth, Master Hurlram means well. These halflings don't possess any magical talents, and letting her into the academy would be a complete waste of time." In recent years, Lydia had become a well-known figure in the entire port of Ieta. The small halfling was very enthusiastic about researching some strange and unusual things. For example, last year, she imitated the spiral propellers on alchemical ships and created a small contraption called the fan. It could be powered by alchemical steam devices and provided a cool breeze, which was quite effective on hot summer days. But who would put such a large and expensive alchemical machine in their home just to have a breeze? For wizards, casting a wind-controlling spell was much more convenient. Of course, it could also be operated manually, so there were some townsfolk who pursued novelty and were willing to buy these gadgets. This was also the source of funds for Lydia's flying devices. With Lydia's talent, she could join any alchemy workshop as an assistant and receive good treatment, but she insists on becoming a wizard. "It's like asking for trouble." Theodore shook his head. Even he had to admit that this halfling girl had many ingenious ideas, but in the land of wizards, no halfling had ever successfully become a wizard. Listening to Theodore's account, Lynn vaguely understood why the tech tree in the land of wizards was so chaotic. It was because magic was just too convenient, and many things weren't impossible to make. Wizards just didn't need them. As they walked into the front hall of the academy, there were apprentices dressed modestly bowing to Theodore along the way. These apprentices varied in age, with the youngest looking around 11 or 12 years old, and the oldest not exceeding 30. Those over this age who had not become official wizards were considered to have no talent and were therefore expelled from the academy. Here we are, please wait for a moment. I will inform the other mentors of the academy. Theodore arranged them in a large lounge and had his apprentice bring tea, then he quickly left. Lynn sat down at the back, and on the mahogany table in front of him, there were several scattered magic books, presumably left behind by a wizard who hadn't had time to take them away. Besides that, there were some sheets of paper thrown carelessly to the side. Out of curiosity, Lynn opened one of the folded pages and discovered that it was actually a newspaper called Magic Weekly. He didn't expect that even in the land of wizards, they had these. The front page contained some interesting stories from the land of wizards, while the back had the latest theories about magic, with the author's name written below. Is the magical reaction of electricity and magnetism consistent? 24 basic elemental experiments, Cosrin force, the power that supports the world, the relationship between the movement of objects and gravity. Lynn flipped through Magic Weekly and soon became immersed in it. The unique perspective of analyzing the world through magic made him find it fascinating. On the other hand, Johnny sat upright, extremely nervous, unlike Lynn, who seemed at ease. Before long, the sound of the door opening again, and Helrem, whom they had met earlier, entered with several mentors from the academy. After sitting in the main seat, Helrem didn't beat around the bush and looked at Loud, asking directly, "Theodore said you have something very important to report to me personally. Has something serious happened in the port town? It's probably even more serious than you can imagine. The entire port town's harbor has been completely destroyed, and even the ship gang has been wiped out," Loud said cautiously. Before he could finish speaking, a hoarse voice interrupted. Could it be that the ship gang made a mistake while transporting goods and got caught by the church? The one who spoke was Kevin, the professor of morphology at the Ieta Academy of Magic. He looked to be around 40, with a tall and slender figure, wearing a gray robe with a shiny emblem on his chest. The emblem bore 3 mysterious strip-like patterns, the symbol of a third-ring wizard. Loud quickly shook his head. He didn't want to shoulder the blame for this. He hurriedly explained. But from his perspective, the information he had was very limited. He only knew the beginning of everything, where Archbishop Anluk caught Cora, who was attempting to abduct the Duke's daughter within the Nordland territories, and then the pursuit led to the port town. I knew that Cora would get into trouble. "We shouldn't have let him leave the land of the wizards in the first place," complained Philip, the elemental studies professor, unhappily. He, of course, knew Cora. Before leaving the land of wizards a few years ago, Cora had been holding the position of a professor of psionics at the Ieta Academy of Magic, and he had made significant contributions in elemental, alchemical, and shape-shifting magic. If he had continued to dedicate himself to magic research, he might have reached the rank of a grand wizard in the future. However, just a few years ago, this guy went crazy and left everything behind to navigate the misty sea and head to the Sekka's empire. It was a completely insane decision. Compared to the comfortable life and the freedom to study magic in the land of the wizards, the empire was a completely different extreme. People there lived in squalid wooden houses, endured the oppressive rule of the church, and had no knowledge of even the basics of elemental magic. Philip was about to say more when his colleague pulled him back. It should be noted that Cora's journey to the Sekka's empire was approved by Master Helrem. Despite the frequent interruptions from the wizard elders, Loud dared not voice any objections. In the moments when no one was speaking, he recounted the whole story without hiding any details. When the professors heard about Lin using an immensely powerful spell to kill a high bishop, annihilate 3,000 heavily armored elite guards, and even level half a city, they couldn't help but wear expressions of disbelief. Even Helrem was moved. Theodore even began to suspect whether Loud had messed things up on his own, and then, in collaboration with this wizard named Lin, concocted a random reason to cover up his mistakes. With various thoughts in mind, all the wizards present involuntarily turned their gaze toward the 2 individuals who hadn't spoken yet. Johnny and the others were familiar with Cora. 4 years ago, when Cora returned to the land of the wizards, Johnny also followed him. But as for Lin and the others, they had no impression of them. Just a moment ago, we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves. I'm Lin, a scholar from the Society of Mystical Arts within the Sekka's Empire's territories, and I'm also Cora's friend. Under the scrutiny of everyone, Lin put down the Magic Weekly in his hand and spoke naturally. This was the identity they had discussed with Johnny on the airship. Cora's good friend, a scholar of the Society of Mystical Arts, an official wizard. These were the three identities that Lin had bestowed upon himself, capable of making most potential troubles vanish into thin air. To uncover these lies would not be easy. For the people of the wizard's land, Cora's experiences in the Sekka's empire were a complete blank, even though they could communicate through magic. It was plausible to say that they had only recently met. Anyway, Cora's mentor had already been taken to the holy city by the church. By calculating the time, it was hard to say if he would survive the ordeal, but one thing was certain: he couldn't escape to correct Cora's words. The only one who knew the truth was Johnny, whose life Lin had saved twice. They had a bond forged through life and death, and more importantly, they were now inextricably linked. Even if it was to avoid being held accountable, Johnny had no choice but to remain silent. As long as he could solidify his identity during this time, who would believe the words of a wizard's apprentice? Sometimes, the truth was less believable than lies. No one would believe that someone who had only been studying magic for less than half a year could kill a grand archbishop, destroy half a seaside town, and possess extensive knowledge. After Lin's brief introduction, the professors exchanged glances. Theodore was the first to speak, questioning, "You're not a grand wizard, are you?" In Theodore's mind, the kind of magic that could cause such widespread destruction was at least high-circle magic, something only grand wizards could perform. Yet Lin appeared much too young, probably around 20. This seemed quite unreasonable. The most talented wizards in the wizard's land, like the Star of Magic, August, had become grand wizards at the age of 24, and he was considered the hope of the entire wizarding world, the most likely candidate to reach the realm of legendary wizards. Theodore couldn't believe that this newcomer, whose origins were unknown, possessed greater talent than the Star of Magic. "I'm certainly not a grand wizard." Destroying the seaside town was just a stroke of luck, and it was also thanks to the assistance of Lame Loud, Lin explained casually. Luck. Theodore was momentarily stunned, remembering that Lin had ordered Lame Loud to collect a lot of basic materials before the conflict with the church broke out completely. Was it the influence of a powerful alchemical array? The professors from the various academies racked their brains, but couldn't think of any powerful alchemical array that required such basic materials. They turned their gazes to Grand Wizard Hurlram. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "I heard a few years ago that the alchemists in the wizard's city discovered a unique alchemical formula that didn't even require the use of magic. With a sufficient quantity, the resulting power could rival some high-level magic." Lin's face revealed a slight hint of surprise. Had the alchemists of the wizard city actually stumbled upon gunpowder technology? It wasn't surprising when you thought about it. After all, black powder wasn't something particularly advanced, having been discovered in the late 9th century in his previous life. Its power was also fairly average. Back in the seaside town, the key was the sheer quantity, coupled with Lin's addition of white phosphorus to enhance its strength, resulting in such impressive results. In fact, if time had not been so limited, he would have let the natives experience a true spectacle. After Hurlram's explanation, Theodore and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be some sort of alchemical product that required employing thousands of people and several days of preparation to unleash its power. This thing could only serve as a trap and certainly wouldn't be used in battle. Regardless of what the academy professors thought, Lin continued his narration. Cora's journey to the capital of the Northern Dominion was, in fact, to meet another scholar from the Society of Mystical Arts to discuss a very important magical theory. As for the abduction, As for the apprenticeship, it was merely a cover. Unexpectedly, the church personnel still caught wind of it. Just before departing, Cora implored me to compile a manuscript from the Society of Mystical Arts. He had foreseen that this meeting might not be as easy as it seemed. If he couldn't return this time, he asked me to do whatever it took to get these precious manuscripts to Ieta Harbor. At this point, Lin sighed with regret and looked at the academy professors around him. Speaking in a subdued tone, Cora told me that the wizard's land is too closed off, with many magical theories that are likely outdated. These new ideas might bring a revolution to the wizard's land. Absurd. How dare he say such things? Kevin stood up immediately, his eyes wide, practically ready to vent his frustrations. What place was the wizard's land? It was the birthplace of countless top academies. It was the center of magical development and the sanctuary of wizards. They had spent hundreds of years transforming this once barren island into a paradise of magic. Here, every wizard was dedicated to the pursuit of truth, and nearly every week, new elements or magical theories were discovered. Now, the other side dared to claim that their magical sanctuary had become obsolete, falling behind the times. This was simply absurd. Cora must have been away from the wizard's land for too long and doesn't understand today's magical theories well enough, Kevin sneered. He believed Cora's thinking was stuck in the time of his first journey to the Sekka's empire, and that's why he was so amazed by one or two novel theories. Little did he know that in the years since, the grand wizards and legendary wizards had developed enough magical theories to fill an entire bookshelf. The other professors chimed in, all accusing Cora of speaking nonsense and tarnishing the reputation of the wizard's land. Lynn didn't offer much explanation and instead placed the prepared research manuscripts on the table. Kevin was the first to pick up a manuscript. He wanted to see exactly what kind of novel theory could make Cora entertain such unrealistic thoughts. Freefall law, kinetic energy formula. Ha, I knew it. Cora must not have read Master Yad's magic book while at the Ieta Academy. Over 200 years ago, he proposed that the velocity of an object in free fall is directly proportional to its weight, which is the basis of the gravity formula. Kevin had just flipped to the first page, read the title, and couldn't help shaking his head with a sigh. But after carefully reading the content for a moment, he froze in place, because the free fall law in the manuscript was completely contrary to Master Yad's theory. The author believed that when two objects of different weights were in free fall, their acceleration would be the same, and they would hit the ground simultaneously. Absurd, truly absurd. Theodore couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did that mean if you threw Mount Cogger into the air along with a pebble, they would both hit the ground at the same time? It was too ridiculous. Theodore's irritable words immediately captured everyone's attention. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Theodore didn't say much. He simply handed over the so-called research manuscript, and Kevin and the others took it and began to read, their faces contorted with mocking expressions. When this manuscript reached the hands of Hurlram, the Grand Wizard, he didn't laugh. He discovered something mentioned in the manuscript, something called air resistance. Lynn took a sip of his tea, not in a hurry to explain, but patiently waiting for the academy professors to finish examining his research material. Although he had limited knowledge of the magic in the wizard lands, Cora had left him with two basic books, Elemental Analysis and Foundations of Universal Magic, and the manuscripts he had written were extensions of existing theories in the wizard lands, easily verifiable. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the dozen or so pages of manuscript were thoroughly examined by the wizards. Given the unreliability of the so-called law of free fall, they only gave the remaining content a cursory look. They were astounded to find an even more outrageous idea in the manuscript. Listen, your name is Lynn, right? I don't know what Cora had in mind when he sent you to bring this absurd manuscript to the wizard lands, but forgive me for saying that the magical theories of the Society of Mystical Arts are full of holes. Kevin tossed the pages in his hand casually onto the table, saying with a hint of frustration, "And you even believe that this world is a spherical continent. It's just ridiculous. Why can't this world be spherical?" No one has verified it yet. Lynn calmly placed his teacup down. Though he couldn't confirm this due to his lack of abilities to fly into space, the fact that he could stand here already explained many things. For instance, the mass and gravity of the planet beneath his feet were almost identical to Earth, as he felt virtually no difference in gravity. The changing seasons and the movements of the sun and moon also served as evidence of planetary rotation and orbit around a star. Moreover, after leaving the Misty Sea, the first thing he saw in the harbor was the spire of the Howling Tower, followed by the tower itself. The most crucial evidence was the star chart. By placing the star in the center, he could construct a perfect model of the celestial system, the most direct proof. If it weren't for the star chart indicating that this star had only 5 orbiting planets, Lynn would have started to suspect if this was another Earth from a parallel world, because it looked so similar. Since Ieta Harbor faces the open sea, I wonder if any of you have ever used far-seeing magic or alchemical spyglasses to observe the sea. If so, you should have noticed that when a sailboat gradually approaches from a distance, you first see the sails and then the hull. As he spoke, Lynn extended his hand, and with the surge of magic, a huge and murky water globe appeared in front of everyone. He then inserted a feathered quill straight into the flow of water. Immediately, the water began to ripple, and the quill rotated from the base to the top. Indeed, the first thing seen was the tip of the quill. The wizards in attendance immediately understood Lynn's point. The massive water globe was akin to the continent beneath their feet, and the quill represented a ship. If the continent were flat, they would see the entire hull as it approached. Only a curved surface would make the sails appear first. It does seem to be the case. Theodore's brow furrowed. Every Monday, he would go to the harbor dock to welcome new arrivals. Sometimes he had to use far-seeing magic, and it was indeed as Lynn described. They always saw the sails on the horizon first. This theory appeared to have some merit, but Theodore felt that something was amiss. That still doesn't prove that this continent is a spherical body. It might be a semicircular one. That makes sense, doesn't it? Another academy professor eagerly retorted, and according to your theory, under the influence of gravity, the seawater above should have flowed down long ago. As he spoke, the academy professor mimicked Lin, creating a clay sphere to simulate the continent. He then attached a layer of flowing water to its surface. He promptly released the mage's hand, causing the water to flow downwards, forming a puddle on the table. Look, it's like this. This completely doesn't work, the academy professor proudly exclaimed. Theodore and the others nodded in agreement. Do we even need to determine which side is up? Of course, the sky is above, and the land is below. It's gravity-guided. Theodore furrowed his brow and explained, not understanding why the question seemed so absurd. Is that so? How about this then? Lin raised an eyebrow, removed the water globe, and placed his hand on the clay sphere the academy professor had created. He activated the mage's hand, causing the originally soft clay sphere to slowly compress inward until it became a solid sphere. If we consider the force granted by the mage's hand as gravity, for the center of the clay sphere, which side is up and which side is down, Theodore was left completely baffled. Lin's metaphor using the clay sphere to represent the continent was straightforward and easily understood, so he naturally grasped it well. However, that understanding was precisely what left him in awe. For the center of a sphere, there was gravity on all sides, so in all directions there was an up. The down was located at the center of the sphere, which meant the water would naturally adhere to the surface of the sphere. The professors in the room also recognized this point. They engaged in a heated debate. Kevin was entirely unwilling to believe in this so-called theory of a spherical world, insisting that the continent was flat, and the sailboat's farseeing phenomenon was just a coincidence, not direct evidence. Philip and others, on the other hand, held the opposite view. They believed that Lin's words might not be entirely without merit. At the very least, it was a plausible theory, worthy of further research and confirmation. As the scholars were about to descend into a heated argument, Theodore turned his gaze to Lin and asked again, "Are you suggesting that there's a force compressing everything towards the center of this continent? Is that why the water remains on the surface?" Lin had not yet answered when Hurlram, who had been reviewing the manuscript all this time, finally spoke. In fact, it should be the opposite. There is some force at the center of the continent that spreads outward in all directions, forming a gravitational field, dragging everything inward. Is that what you're trying to convey, right? Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Master Hurlram. Lin nodded, casting a glance at the people present and then rotating the newspaper in front of him, pushing it toward everyone. Have any of you read this week's Magic Weekly? Lin asked. The legendary wizard Haroff proposed that gravity might exist widely in any object, not just the land beneath our feet. Lin couldn't help but feel a bit awed by this. After reading Haroff's paper in the Magic Weekly, he realized it was nothing less than the initial concept of universal gravitation. He wondered how far this legendary wizard had already researched. If he had formulated the law of universal gravitation and understood the nature of gravity. Nevertheless, this could serve as evidence for Lin's theory because, in Haroff's paper, gravity was not just a force pulling things downward, but something that could affect the surroundings and even warp space. Lord Haroff's argument is indeed fascinating and hard to refute, Hurlram pondered. In truth, after reading the manuscript, he was leaning more toward the idea that the flat Earth theory was incorrect. But Hurlram was well aware of how this theory could shake the world's understanding when published in the Magic Weekly. He had to be cautious. I've reviewed your star charts, and the theories about rotation and revolution are intriguing. Let's do this. I'll share this theory with some accomplished wizards who specialize in gravity research. If they approve, we can publish it in the Magic Weekly without delay, Hurlram said solemnly. That's no problem at all. The truth can withstand any form of examination. Lin nodded. Everything he had written in his manuscript was purely theoretical, and having professionals confirm it would be the best approach. Let's leave the topic of flat Earth and planet theory here. Hurlram bypassed that subject and produced another manuscript. This freefall law is also interesting. Can you explain it in detail? If I'm not mistaken, it should be related to gravity. I think conducting an experiment would be the best way to illustrate it. Lin shrugged. Practical experimentation was the only true test of truth. In that case, according to this law, a feather in this solid Earth sphere should fall at the same rate. Kevin, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't wait to interject. He acknowledged that the theory of the Society of Mystical Arts about the planet was groundbreaking, but this so-called freefall law was just nonsense. Kevin directly used Mage's hand to lift the solid Earth sphere from the table and sent the quill into the air in the same way. Then he canceled the spell, and both objects fell from the same height. In just 2 seconds, the Earth sphere fell heavily to the ground, breaking into pieces, while the feather quill floated down to the ground after more than 10 seconds. Seeing this result, the wizards present all turn to Lin, their faces displaying a mocking or bemused expression. This is merely the influence of air resistance. Why not try conducting the experiment in a vacuum? Lin calmly explained. During his time in the midst of the foggy sea over the past half-month, he had already performed a simplified version of the small sphere experiment and wasn't concerned about it failing. Vacuum. The professors from the academies contemplated this new term, and under Lin's explanation, they quickly grasped its meaning. Hurlram thought for a moment and motioned for everyone to step back, then gently extended his hand and tapped it lightly. Lin immediately sensed that the elements in front of him were being stripped away at an incredible speed due to some mysterious force. After a moment, a rectangular vacuum field measuring 4 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 7 meters in height appeared before everyone. Witnessing Hurlram create and maintain such a large vacuum field with such ease, Lin couldn't help but feel amazed. Although he had previously deprived a hunter witch of oxygen in the slums, the fact was that air continued to circulate. What he had created was just a small temporary low-oxygen area. The power of a grand wizard far exceeded that of regular wizards, and this revelation left Lin surprised. He had only been testing the waters with his previous comments, not expecting Hurlram to achieve this feat so effortlessly. Hurlram retrieved the feather quill and used magic to create a solid iron sphere. He placed both objects within the vacuum field simultaneously. 2 objects with 1,000-fold difference in weight fell at the same rate. At that moment, the expressions of Theodore and the others changed from casual to fearful. Their eyes widened, fixed on the scene, because the feather quill and the solid iron sphere were indeed descending at the same speed. "It's true, this is actually real," Philip muttered in amazement. "This can't be. Master Hurlram, did you accelerate the feather quill's descent?" Kevin suddenly stood up and looked at Hurlram, unable to contain his questions. It was undoubtedly an offensive remark, but Kevin no longer cared. Hurlram didn't pay him any mind and continued the experiment, replacing the iron sphere and feather with other materials like wood, stone, and water droplets. The results were consistently the same. Seeing this, regardless of the professors present and their feelings, they had to admit that the manuscript's law of free fall was indeed a fact. Could Master Yad's theory be completely wrong? Kevin's puzzled expression remained on his face. "No, his theory isn't wrong. It's just a different interpretation of air resistance," Lin explained casually. Master Yad's theory had prevailed and gained the acceptance of most wizards because it explained a portion of natural phenomena. For instance, his teacher, Cora, had based her improvements to the Icy Blade spell on fluid dynamics knowledge that extended from Yad's theory. While reading the Magic Weekly, Lin even found wizards who integrated air resistance into the influence of gravity, theorizing that the constant movement of air and elements was also due to gravity's effects. This was undoubtedly a perplexing hypothesis. However, Lin had no intention of mocking or underestimating the others. The pursuit of truth in the world was always accompanied by countless errors. Throughout history, scholars had often proposed numerous different theories for the same physical phenomena, each of which sounded reasonable and could explain a portion of the phenomena. But with time's accumulation and continued verification, truth always triumphed over error. The reason Lin could sit here and discuss without arrogance was not because he was smarter than everyone present. It was simply because he stood on the shoulders of giants. Once Hurlram dispelled the vacuum field, the group of professors finally recovered from their previous astonishment. It seems Cora was right. Some of the theories from the wizarding realm are indeed outdated compared to the outside world, Hurlram sighed. Apart from astrophysics and kinetic formulas, Lin's research notes contained several unverified theories, proven with symbols he couldn't comprehend. These theories were fundamentally different from the existing methods in the wizarding realm. Theodore, Kevin, and the others wore uncomfortable expressions upon hearing this, but they didn't argue. "The population of the wizarding realm is still too small," Philip sighed. Despite hundreds of years of development, the sanctuary established by a small group of fugitive wizards had grown into the present-day magical haven. However, even with this growth, the wizarding realm only had a population of around 600,000, with roughly 7,000 official wizards and even fewer grand wizards. Legendary wizards numbered only 7. Outside the wizarding realm, the Singlekas Empire had a population of 20 million. Even with the church's constant pursuit and persecution, the number of official wizards was undoubtedly several times higher there. It wasn't impossible for them to have discovered some theories before the wizarding realm. "Mr. Lin, thank you for taking the risk of bringing this precious research manuscript to the wizarding realm." Hurlram paused for a moment and then continued. "I have an unusual request. I would like to hire you as a professor at the Ieta Academy and establish a separate discipline to teach some of the new knowledge about the Society of Mystical Arts." From the unintelligible symbols in the manuscript, it was clear that the knowledge of the Society of Mystical Arts was systematic and required specialized study to understand the meaning of these symbols. If Lin agreed, when he published these theories in the future, the Eater Academy would also gain a significant reputation. Faced with Hurlram's olive branch, Lin's mind raced as he considered the pros and cons. Joining the Eater Academy had many benefits. Firstly, all of his identity issues could be easily resolved, and he would gain a powerful ally. Secondly, he could access the Academy's magical books using his professor's status, which would help fill the gaps in his magical knowledge. On the downside, the Eater Academy wasn't the top institution with legendary wizards. Their resilience in the face of pressure was uncertain. If he proposed more revolutionary theories in the future, Hurlram might not be able to protect him. After careful consideration, Lin nodded in agreement. Since his arrival at the harbor and his interactions with the Grand Wizard, Hurlram had shown himself to be an open-minded and accommodating individual. He tolerated a group of halflings conducting flight experiments in the square and didn't rush to question Lin's theories. He appeared to be a suitable collaborator. Reliability was always a top priority, and running into someone like a certain famous inventor who liked to claim the achievements of others would be a disaster. Once Lin accepted the position as a professor, the atmosphere in the room immediately eased. Even Kevin, who had been the most opposed, no longer opposed the idea. After all, if these theories could be verified, the entire Eater Academy would benefit from it. As for the explosion in the harbor town and the destruction of vital transportation routes, no one mentioned it anymore. Even if they wanted to assign blame, they didn't know who should be held responsible. Blame Lin, that was absurd. He risked capture by the church as a close friend of Korra's, and he worked tirelessly to bring back the newfound knowledge of the Society of Mystical Arts, along with Korra's apprentice. It wouldn't be fair to place the blame on him. No, instead, the entire Eater Academy owed him a favor. Johnny and Loud, one an apprentice wizard who knew nothing and the other, a wizard who had been working in the Nordland region for decades without making significant contributions. It wasn't easy to hold them accountable for the loss of an important transportation route in the wizarding realm. Given these circumstances, they could only reluctantly accept the fact that the wizarding realm had lost a vital trade route. By the way, Master Hurlram, when we clashed with Archbishop Anluk in the harbor town, one of Korra's apprentices suffered magical backlash. I'm not sure if there's a possibility of healing her. Lin suddenly thought of this and mentioned it. Then let's go have a look. Hurlram stood up, and a few other professors who were equally interested followed him out of the meeting room. 10 minutes later, Lin and the others returned to the docks. The sailors from the shipmates were still detained here. After Loud reassured the sailors, they all entered the lower deck of the sail warship. A massive ice coffin appeared in front of them, and within it lay a girl of around 13 or 14. She lay silently, her complexion as pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, making it hard to determine whether she was in a coma or had already passed away. Is her body being kept at the minimum functioning level through freezing? Kevin, the professor of plastic arts, nodded, thinking there might still be a chance to save her. However, after melting the ice and conducting a thorough examination, Kevin became uncertain. There don't seem to be any major physical injuries. It appears she's been severely traumatized mentally. Can you tell me what magic she was using when the backlash occurred? It was the soul's scream, Lin explained. She's a soul mage. Philip's eyebrows immediately furrowed and he asked abruptly. What's wrong with that? Lin asked, puzzled. It's not that there's anything wrong, but there are no active soul mages left in Eater Harbor now. Philip sighed and went on to explain. 3 years ago, a catastrophic event occurred in the wizarding realm. The Soul Mage School founded by the Grand Wizard Mok had, during a particular soul magic experiment, led to the death of thousands in an entire village. This event outraged the entire Wizard Council. After dispatching 3 Grand Wizards to directly obliterate the school, they suddenly banned the various schools from privately researching soul magic. As for those soul mages recorded in the register, they had to join the newly established Soul Mage Academy in the Wizard City to undergo appropriate supervision if they wished to continue studying magic. There are rumors that those dark mages discovered a forbidden soul magic, but only the legendary wizards might know the specifics, Philip said helplessly. As a result, after Korra's departure, the Eater Academy hadn't recruited another soul magic professor because it was no longer necessary. Upon hearing this, Lin was also somewhat shocked. What kind of forbidden magic could make the Wizard Council impose such strict restrictions on an entire school of magic? Though the girl's body remained frozen, showing no signs of change, it had been over half a month now, and her soul likely had already dissipated. Hearing Philip's words, Lin couldn't help but feel disappointed. He didn't have a deep connection with Dove, but she had used her soul shriek to aid him in his battle against Archbishop Anluk. Therefore, he was determined to do everything in his power to save her. Let's freeze her once more. I happen to know a master of spiritual magic. Perhaps he can be of some help. If he's not too busy, Hurlrem suddenly spoke up. Kevin, Philip, and the others looked at Hurlrem with surprise. They thought it was quite an extravagant move to involve a master of spiritual magic to treat a wizard apprentice who was most likely already dead. Only Orlando's face displayed a hint of resignation. He had expected this turn of events. Thank you very much, Master Hurlram. Johnny expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Lin too expressed his appreciation, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Following Hurlram's suggestion, Dove, now refrozen, was transferred to the infirmary of the Ieta Academy. Lin and Johnny were each led to their respective accommodations within the academy. Professor Lin, this will be your residence from now on. Theodore led Lin into a room. Upon entering, Lin couldn't help but survey the surroundings. The entire room appeared quite spacious, serving not only as a simple bedroom but also equipped with a small alchemy workstation and containers for herb grinding. The room had a well-stocked bookshelf, a comfortable bed, and a desk with chairs. In these times, it could be considered luxurious. This is the life people should be living. Lin sighed inwardly. In contrast, during his time hiding from the church within the Sika's empire, he slept on wooden boards covered with straw, struggling to swallow coarse, black bread. He had lived like a refugee. Indeed, taking the risk to come to the land of the wizards had been an incredibly wise decision. If there is anything missing, you can request it from Master Hurlram, Theodore added, although it's best if it's related to your studies. Understood, I'll remember that. If there's a need, Lin nodded. He wouldn't let a chance for freebies slip through his fingers. By the way, Mr. Theodore, can I continue using Sika's empire's currency here? Lin inquired further. Theodore shook his head. Of course not. However, you can visit the currency exchange in the harbor and convert these gold coins into the local currency. The exchange rate is roughly 2 Sika's gold coins for 1 magic gold coin. Furthermore, as an instructor at the academy, at the beginning of each month, you can receive a basic salary of 3 magic gold coins and a variable amount of research funding, depending on the number of students taking your elective courses. Theodore explained the professor's salary, the currency exchange process, and the magic currency system in the land of the wizards. Seeing that Lin had no further questions, he bid his farewell. The moment the door was fully closed, Lin's calm expression came to a halt, replaced by a hint of anxiety as he took a seat in the nearby chair. Telling lies to a powerful wizard like Theodore was something he couldn't do without worrying. Every lie had the potential to be exposed, and if it weren't for the significant commotion they had caused in the harbor town, Lin would never have come up with this idea. Luckily, the outcome was as he had expected. The most challenging part was now over, and their situation was even better than he had anticipated. They not only escaped punishment, but also received a certain level of favor. Now, the most important task was to patch up the last loophole and become a full-fledged wizard. Lin tapped his index finger lightly on the chair's armrest, continuously contemplating. Earlier, when Theodore explained the responsibilities of a professor, he also provided details about the admission and promotion methods in this harbor city. Generally, every year at the beginning of the year, children aged 12 in the city were given a chance to test their magical talents. If they passed, they would pay a tuition fee to Ieta Academy and become honorable wizard apprentices. After several years of study, when their magical power growth stagnated, they would break through the final bottleneck by consuming a potion known as the Source of Magic. This magic potion wasn't easy to obtain and was typically distributed directly by the wizard's city. According to the rules of Ieta Academy, apprentices needed to complete 1 or 2 courses and gain the recognition and recommendation of the academy's professors to proceed. Lin could see that this was a scheme by the various colleges and even the Wizard Council to monopolize the rights of commoners to become wizards. Of course, on the surface, the Wizard Council provided a noble reason for this, preventing apprentices with ill intentions from gaining access to more powerful magic. Now, with his newfound status as a professor, Lin theoretically possessed the authority to apply for the promotion potion from the council on behalf of an apprentice. However, doing so would require him to secretly retain a bottle of the Source of Magic. Not only would he have to navigate the official process, but he would also face the risk of being reported. The second channel was to bypass the academy and the Wizard Council to acquire the potion through other means, such as purchasing it from the black market. Where there is demand, there will always be trade. The question is whether the price is right. Since the Source of Magic was a type of magic potion, there must be alchemists who knew how to make it. If Lin could somehow obtain the formula for this magic potion and create it himself, that would be the safest approach. With these thoughts in mind, Lin collected his scattered ideas and began his daily meditation, where the boundless sea of elements once again appeared before him. Regardless, until he obtained the promotion potion, he needed to ensure that his magical power and mental strength reached their peak. His original body, Carl, had only been a regular apprentice, with around 6 months of experience with magic. Fortunately, during the crossover, his soul's fusion had provided him with a substantial increase in mental strength. His capacity for magic had also grown significantly. Following the marginal growth theory in basic magic principles, he was likely only 2 to 3 months away from reaching that bottleneck. The three crucial elements hindering his journey to becoming a full-fledged wizard were the required funds to purchase the source of magic, the necessary information about the magic potion, and the time needed to grow his magical power. Hello there, we've just hit the fantastic milestone of 50 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. He coincidentally bumped into Professor Philip, an elemental studies expert who was also leaving his residence. Professor Lin, did you have a good rest last night? Philip greeted with a smile. Quite well, the conditions here are much more comfortable than within the Circast Empire, Lin replied, his face carrying a hint of a smile. From today onward, he wouldn't have to worry about the threat of the church constantly. That's for sure. I heard that even the commoners there live in houses made of thatch and stone bricks. Is that true? Philip asked with great curiosity. For Philip, who hailed from the land of wizards, his knowledge of the Circast Empire came solely from rumors. Every Monday, he liked to visit the tavern by the docks and listen to the sailors share tales of the outside world. As far as the commoners are concerned, that's accurate, but the nobles and priests there live very luxurious lives as well, Lin explained, knowing Philip was interested. He briefly talked about the structure of the empire and the church based on the memories of his original self, Carl. Since you've crossed paths with the archbishop, do you know how these people use divine magic? Do they also need to study elemental magic, shaping, or alchemy? Philip inquired again. I don't think so, Lin shook his head. Based on the priest selection process in the Nordland territory, clergy only needed to have faith and be able to fight. This had always been a question he couldn't quite grasp. Was there a way to obtain power other than seeking the truth? Philip didn't delve too deep into this issue. After satisfying his curiosity, he began introducing Lin to the various areas of Ieta Academy. Ieta Academy covered an area of more than 20,000 square meters. The iconic Screaming Tower stood in the center of the academy, while behind it were the residences of the students and professors. The magical library and combat training grounds were located on the right side of the academy, with the remaining space dedicated to teaching areas for each of the 4 major disciplines: elemental studies, shaping, alchemy, and potion making. Apart from these, some elite academies in the Wizard City also offered special courses like prophecy and force fields. There used to be psychic studies as well, but it's been abandoned. That place will also be where you teach in the future. Philip pointed to an independent building next to the Screaming Tower. The Psychic Studies Academy seemed somewhat ominous, covered in thick, gray walls and overrun with moss, likely due to years of neglect. I'll have a few fairies come clean this place up later. It should be usable by the afternoon. Those psychic wizards are always acting a bit strange. I say it's a good thing that the council got rid of them, Philip commented, somewhat gleefully. He then proceeded to outline the schedule of Lin's classes. As a professor, Lin had the freedom to arrange his own teaching hours, but it was best to keep them consistent and not clash with the schedules of other professors. Otherwise, the apprentices would have to choose between classes. However, as soon as Philip finished explaining the timetable for the existing 4 courses, Lin realized that everything Philip had said earlier was basically meaningless. Nearly every day was filled with various courses, and his new course would undoubtedly have to compete for time with the other disciplines. Elemental Studies is the most popular subject in Ieta Academy. It usually runs from 10 to 12 in the morning and from 7 to 9 in the evening, Philip kindly reminded, making it clear that those times were not up for grabs, and there wouldn't be many students attending Lin's new class. Lin nodded without expressing his opinion, and Philip asked again, have you already thought of a name for the new discipline? How about arcane mathematics? Lin pondered. Since accepting the position as a professor, Lin had been contemplating what he should teach. It was clear that regular magic was not an option. So far, he had mastered less than 10 types of magic, and maybe even fewer than some of the students. Teaching them would likely be laughable, unless he was willing to reveal the method for creating white phosphorus, but that was one of his rare hidden cards. Lin had no intention of spreading that knowledge, so he had to resort to the subjects from his previous life. Subjects like language, geography, and biology were influenced by the world and weren't suitable for teaching. Chemistry was a viable choice, but it conflicted with the field of elemental studies. He didn't want to challenge Philip right after arriving. That would be unfair, and there might be some novel elements in this new world that he was unaware of, so it was better not to teach it haphazardly. Physics, he could scribble down a formula casually, but the other person would need to understand those mathematical symbols. The only sensible choice was mathematics. In this world, circles were still circles, squares were still squares, and the basic rules of arithmetic were undoubtedly universal. Mathematics was the foundation of all science and technology, the most critical tool for humans to understand and transform the world. It could be said that the majority of scientific theories could be expressed using mathematical formulas. This subject always remained at the forefront of the era. Many cutting-edge research results were deduced entirely through mathematics. Magical theories were probably no exception. For instance, the Hurlram formula he used to learn magic missile and Cora's research in fluid mechanics both involved a significant amount of mathematical calculations. It was clear that wizards had been studying mathematics for a long time, but it had not yet developed into a distinct discipline. The reason was simple. Wizards couldn't directly gain power from mathematics. They could only benefit indirectly by applying it to a certain type of magic. This led to all mathematical formulas being taught in conjunction with various disciplines, and sometimes, even the methods and symbols couldn't be standardized. After Lynn briefly described the meaning of arcane mathematics, Philip's expression became somewhat strange. He had thought Lynn would focus on teaching the intriguing theories from the Society of Mystical Arts, but he was surprised to find out it would be basic mathematical operations. Would students really be interested in learning this stuff? Philip opened his mouth as if to say something but hesitated. He had a feeling that if Lynn only taught these simple concepts, he might not attract a single apprentice. However, each professor had the freedom to choose what they taught, and Philip couldn't offer any advice. He decided that when it came time for the lesson, he would gently introduce the new course to the students to avoid the awkward situation of Lynn teaching to an empty room. The floor was made of pure white marble, smooth as a mirror. Two imposing griffin skulls hung on the walls, their sharp eagle eyes watching every customer who entered or exited. In the center of the hall, a large bioluminescent mushroom lamp glowed brightly. These unique magic plants that emitted their own light were usually found only in the darkest caves, inhabited by filthy and dangerous creatures like rodents and ghouls. They usually cost between 12 to 30 magic gold coins. In addition to currency exchange, you can also store any extra coins here. Just present your voucher, and you can exchange it for the corresponding magic gold coins in any wizard's city, but you'll have to pay an additional storage fee, Philip continued. This was essentially a bank, except that here, you didn't earn any interest on your savings and had to pay extra fees. In that sense, it was quite similar to a moneylender. As Lynn thought about this, he quickly noticed that the exchange house was particularly bustling today. Over 100 people were scattered around the hall, seemingly arguing about something. And to his surprise, he recognized some of these people. They were Lame Loud and his sailors. Take your trash somewhere else. We don't accept black ore or copper coins here. A middle-aged man in a gray robe with a copper badge on his chest shouted impatiently at Lame Loud and his crew. When he saw Philip enter, his expression immediately changed, and he put on a friendly smile, pushing aside a few sailors blocking his way. Professor Philip, it's a rare sight. What brings you here today? He greeted enthusiastically. It's been a while, Albert. It looks like you found a good job after graduating, Philip replied, introducing the two. Albert, a member of the 9th batch of graduates from the Ieta Academy, was an official wizard specializing in elemental and shape-shifting magic. And this is the new professor of arcane mathematics at Ieta Academy, Professor Lin. Philip pointed to Lin. Good morning, Professor Lin. I heard last night in the tavern that you led your crew to victory against the Eye of Death whirlpool in the Misty Sea. It must be some highly advanced magic you used, Albert praised, showing no hint of condescension due to Lin's young age. Professors at Ieta Academy were typically third-tier wizards with deep expertise in a specific field. Being young meant having higher magical potential, making it more likely for someone to become an esteemed grand wizard in the future. Good morning, Mr. Albert. I'm here to exchange some coins, Lin replied politely. He took out 12 Sekas gold coins, 27 silver coins, and 11 copper coins, which were all the possessions he had, salvaged from the 2 bishops he had killed in Harbor Town. You can't exchange copper coins, can you? Lin asked, recalling Albert's earlier words and made to take away the handful of copper coins. Of course, that's not the case. It's just that copper coins are a bit more troublesome to convert, Albert replied somewhat awkwardly, shaking his head. Without waiting for Lin's response, he used his mage hand to collect the coins, handed them to an assistant, and asked the assistant to provide the corresponding magic gold coins. Albert then went on to explain that these copper coins from the Sekas Empire came in various sizes and had varying copper content. They were obviously privately minted by some imperial nobles, making the conversion process quite complicated. After about 10 seconds, the apprentice assistant returned with a beautifully crafted money bag. "Please take this, Professor Lin," Albert said, handing the money bag to Lin with a pleasant smile. Lin opened it and was slightly surprised by the amount inside. It was exactly 12 gold, 27 silver, and 11 copper coins. "Wasn't the exchange rate supposed to be 2-to-1? Lin asked, holding the bag in his hand, puzzled. "That's just the manual labor fee, Professor. Since you're a professor at the academy, it wouldn't be appropriate to charge you that," Albert replied, trying to be accommodating. Lin remained silent and instead picked up one of the magic gold coins to examine it. Compared to the currency from the Seka's empire, the craftsmanship was much finer. The front bore the symbol Chinese letter, and the back had the unique emblem of the Wizard Council. Furthermore, Lin could faintly sense a subtle magical fluctuation. This was clearly more than just a recast. Lin looked at Albert, and unless there was a good reason, he wasn't willing to accept such goodwill for nothing. "My son Alok is currently studying magic at Eetor Academy. If it's possible, could you please look out for him?" Albert asked somewhat hesitantly. "I see," Lin nodded. He then accepted the money bag. Since Albert worked at the exchange house, there might be opportunities to interact with him in the future. Accepting such kindness was sometimes a way to build relationships. "If Alok chooses this course, I'll keep an eye on him. But let me tell you, my arcane mathematics course is quite challenging," Lin kindly reminded. "That's not a problem. My son has never been afraid of difficult tasks," Albert said confidently. "That's good," Lin nodded in relief. Seeing that the conversation between them seemed pleasant, Lame Loud couldn't resist seizing the opportunity and inquired, "Mr. Albert, do you think we can exchange these copper coins?" Albert waved his hand helplessly. Since Lin was standing there, he couldn't refuse the request, even though all relevant processing fees must be paid. Under the influence of magic, over 5,000 copper coins were quickly counted, and their copper content was determined roughly. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Loud received 2,000 magic copper coins that had been exchanged. The expressions on the faces of the sailors and shipbuilders were heart-wrenching, as if they were laborers who had received reduced wages after a year of hard work, and they looked pitiful. "Thank you, Professor Lin. If we hadn't run into you here, many of our brothers from the ship's gang would be starving and freezing," Loud said gratefully. When they were in Harbor Town, Loud was a prominent figure, but in the land of the wizards, his status and position had plummeted. After losing a large amount of wealth during the Maelstrom incident, Loud knew that they needed a new backer urgently, or the ship's gang of more than 300 people would risk starvation. The sailors from the ship's gang were even worse off. Some had only a few dozen copper coins left, and the money exchange refused to convert them. This was why Loud insisted on staying here to negotiate with Albert. "No need to thank me, Mr. Albert. You're just following the rules." Lin shook his head, and after a pause he asked, "Have you thought about what to do next?" Because they had missed the Monday, it was probably impossible to return within a short time. Hurlram probably wouldn't easily let those who had learned about the land of the wizards leave, so they might have to stay here for the rest of their lives. "We'll probably look for some transport work next." Loud hesitated, then looked at Lin and tentatively asked, "If you have anything for us, please don't hesitate to tell us. If there's an opportunity." Lin neither agreed nor refused and simply replied. He then left the money exchange with Philip. Loud, low-spirited, looked at the flame-shaped mark on the back of his right hand. His thoughts were in turmoil. Earlier on the Misty Sea, he had wanted to subtly remind Lin to remove the magic mark that might threaten his life. However, after the Maelstrom incident, Loud's thoughts had made a 180-degree turn. Without the sea route from Harbor Town to the land of the wizards, the entire ship's gang had lost all its value to the Grand Wizard Hurlram. After losing a large amount of treasure, Loud knew that they urgently needed a new patron, or more than 300 people in the ship's gang might starve to death, and Lin was undoubtedly the best choice. Although they had only been in contact for half a month, the abilities, talents, and methods displayed by Lin had left Loud astonished. Lin had easily discovered him hiding in the shadows and single-handedly wiped out half of Harbor Town. Loud had no doubt that Lin had the potential to become a grand wizard or even a legendary wizard. Now was the time to place a big bet. What Loud didn't expect was that after arriving in the land of the wizards, Lin had joined the Eetor Academy directly, becoming an active professor with honor, status, and wealth. It seemed that there was no place for the ship's gang in Lin's plans. Loud felt helpless. It would seem pointless for their 300-plus people to force their way in. They needed a more suitable opportunity to contact Lin. On the other hand, Lin, after returning to his room and changing into a new uniform, was contemplating how to earn more magic gold coins. As a professor at the academy, a monthly salary of 3 gold coins might seem like a lot, but when used for studying magic, it wasn't sufficient. especially for the subjects of alchemy and magical potions. One option was to recruit more apprentices. The more students in the School of Arcane Studies, the more reasons Lin had to request various funds from Hurlram. Then he could use these funds in a more strategic manner for his research. Another option was to create and sell some novel magical items, but this would require hiring people to do the labor, as it would otherwise consume his time for magical research. The halflings he had met might be a good choice. The flight experiment in the city square was still fresh in his memory. With such basic materials, they had created a steam-powered flying machine. Delia, a gifted engineer, seemed like an excellent fit for his requirements. Recruiting her as his apprentice and assistant shouldn't be too difficult. Although Delia had no magical talent, Hurlram had given her a chance, which indicated her significance. Flying without magic was a simple task for Lin. He believed that Delia could do it with ease. While contemplating his options, Lin picked up a quill and began to prepare for his first class in the School of Arcane Studies, which was essential to maintain his status as a professor. If he messed up the first class, it would be a problem. He needed to tackle things one step at a time. The next morning at exactly 8 a.m., when Lin, wearing a new uniform, returned to the School of Arcane Studies, the place had already been tidied up. The signboards had been replaced with School of Arcane Studies, and it seemed that Philip had already reported his subject to the academy. A group of about 10 little fairies, each about 40 centimeters tall, were using wet cloths to wipe the walls, focused on their task. These little fairies were unlike the beautiful elves in typical fantasy works. They were rather ugly in appearance, with wings resembling those of bats on their backs. Their intelligence was approximately that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, allowing them to follow simple commands guided by magic. As Lin approached, these small fairies all hid behind the wall, peering at him with their ruby-like eyes, making cooing and yawning sounds. Learning the human language was a difficult task for their limited intelligence. However, Lin didn't have time to focus on these magical creatures because as soon as he opened the door, dozens of eyes turned their gaze toward him. The spacious classroom was filled with more than 20 wizard apprentices. Since it was a new class and no sorting had been done, students of all age groups were mixed in. Some of them even appeared older than Lin, including Johnny. Although the number of students attending was not large, Lin was already satisfied. He had even prepared himself for an empty classroom. I am Lin, the newly appointed professor of arcane mathematics at the Ieta School of Magic. Under the watchful, sometimes surprised and skeptical eyes of the students, Lin stood at the lectern, using his hand as a pen and pure magic as ink, writing his name in the void. The once quiet classroom immediately buzzed with excitement. Professor Lin, we heard you came from the Misty Sea. Can you tell us what it's like out there? Professor Philip said you think this continent is round. Why don't people fall off the bottom? The young wizard apprentices bombarded him with various questions. Lin appeared younger than most professors, and as a result, the students weren't as reserved as they would be with other instructors. They were simply curious about the new professor from the Misty Sea. Faced with this barrage of questions, Lin didn't know where to start, but then Johnny, sitting nearby, asked a crucial question. Professor Lin, what is arcane mathematics? Lin breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. Great question. Arcane mathematics is a discipline that studies complex concepts like numbers, structures, changes, and space. You can use it to calculate the circumference of this planet, explore the movements of the stars, analyze cosmic constants. Arcane mathematics encompasses nearly everything you see, making it a crucial tool for understanding the world. As he spoke, Lin increased his volume using soundwave principles, causing everyone's eardrums to ring and effectively silencing the previously noisy classroom. Every apprentice in the room listened with fascination as Lin discussed these sophisticated terms. Many of them realized they were in for a special magical class. But after painting this grand picture, Lin changed his tone and continued, of course, these advanced arcane math concepts are still too distant for you. For now, you must start with the basics of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Isn't that just basic arithmetic? A student at the front couldn't help but interrupt. We've already learned all of that in our foundational classes. Well, are you sure? Lin asked with a smile, then clapped his hands. With the help of his mage's hand spell, the desks in front of him floated into the air, assembling into a larger table. The quill pens on the lectern dipped themselves in ink and automatically divided the large table into 6 rows and 6 columns, creating a grid of 36 squares. The rules are very simple. Place 1 copper coin in the first square, 2 in the second, 4 in the third, 8 in the fourth, and so on. Lin surveyed every student in the classroom and continued with a highly enticing tone. If someone can fill these squares with the corresponding coins, I will immediately write an application to the Wizards' Council, stating that they have achieved a perfect score in arcane mathematics and grant them a bottle of the mana source. Professor, is this for real? You're not joking, are you? Another tall and thin apprentice in his 20s, named Pierce, stood up suddenly, brimming with excitement. What is the mana source? It's the most critical item for a wizard apprentice to become a full-fledged wizard, worth hundreds or even hundreds of magic gold coins, and it's not something you can just buy with money. For someone like Pierce, who is in his 20s and hasn't completed any course of study, both of Lynn's promises were extremely important. Of course, I give you my word, Lynn nodded without hesitation. Hearing Lynn's resolute response, Pierce hesitated for a moment. Life had taught him that nothing comes so easily in the world. Either the professor was fooling him, or there was something fishy about the whole situation. Pierce tried to do some quick math but couldn't figure it out. He could only roughly estimate that filling the first row of 6 squares would require 63 copper coins, which didn't seem like a lot. Anyone wants to give it a try. There's only one slot. Lynn tempted them once again. I'll do it. The freckled young man who had interrupted him earlier stood up eagerly. Pierce watched as Elok, the one who stood up, and immediately regretted his hesitation. He should have been more courageous instead of hesitating. He cursed himself for not having the courage to pursue it and for not being promoted to a full-fledged wizard. What's your name? Lynn curiously asked. I'm Elok, Professor, the young wizard said loudly. So this is the kid named Elok. Lynn nodded as he had recently helped the boy's father with a favor, so he thought it was a good opportunity to pay it forward. Elok, I have to remind you that this wager cannot be given up once you start. You have to fill the entire grid, and the money you put in will be used as research funding for this field. This is the price for my promises and the mana source, Lynn kindly reminded. No problem, Elok patted his chest. Even though he couldn't calculate how many copper coins it would take to fill all the squares, he knew the value of 1 copper coin compared to a mana source. It was a difference of hundreds of thousands of times. Elok thought about it and estimated that he might only need 2,000 or 3,000 copper coins to fill the 36 squares. And the mana source was something money couldn't buy. Then please go ahead. Lynn pointed to the table and wore his characteristic smile, indicating that Elok could start. Elok wasn't the least bit nervous. He took out his coin pouch and placed the first copper coin in the first square, then 2, 4, 8, 16. Up to 32. When he reached the 6th square, he had run out of copper coins. The 7th square required 64 copper coins. Elok hesitated, holding a silver coin in his hand, and turned to the students who were watching the spectacle. He said with confidence, "Can anyone lend me some copper coins? Once I fill this square, I'll pay you back double tomorrow." Inspired by Elok's determination, the wizard apprentices at the scene generously emptied their purses, not worrying that Elok might not be able to repay them. Even Pierce, who was regretting his hesitation, took out all his savings, 6 gold coins. Soon, the borrowed coins had filled the entire table, with only Johnny standing on the side, watching and not offering any money. "Johnny, aren't you going to make some money too?" Lynn asked curiously. "Or have you already figured out the result?" The silver-haired girl gave him a look. Although she couldn't calculate how many copper coins it would take to fill all 36 squares, she knew Lynn's mind was always working, and he couldn't just produce a mana source out of thin air. On the other hand, Elok appeared confident. With the combined funds from all the apprentices, he already had over 20 gold coins and more than 200 copper and silver coins, which should be enough to fill all the squares. Thinking this, Elok grabbed a handful of coins and started filling the second row of squares. With a total expenditure of 40 silver and 95 copper, 1/3 of the table was already filled. It was easy, too easy. Most of the apprentices were starting to regret why they didn't step up first. Even Johnny, who had confidence in Lynn, began to waver. Could this table really be filled? Elok was full of enthusiasm as he piled up 40 silver coins and 96 copper coins into the 13th square. However, as he continued to fill the squares below, he began to sense that something was amiss. The last square in the 3rd row required a staggering 13 gold coins. This seemed maybe a bit too much. Elok's expression became hesitant, and he realized that he had run out of money to fill the next square. "You can simply write the amount with a pen, and we'll calculate it together later," Lynn said nonchalantly, showing no intention of making things difficult for Elok. Elok looked at the remaining half of the squares, gritted his teeth, and picked up a feather pen from the side. He began to fill in the numbers row by row. 200. No, 300. As long as the total amount he spent was under 300 magic gold coins, his father might understand. After all, a mana source couldn't be bought with money. However, with this mindset, Elok only managed to fill in 4 squares and realized that he had exhausted his budget and needed to spend even more. Under Lynn's friendly gaze, Elok's hands trembled as he continued to fill in the rows. The overwhelming numbers forced him to use paper and pen for calculations. But even with his assistance, the numbers were still daunting, and Elok was on the verge of tears by the time he reached the 5th row. In his mind, Elok began to assess his family's assets and made a terrifying discovery. It seemed like they were bankrupt. No, it was a problem that couldn't be solved with bankruptcy anymore because he couldn't earn this much money in his lifetime, even if he worked tirelessly as a full-fledged wizard for hundreds of years. And the table still had a whole row left to be filled. Elok, Elok. Elok's sudden collapse startled everyone present, including Lin. Lin didn't want to be responsible for scaring someone to death on the first day of class. After a quick examination with his limited medical knowledge, Lin found that Elok was not seriously harmed and quickly produced an ice cube to place on his forehead, waking him up. Elok looked dazed, feeling like he had just had a nightmare where he played a game with the professor and ended up owing an unpayable debt. When he opened his eyes, he realized that this wasn't a dream, it was real. Now that you're awake, let's finish filling in the last square as agreed. Lin patted Elok's shoulder, encouraging him. Elok's face bore an expression worse than crying, but he had no choice but to sit back at his place. He consoled himself, thinking that even if he couldn't afford 53,687,368, he could increase it to 200,000 or 500,000, and what difference would it make? But it did make a difference. A long string of numbers nearly shattered Elok's mind. After filling the last square, Elok had to count the units one by one with his fingers. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. Elok couldn't bear to continue counting. Lin directly revealed the answer. It's 34,359,687,368 copper coins. Hearing this terrifying number, the apprentices in the room felt dizzy. They looked at the square table in front of them, unable to fathom how 34,333,333,368 copper coins could fit into such a small grid. Johnny's face also displayed an incredulous expression. While she could imagine that filling the squares would require a substantial amount of copper coins, she never expected it to be this terrifying. This sum of money, even Elok, would probably not be able to pay off in his entire lifetime. Moreover, there was still one more row left to be filled. A simple square game has given a group of wizard apprentices a taste of the frightening power of exponential growth, Lin said solemnly. This is the power of arcane mathematics. If someone can convert the power of arcane mathematics into magic, it would be a force capable of destroying this planet, or even the entire universe. This was no joke. In theory, if you fold a piece of paper 103 times, its theoretical thickness would exceed the observable diameter of the universe. Anything that exhibits exponential growth with a base of 2 could quickly explode and destroy the entire universe. The apprentices were left in shock, contemplating the immense power and responsibility that came with understanding arcane mathematics. She then looked at the apprentices who were still recovering from the terror of exponential growth and spoke loudly. Why don't you all take note of this formula? Johnny and the others quickly flipped through the pages and used feather quills to transcribe the completely incomprehensible formula. Elok, who was standing there in a daze, was the best example of what happens when you don't study mathematics. Professor Lin. Elok looked at Lin, stuttering and with tears welling up in his eyes on the verge of crying. Elok, I just heard you say that you're good at mathematics, Lin asked. I'm not, don't say that. Elok hastily shook his head, trying to deny it, but Lin waved his hand and continued to speak. Here's the deal, if you can accurately calculate how much the 36 squares of copper coins add up to before tomorrow's class, then we'll call off this bet. Of course, you only have one chance. Lin glanced somewhat regretfully at the large pile of coins on the table, but he had no intention of taking them. First of all, the other side couldn't come up with that much money. Secondly, using a game to empty the savings of the apprentices in a single go would be too intimidating. Who would dare to attend his math class after that? Elok stared at the floating magical fluorescent lights, completely unable to understand what these mathematical symbols were. He even began to doubt if he knew how to do math at all. Previously, he had been envious of Elok, but now Piers immediately became gloating, grateful that he had hesitated for a moment, or he would be the one making a fool of himself. But Lin's tone suddenly changed as he looked at everyone present and continued speaking. The same goes for all of you. If I remember correctly, when Elok borrowed money from you, he said, if he manages to fill all the squares, he'll repay double. Unfortunately, Elok didn't achieve that, so the promise is invalid. Not only won't you get more gold coins, but the money you bet earlier will remain with me. Lin reached out and picked up a few gold and silver coins from the table, saying with a hint of playfulness. At these words, the classroom for the math class erupted in a chorus of wailing. Piers and the others were burning with anger, kicking at Elok. This little guy was trying to cheat. Lin raised his voice a bit and pointed to the index summation formula floating in the air. There is a simpler method for performing index addition. If it were me, I could calculate the sum of these numbers within 10 seconds, provided I know the value of the last number. The homework assignment I'm giving you is to find the pattern and solve the formula I wrote. Whenever you figure it out, that's when you can take this money back. Lynn surveyed the students who were diligently calculating with feather quills in hand, nodding with satisfaction. Only this kind of first-hand experience could truly make them feel the charm of mathematics. Apart from that, he was also using this game to assess the mathematical level of these apprentices. From Elok's performance, it seemed that they had already mastered the most basic rules of arithmetic. Perhaps next time, he could start teaching slightly more challenging formulas. The 2-hour math class quickly came to an end. Although they didn't learn any new magic, all the students maintained a high level of enthusiasm, driven by the idea of getting their deposits back. They eagerly shared their experiences and findings with each other in the classroom. In just one day, the name of Professor Lin's grid game had already spread. To let more people understand the charm of exponential growth, Lin directly moved the grid to the entrance of Ieta Academy, changed the grid to 7 rows and 7 columns, with a total of 49 squares, and put up a sign with the rules of the bet written on it. If anyone could fill these squares with the corresponding copper coins, he would give away the alchemical formula used to destroy Harbor Town. Yes, it only required starting with 1 copper coin and filling the rest of the squares, following the rule that each coin in the next square was twice the previous one. Even after filling, you could take the money back. He wouldn't take a single penny. This had not only caught the attention of wizard apprentices, but also some professors at the academy. Was there really such a good deal? While these alchemical formulas required a lot of preparation to unleash their powerful effects, they could prove incredibly effective in specific situations. You see, the power of these formulas could rival even 5th or 6th circle magic. In the evening, while most of the students were leaving school or returning to the dormitories, Professor of Shaping, Kevin, secretly approached the combined table to study the rules on the grid. Did each square's number really need to be twice the previous one? Kevin stroked his chin and pondered it internally. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "No need to calculate. It's impossible to fill all these squares," said Professor Philip. "Do you know how much savings I have, Professor Philip?" Kevin asked, somewhat displeased. He had many friends, and these were just coins for filling squares. Once they were filled, he could take them back, or even borrow a bit more if needed. Could these squares really be as impossible to fill as the rumors said, to the point of being unable to even use the entire wealth of Ieta Harbor Town? Kevin scoffed at the idea. This rumor was just too far-fetched. "Do you know how many copper coins it would take to fill the last square of these 7 rows and 7 columns?" Philip said somewhat helplessly. "It's 2.81 quadrillion. 2.81 quadrillion copper coins. That's quite a lot." Kevin was somewhat surprised, but after a pause, he suddenly realized that Philip had said quadrillions. "Wait, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Kevin was utterly bewildered. This was the first time he had heard of a quadrillion. "Of course not. I've double-checked it myself," Philip said without much patience. He had been somewhat surprised when he first heard about it from the apprentices, and it had taken him 9 full sheets of paper to calculate because the numbers were just too long. Kevin mentally tried to calculate, and though it was just basic multiplication, the amounts grew increasingly immense as he went on. He couldn't even keep up with mental calculations after a certain point and had to resort to rough estimations. Based on the experiences of the first few columns, it seemed like the sum increased by about tenfold every 3 to 4 squares. With a total of 49 squares, that would be at least a quadrillion times. Kevin gasped for a breath. This kind of growth was terrifying. Not to mention emptying Ieta Harbor, it seemed impossible even to gather that much money across the entire continent. Kevin was relieved that he had chosen to sneak out to try this when there were not many people around. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself in front of the students. In his heart, Kevin celebrated this choice, and then noticed some strange characters engraved on the grid in front of him. Q not equal to 1, SN equals a 1, 1QN/1Q. What are these runes, some kind of magical symbols? Kevin asked in confusion. It seems to be a geometric series summation formula. That's probably what it's called, Philip said uncertainly. Professor Lin said that if you can calculate the final number, he can add up the copper coins in these squares in 10 seconds. This is an immense amount of data. Can it really be calculated in 10 seconds? Kevin furrowed his brow. Master Hurlrem seems to have already deciphered the meaning of this mathematical formula, Philip sighed. In just an afternoon, he's truly a great wizard. Did the master tell you what these mathematical symbols mean? Kevin asked eagerly. After going through the exponential calculation, he found this so-called math rather intriguing. He didn't, Philip regretfully shook his head. Master Hurrim only had me come to add a small reward to this game. Whoever figures out the meaning of this formula first can get a reward of 20 magical gold coins. As he spoke, Philip took out these gold coins and magically affixed them to the table. This moment, the subject of discussion among the people was Professor Lin, the new teacher of mystical mathematics, who was leisurely seated on the couch in his room. He was enjoying dinner brought by a fairy while simultaneously perusing the books he had borrowed from the Academy's library, Fundamental Principles of Magic and Analysis of Elemental Magic. Although life as a professor at Ieta Academy was exceedingly comfortable, Lin remained vigilant. He never let complacency creep in. Everything in the land of wizards was still a mystery to him, and in case trouble arose, his strength was the only reliable companion. Moreover, as a professor, he had to brush up on some fundamental magical knowledge, but the two books written by legendary wizards presented a formidable challenge. They were filled with perplexing terms like Thuros, Inzethi, and Kos, which left him utterly baffled. He could only painstakingly verify these terms based on the descriptions in the books. It took him over 3 hours to decode the content, coupled with his modest understanding of magic since his arrival in this world. Eventually, he managed to grasp the first half of the book. Firstly, his initial speculations were not far off the mark. Wizards indeed harnessed and manipulated elements to cast spells. However, the abilities of regular wizards were quite limited. Not all elements could be controlled, and precision was lacking. For instance, they couldn't disintegrate molecules or atoms. They could only rearrange them in simpler combinations. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus. Lin silently recalled the 4 elements he had manipulated. He couldn't help but make a few educated guesses. First, the difficulty of element manipulation might be related to the periodic table. Official wizards might only be able to control short-lived elements up to the 3rd row, while long-lived elements in the 4th to 7th rows might be beyond their reach. Second, it could be based on the number of atomic nucleus charges. Third, it could involve a division between metal and non-metal elements. Lin had conducted experiments, attempting to use zero-circle magic, basic material deconstruction, to break down a steel longsword he held. The result was clear: he had failed. No matter how hard he tried, the sword remained unchanged. This indicated that as a wizard apprentice or even as a regular wizard, he couldn't directly affect metallic elements. Of course, things might differ for grand wizards and legendary wizards. According to the fundamental principles of magic, basic material deconstruction had 2 advanced spells: 4th circle magic, advanced material deconstruction, and 7th circle magic, great disintegration. Coincidentally, the 4th and 7th circles marked the distinction between grand wizards and legendary wizards. As Lin pondered, he had 71 record all these details in his research archive. Then he turned to the second half of Fundamental Principles of Magic, which delved into the mystical nature of magic. This legendary wizard regarded magic as the essence of the entire universe, the most fundamental force that comprised all matter. It was the power of creation itself. Essence, Lin furrowed his brow. According to his observations in recent days, magic appeared to permeate every corner of this world. However, unlike elements, he could sense it but couldn't truly see it. Only through magic such as magic missile could he momentarily manifest magic into a visible form. Never mind, it seemed this was not something he could research with his current level of understanding. Lin massaged his somewhat aching temples and decided to set aside this issue for now. Instead, he opened Analysis of Elemental Magic: Fireball, Corrosion, Thunderous Roar, Chill Touch, Lesser Flame Grasp, Explosive Flame, Toxicity Domain. The book contained descriptions of 17 spells in total, ranging from 1st to 3rd circle magic. Lin glanced at the so-called 2nd and 3rd circle magic briefly, but then focused his attention on 1st circle magic. With the aid of his intelligent assistant, he could perform magic in the capacity of a wizard apprentice, limited to learning and using 1st circle magic. 3rd circle magic, such as the principle behind Toxicity Domain, involved converting magic into some poisonous gas, possibly chlorine or fluorine, elements he couldn't easily acquire within a short time. Being unable to decipher meant being unable to convert and use. His mental power was far from sufficient to cover such a vast range. In close quarters, it was better to simply adjust the oxygen content in the air, either increasing it or decreasing it, to achieve a similar effect. Given his current capabilities, learning and refining 1st circle magic was the most practical approach. Moreover, 1st circle magic was divided into common and advanced categories. High-tier magic was essentially a simplified version of higher-level spells or an enhancement of lower-level spells. For instance, his white phosphorus fireball technically belonged to high-tier 1st circle magic because of the lethality of white phosphorus, making its power akin to that of 2nd circle magic. Another advanced spell, White Phosphorus Lesser Flame Grasp, possessed destructive capabilities approaching that of third circle magic. However, Lin was well aware of the limitations of white phosphorus. Despite its effectiveness against less informed bishops, it was bound to lose its punch when dealing with wizards. After all, the two key characteristics of white phosphorus had possible countermeasures for official wizards. If the information were to leak out, achieving significant victories would become much more challenging. So he needed to acquire more magic to expand his arsenal. After much deliberation, he chose Chill Touch as the subject of his improvement. The principle of this magic was quite simple: manipulating the elemental air to lower temperatures, condense it to interfere with the enemy. Its effectiveness in battle was quite limited unless one pursued the advanced magic, Frost Domain. Few were willing to learn it without that incentive. Lin had no intention of learning it, but rather planned to modify the magic based on its principle, like using a different element to cast it. His chosen element was nitrogen. In the wizard's land, this element was called cello. In Korra's manuscripts, it was even classified as a useless element. Considering that nitrogen rarely reacted with other substances, it was reasonable for some wizards to dismiss it. But Lin knew that nitrogen wasn't as useless as they claimed. It could be used for making fertilizers, serving as a protective gas, and when combined with hydrogen, could form another poisonous gas, ammonia. The most important aspect was that the boiling point of nitrogen was at a chilling minus 196 degrees C. Such a terrifyingly low temperature could freeze most things in a very short amount of time. Of course, due to the Leidenfrost effect, the human body could briefly withstand extreme temperatures, but this protection formed by the vapor layer was very fragile, breaking apart in just 2 seconds. Then the fragile skin would be subjected to an incredibly sharp sub-zero cold, causing the epidermal cells to rapidly decay and fall off, followed by the solidification of all fat, muscles, and blood in an instant. The second reason Lin chose nitrogen was that it was abundant in the atmosphere, making up around 70 to 80%. This meant he didn't need to expend extra magical power to create this element. He could create a large sub-zero territory. 071 Activate Overload Mode. Lin silently muttered in his mind, then closed his eyes and began to sense the active nitrogen elements in the vast sea of elements. Nitrogen elements were everywhere, so controlling them was relatively easy. About 4 to 5 seconds later, the temperature around him began to drop rapidly. Nearly liquefied nitrogen manifested as white mist, spreading in all directions. Crack. A slight sound echoed in the room as the tea Lin had left on the table instantly solidified into ice crystals after the white mist passed. Not only that, the tables, sofas, and various decorations in the room were all covered in a layer of frost. A gecko that had been hunting a moth on the wall was about to pounce when the white mist arrived. Accompanied by a bone-chilling cold, its skin, bones, and blood instantly froze. The gecko, maintaining its pouncing posture, was frozen in midair, supported by its tail. The moth was similarly trapped in its last moment, both turned into ice sculptures. "It's so cold," Lin shivered and quickly opened his eyes, then ignited the fireplace in the room using a fireball spell. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. 5% of energy consumed. Remaining energy is 53.7%. Did it consume that much? Lin furrowed his brow. While eliminating the need for the shape-shifting step had saved energy, controlling such a large number of elements demanded significant computational power. Perhaps reducing the control range or focusing it in a single direction, like Chill Touch, would be a good approach. Moreover, the casting speed just now was a bit too slow. If this were in the midst of a battle, Lin knew he wouldn't have a minute to cast. It seemed he needed to intensify his practice on regular days. As Lin summarized the strengths and weaknesses of this new magic, he glanced around the room, which now resembled an ice crystal world. He couldn't help but pat his forehead. However, when he saw the gecko stuck to the wall, its body frozen stiff like an ice sculpture, curiosity got the better of him. For creatures frozen by sub-zero temperatures, if it hadn't been too long, there might still be a glimmer of life left. But as Lin took a few steps closer, the gecko's long tail, unable to support the weight of its body, snapped and fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into ice shards. Well, it was beyond saving now. Lin shook his head and used a fire spell to get rid of the ice fragments that littered the floor. "I shouldn't have done experiments here," Lin mused as he looked at the frost-covered room. He sighed, realizing he needed to establish an alchemy workshop as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a hidden place to practice his magic. If some ignorant apprentice were to barge in during his next casting, the consequences would be severe. Money, oh money. Lin muttered a few words of lament and changed into a robe that had gotten a bit of liquid nitrogen on it. He grabbed his teaching badge and headed out to make some money. In the evening, on the west side of Ieta Harbor, inside a secluded workshop, a halfling named Darren was fiddling with a small gadget made by Lydia. It was a T-shaped flying toy crafted from hollow wood, and when you rotated it vigorously in your hand, it could take off with the help of the wind. But why could this thing fly, while larger flying contraptions couldn't? Darren couldn't figure it out. Just as Darren was pondering this mystery, the wind chime hanging at the door suddenly jingled. "Welcome to the halfling workshop." Darren quickly set down the gadget he was holding and turned to look at the entrance. It was Lynn. He wasn't dressed as conspicuously this time. He hadn't put on the official robe from Ieta Academy or pinned on any medals, but Darren quickly recognized him as a wizard. A few days ago, Lynn had been seen at the square next to the Grand Wizard Hurlram, and they had seemed to have had a pleasant conversation. Realizing this was a valuable customer, Darren immediately perked up, stood up from his chair, and eagerly rubbed his hands together. With respect and humility, he inquired, "Esteemed wizard, is there anything you need?" "There are plenty of fascinating gadgets in the workshop," Lynn replied. "You can take a look at this handheld fan. It doesn't require magic. You can spin it yourself. Also, there's this steamboat model. Put it in the water and pull the rope at the back. It actually moves." It was a circular wooden wheel, approximately a meter in diameter. Water continuously flowed down from a reservoir above the workshop, driving the wheel to spin incessantly. Simultaneously, it powered a giant fan at the front, gently providing a cool breeze for the workshop's visitors. Seems like quite an inventive use. Lynn shook his head, thinking that this contraption could be used for irrigation in farms or even for generating power. However, Lydia seemed fixated on using it for the fan's power. Darren, noticing Lynn's disapproving expression, felt his heart tighten. While Lydia's creations were undoubtedly interesting, they couldn't compare to the alchemical instruments of the wizards. Fortunately, Lynn was straightforward and cut to the point. "I'm not here to purchase goods this time. I intend to have something made according to a blueprint," Lynn stated. While saying this, Lynn picked up a model of a steamboat. The model was incredibly detailed, nearly an exact replica down to every detail, from the chimney to the cabin and the hull. The only difference was an extra rope at the back of the cabin, which when pulled would turn the propeller below. In a matter of moments, Lynn had figured out the model's principle. A slight smile played on his lips as he inquired further. "I've heard that Lydia is incredibly skillful and can create items exactly as required. Is that true?" "Of course. I dare say in Ieta Harbor, no one's craftsmanship can match Lydia's," Darren replied with great confidence. Even many wizard nobles who had seen Lydia's creations had nothing but praise for her, bestowing her with the title of ingenious. "Is she in the workshop right now?" Lynn placed the model aside. "I'd like to see if she can meet my requirements." "No problem. Lydia is in the backyard working right now. I'll take you to her." Darren promptly hopped off his chair, hung up the resting sign, and opened the gate to the workshop's backyard. Following Darren, Lynn walked in and immediately spotted the massive flying apparatus he had seen before. The half-elf Lydia, whom he was looking for, was standing below it. She held a hammer, almost half her size, and was driving thick iron nails into the wings of the aircraft. When she finished, Lydia wiped the sweat from her forehead and then tugged at the wings, which were solidly attached. However, the stability was still somewhat lacking, explaining why certain parts of the aircraft would fall apart upon landing. The halfling girl, absorbed in her work, hadn't noticed the arrival of the two newcomers. Her brow was slightly furrowed, and her robe was already covered in dust and grime, but she didn't seem to mind at all. Her mind was completely engrossed in how to improve the flying apparatus. At that moment, Lynn's voice suddenly sounded. "If the quadrilateral isn't stable enough, why not try adding a crossbeam diagonally, transforming it into two triangular structures?" he suggested. Lydia was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned her head and spotted Darren and Lynn standing beside her. "Wizard, my lord," the half-elf girl exclaimed, her expression filled with surprise. She quickly recognized Lynn, having had a brief encounter with him in the square. "You can give it a try," Lynn said, pointing at the wings of the aircraft with a smile. Lydia didn't back down. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, grasped a suitably sized wooden plank with both hands, and placed it at the diagonal corners of the wings. She then picked up a hammer and some nails, working diligently. Impressive strength. Lynn was quite surprised as he watched Lydia, who was barely around 1.3 meters tall, effortlessly lift a wooden plank much larger than herself. It seemed that the rumors about half-elves having great strength were indeed true. This doesn't quite align with biology. Lynn glanced at Lydia's somewhat sturdy arms and couldn't help but mutter in his mind. He then directed her to build supports for the aircraft to strengthen its overall structure, removing many unnecessary components to reduce the aircraft's weight. Darren quickly joined in to help, and after a good deal of work, the entire aircraft looked brand new. Its broad wings were connected to the fuselage in a triangular structure, and Lydia pressed her hands onto the wings, shaking them vigorously, then used a hammer to knock on them. Surprisingly, there was not the slightest deformation. This is just amazing. Lydia's face was filled with joy, nearly overflowing. She turned to Lynn perplexed and asked, "But why is this so?" During her usual model making, she had noticed this difference but hadn't figured out the reason. Because the three sides of a triangle connect end to end, forming a very stable structure. All you need to do is perform a force analysis. Lynn explained while taking a few wooden bars, assembling them into triangles, quadrilaterals, and pentagons, and then demonstrated the changes in force when any side or angle was pulled. Lydia sat on the wing of the aircraft, her bright eyes closely following the wooden bars in Lynn's hands. She was like a student in class, momentarily forgetting that she had only met Lynn for the second time. However, Lynn's lesson was not that easy to grasp. During the first half with the wooden bars, Lydia could follow to some extent, but when he started talking about concepts like the center of gravity, air resistance, and friction, it all became rather confusing. She came to two conclusions. First, the wizard in front of her was incredibly knowledgeable and knew a lot about various subjects. Second, whether the aircraft could fly probably had something to do with these forces. After explaining for a while, Lynn cleared his throat, and Lydia immediately understood. She hopped down from the wing, dashed into the room, and fetched a water jug, pouring a glass of water for Lynn. She then gazed at him, inquisitively asking, "So, my lord wizard, can this aircraft fly now? If you only want it to stay in the air a bit longer, that's not a problem. But if you mean soaring freely in the sky, it's probably not feasible." Lynn shook his head. "The power source for this aircraft is too weak, and the external structure doesn't quite conform to fluid dynamics." Lydia wore a puzzled expression. She could barely grasp the concept of a power source, but what on earth was fluid dynamics? In just half an hour, she had heard so many high-level terms that she felt like a kitten trying to catch a fluffy ball but unable to reach it. My lord wizard, Darren, who was standing nearby, was somewhat concerned and couldn't help but interrupt. While he was eager to learn this knowledge, he understood one thing very well. Knowledge was precious in the wizard's realm. Lynn, as if he had just come to his senses, smiled and said, "Sorry, it's a professional habit. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lynn, the newly appointed professor of arcane mathematics at Ieta Academy." "Is that the same professor who supposedly scared a student unconscious on the first day of class with arcane mathematics?" Darren exclaimed. Lynn's lips twitched and he looked at Darren very kindly. "If you don't know what to say, it's best to remain silent." Lydia, as if remembering something, asked in excitement, "Professor Lynn, did Master Hurlram send you?" "Have I passed the assessment? My purpose here has nothing to do with Master Hurlram." Lynn refuted the girl's guess, then continued, causing disappointment to flash across her face. "I came here because I want you to make something for me." As Lynn spoke, he took out a parchment scroll from his pocket and handed it to Lydia, who took it and exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise, "It's so beautiful." The parchment scroll depicted a large and uniquely designed alchemical machine. The top resembled an inverted oval sphere, and the bottom had numerous ropes connecting it, resembling a ship's hull. Even the internal structure was intricately detailed, complex yet not chaotic, exuding a strange sense of beauty. "What is this latest alchemical ship?" Lydia asked in astonishment, noticing propellers and a rudder, which were typically used on airships. "This is called a skyship," Lynn replied. Initially, he had considered creating a hot air balloon, a simple method to ascend into the sky without the need for magic. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea and decided to create a skyship that could travel far and wide. His goal was not merely aesthetics. He had done his research in the past few days. While some third-tier wizards proficient in elemental and shaping magic could fly in the sky, the energy consumption was enormous, and their flying altitude and speed were limited. Only high-level wizards could stay in the air for extended periods, and it was not a common mode of transportation. The island they were on was vast, with many mines, and the wizard city itself was built near a large magical ore deposit in the center of the island. Land transportation from various places was not straightforward. For example, transporting goods from Ieta Harbor using camel-like creatures on mountain roads to the wizard city would take 7 to 8 days, with the possibility of monster attacks along the way. However, things would be different if they could travel through the air. It could at least cut the travel time in half, even though the skyship's carrying capacity was not substantial. It was cost-effective for transporting essential materials or novel items not available in the wizard city. Furthermore, a steam-powered skyship itself was a marketable commodity. By adding a couple of magic crystal cannons and protective spells, it could become a mobile aerial fortress. Such a vessel could easily fetch over 1,000 magic gold coins. As for concerns about technology leaks, there was no need to worry in the short term. If he could get the skyship up in the air and take it for a spin, he could apply for alchemical patent protection from the council. In the wizard city, there was a mechanism to protect the formulas for various magical items, and it was only through such protection that wizards could publish their hard-earned research results. In fact, this extended to high-level magic as well. Even in his capacity as a professor at the academy, he could only learn low-level magic for free. In the long term, there was even less reason to worry. What he was bringing out now was merely a low-level toy. In a few years, after he had thoroughly understood the situation in the wizard city, he could simply create internal combustion engines, and the so-called steam-powered skyship would be as slow as a snail in the sky. A skyship, a ship that flies in the sky? Lydia asked eagerly. Yes, that's about the gist of it, Lynn nodded. Lydia immediately seemed as though she had discovered a treasure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But she soon realized that the skyship design on the blueprint didn't have any wing-like wings. It only featured a small propeller, which seemed insufficient to keep the skyship afloat. Did it require some sort of magic to fly? Can this thing really fly? Lydia asked curiously. Did it need some kind of magic to work? Of course it can fly, Lynn assured her with confidence. He then continued with a smile. Do you know why wood can float on water? Lydia shook her head in confusion. Isn't it common knowledge that wood floats on water? Lynn explained, it's because wood with the same volume is less dense than water. In other words, its density is lower than that of water, which means the buoyancy, or the force that pushes it up in the water, is greater than the force of gravity. You can try it. Not only wood, but anything with similar properties can float on water, and conversely, they will sink in water. And a skyship can fly into the sky for the same reason. As long as the density of the gas inside the cabin is lower than that of the normal atmosphere, flying will not be a problem. Lydia listened attentively, nodding with a partial understanding. So when we sit on the skyship, it's like sitting on a boat, using this very light gas to ascend into the sky, right? Your understanding is quite good, but your knowledge is still limited. If you could attend a few more of my magic classes, maybe you could design your own flying machine, Lynn said, feeling nostalgic. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Lydia's initially happy expression immediately froze, and she put on a mournful face. To learn this knowledge, she had to join the Ieta Academy, but the catch was that she had to fly first to pass the entrance exam. It seemed like an endless loop to her. If you can perfectly create the skyship according to the design, and if it successfully takes its maiden flight, I might consider letting you pilot it, Lynn said with a smile. I remember your agreement with Master Hurlrim was to fly in the sky without using magic, and this would barely meet the requirement. Can I really pilot it? Lydia asked excitedly, leaping up in joy. She bumped her head against the frame of the wing, causing her eyes to well up with tears, but she still stared at Lynn with hope in her eyes. Of course you can, but one thing to note, my requirements are quite high, Lynn casually mentioned. Even though one of his objectives this time was to, well, recruit this half-dwarf girl as his assistant to help him craft and sell those novel creations, saving more time for him to research magic, the method and approach were crucial. If he directly invited her and offered to help, it might raise suspicion and not achieve the desired effect. Only by compelling her to earn the opportunity through her efforts would she truly value it, and she would be more diligent in her magical studies in the future. Instead, it ignited her spirit, and she earnestly examined the design plans. Upon learning that crafting an airship required lightweight yet durable materials, Lydia immediately suggested using water-soaked and sun-dried camel hide leather for the airship's envelope. This material was well suited to the task and was commonly used in the sails of large warships. The ship they sailed on in the Misty Sea had sails made of camel hide leather, which withstood even the fiercest storms, proving to be highly durable and reliable. As for the frame of the airship, they could use branches from the magical oak tree, known for its high tensile, compressive, and bending strength. Lydia talked passionately about the subject, admitting that while she couldn't match Lynn's expertise in designing flying machines, she had a deep understanding of the unique properties of materials in this foreign world. Lynn quietly calculated the cost in his mind. If they followed Lydia's suggestions for materials, the airship's performance would undoubtedly improve, but the cost would skyrocket. It would cost at least 100 magic gold coins. Considering his limited savings, Lynn couldn't help but clear his throat and interrupt Lydia's speech. Actually, this airship is just a prototype. We don't need the best materials for it. Something more budget-friendly should do. Lydia protested. How can that be? This is the first airship capable of turning in the sky. Lynn, somewhat helpless, took out a coin pouch and continued, I can offer you 12 magic gold coins as an advance payment. Lydia shook her head, refusing to accept the coins. She pointed out that the knowledge Lynn had shared during the lecture was worth far more than 100 magic gold coins. Moreover, the success of this airship project was crucial for her admission to the Ieta School of Magic. The money for making the airship can be considered as the tuition for your recent lesson. I'll use the best materials to build it, starting now. Lydia wiped dirt off her face, instructed Darren to call the other halflings from the workshop, and declared her intention to finish building the airship within a month. Observing the busy halflings, Lynn wanted to lend a hand but was stopped. Using magic could leave traces, and if the airship was suspected of being magically constructed, it could lead to problems. Besides, Lynn was a customer, and there was no reason for a customer to work himself. With nothing else to do, Lynn could only stand by, offering guidance while watching the halflings, who were half his height, carry heavy wooden materials. The progress of the airship's construction was faster than Lynn had imagined. After a night of hard work, they had completed 1/6 of the overall framework. If it weren't for the time-consuming special treatment required for the camel hide leather used in making the envelope, the airship might have been finished within a month. However, such rapid progress came at a cost. The halflings were nearly exhausted, and the enthusiasm they had shown earlier had been channeled into their work. Darren was snoring away on a sturdy board, and Lydia had gone a step further, sleeping on the airship's frame, clutching a beam tightly, with drool at the corner of her mouth and mumbling in her sleep. Lynn shook his head, halted the halflings who were still prepared to work, and moved Lydia and the others, who had fallen into deep slumber, indoors to rest. After becoming a wizard apprentice, staying up all night had no effect on Lynn's mental state. So after settling the exhausted Lydia, he left the workshop. A whole day had passed, and Lynn was somewhat eager to see if the wizard apprentices had been able to solve the mathematical problems he had left for them. Pushing the classroom door open, Lynn found a substantial pile of coins on the lectern, significantly more than he had expected. What surprised him even more was that the classroom, which had felt somewhat empty during the previous lesson, was now packed to the brim with students. If the room weren't large enough, it might have been overcrowded. Was a math puzzle game really this popular? Good morning, everyone, Lynn thought, his mind racing, though his demeanor remained unchanged. However, the students' responses were even more enthusiastic than he had imagined. Professor Lynn, do you have more math problems for us? I've already solved the puzzles with 36 squares and 49 squares. The students' excitement about the mathematical puzzles was beyond Lynn's expectations. Looking at the ecstatic wizard apprentices in the classroom, Lynn was utterly shocked. Were all the students at the Ieta School of Magic secretly a bunch of masochists? They seemed to have an incredible enthusiasm for solving math problems, but something must have happened that he wasn't aware of. Lynn decided not to rush to confirm and turned to Alok, inquiring, "It's been a day now. I believe you should have the answers, right, Alok?" "Professor, the sum of the 36 squares is 687,194,735,035. Alok hastily stood up, trembling as he gave his answer. He had double and triple checked the value, calculating it on 20 different sheets of paper. The final figure was just too large, and he only had one chance to answer. A single mistake would be disastrous. Under Alok's anxious gaze, Lynn nodded. "Very good, correct answer. Have I also figured out the meanings of the formulas you gave us?" Lynn inquired further. "I've figured it out. The sum of the numbers in the squares is equivalent to twice the last digit minus 1, Alok confidently responded. After spending a sleepless night to find the correct answer, his confidence was back. Lynn nodded once more, acknowledging Alok's achievement. Given his limited mathematical background and only a day to work with, discovering this pattern was quite commendable. "Professor Lynn, can I get my reward now?" Alok asked eagerly. Peers and others gazed at Alok with envy. 20 magic gold coins was no small sum. While they had also struggled with the problem for a long time, they hadn't worked as hard as Alok or managed to find the pattern first. Lynn, aware of the reward set by Master Hurrem for the formula, knew that he couldn't take it himself due to his position, but claiming the money based on this simplistic pattern was too far-fetched. "Alok, my summation formula is not that simple. Let me ask you, if I were to slightly modify the rules of the square game, like requiring the number in the next square to be 3 times that of the previous one, would your theory still apply?" Lynn asked with a sly grin. Alok's smug expression froze as he immediately began calculating in his mind. He then picked up a quill and started scribbling on parchment. "What if I added a rule where you need to place 17 copper coins in the first square?" Lynn continued. Alok was completely bewildered, his mind overwhelmed with a massive amount of numbers. This was just too challenging. He couldn't figure it out at all. Lynn, with just a few brief sentences, brought Alok down from heaven to hell. All the students present shivered uncontrollably. Advanced math is an extremely precise subject. We need to search for patterns within a vast and complex array of data, summarize them into corresponding formulas to simplify the algorithms and improve the overall efficiency of calculations, Lynn said, surveying every person in the classroom. She paused for a moment before continuing. While Alok's summary of patterns is not entirely wrong, it has too limited an application. If the exponent growth within the squares can be 2x, it can also be 3x, 5x, or 10x. This makes the pattern no longer valid. However, this exponent summation formula applies to all exponent growth that meets the criteria. Lynn snapped her fingers, and under the surge of magic, the complex formulas once again appeared before everyone. Q not equal to 1, SN equals a 1, 1QN slash 1Q. Johnny, Pierce, and the others stared at the so-called exponent summation formula, pondering it deeply. Then they picked up quill pens and began to calculate, creating sequences of 2, 3, 4 times, searching for patterns and attempting to plug them into the formula. With Alok's previous summary in mind and deriving from Q not equal to 1, Pierce quickly realized that the symbol referred to the exponent's multiplier. But why subtract 1? Pierce bit his finger and plugged in the initial 2x growth pattern, ignoring the 1Q part, and proceeded with the calculations. He found that it worked perfectly, but the resulting number was negative. So, did the latter part of the formula transform negative numbers into positive ones? But if it was a 3x exponent growth, the result wouldn't make any sense. Pierce's brain raced, and he felt he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. What could it be? Inside the entire classroom, students were all engrossed in their work, some scratching their heads, some pulling their hair, but not a single one chose to slack off. Is the studying atmosphere at the Animerecap Academy always this intense? Lynn found it a bit strange. These people were really passionate about learning. The majority of the class went by quickly. Just when Lynn thought today wouldn't yield any results, a hand shot up high. "Professor Lynn, I have some ideas." The one speaking was Johnny. After receiving permission, the young girl stood up and said, "In the summation formula, isn't A1 the number placed in the first square? Q represents the multiplier, and N corresponds to the number of squares, right, Professor?" "Approximately correct. After class, you can collect your reward at the Academy's entrance." Lynn nodded in response. Though Johnny's explanation was quite vague, it was also absolutely correct. Pierce, on the other hand, couldn't help but pound his chest and stomp his feet. After Johnny's reminder, he quickly understood why he was so close to solving it. Just a little more, just a little more. After asking Johnny to sit back down, Lynn proceeded to explain what a geometric progression was, as well as its general term and summation formulas, and continued until she explained how each formula was derived. The wizard apprentices below earnestly picked up their quill pens, wrote down every word Lynn said on their pages, and then tried altering the first term and the multiplier repeatedly to conduct verifications. The desks quickly piled up with various sheets of paper. It had to be said that with the general and summation formulas in hand, the speed of calculations increased several times over. The more complex the equation, the faster the improvement. Watching the enthusiastic students tackle their problems, Lynn couldn't help but sigh. Teaching was way too easy for her. If only this was the scene in all schools across the Federation, then the future of science and technology would be limitless. The advanced math class had quickly come to an end, but Alok and others were reluctant to leave the classroom. They continued to discuss the derivation of the summation formula. "Johnny, from last night till now, how much has your control over magic increased?" A black-haired witch apprentice caught up and patted Johnny's shoulder, curiously inquiring. "About 10%, the silver-haired girl thought for a moment and replied casually. "That's a little more than what I achieved," the black-haired witch apprentice mumbled, without any envy on her face. It was rumored that Alok had spent a sleepless night doing math problems and found that he had increased his control over magic by around 20% the next day. This news had caused quite a stir at the Animerecap Academy. So this morning, any wizard apprentice without class came to hear what miraculous power this so-called advanced math class possessed. She was naturally no exception. The conclusion was quite clear. Complex and intricate math problems could effectively enhance their mental faculties. The process of logical deduction, searching for and deciphering numerical patterns, was also interesting, at least more so than the tedious meditation. Johnny paid no attention to the black-haired witch's words. She gazed back in the direction of the classroom, deep in thought. In the past 6 months, how many advanced math problems had Lynn done within the Society of Mystical Arts to achieve her current accomplishments? The ability to control magic can actually be improved by doing math problems. Lynn couldn't help but hear the students' discussions, and it took her somewhat by surprise. However, upon closer consideration, it made sense. Her significant increase in power through a mental connection with an AI resulted from the overload mode substantially enhancing her computational power, or in other words, her mental strength. This was crucial for wizards, as their ability to control magic was closely tied to the strength of their mental power. What frustrated Lynn was that this happened to be her blind spot in knowledge. At least the process of forming magical patterns was somewhat similar to building muscle memory through repeated practice. For instance, picking up a glass from the table and taking a sip required determining the distance, calculating the right angle and force to grasp the glass, and finding the most natural arc for lifting it to your lips. Under subconscious control, such a complex process could be executed instantaneously, without any hindrance. Spellcasting was no different. With extended practice, a mere thought could unleash incredibly complex magic. But there was a prerequisite: the wizard's mental strength had to be substantial enough to provide sufficient computational power. Otherwise, the spellcasting process would be prolonged, revealing vulnerabilities. Thinking this over, Lynn rubbed her chin, contemplating whether to solve a few calculus problems for herself. Who knows, it might actually be beneficial. In the mornings, he taught a few classes of arcane mathematics at the Ieda School of Magic. In the afternoons, he checked on the progress of the airship being constructed at the gnome's workshop. As for the evenings, he would work on advanced calculus problems and practice the newly developed magic, the cryogenic ice domain. It had to be said that solving math problems was proving to be quite effective. His mental abilities were growing at a faster pace than before. However, the only downside was that he felt a bit mentally drained every time he left the house. The pace of teaching arcane mathematics was faster than Lynn had anticipated. In just 4 short days, the basic formula for summing geometric series no longer satisfied the appetites of the wizard apprentices. They yearned for more complex arcane math problems. Lynn had to resort to his second secret weapon, square roots. If exponential growth was considered challenging for these wizard apprentices, square roots were pure nightmares. The students who had originally been looking forward to new content were now wailing in despair. Whenever someone passed by the classroom for arcane mathematics, they could hear strange exclamations from inside. "I can't do it. I can't do it. It's impossible. It's not my fault. The formula must be wrong. This problem simply has no solution." In just 2 days of classes, Alok and the others found the material too difficult, and most of them couldn't solve square roots. Inside the Ieda School of Magic, a new term began to circulate: the smile of the arcane mathematics professor. Rumor had it that once Professor Lin showed a smile, no one in the classroom could ever smile again. Lin felt somewhat helpless about this. If square roots were this difficult to grasp, he feared for his sanity when he eventually had to teach calculus. In the following days, he had to start with geometry. Considering the varying learning speeds of the students, they even had to separate into elite and regular classes. After finishing a new lecture on arcane mathematics, Lin was about to leave when he was stopped by Philip. "Professor Lin, in the next couple of days, representatives from the Wizard Council and the Magic Weekly will be coming to Ieda Harbor. You should prepare in advance," Philip advised. "Is it for the theory of free fall?" Lin was surprised at first but quickly realized. "Yes, in your theory of the cosmos. Master Hurlram has already submitted these theories, but whether they will be published depends on the Magic Weekly representative," Philip nodded. "What about the Wizard Council? Why are they sending someone?" Lin was curious. It couldn't be for the same thing. "They're here to assess your wizard rank," Philip explained. In the land of the wizards, the title of a formal wizard wasn't just a symbol of power. It also represented a certain status and privilege. This status could only be granted by the Wizard Council. Generally, when it was confirmed that a foreign wizard would stay in the land of the wizards for an extended period, the council would send someone to confirm the wizard's identity and rank. There was also an observation period. If it was determined that the foreign wizard posed no threat, they would receive an official wizard's badge and robe. Seeing that Lin appeared somewhat worried, Philip hurriedly reassured him. "You don't need to worry too much about this. You're doing a great job teaching arcane mathematics, so passing the observation period should be no problem." Lin nodded. In truth, he wasn't worried about the observation period. After all, he had no intentions of causing trouble in the land of the wizards. What concerned him more was the official assessment of his wizard rank. Previously, when Lin joined the Ieda Academy, Hurlram didn't assess his wizard rank. Lin had thought it was already a given, but it turned out that this evaluation was carried out by the council. Despite having engaged in high-intensity problem-solving for the past half-month, it would still take several days to reach the limit of magic growth. Hence, he hadn't been in a hurry to address the issue of acquiring the source of magic. "How are wizard ranks typically determined in the land of the wizards?" Lin asked, probing for more information. "Usually, the testing for novice to third circle wizards is done using magic orbs, and mistakes are rare." "Of course, if you're a grand wizard, those things are of no use," Philip chuckled, then curiously inquired about how the Society of Mystical Arts assessed ranks. "In the Society of Mystical Arts, there's only a scholar's rank, and individual status doesn't matter much. The only thing worth exchanging is knowledge," Lin casually improvised. Upon hearing this, Philip couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. Perhaps only in a place like this could formal wizards like himself have equal exchanges with grand wizards or even legendary wizards, sharing their perspectives and conjectures about the world. So, what are the requirements for joining the Society of Mystical Arts? Philip lowered his voice and discreetly asked. According to Lynn's description, the Society of Mystical Arts seemed to be a small group where members shared knowledge without being compelled to do anything they didn't want to. Joining such a society appeared to have only benefits, without any drawbacks. You must first present a piece of unique knowledge to prove your abilities. Furthermore, you need a recommendation from someone of a higher rank. Lynn patiently added to his lie, making it clear that since arriving in the land of the wizards, he had temporarily lost contact with the Society of Mystical Arts in order to dissuade Philip's thoughts. After all, in the Sarka's empire, there was no such thing as the Society of Mystical Arts. He couldn't just conjure one up, could he? Under the guise of deception, Philip left with some lingering regret, and Lynn breathed a sigh of relief. The lies he had fabricated to deal with Hurlram's inquiries had brought him many conveniences, but they had also created quite a bit of risk. Lynn pondered strategies to handle the situation as he made his way to the gnome's workshop to check on the progress of the airship. As he stepped inside, he collided with a hurried Lydia. If one were to judge solely by their heights, it would seem like a dwarf had collided with a giant, but the reality was quite the opposite. Lynn stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance and avoiding a fall. Lydia appeared unharmed and excitedly grabbed Lynn's arm, pulling him inside. "Come on, Professor Lynn." After working day and night for over half a month, their airship had been completed ahead of schedule. 2 days later, a convoy pulled by several robust camels slowly made its way along the official road of the harbor city. At the forefront of the convoy, inside a lavishly decorated carriage, an elderly wizard gazed out of the window, taking in the architectural layout of the entire city. "Mr. Tyke, do you really believe this continent could be spherical?" Beside him, a well-dressed mage inquired curiously, tossing a gold coin in his hand. "Roar until we have definitive proof. No one can truly confirm or refute this speculation." Tyke took a while to shift his gaze away from the rows of buildings that were identical in size and shape, and then continued. "Rumors within the council suggest that a legendary wizard well-versed in elemental magic, upon hearing this theory, is preparing to use flight magic to ascend into the sky to confirm whether the continent is round or flat. And what's the result?" Roar asked, greatly intrigued. By the time we departed, that esteemed person had not returned. Tyke shook his head. "It has been quite a few days, hasn't it?" Roar couldn't help but shudder for a moment, but then dismissed the thought. He hadn't truly witnessed the power possessed by legendary wizards, but he understood that it was undeniably immensely formidable. The safety of these influential figures doesn't seem to be a concern for someone like me. In any case, once this news is released, the divination wizards will probably be in an uproar, Tyke remarked. Those divination wizards always tried to interpret signs of destiny from the trajectories of celestial bodies, and the widely circulated star maps in the land of wizards were created by them. Lynn's theory about the shape of the planet undoubtedly completely contradicted this theory. From Tyke's perspective, the divination wizards were simply squandering the council's funds, uttering cryptic words that sounded mysterious, and then interpreting them word by word based on actual events after they occurred, leaving people uncertain whether the prediction was accurate or merely concocted afterward. Roar wasn't particularly concerned about the thoughts of those divination wizards. He was contemplating the theory mentioned by a wizard named Lynn, the law of free fall. The acceleration of an object in free fall is independent of its weight and mass. When two objects of different masses are dropped from the same height, they will hit the ground simultaneously. While this theory had received some confirmation from great wizards, it still seemed incredibly unusual, bordering on unbelievable. Could it be that if you were to carry a small pebble and an entire mountain into the sky, they would both fall to the ground simultaneously? Roar attempted to toss the gold coin in his hand alongside a feather pen, and without a doubt, the heavier coin landed first. Just as he was lost in thought, the convoy came to a gradual stop. "What's going on?" Roar asked, slightly irritated. "They shouldn't have reached Ieta Magic Academy yet. The road ahead is blocked," Mage Roar, the servant driving the camels, hastily explained. Roar pulled back the carriage curtain and immediately saw numerous townsfolk gathered in the square, seemingly discussing something. "What's happening?" Tyke also inquired, as he had just heard the commotion from outside. Tyke looked ahead, and with the height advantage provided by the carriage, they both saw the massive, bizarre alchemical contraption situated in the center of the square. This thing was as tall as a 2-story building, divided into upper and lower sections. Above was an elliptical sphere, its estimated length exceeding 20 meters. Below it there was a structure somewhat resembling a ship, but much smaller in comparison, making up less than a third of the overall size of the elliptical sphere. It was all tethered together by sturdy ropes. Is this the alchemical contraption Master Hurlrem recently developed? It's enormous, Roar marveled. This contraption was even more massive than the golems in the wizard's city. No, I'm afraid it has nothing to do with His Excellency Hurlrem, Tyke countered after listening to the lively discussions around them for a while. Most of the townspeople here mentioned Lydia and something called an airship. Airship. Is that the name of this alchemical contraption? So, is this related to that wizard from the Sekka's empire again? Quite interesting. Let's go and take a look on foot. Roar stepped down from the carriage, his interest piqued. On the other side, in the center of the city square, Lydia and the airship she had crafted were surrounded by curious townsfolk. Children as young as 7 or 8 and burly farmers alike were eager to touch this massive creation, even taller than some houses. About a dozen halflings, like guards, encircled the airship with proud expressions. This was their treasured creation, painstakingly worked on for over half a month. A mischievous boy secretly climbed up the sculpture, standing on his tiptoes and raising his hand high to poke the underside of the airship's balloon. He felt the soft texture and realized he couldn't pierce the seemingly fragile balloon with his hand, but his eyes remained fixed on the enormous airship before him. Ah, it's so soft, several other mischievous children exclaimed excitedly as they climbed up and used their rough hands to touch the airship. Darren was startled and jumped up, intending to shoo them away, but he was too short to reach them. He could only sternly scold them. Go away, don't damage it. I can't afford to compensate you even if I sell you all. Although the balloon was made of sturdy camel leather and was hard to pierce with a knife, they had invested all their energy and savings into this flight experiment. They couldn't allow the slightest error. Uncle Darren, how did you move such a big thing here? It's called an airship, right? Can it really fly? The lead boy, who was shorter than Darren, asked with a mischievous smile. The onlookers were equally curious. Judging by its appearance, this airship seemed to weigh several tons, but Lydia and the others managed to move it all the way from the workshop to the square. You guys wouldn't understand. This thing looks big, but it's not heavy at all. No, that's not it. I should say it's not heavy when you push it. According to the wizard, it's because most of the weight is offset by lift, and there are wheels at the bottom, so moving it isn't tiring at all. Darren spoke triumphantly, his beard curling up. But before he could finish, Lydia gave him a hefty kick. He realized his mistake and instantly changed his expression, now watching everyone present with a serious look. Confidential, all of this is confidential. Darren's words had left the townsfolk present itching with curiosity, yet they had no choice but to speculate whether this airship, called the Flying Boat, would actually take flight, how long it would stay aloft, and if it would meet the same fate as previous aircraft, crashing before reaching the skies. Meanwhile, the professors and students of Ieta Academy gathered in the central square, gazing at the enormous airship parked there. Even Hurlrem, who was usually composed, couldn't help but be amazed by its size. After a pause, he turned to Lynn and spoke. It's a marvel of alchemical engineering, Professor Lynn. I heard this is your creation. Lynn chuckled as he explained. I merely provided the blueprint. The airship's construction process was completed by Lydia and the others. You could say it's a collaborative effort. Though Lynn downplayed his role, Hurlrem and the others knew that crafting was secondary. The most important aspect of any alchemical creation was its design principles. Professor Lynn, if you call this thing a flying boat, do you intend to make it actually fly? How much magical power would that require? Kevin inquired with great curiosity. The larger and heavier something was, the harder it was to get it into the sky, and this was a well-established rule. Sending such a colossal alchemical contraption into the heavens would undoubtedly consume an incalculable amount of magical power. I think you're mistaken. Making this thing fly doesn't require magic at all. Lynn shook his head. Not magic. The professors and students in attendance were momentarily taken aback. Could this contraption really take to the skies on its own? Is this the alternative propulsion and redesigned structure you mentioned when you first arrived in the wizard's domain? Hurlrem immediately recalled Lynn's words from when he arrived in the land of wizards, and indeed, he hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations from the airship. No, to put it differently, this airship uses a different method of flight, Lynn replied after some thought. Hurlrem furrowed his brow, pondering what the different method might entail. Then, with great interest, he asked, so how long do you think it can remain in the sky? 10 minutes, an hour. I believe it can stay in the air for much longer than any number you might imagine. Its flight duration depends solely on how long Lydia wishes to stay in the sky. Lynn answered with a smile. Upon hearing this, Philip and the others were no longer composed. Did this mean that as long as Lydia didn't want to come down, she could stay in the air indefinitely? This was unreasonable because flight was a feat accomplished by only a few wizards, but before they could voice their objections, a voice from behind spoke up. Are you saying this airship can remain in the sky continuously without expending any energy? This is impossible and goes against the law of magic conservation. Lin turned in surprise and saw two splendidly dressed wizards approaching from behind. This is Mr. Tyke, a council member of the Wizard Council. Philip hurriedly introduced Lin, showing a hint of respect in his tone. Although Tyke and Philip were both third-tier wizards, Tyke's expertise in alchemy was highly regarded in the land of wizards. As for the other person, Philip hesitated, revealing uncertainty in his expression. I'm Rawl from the Magic Weekly. I've been assigned here as a special correspondent, Rawl replied politely. Hello, Mr. Tyke, Mr. Rawl, Lin nodded, and the name Tyke seemed oddly familiar to him. He had once studied a first-tier spell called Tyke's Farsight Technique. Let's skip the pleasantries. You haven't answered my earlier question. Tyke showed no interest in small talk and urgently asked. If you're referring to levitation alone, it doesn't require additional energy, Lin explained, then continued. As for the principle, I can only say, that's a trade secret. Tyke's expression froze, and it shifted to a somewhat resigned look. As an alchemist, he knew that there were certain things one shouldn't ask about. Professor Lin, the inspection work has been completed, and the lookout is ready to take off. Lydia came running all the way, saluting like a naval captain, and loudly announced. In that case, let's begin. Lin waved his hand. With approval granted, Lydia excitedly called Darren and the others, and they started injecting hydrogen into the airship's auxiliary bladders. They also secured a sturdy rope to several pillars in the square to prevent it from taking off prematurely. The airship's gas envelope appeared seamless on the outside, but was actually divided into the main and auxiliary bladders. When only the main bladder was filled with hydrogen, the airship experienced slightly less lift than gravity, staying at a critical point. Filling the auxiliary bladders with hydrogen as well allowed it to take off directly. During descent, the process was reversed by opening the auxiliary bladders, allowing air to flow in, causing the airship to descend slowly. As for why hydrogen was used instead of the safer helium, it was simply because hydrogen was more readily available, easily obtained by separating it from water. Ieta Harbor had an abundance of water, after all. While Darren and the others were filling the gas bladders with gas, Lydia had already climbed up a ladder into the airship's cabin. She adjusted her alchemical goggles on her head, placed her hands on the large steering wheel, and took on the appearance of a captain. Her face was filled with unstoppable excitement. All eyes on the square were focused on the airship. As the hydrogen continued to flow into the auxiliary bladders, the massive airship began to shake slightly, gradually floating off the ground. It's amazing. Can really fly. Indeed, all our efforts were not in vain. Witnessing this scene, several halflings embraced each other in excitement. They had worked day and night for the past half-month, all for this day. Lookout is taking off, Lydia shouted, cutting the rope connecting the airship to the pillars with a swing of her blade. Amid the countless excited and awed gazes, the enormous contraption in front of them swiftly broke free from the grasp of gravity and soared directly into the sky. Incredible. Hurlram gazed at the airship floating further and further into the sky and sighed in amazement. Beside him, Rawl quickly pulled out his quill and, using magic as ink, rapidly sketched everything he saw. This was undoubtedly a scene worth remembering in magical history. A halfling who couldn't use any magic, riding in a colossal airship taller than a two-story building, flying into the sky. Unbelievable, this thing is actually flying. If the sight of the airship soaring through the skies amazed the wizards, it was nothing short of awe-inspiring for the townspeople who gathered to watch, because everyone in Lydia's group was known to the townsfolk. They were a bunch of half-humans who usually caused a ruckus and had a penchant for tinkering with strange contraptions. The most crucial point was that, just like the common townsfolk present, none of them had any magical abilities. And now, Lydia was right before their eyes, piloting something larger than a house, ascending into the sky, accomplishing something even many esteemed wizards couldn't. Daddy, can I fly like that too in the future? A young boy who had climbed onto the statue to touch the airship looked at the man in the gray robe, excitement shining in his eyes. What are you thinking? I'm sure some wizard secretly used magic on the airship. The man in the gray robe didn't believe for a second that a half-human could fly using their own power. In the land of wizards, all miracles belong to the great power of magic. Who said it's magic? Darren responded to this with annoyance, correcting the man with some frustration. I assure you, every part of this airship was crafted by us half-humans with our own hands, without a trace of magic. When Lydia comes back down, anyone can go up to the airship and see for themselves. As long as you pay 10 silver coins, anyone can take a ride on the airship and go for a spin in the sky. I heard from Lin that this thing can fly really high, even higher than many clouds, and if you're lucky, you might even get to touch the clouds in the sky, Darren said, quite pleased with himself. Higher than the clouds. The children in the square couldn't help but look up at the sky, watching the enormous airship grow smaller as it moved farther away. They imagined what it might feel like to touch a cloud. Surely it would be as soft as a sheep's wool, right? The other townspeople were also intrigued. A contraption of this size most likely cost a fortune. Just 10 silver coins for a trip into the sky didn't seem too expensive. After all, it was the sky. At the same time, hundreds of meters above, Lydia stood on a specially designed chair, looking down at the crowd below, which was becoming smaller and smaller until they resembled tiny dots. Finally, the entire harbor city's landscape lay before her. Everything seemed so small, just like the wooden models she used to keep in her workshop, as if she could crush them with a single step. Is this what it feels like to soar into the sky? It's absolutely amazing. Lydia looked around, excitedly gazing at the distant, rolling mountains and the vast sea. Although she had ascended into the sky on a rudimentary flying machine more than 10 days ago, it had only reached an altitude of a few dozen meters, and she couldn't afford to lose focus for a moment. Unlike now, where the airship could float on its own without her control, allowing her to do whatever she wanted up here. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew by, and the previously stable airship began to sway slightly. First-time flyers often experience an inexplicable fear, but Lydia was not the least bit afraid. On the contrary, she boldly climbed to the edge of the airship, spread her arms, and faced the strong wind, letting out cries of excitement, releasing the exhilaration she felt. It wasn't until she spotted a pure white cloud floating not far from the airship that Lydia had a daring idea. She jumped down and returned to her seat, gripping the control lever, and directed the airship straight toward the cloud. The massive airship collided with the cloud, passing through it. Lydia's vision was now enveloped in a sea of white. Her cheeks and arms felt damp, and the sensation was akin to standing by the seaside, with the gentle sea breeze brushing past her. This must be a happy cloud. Lydia giggled. However, amidst the playful antics, the half-human girl hadn't forgotten the task Lynn had entrusted to her. After a leisurely tour in the airship, she hovered above the square once again, then pulled a lever at her side. The bottom of the airship's deck immediately opened, and two spheres with vastly different masses dropped from the cabin, but due to the tethering ropes, they hung in the air, swaying left and right, causing the airship to tilt slightly. Next, the half-human girl brought the alchemical goggles to her eyes, leaning out, awaiting Lynn's gestures and commands. This pair of goggles was the only magical item she carried, housing a farsight spell that sharpened her vision like a griffin's, enabling her to see Professor Lynn amidst the crowd from a distance of 2,000 meters clearly. It seems like the next issue of the Magic Weekly is going to sell like hotcakes. 10 minutes ago, Rawl, who was at the square, was quite satisfied with the illustrations he had created, adding his own feelings at the bottom of each one. He already had a rough expectation of the newspaper's sales figures. Lynn leaned in to take a look. On the parchment, there were 3 drawings: Lydia boarding the airship, cutting the ropes, and soaring into the sky. Although time was limited, the sketches were exceptionally vivid. This sketching technique was no different from a human-shaped printer. No wonder the other party became a specialist for the Magic Weekly. With a brief delay, the airship had already reached high in the sky, looking like a small dot from their position. "This is too high," Theodore gazed up, astonished at the airship continuing to ascend. Initially, he had thought that this thing could fly at most a few hundred meters high. However, in just a short while, the airship had already exceeded 2,000 meters in altitude. Fortunately, the difficulty of the farsight spell wasn't very high, and most of the wizards present were proficient in it, so even from this distance, they could still see things quite clearly. After ascending to an altitude of 2,500 meters, the airship stopped, and then, using the propulsion of the steam, began to move slowly forward. It could not only fly but also navigate, and it did so remarkably steadily. At this height, it's probably beyond the attack range of most magic. Tick looked at the floating airship in the distance, his expression growing somewhat solemn. In a certain sense, this contraption was a war weapon. Mounting 2 crystal cannons on it would allow for long-range attacks. If there were 20 airships armed with crystal cannons, conducting an aerial assault on Ieta Harbor, it was without a doubt that the entire city would be reduced to ruins, without even the intervention of the great wizard Hurlram. It's a finely designed and very well-built device. Hurlram also understood this quite well, turning to look at Lynn once more and asking, "The design plans for this airship shouldn't have been completed recently, should they?" If a half-month ago, Lydia had created a rudimentary flying machine, it was immediately obvious that it was a rough prototype. But this airship was a fully-fledged product. From takeoff to hovering in midair and onward, everything was very smooth. The design was also meticulous, indicating it was highly advanced technology. Yes, this airship was jointly designed by me and some friends from the Society of Mystical Arts. It's just that within the borders of the Sekaz Empire, it's difficult to find a suitable place for flight experiments, Lynn explained, subtly praising the wizards of this land. The wizards present nodded in agreement. In the Sekaz Empire, wizards were hunted down and they couldn't openly conduct flight experiments. Since you've never tested it before, why are you so certain it will fly? Tick asked with puzzlement. Because I've used mathematical calculations based on the principles of magic in advance, Lin stated straightforwardly. As long as you know all the data and perform precise calculations, there's no room for error. Before embarking on this flight experiment, he had already used the arcane science to weigh objects of different masses, roughly confirming that the gravity on this planet was almost identical to Earth's. Now that the airship had reached the expected altitude, all this data had been deduced through arcane science in advance. Arcane science, Tick muttered, a term he had never encountered before. It seemed that apart from awarding official wizard medals, it was also necessary to learn about this thing called arcane science. He felt it was likely essential for alchemy. Professors like Kevin and Philip thought Lin's statement was somewhat too absolute. Could so-called arcane science really predict everything? However, they couldn't refute it at the moment because the ascending airship was the best proof. On the side, Rawl once again took out his pen and jotted down Lin's words, intending to emphasize them in bold on one of the pages in the Magic Weekly. Master Hurlram, may I request you to use magic to temporarily turn this square into a sandy surface? Lin gazed at the sky for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Sure, but could you explain the reason? Hurlram asked, puzzled. Now we're at a sufficient height and I'm planning to conduct an experiment. If it were on level ground, there might be too much commotion. Lin spoke nonchalantly. Experiment? Hurlram hesitated for a moment, then quickly understood what Lin was referring to. He immediately used an amplification spell to command everyone present to step back 25 meters, creating a sufficiently spacious area in the middle. A high-level wizard personally issued the order, and nobody dared to disobey. The townsfolk quickly moved backward, creating a circular area with a radius of 25 meters in the previously crowded square. Hurlram first released a large magical barrier to prevent any accidents. Then, he cast another spell. Under the influence of magic, the sturdy ground tiles in front of them quickly cracked and were disintegrated into countless fine grains of sand. Lin took this moment to look at the gathering of wizards and townspeople in the square. Utilizing the principles of sound wave transmission, he increased his volume. Everyone over the past half-month, you've probably heard about my law of free fall and planetary theory to some extent. I believe many of you have doubts, thinking that it's a ridiculous imagination, a deception for public attention. How could the continent possibly be round? How could an iron object and a stone fall to the ground at the same time? But let me tell you, don't be deceived by the appearance of things. The phenomena you usually see are merely the result of air resistance. In fact, if we eliminate the factor of air resistance, an object's freefall speed has no relation to its weight or shape. Are you questioning Master Yad's theory? A young male wizard in the crowd interrupted. The relationship between the speed of a falling object and its weight is directly proportional, and it is also affected by the shape. This was almost common knowledge, and there were countless real-world examples to confirm Master Yad's conclusion. Then why don't we make a bet instead? Lin raised his tone. In 10 minutes, I will have Lydia lower the airship to an altitude of about 40 meters, and then drop 2 iron balls from high above. These balls will have vastly different volumes and weights. But I bet both balls will hit the ground at the same moment, and the time difference will not exceed 1 second. The wager is set at 3 magic gold coins, and anyone can participate, Lin said with a smile. The purchasing power of 3 magic gold coins was roughly equivalent to $5,000 to $6,000 in the previous world, and it wasn't a small sum even for wizards. However, it wasn't so much that it would hurt. The young male wizard didn't hesitate much and tossed 3 coins over. If Lin wasn't lying, according to Master Yad's theory, the heavier iron ball should fall much faster than the smaller one. People with thoughts similar to his were not in the minority, so within a short time, more than 20 wizards had joined the bet. Rawl was no exception, as he held deep doubts about this theory. Many townspeople were also itching to join, but not many dared to participate in a bet with the wizard lords. What about you? Are you going to give it a try? Lin turned to the students from the class of arcane science behind him, jokingly asking. Pierce and others quickly shook their heads. Irok shivered uncontrollably. The last time the professor initiated a bet, he almost lost a fortune comparable to the entire Ieta harbor. In a blink of an eye, he had 169 magic gold coins. Lin also felt somewhat sentimental. Indeed, earning a fortune was impossible with just a regular salary. But he wasn't just using the airship for this experiment to make money. The most important thing was to vindicate his theory. Although on his first day in Ieta harbor, he had confirmed this within the academy, thanks to the vacuum environment created by Hurlram. Creating a vacuum environment was incredibly challenging. Only high-level wizards could do it, so this conclusion was limited to a small-scale dissemination. Most people preferred to believe what they saw in front of them. Therefore, Lin decided to use today as an opportunity to prove this theory indisputably to everyone. All the wizards on the square and the sharp-eyed townsfolk could see two round balls hanging beneath the airship. The first had a diameter of about half a meter, made entirely of metal and tethered by a thick leather rope, which appeared taut and on the verge of breaking at any moment. The other ball was only about one-third the size of the first, and even to the naked eye, the enormous difference in their mass was evident. Lin waited until the sea breeze that had been blowing gradually subsided, and at the moment when the airship truly stabilized in midair, he picked up a red flag and waved it. Inside the airship, Lydia, who was crouched on the edge on a stool, also waved the flag in response. "It's begun," Lin announced. The attention of everyone present was now focused on the two suspended balls beneath the airship. As another lever was pulled by Lydia, the two ropes were instantly released, and both iron balls fell at the same moment. "The big one is faster, the big one is faster," a young wizard exclaimed with excitement. Thanks to farsight magic, he could clearly and accurately see that the larger iron ball had descended first when the ropes broke. However, the excitement on the wizard's face was short-lived, as the large iron ball did not outpace the smaller one in speed as he had anticipated. Instead, it maintained a very close distance to the small iron ball. It wasn't so much that the larger iron ball fell faster as it was that the ropes restraining the larger ball had snapped more tightly, causing it to drop a split second earlier. Lin had never been concerned because he had carefully calculated the data for both iron balls. While the larger ball had greater mass, its windward surface was also larger, which meant it experienced more air resistance. As expected, in the second of their descent, the heights of the two iron balls remained almost identical. "This can't be, this isn't right." The wizards who witnessed this scene wore expressions of disbelief, with some even speculating whether Lin had secretly cast a slow fall spell on the larger iron ball, causing this astonishing result. But before they could finish that thought, the massive iron ball, weighing over half a ton, crashed straight onto the square. In an instant, the entire square seemed to tremble. The tremendous impact caused the large iron ball to embed deeply into the sandy ground as the surrounding sand erupted like a stone rain, scattering in all directions. An invisible magical barrier surrounded the central part of the square, and the sand and stones striking it produced a continuous crackling sound. Due to their trust in the Grand Wizard, not many people paid attention to the flying sand and were fixedly gazing at the two round balls in the center of the square. The heavy iron ball had already sunken deeply into the center of the square, and the scattered sand had formed a pit about 3 meters in diameter, with fine sand still accumulating around it. Underneath the smaller iron ball, the pit was even smaller, barely a few tens of centimeters in size, quickly filling with sand. Just as Lin had stated earlier, the two spheres, despite their vastly different masses, had crossed a distance of 40 meters almost simultaneously, reaching the ground. But how could this be? Wasn't the heavier one supposed to land first? "Professor Hurlram, can I confirm this?" the young wizard eagerly inquired. The Grand Wizard did not answer but turned to Lin. Seeing Lin nod, he removed the magic barrier. The young wizard immediately ran over, unconcerned that his ankle sank into the sand, and picked up the small iron ball, which was only palm-sized. He also gave it a toss. "It's indeed very light," the wizard pondered, estimating the weight of the small ball to be around 20 kilograms with no traces of magic. Could it be that there's an issue with the larger iron ball? Unconvinced, the young wizard placed the small ball on the ground and attempted to lift the larger iron ball, which was about half a meter in diameter. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, he couldn't budge the thing from the sandy ground. "How heavy is this thing?" The young wizard was astonished, confirming that Lin hadn't cut any corners. "If anyone still has doubts, feel free to come and check," Lin said nonchalantly, getting approval from the skeptics among the wizards and even the townsfolk. They stepped into the sand and used their hands to verify the weight difference between the two spheres. Just as they saw with their eyes, the difference was significant, with only a few shape-shifting wizards capable of lifting the large ball. In the end, Hurlram used Mage Hand to pull the large ball out of the sand and weighed it in his hands. Approximately half a ton. Hurlram pondered for a moment and made a relatively accurate judgment. Philip, Kevin, Theodore, and others exchanged glances, unable to hide their amazement. Lin's statement that the two balls had a weight difference of tens of times was too conservative. The actual difference was 25 times. "But it's so strange, why is it like this?" Roral looked at Lin, puzzled. He didn't care about the 3 gold coins he lost, but was greatly perplexed by this phenomenon that contradicted common sense. He had personally witnessed the horrifying destruction caused by the large iron ball when it landed, indicating its tremendous weight. Yet both iron balls had descended at the same speed, and this had nothing to do with magic. "We can figure it out with a simple hypothesis," Lin said, addressing the confused and doubtful gazes in the square, emphasizing his words. According to Master Yad's theory, an object's falling speed is directly proportional to its weight. Is that right? Roral and the others nodded. Lin then pointed to the two spheres. So if I were to tie this small iron ball to the large iron ball with a rope and drop them from a height, do you think the falling speed would be faster or slower? Of course, it would be faster because the total weight increases, Roral replied without hesitation. However, a few wizards immediately countered. No, it should be slower. The small ball's mass is much lower than the large ball, so its descent should be much slower and thus should slow down the large iron ball's fall. If the large iron ball takes 4 seconds to fall and the small ball takes 9 seconds, then when they're tied together and fall simultaneously, the landing time should be between 4 and 9 seconds. Lin hadn't even had a chance to respond, and the two groups of wizards were already arguing. Johnny, Alok, and the others listened, feeling that both sides had reasonable arguments, yet they were contradicting each other. The answer is almost no change. Lin interrupted the quarrel. How is that possible? Philip frowned, rebuking. But as soon as he spoke, he froze, realizing that the experiment they had just witnessed proved that an object's falling speed had nothing to do with its weight, or at least not as much as they had expected. Mr. Roral, can you give me a blank piece of paper? Lin was aware that many people present still had doubts. He turned to Roral and asked. Of course. Roral took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lin, curious about what Lin wanted to do. Lin turned to the townsfolk, raising the paper. Who can provide me with a book that's slightly wider than this piece of paper? In the midst of the commotion, a child contributed his storybook. Lin used Mage Hand to raise both the paper and the storybook 2 meters into the air, then let them fall together. The paper slowly drifted down and took about 4 seconds to land, while the storybook, which was much heavier, crashed to the ground within a second. What are you doing? Philip asked, puzzled. Wasn't this phenomenon contradicting his theory? Lin didn't answer, but gently placed the paper on top of the storybook's cover and sent them back into the air, jokingly saying, Come on, guess what will happen when they fall simultaneously now? There's no need to guess. Without a doubt, the paper will stay in the air, and the book will hit the ground first, Philip declared confidently. This time, both sides agreed with Philip because Lin hadn't tied the two objects together. They couldn't be considered a single entity. So the result would undoubtedly be that the paper was slower and the book was faster. Next, you need to pay close attention. Lin shook his head and dispelled the magic. In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone present, the paper did not float as they had imagined. Instead, it stuck to the cover of the book and fell down together with it. The whole process took just 1 second, with the thin paper and the heavy book landing simultaneously. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. They couldn't fathom why this had happened. Reality had undoubtedly shattered their intuition once again, unless it was indeed as Lin had said, and the falling speed had little to do with weight. Is it because of the elimination of air resistance? Hurlram pondered. He could see that since Lin had stuck the paper onto the book, the thin paper didn't have to contend with air resistance and would naturally fall alongside the book. Unconvinced, Roral repeated the experiment using Lin's method, but the result remained unchanged. Even the wizards who had been most opposed to it earlier had to consider that Master Yad's theory might indeed be flawed. Your wisdom is admirable, Master Hurlram. It was because the book took on the role of air resistance instead of the paper that they fell together. Lin first praised Hurlram naturally, then turned to the wizards who still hadn't recovered from the two surprising experiments. When I was with the Society of Mystical Arts, I once heard a great master say that this world is incredibly magical. Sometimes certain phenomena surpass even our understanding. The process of wizards seeking the truth is like a group of blind men trying to touch an enormous dragon and replicate its form in their minds. The person who touches the dragon's leg believes the dragon looks like a cylinder, the one who touches the wing thinks it's like a disc, and the one who touches its elongated side. But undoubtedly, all these conclusions are partial. Perhaps one day, another wizard will stand on this square and, through a rigorous experiment that no one can dispute, challenge this law of free fall. I will not be angry at all. On the contrary, I welcome anyone to question and repeatedly test this law, because every correction of an error means that we are one step closer to the truth. Lin's resounding voice echoed throughout the square. After a brief moment of silence, thunderous applause filled the air. Tiddick, Philip, and the others were both awestruck by the two experiments that had defied their expectations and deeply impressed by Lin's magnanimity. One had to understand that the debate over ideologies in the land of wizards was no laughing matter. Sometimes, the two schools of thought would even come to blows in their attempts to prove whose theory was correct. Lin had taken a different approach, welcoming everyone to challenge his theory through experiments which displayed a level of magnanimity worthy of admiration. The townsfolk present joined in the applause. Those who were knowledgeable were genuinely convinced, while others found the whole discussion incomprehensible. A short, stout halfling looked at Darren, whose palms had turned red from applauding, and asked in a low voice, "Did you understand what they were talking about, Darren? Isn't it obvious?" Master Yad's theory is wrong, and Lord Lin's theory is correct. Darren wore a contemptuous expression on his face, but in reality, he had no clue. Air resistance, gravity, whatever. He could roughly follow these concepts, but when it came to explaining why a piece of paper could fall alongside a book, he was entirely clueless. But since those wizardly grown-ups were applauding, he was just following suit, so he couldn't be wrong. Amid the enthusiastic applause, a massive airship slowly descended onto the sand. An agile halfling girl climbed down from the airship using a ladder, and when she saw everyone applauding her, her eyes squinted with joy. Voyager 1's maiden flight was a success. All systems inside the airship are functioning normally. Captain Lydia requests further instructions. Lydia rushed to Lynn, jogging up to him and performing an exaggerated salute. She said proudly, "There are no further instructions for now." "Let's call it a day." Lydia immediately transitioned from her role as captain. She was elated to share her experiences in the sky, recounting how she had steered the airship into a pristine white cloud, the distant towering mountains, and an endless sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Would flying through the clouds in the sky truly feel as refreshing as being caressed by a sea breeze? Everyone yearned to experience this extraordinary sensation, and 10 silver coins didn't seem all that expensive. The halfling girl chattered on, but upon seeing Hurlrem, she remembered the purpose of their flight and nervously asked, "Master Hurlrem, this should be considered a success, right?" "I spent a long time in the sky without using any magic." Hurlrem gazed at Lydia, hesitating for a moment without responding. "My arcane lessons don't require magical talent. Even an ordinary person can gain a lot of knowledge from them," Lynn chimed in at this moment. "In that case, give it a try," Hurlrem said noncommittally. "That's amazing." Lydia jumped up in joy and she embraced several halflings. Darren in particular was overcome with excitement, unable to contain his tears. "I knew you could do it, Lydia. It's great. The halflings will soon have a wizard of their own." The overly excited Darren and the others decided that they must have a good drink after returning home tonight. While gathering in the square, some wizards and apprentices watched Lydia and the others making a commotion. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. Enrolling a halfling with no magical talent was a first, and it also violated the Wizard Council's regulations. However, thanks to the awe-inspiring flight experiment and Hurlrem's approval, no one dared to openly object. After the excitement subsided, Hurlrem used magic to restore the ground that had turned to sand. He instructed a few wizards to maintain order in the square, then led the professors and students back to the Ieta Academy, preparing to welcome 2 esteemed guests from the Wizard City. Lydia and the others who stayed in the square, while happy, didn't forget to take advantage of the excitement to sell tickets for the airship. According to Lynn's previous pricing, the tickets for the airship were priced at 10 silver coins each, which was affordable for most townsfolk. As a result, many people were willing to spend the money to board the airship and take a trip on this alchemical contraption, which was even taller than a building. In a short half hour, Lydia had already sold over 600 tickets, and following the principle of first come, first served, each person's name was recorded, making it impossible for anyone to sneak a free ride. The interior of this airship was quite spacious, accommodating up to 10 people at a time, flying in the sky for about an hour each time. At least 10 trips could be made in a day, but even so, it would take several days to accommodate everyone. In just a short time, they had collected more than 60 magic gold coins. Darren and the others were all smiles because Lynn was willing to give them 1/10 of the ticket sales as operational expenses. With this kind of enthusiasm, they could easily make several dozen magic gold coins each month, and it was much more lucrative than making small trinkets in the workshop. While Darren and the others were lost in their dreams of a better life, inside the Ieta Academy, Hurlrem, Tick, Roar, and the professors had already arrived in the main hall. Groups of fairies flew in from the windows, placing steaming hot dishes on the square table in front of everyone. Roasted tomatoes, mashed potatoes, white bread, the tailbone of a herbivorous lizard, the spine of a camel beast, the foreleg of a fire lion, and many bizarre ingredients that Lynn couldn't even recognize. Lynn cautiously cut a small piece of the fire lion's foreleg and put it in his mouth. It seemed more tender than beef, though lacking in seasoning. It was already considered a sumptuous meal in the land of the wizards. "Professor Lynn, I must thank you for allowing me to witness such an interesting airship and falling experiment as soon as I arrived at Ieta Harbor. I'm afraid the Magic Weekly won't be short of news for the next month." Roar raised his wine glass and looked at Lynn jokingly. "Mr. Roar, you flatter me. I would like to ask you to be more considerate when expressing your opinions in your articles." Lynn raised his glass first and emptied it, politely saying, He knew the power of the pen, and he was well aware that by expressing his views more radically in the Magic Weekly, they could cause him a lot of trouble. That won't do. I must faithfully report everything I see. It's the most basic ethical responsibility of a Magic Weekly editor. Roar shook his head, smoothly stating. Lin was speechless. He never believed that a media person had such ethical responsibility. It simply didn't exist. But if the other party wasn't willing to make promises, there was nothing he could do. By the way, Professor Lin, I have a question. Roar's hand holding the wine glass paused, and he curiously asked, "What is your wizard rank?" At these words, everyone in the room turned their attention to Lin, all very curious about this question. Theo, Kevin, and others who knew some insider information guessed that Lin must be a three-ring wizard. After all, he had killed a grand bishop, destroyed half a town, and an entire 3,000-man guard unit. Even if he used some alchemical item that needed prior preparation, it was still an incredibly powerful feat. But the one thing that made them doubtful was that Lin looked exceptionally young, perhaps not even 20 years old. Keep in mind that the most famous genius in the land of the wizards, the star of the magic world Ogist, also became a three-ring wizard on the eve of his 20th birthday. Under countless curious gazes, Lin calmly drank the red wine in his glass and said with composure, "I think we should wait for Mr. Tick to determine my wizard rank. The testing methods in the land of the wizards might be different from those of the Society of Mystical Arts." The professors found Lin's teasing response even more intriguing, but they could afford to wait a bit longer. After all, a meal wouldn't take too much time, would it? Lin slowly placed his wine glass on the table, his face unreadable, but he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of unease. Even though he had never verbally admitted to being a formal wizard and used the identity of a scholar when introducing himself, there was no doubt that everyone present regarded him as a full-fledged wizard. If there was a problem during the testing, it could be troublesome. As a special envoy from the Wizards' Council, Tyke wasn't in a rush to evaluate Lin's abilities. Instead, he showed great interest in discussing arcane knowledge. Lin had no intention of hiding anything. The wider the dissemination of basic mathematical knowledge related to the arcane, the better. He didn't want to propose a theory in the future that nobody could understand. A delightful feast ended quickly, and after the fairies cleared away the leftovers from the table, Tyke instructed his assistant to bring a transparent crystal ball, about 10 centimeters in diameter, filled with a mysterious liquid. "Give it a try, Professor Lin." Tyke handed the crystal ball to Lin. Lin took it, examined it for a moment, and curiously asked, "How do I use this?" "It's quite simple. You just need to sense it and cast a spell as you normally would, then judge based on the change in color," Tyke casually explained. Lin nodded and attempted to infuse it with magic. Through his sensory vision, he perceived the peculiar nature of the liquid inside the spherical container. This liquid was composed of an element he didn't recognize and had accumulated in the crystal ball in a rather inert state. Controlling it was challenging. Even with his full effort, he only managed to make these elements vibrate at a specific frequency, causing a faint red light to emanate within the transparent crystal ball. "That's how you use it. You can start now." Tyke reminded, thinking Lin was still figuring out how to use the item and unaware that Lin had already exerted his full power. "Then, let's give it a try." Lin took a deep breath, gaining some confidence. He had already realized that driving this crystal ball was a test of a wizard's computational power, or in other words, their mental strength. Indeed, the higher a wizard's level, the more their mental strength would grow, enabling them to control more potent and complex magic. This was a reasonable way to assess a wizard's strength. In this regard, with the assistance of the AI, he shouldn't be any less competent than an official wizard. What he was most concerned about was directly testing the upper limit of magical capacity in his body, which he probably wouldn't meet. "Commence overload mode," Lin silently recited in his mind. His gaze became incredibly sharp, and the crystal ball in his hand rapidly vibrated, with the red light growing more intense until it turned completely crimson. The professors seated around the table displayed various expressions: surprise, seriousness, and some looked like they had anticipated this. In just 2 seconds, Lin stopped, having expended 1/3 of his magical power. If he couldn't pass even this test, he wouldn't have any solution. "Professor Lin, I never expected you to be a third-tier wizard," Tyke said, looking at Lin's somewhat youthful face with emotion. "Third tier, that seemed a bit high." Lin glanced at the crimson crystal ball in his hand. Although this somewhat matched the other people's perception of him, he currently couldn't inscribe higher-tier spells in his mind. So even though the AI's computational power was sufficient, he had no intention to study second-tier or third-tier magic. Without being able to create spell slots, it would be too inefficient. Just then Rawl, who was sitting nearby, suddenly asked, "May I be so bold as to ask, Professor Lin, are you over 20 years old?" "Not yet, but I'll be soon," Lin replied vaguely. He wasn't sure if there was a magical way to test one's bone age, so he had to be cautious with his answer. A third-tier wizard under 20. Rawls' expression changed, and he couldn't help but stand up, saying, "Professor Lin, please allow me to challenge you." Lin paused, not entirely sure why Rawls suddenly initiated this challenge. Master Ogist, the star of magic, is in fact Lord Rawls' teacher. Tyke lowered his voice and whispered. With this reminder, Lin immediately remembered this person. Ogist, the most renowned prodigy in the land of wizards, became a grand wizard at the young age of about 24. As for when he broke through to become a third-tier wizard, Lin hadn't inquired. However, judging by Rawls' reaction, it seemed Lin's existence might have a chance to break that record. Lin inwardly cursed himself. If only he had said he was just a bit younger than his actual age, perhaps 25 or 26. For this sudden challenge, all the wizards present were quite intrigued, especially Philip, Theodore, and others who were eager to witness the legendary hellfire that Lame Loud mentioned, which once ignited could never be extinguished. With Rawls' insistence and the encouragement of the professors, Lin had no choice but to agree. The location was set at the training grounds of Ieta Academy. Due to the morning's flight experiments and the need to host 2 distinguished guests, Hurlram had given the entire school's staff and students the day off. Nonetheless, even with this opportunity, the apprentice wizards practicing magic diligently at the training grounds were numerous. After all, in the land of wizards, becoming an official wizard through evaluations was the fastest path to changing one's circumstances and reaching the pinnacle of life. However, even the diligent students couldn't resist the urge to watch the excitement, especially upon hearing that their professor of arcane studies would be dueling another wizard. After all, battles between official wizards were rarely seen. "Johnny, I heard you came overseas with Professor Lin. Do you know what level of wizard he is?" Ilok asked. Looking at the two standing in the field, her curiosity piqued. The gray-haired girl hesitated for a moment, then shook her head without answering. In theory, Lin should be a first-tier wizard, but in the town's harbor, he defeated the archbishop of the church, so she couldn't be sure. Seeing Johnny's uncertainty, Ilok turned to Pierce and others, engaging in gossip about the reasons why Professor Lin, hailing from the wizard city, would engage in a showdown with Lord Rawl. No matter what the apprentices thought, once Lin and Rawl entered the training ground, they stopped at a distance of 20 meters from each other. "I am Rawl, a second-tier wizard and a disciple of Ogist. I challenge Professor Lin of Ieta Academy," Rawl announced, placing his hand on the wizard's badge on his chest and slightly bowing, following the customary etiquette for duels among wizards. "Since it's just a friendly match, let's keep it simple," Lin replied, mirroring the gesture and responding concisely. After a few courteous words, both of them turned their gaze toward the Grand Wizard, who was acting as the referee. Hurlram showed no intention of delay and spoke directly. "Let's begin." The moment those words were spoken, Lin took the initiative. Seizing the advantage was crucial in any battle. In an instant, 7 magic missiles materialized, shooting like arrows from a drawn bow. Rawl furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction. Using Tier 0 magic for probing in an official wizard's duel seemed a bit disrespectful. Minor magic shield, Rawl casually raised his hand, forming a magical barrier before him. However, to his surprise, these 7 magic missiles curved, avoiding the protective barrier and approaching from both sides. Caught off guard, Rawl's pupils contracted, but his reaction speed was no less impressive. Almost instantly, an invisible magic shield enveloped him, blocking the magic missiles. They created ripples upon impact, but failed to breach it. This was Tier 2 magic, the Mage Shield. However, before Rawl could catch his breath, the second wave of magic barrage was already upon him. This time, Lin didn't hold back. The magical spheres were merely shells, with highly combustible elements mixed inside. Upon collision, they exploded. The sound of multiple muffled explosions filled the training ground. The magical protective wall was breached instantly, and cracks appeared on Rawl's mage shield. "Is this really magic missile?" Ilok, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim. The other wizard apprentices were equally astounded. They were familiar with the magic missile spell, a basic element of their studies. However, its power was usually underwhelming, so it was rarely used. But Lin was now using this Tier 0 magic in a battle between official wizards, and the power was astonishing. Rawl was forced to retreat repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, he had cast a protective spell one moment, only for several magic missiles to strike the same spot the next. The dense explosions were enough to pulverize it. Not only that, the number of magic missiles kept increasing. It started with 7, then 10, and eventually reached 12 and 15. Even to the untrained eye, it was clear that if Lin had intended to harm Rawl, he would have been defeated long ago. This was the magic barrage. The professors in attendance quickly recognized it. Lin was employing a variation of the great wizard's improved magic. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. After watching for a while, they noticed subtle differences. Hurlram's magic barrage involved presetting the flight paths of the missiles to evade obstacles, launching attacks from unexpected angles, and relying on sheer quantity to deal damage. Lin's magic was different. Each magic missile possessed the power of a small fireball spell, and their agility was equally remarkable. Professor Lin may be a genius in magical research, Philip couldn't help but exclaim. A Tier 0 magic meant for feints had been transformed into a destructive force equivalent to Tier 2 advanced magic. The other professors nodded in agreement and then turned their attention to Hurlram. They were curious about how the Grand Wizard would respond. At this moment, Hurlram made no comment. He simply watched the battle between the two, deep in thought, contemplating something. Compared to the onlooking students and professors, Roll, who was on the battlefield, was sweating profusely. He was well aware of the gap between a Tier 2 wizard and a Tier 3 wizard, but he didn't expect that his opponent would make him look so miserable with just an improved Tier 0 spell. If he were to lose like this, it would be more than just a loss of face. With this in mind, Roll's expression turned extremely serious, and the ring on his hand emitted a faint glow. Tier 3 protective magic barrier. The next moment, a sturdy magical barrier appeared all around him, blocking all the incoming magic missiles from every direction. Although Roll was using an alchemical item, Hurlram showed no intention of calling a halt. Strictly speaking, various magical potions and alchemical items were part of a wizard's strength. However, individuals concerned about their reputation wouldn't typically use such items in a competition. Lin, still in overload mode, sensed the increase in the strength of Roll's protective magic and noticed his diminishing mental energy reserves. He decided to finish the battle swiftly. In an instant, a total of 36 magic missiles hovered in the air. This was the limit of his casting. This single attack was already on par with Tier 3 magic. Roll watched the approaching magical spheres with a grave expression. He raised his index finger and slightly trembled it in the air, causing an invisible wave to spread forward in a semicircular shape. The 36 magic missiles exploded in midair before even reaching him. The continuous explosions reverberated throughout the training ground. Ilok and others who thought Lin was on the verge of winning were left dumbfounded, unable to make sense of the situation. Had the professor made a mistake while casting his spell? How could it explode before it even reached the enemy? As expected, a smirk crept onto Roll's lips. After this brief battle, he had already identified the weakness of this magic. While Lin had turned the magic missiles into explosive devices, it had made the spell itself extremely unstable. It only required a slight application of force to disrupt the surface shell, causing it to explode spontaneously. Now it was time for Roll to strike back, and he did so in a mocking manner. At the moment of the explosion of dozens of magic missiles, Roll activated a Tier 0 spell, Water Solidification, causing countless yellow-green water droplets to appear around him. Riding on the dust and smoke generated by the explosions, these droplets shot toward Lin like a continuous barrage. Realizing that his magic had been countered, Lin immediately deployed one of the few protective spells he had mastered, Curtain of Ice. A wall of ice emerged, blocking the oncoming attack. However, when the smoke from the explosions cleared, Lin quickly noticed something was amiss. The opponent's attack seemed different from what he had expected. Roll clenched his fist, and countless yellow-green water droplets burst instantly, transforming into a high-temperature, highly toxic, and highly corrosive steam that enveloped Lin directly. This was Tier 2 advanced magic high-temperature annihilation. Philip and the others also appreciated Roll's clever timing in casting his spell, using a zero-ring magic as a cover, which could catch the opponent off guard. Of course, no one in the room believed that this magic could truly harm a 3-ring wizard. With a simple second-ring spell like Mage Shield or something more advanced like Magic Barrier, they could easily avoid Scorching Steam Kill. However, Lin did not know any of these spells. In fact, Frosty Curtain was the only defensive spell he could cast, and it was utterly useless against such a large-scale attack. The scorching and highly corrosive steam had surrounded Lin from all directions. All the elemental manipulation used in spellcasting was essentially a form of magic simulation, and at his current level of power, he couldn't reverse the control or take control of it. Facing this crisis, Lin had no choice but to use the magic he had recently mastered, Liquid Nitrogen Ice Domain. Crack. With a slight muffled sound, the toxic steam that was about to touch his skin instantly solidified at a terrifyingly low temperature. On a scorching summer day, greenish-yellow snowflakes started falling from the sky. Lin advanced step by step, and this terrifying cold spread forward even faster. Is this the ice domain? Rawl's expression became somewhat serious. After all, he had forced the opponent to use a 3-ring spell, Multi-Fireburst spell. Rawl raised his hand again, and the second ring on his finger lit up. He intended to use the violent explosion and the scorching heat to temporarily slow down the spread of the domain. 5 violent fireballs appeared in the void and shot towards the expanding white mist. However, reality didn't match Rawl's expectations. The fireballs rushed into the mist and disappeared without exploding. No, they didn't disappear. Their magic was frozen. Rawl panicked, retreating step by step and throwing out all the 1 and 2 ring spells he knew. Acid Spray, Corrosion Spell, Flame Touch, Lesser Magic Ward. Unfortunately, these low-ring spells were utterly ineffective against the sub-zero temperature of more than negative 190 degrees. They either instantly froze or vanished like the Fireburst spell. Sweat trickled down Rawl's forehead, and when Lin reached within 5 meters of him, he couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Stop, I've lost this battle." Lin's steps came to a halt, and by now, the white mist had spread to within a meter in front of Rawl. Just a slight breeze of the cold air made Rawl shiver uncontrollably. What surprised him even more was that the path Lin had walked on had turned into a road of ice. What kind of magic is this? Rawl struggled to swallow his saliva. He could imagine what would happen if this white mist touched his body. It would probably freeze just like the acid spray he released, right? Ice Domain, Lin casually replied. Rawl simply couldn't believe it. He had seen 3-ring wizards cast this spell before, and it wasn't this terrifying. Clearly, this was a customized version of the spell. I have to admit, you're quite a formidable opponent, Lord Rawl. Especially your idea of mixing chlorine elements in water and erupting them in the form of high-temperature steam is really creative, Lin remarked, with a sense of admiration. This was another good magic trick he could add to his arsenal. Lin's praise left Rawl momentarily unsure if he was being mocked. After all, he had performed poorly in this battle. First, he was in a sorry state due to the 0-ring magic missiles. Then, he had used magic items to regain some ground, only for Lin to easily thwart his all-out effort with Scorching Steam Kill. He had been utterly defenseless. However, Rawl had no idea that Lin's words of praise were genuine. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had successfully condensed the spell rank of Liquid Nitrogen Ice Domain in recent days, this battle could have been risky. Just a 2-ring wizard had pushed things to this extent. Lin's alarm bells were ringing. He had been a bit too overconfident when using basic magic against the enemy earlier to hide the white phosphorus fire. As Lin was silently reflecting, Hurlrem had already announced the result of the contest. The onlooking students and professors immediately gathered around. "It's so cold," Theodore shivered as he took his first steps onto the training ground. In his perception, the movement speed of all elements had dropped to extremely low levels. This happened even though someone had already stopped casting magic, leaving behind a residue of low temperature. A few curious students even squatted down, touching the ground that had once been an ice path. "It doesn't seem very icy on the ground." Piercius commented, puzzled, but when he tried to pull his fingers away, he was shocked to find that his fingers were sticking to the bricks. Only then did Piercius realize that it wasn't that the ground wasn't icy, it was just that his fingers lost sensation the moment they touched the bricks. Wizards' apprentices, who were as rash as Piercius, cried out in panic as well. They found that their fingers were stuck to the bricks and they couldn't pull them off. The pitiful sight of these few made Alok and the others, who were equally curious but hadn't acted yet, shudder and quickly move away from the tiles Lin had just walked on. "You fools, all forms of magic are extremely dangerous. Even the residual magic must not be touched lightly." Professor Kevin, an expert in molding arts, scolded upon seeing this. He then used fossilized to mud to destroy the icy bricks. Only then could Piercius and the others free their fingers, but their skin remained numb, leaving them pale with fear. After examining it, Kevin couldn't help but be shocked. In just a few seconds, the cells in contact with the surface had completely died. Could the residual magic alone have such power? If they had directly collided with it, would they have been instantly frozen? Kevin glanced at Lin in astonishment. Fortunately, while Piercius and the others were reckless, they had only touched the bricks with their fingertips with limited contact. At most, they would have some skin peeled off, and it wasn't a very serious injury. "Lin, I always thought that those so-called magical prodigies were nothing special, at most just working harder and having better opportunities, until today when I truly understood how absurd that notion is." Kevin gazed at Lin with a deeply complex look. He originally wanted to witness the incredible everlasting flame mentioned by Loud, but Lin unexpectedly revealed another powerful and novel magic in an instant. Philip, Tyke, and the others also wore expressions of amazement. With their talents, the possibility of advancing their ranks was slim, while Lin, on the other hand, was only a matter of time away from becoming a grand wizard or even a legendary wizard. "Thank you for your praise, Professor Kevin." Lin nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "However, there is a point you may have misunderstood. My magical talent is far from comparable to those true geniuses, let alone the master of the magical world, Ogus the Great. Many of the improved magics are based on the theories of scholars within the Society of Mystical Arts. As for the faster progression in wizard ranks, it's just a matter of having more exposure to arcane studies than the rest of you. I also have no confidence in reaching the grand wizard level within 4 years. Lin shook his head as he replied. Looking at Hurlram, whose beard had turned white and had barely become a 5-ring wizard, it was evident how exceptionally gifted Ogist was to break through this realm at the age of 24. Lin wasn't going to let a few compliments get to his head. The title of the greatest wizard prodigy was just an empty one. Boasting about this title was too arrogant, especially when he didn't possess the matching abilities. Who knows, he might be exposed one day. Lin's humility left the students and professors at a loss for words. If Lin didn't qualify as a genius, did that mean they were all worthless? Raoul also realized that Lin's words were likely genuine and not meant as mockery. He had never encountered someone so humble. As for the lost battle, Raoul didn't mind it. After all, the opponent was a 3-ring wizard, and losing under such circumstances was normal. All right, now that the battle is over, I don't think anyone will question Lin's wizard rank evaluation. Tyke surveyed the students and professors gathered on the training ground. Seeing that no one spoke up, he had his assistant bring 2 boxes. In front of everyone's gaze, Tyke opened the first box, revealing 3 badges made of pure gold. They were inscribed with intricate runes on the surface, representing the emblem of the Wizard Council. The shapes of the 3 badges were quite similar, with the only difference being the number of brilliant gemstones embedded in the center. On behalf of the Wizard Council, and in the presence of Master Hurlram, I hereby grant you the title of a 3-ring wizard. Tyke took the last badge with great solemnity and placed it on Lin's robe. Thank you, Mr. Tyke. Lin nodded in gratitude. On the training grounds, applause resounded with enthusiasm, both to congratulate Lin on his newfound status and for the incredibly thrilling battle he had just delivered. I never thought Professor Lin would be a 3-ring wizard, Alok exclaimed excitedly. Lin didn't look much older than the students. I've said it before, only 3-ring wizards can qualify as professors at Ieta Academy. A witch named Deborah proudly stated, then delved into some gossip, speculating on the professor's age this year, whether he had any romantic interests, and what magic he used to defeat Rawl. As long as they're under 30, I'm game. A redhead witch beside them boldly declared, I'm different. Professors older than me are still fine, Deborah blurted out unconsciously and quickly stopped herself. Several witch apprentices who heard this blushed, then burst into playful laughter. Johnny, on the other hand, looked bewildered and didn't participate in the discussion. She remembered that Lin had been practicing magic for just over half a year, and now he had become a 3-ring wizard. Since their meeting in the town of Ool, she had found it increasingly challenging to understand her former peer. This is your robe, Professor Lin. On the training grounds, after affixing the badge to Lin, Tyke opened another box and took out a splendidly adorned robe. This robe, not only a symbol of status, but also a magical item, provided slight magical resistance and a daily self-cleaning spell. Lin reached out and took it. He examined the somewhat flamboyant robe and the badge, and thought the professor's uniform and medal awarded by Ieta Academy were much more appealing, primarily because they felt less pretentious. Tyke handed both items to Lin, and then produced a lengthy parchment scroll to recite the rules and regulations of the wizard's land. Aside from the basic standards already established in the Sekka's empire, the most prominent focus was on the penalties for wizards harming civilians. It detailed the consequences of each violation. For example, if a formal wizard unjustly harmed a non-magic user or caused the death of a civilian due to forbidden magical experiments, they would face at least several years of forced labor or imprisonment. In severe cases, they could even be stripped of their wizard status, leading to a death sentence. However, harming a formal wizard had even more severe consequences. They could be sent to a magical stone mine to labor for life, receive a life sentence, or face immediate execution. I have to ask, are you a psychic wizard, Professor Lin? After reciting the first 100 rules, Tyke looked at Lin and inquired. No, I'm not, Lin shook his head. He hadn't yet delved into the so-called psychic magic. In that case, we need not discuss the regulations for psychic magic. Just remember that the Wizard Council forbids private research into psychic magic. If you're genuinely interested, you can attend formal training at the Psychic Academy in Greenriel, Tyke reminded seriously. Lin was somewhat surprised. Although he had learned about the caution surrounding psychic magic from Philip before, he hadn't expected there to be specific legal provisions, even regarding the mere usage of it. At this moment, Lin, with a hint of confusion, asked, Mr. Johnny, wasn't it said that foreign wizards usually have to go through a probationary period before they can be granted the status of an official wizard? I personally think the probationary period is unnecessary, but it's just a formality. I still need to stay in Ieta Harbor for a month as part of the routine. I also want to consult you on some arcane knowledge, Johnny said with a smile. Since the moment Lin joined the Ieta Academy, It was as if he had gained the endorsement of the Grand Wizard Hurlram. Oh, Johnny didn't mind speeding up the process a bit to earn some goodwill. Of course, no problem. I'm quite interested in alchemy myself, and I'd like to ask Mr. Johnny for guidance when the time comes, Lin responded naturally. He was well aware that in this world there were no freebies. Since entering the world of wizards, the special treatment he received was because he could bring benefits to others. Hurlram anticipated that the unique knowledge Lin possessed would make the Ieta Academy famous. Others believed he was not only powerful but also extraordinarily talented, so it was in their best interest not to offend him, making him a valuable asset. Therefore, Lin didn't mind exchanging some basic scientific knowledge for status, position, wealth, and magical knowledge. Essentially, it was a resource exchange that provided a more stable relationship than most. After the ceremony granting him official status was over, Lin was swept away by a group of enthusiastic professors and students to celebrate. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Lin, who was somewhat tipsy, declined Theodore's support and returned to his room alone. The moment he closed the door, his alcohol-induced haze had already faded. Clearly, being drunk was just an excuse to drink less. A true sage wouldn't easily allow themselves to fall into a state of blurred consciousness. Lin sat cross-legged on the bed and began his daily meditation routine. His spiritual power expanded continuously, enveloping every element he could perceive, moving in a systematic manner, gradually pushing his limits. During his battle with Roral, Lin had realized that he was a glass cannon, with high offense but low defense. He could easily kill most enemies, but he could also be taken down by a poorly protected low-level spell. To change this situation, there were essentially two options: learn alchemy or purchase alchemical items like Roral did, using items to cast higher-level protective spells during battles. However, it was costly and time-consuming, and it didn't address the root issue. The best option was to become an official wizard as soon as possible. This way he could create spells like Mage Shield and Minor Magic Defense to protect himself comprehensively. Over the past few days, Lin had noticed that the rate of his magic power growth was slowing down, and it would plateau in about a week. So obtaining a source of magic had become a top priority. Applying as a professor for a certain student was one way, but it had its problems. Firstly, he had only been teaching arcane science for half a month, and now suddenly claiming that a student was ready for graduation seemed suspicious and was unlikely to be approved by the Wizard Council, especially since Lin had only just received his official wizard status. So this method could only serve as a last resort, best for a longer-term plan. Another option was to find a source through the black market, but he needed a reliable channel to make this work. Sometimes, even if he had the money, he couldn't spend it. Perhaps he could start with apprentices who had no hope of becoming official wizards. They were usually the most desperate, or he could disguise himself and gather information in places with a mix of individuals. These thoughts swirled through Lin's mind, and suddenly the orderly elements surrounding him were disrupted, colliding and mingling in a way that could have triggered an explosion. Lin quickly refocused his mind and began his meditation in earnest. The next morning, Lin, who had been meditating all night, descended from his bed, feeling the abundant magical energy coursing through his body. On the nearby desk, the fairies had already placed his breakfast, consisting of a white loaf of bread, a grilled sausage, and a magical tree sap that had refreshing and awakening properties. After a simple wash-up, Lin placed his hand over the ingredients, examining their elemental composition to ensure everything was fine. Satisfied, he began to eat at a leisurely pace. 71. How much energy reserve do I have left? Lin asked in his mind as he ate. Energy reserve is at 25.6%. Is that all I have left? Lin's slicing of the sausage hesitated for a moment. When he first arrived in the world of wizards, his energy reserve had reached over 50% due to the lack of battles. However, because of the need to condense magic circles and his daily practice of liquid nitrogen frigid domain, he had consumed a significant amount of energy. In just a few days, with the wizard level evaluation and Roral's challenge, his energy reserve had decreased, leaving only half of what it originally was. Before becoming an official wizard, he wanted to be fully prepared for any battle, and the power of the smart brain was indispensable. But the process of replenishing energy was just too slow. Shaking his head, Lin finished the last bite of the sausage and drained the magical tree sap. He then got up and left for his morning arcane science class. As he exited the professor's quarters, Lin's face showed surprise because he had suddenly noticed that the Ieta Academy had acquired a new and iconic structure overnight. It stood not far from the entrance. A large number of fairies were busy with the final touches of the building. It was a pair of enormous hands crafted from pure white marble, intricately detailed from the palm lines to the fingertips. These hands, over 30 meters high, held one large and one small sphere in each of their palms, lifting them toward the sky. On the pure white marble, runes were inscribed, detailing the entire process of the free fall experiment. The name of this sculpture was Lin's Twin Sphere Experiment. Just as Lin was silently complaining in his heart, a voice sounded behind him. "How do you feel, Professor Lin? Are you satisfied?" It was Tick, the alchemist from the wizard city, smugly stroking his beard. After Lin had slipped away under the guise of being drunk last night, the professors had convened to discuss how to commemorate the stunning experiment from this morning with a sculpture. It was one of the highest honors in the entire academy. This meant that every student who entered the Ieta Academy from now on would be able to admire each other's achievements upon entering the academy's gates. Tick had offered some suggestions regarding the external representation of this sculpture, along with the magic of several professors and the tireless efforts of the fairies day and night. The sculpture was completed in just half a day. "It looks impressive," Lin reluctantly said, though he found the artistic quality of the sculpture to be rather ordinary. Tick, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with the work. He didn't sense the insincerity in Lin's words, and on the way to the mathematical science classroom, explained how to express a wizard's inner thoughts through sculpture. Lin maintained a polite smile on his face until he entered the classroom, where he adopted a more solemn expression. After the reshuffling, the elite class had fewer students, now down to 46. No, from today it would probably be 47, because there was a new addition. Lydia, the halfling girl, sat at the very front of the classroom, her size requiring a specially made desk and chair, making her look quite out of place. Lin's attention immediately shifted to her upon entering the room. Facing Lin's gaze, Lydia didn't tremble as the other students did. Instead, she eagerly raised a parchment scroll and asked, "Professor, can we start the lesson now?" Alok, Pierce, and others couldn't help but look at Lydia with a hint of pity and nostalgia in their eyes, remembering how excited they were on their first day of arcane mathematics class. "Since everyone is so eager, let's start the lesson now." Lin turned to the gray-haired witch and said, "Johnny, collect everyone's homework. I gave you a whole day, so I assume you've already calculated the data for the lookout airship, right?" Lin said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in cries. As members of the elite class of arcane mathematics, each of them had strong arithmetic talents. However, calculating the structure of the lookout airship was quite complicated, especially when it came to the precise measurements of the airship's gas envelope, which was elliptical in shape. Even though Lin had previously taught them the relevant formulas and provided some data, accurately calculating it was still a challenging task. Reluctantly, they handed in their calculation papers, and Lydia was no exception. In fact, over the past half-month of constructing the airship, every time Lin came to explain the blueprints, he also taught her various geometric formulas and theorems, so her learning progress was not lower than that of the elite class students. Lin took the stack of parchment scrolls collected by Johnny, and as he glanced at the first one, he couldn't help but furrow his brows and asked, "Deborah, why are there only the dimensions of the gas envelope and cockpit? What about the tail wing? But you didn't provide the data for the airship's tail wing." The red-haired witch stood up and said weakly. "But it can be inferred, can't it?" Lin looked at the wizards present and explained. "The shape of the tail wing can be divided into a right-angled triangle and a square. I've provided you with a proportional flat diagram. If you pay attention, you'll notice that one of the diagonals of the cockpit is parallel to the diagonal of the airship's tail wing, and they are of the same length. Since you have the diagonals data, you can easily calculate the other values using the Pythagorean theorem." "That's not so easy," the red-haired witch said with a mournful face. Lin was unforgiving and straightforward. "Go back and copy the relevant formula 50 times. Also, recalculate the data for me before the end of the class." The students in the audience couldn't help but shrink their necks as they couldn't calculate the area of the tail wing either. "What is this Pythagorean theorem?" Tick turned to Alok beside him, puzzled. "It's a mathematical rule Professor discovered. For a right-angled triangle on a plane, the sum of the squares of the lengths of the two legs is equal to the square of the length of the hypotenuse." Alok, after double-checking his notebook several times to make sure he was not mistaken, said with a slightly excited expression. Having attended the award ceremony yesterday, he naturally knew that he was in the presence of a three-ring wizard and an alchemical master. Such a big shot was actually consulting him. Alok felt that this was probably the proudest moment of his life. "What does squares mean?" Tick continued to inquire, as these terms were unfamiliar to him. "Squares simply means multiplying the same two numbers." Alok was very confident, not even looking at the formulas in his notebook. He then went on to explain the formulas for the area of circles and polygons. Tick's face revealed a look of understanding. He had noticed a similar pattern when he was learning to draw magic circle patterns, but he hadn't summarized the rules for every shape like Lin did, forming an independent discipline. Some alchemists in the wizard city enjoyed exploring these things. It was said that some had even calculated pi to 9 decimal places, which was incredibly accurate. Alok glanced at Lin on the platform, estimating that he hadn't gotten to his homework yet, and an audacious thought came to his mind. He looked at Tick, feeling a bit nervous, and said, "Mr. Tick, some time ago, Professor Lin came up with an interesting game. Would you be interested?" "What game?" Tick was somewhat curious. Alok immediately got excited. He picked up a quill and casually drew a 3x6 grid on a piece of parchment, then thought for a moment and crossed out the last square. He proceeded to explain the rules of the game. Starting with 1 copper coin, do the values in the following squares have to double compared to the previous one? Tick repeated, then wondered why Alok had specifically crossed out one of the squares. "Yes, as long as you can fill in all the squares, those 10 gold coins are yours." Alok took out all his savings and then added, "But correspondingly, any coins you put down are mine." 1 copper coin to 10 gold coins was a whopping difference of 100,000 times. Tick became increasingly interested in the game. In his mind, he quickly calculated the total when filling in the last square and exclaimed, "Interesting, truly interesting." The value in the 17th square was 65,536, which when added up was, in total, it's 131,071 copper coins. Alok promptly replied. Tick spent a dozen seconds or so doing a simple addition and found that it was indeed correct. He realized that Alok had specifically crossed out 1 square to prevent him from reneging due to the large amount. Tick was left feeling both amused and helpless. Since he didn't have any silver or copper coins with him, he directly took out 4 magic gold coins and placed them on the table. He was always one to honor his bets. 3 gold coins are enough. Alok didn't dare to ask for more and quickly pushed one back. Tick was not the first alchemical master to be tricked by him. After losing to Professor Lin here, he immediately played this grid game with his father Albert when he got home. In the end, he theoretically won all the family's wealth, but he didn't get a single coin and was severely beaten. That's when he realized that being too greedy could lead to a beating. Fortunately, this alchemical master was a man of his word. Alok happily accepted the 3 gold coins. However, the next moment, he heard a familiar voice from the platform. "Alok, since you're so well versed in arcane mathematics, why don't you come up and explain it to everyone?" The joyful expression froze on the face of the 15 or 16-year-old boy. He shivered involuntarily, standing up with a slight tremble. Lin looked at him kindly. "You sly little guy, trying to bamboozle others with the knowledge I imparted to you." Under the amused gaze of the other students, Alok had no choice but to reluctantly make his way to the podium. He picked up a parchment scroll and, with his limited knowledge of arcane mathematics, stammered through his presentation. Alok had never felt time drag so slowly in his life. Nervous and with his mind gone blank, he struggled to remember anything. Laughter rippled through the audience below as he stumbled over his words. In the end, he was dismissed from the stage after just a little over 10 minutes. Considering Tick and Lydia's learning progress in the following class sessions, Lin reviewed several geometric formulas he had taught before. As the class ended, Tick also presented his gift, a thick book titled Runes and Alchemy. Although the Yeda Academy had some basic alchemical books, they couldn't compare to a gift from an alchemical master. Lin flipped through the pages, and aside from explanations of basic alchemical runes, there were annotations at the bottom of each page. There were so many annotations, and they couldn't have been added at the last minute. It must have been a textbook used to teach a core apprentice. Even so, it was a very precious gift. It meant that he could save a lot of time on his path to learning alchemy. Lin exchanged some polite words and then accepted the alchemical book. Tick, fresh from an arcane mathematics class and filled with questions, needed Lin to clarify some things. However, he noticed a young halfling girl who had been loitering nearby since the end of the class and politely excused himself. "Professor Lin," Lydia immediately stepped forward, placing a bulging money pouch on the lectern, her hands on her hips, and said proudly, "Yesterday, we sold 837 tickets for a total of 83 magic gold coins and 70 silver coins." The halfling girl couldn't stop talking about the bustling scene on the square yesterday afternoon, where the line for the airship extended all the way to the harbor. Everyone was eager to fly up and see the skies. In just one day, so many tickets had been sold. Lin was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that the allure of flying was even greater than he had imagined. "By the way, there's this ledger," Lydia continued, pulling out a small booklet she carried with her and handing it to Lin. It contained a list of all the people who had purchased tickets, even detailing which batch of airships they boarded. Lin asked his AI to record all this data and then handed the halfling girl the bag of money, which belonged to the halflings, along with the ledger. "When you get back, tell Darren that he doesn't need to bring this every day. Checking it every so often is enough. The halfling girl looked puzzled because Lynn's reaction was different from what Darren and the others had predicted. Given the substantial amount of money, they assumed he would demand a daily check. Lynn didn't explain further. He had loosened the control over money somewhat intentionally. He wanted to see if these halflings would engage in any shady dealings behind the scenes. An airship was just the beginning. There would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. For example, the wizarding world was still using very outdated papyrus and parchment scrolls for record-keeping. Lynn could profit from selling paper alone, but he couldn't personally take care of these matters. He would need to hire trustworthy people. It remained to be seen whether these halflings could resist their inner greed. As they were chatting, there was suddenly a rush of urgent footsteps from outside the door. Then the classroom door was flung open, and Darren rushed in. A day had not passed, yet this scruffy halfling looked much more haggard than before. After scanning the room, when he spotted Lynn, he looked like he had seen a savior, panic in his voice. "Professor Lynn, it's bad. Ralph. Ralph is dead." "Ralph, who was that?" Lynn hesitated for a moment and was about to ask, but before he could, Darren, in a state of distress, grabbed his sleeve and dragged him away. Ralph, standing at about 1.5 meters tall, appeared robust, but his upper body was a gruesome mess with half of his neck missing. His eyes were wide with fear, and he clutched an iron wrench tightly in his hand. Oh dear, poor Ralph. Who could have done such a cruel thing to him? "What will happen to little Demi now if he's really gone?" A female dwarf wept, her voice choked with sadness. "Damn scoundrel. If I find out who did this, I'll smash their skull in with a hammer," another dwarf exclaimed, pounding the earthen walls with his calloused fists. Even Lydia, usually cheerful and lively, was seething with anger, clenching her fists tightly. Suddenly, Lynn furrowed his brow and crouched down, placing his hand on the fabric of Ralph's robe. With the help of his magic hand, he removed some white powder that had adhered to the body. After using basic material analysis, Lynn discovered that this substance wasn't documented in the system's database. "This is powdered withered root, typically used to assist in casting the first-tier spell, Hypnotic Mist," a voice behind him spoke, and Lynn turned to see a middle-aged wizard. Dressed in a standard robe with 3 dazzling gemstones on his chest and the emblem of a silver eagle, the man introduced himself before Lynn could ask. "I am Leia, the Chief of Security in Ieta Harbor." Lynn nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Hello, Chief of Security. I'd like to know why Ralph died here and if there are any other findings. I've just questioned the staff at the Broadex Tavern. This dwarf came early in the morning, got himself completely drunk, and then left alone." About 10 to 15 minutes later, people heard fighting and cries for help in this alley. When we arrived, his body had already undergone severe corrosion, and there was no chance of rescue, Leia explained succinctly. "I believe it was likely the work of an apprentice wizard, but we can't determine the motive yet. I've already sent the security team to conduct inquiries." Lynn nodded, agreeing with Leia's assessment. If it had been a full-fledged wizard who attacked Ralph, he wouldn't have had any chance to resist. Only apprentices needed to use magical materials when casting low-tier spells. Lynn glanced down at the pale yellow powder in his hand. The attacker must have used Hypnotic Mist first. So did they intend to capture Ralph alive? Clearly, the apprentice had underestimated the physical resilience of a dwarf. Hypnotic Mist didn't seem to have worked well, and it had even incited resistance from Ralph. With the attacker's strength, any blow from the wrench would have caused significant harm to Ralph. The final blow was likely delivered by a first-tier spell, Corrosion. Does anyone know what Ralph was up to these days? Did he have any grudges or conflicts with someone? Or did he say anything he shouldn't have? Lynn asked the group of dwarves. "Ralph has been in the workshop for most of the past half-month, crafting airships with us. He didn't go anywhere. Yesterday afternoon, he even stood in for Lydia to keep an eye on the airship. Last night, only last night, we went out for drinks to celebrate, leaving Ralph in charge of guarding the airship. We didn't want anyone sneaking in and sabotaging it," Darren said, choking on his words. "It's my fault. If I hadn't assigned him the night watch, he wouldn't have waited until early morning to go to the tavern." Darren's voice trembled, and tears the size of beans rolled down his cheeks. Lynn recalled that he had seen Ralph a few times when he visited the workshop. Ralph was one of the dwarves responsible for crafting the airship's cabin. Was this about the design plans for the airship? Lynn couldn't help but consider this possibility. Ralph's timing of death seemed too convenient. Yesterday morning, he had conducted a flight test in the square. Today, one of the core creators of the airship had died, and the attacker had initially used the non-lethal magic, Hypnotic Mist. It seemed like an attempt to capture Ralph alive for interrogation. Though he pondered this, Lynn continued to ask if Ralph had exhibited any strange behavior recently. He also questioned a few individuals who were among the first to hear the cries for help and discover the body in the alley. He requested a detailed account of the events from start to finish. Unfortunately, after the thorough questioning, Lin realized that they had very little to go on. The townspeople had fled when they heard the commotion in the alley, alerting the guards and the chief of security, but they hadn't dared to venture into the dangerous situation. No one had seen the attacker's face. Lin sympathized with their reactions. Even an apprentice wizard could cause significant destruction with a fireball spell. Under such circumstances, no one would willingly approach danger. Considering this, Lin turned to the chief of security and said, "Lord Leia, could you please keep an eye out for someone around 1 meter 70 to 1 meter 75 tall, possibly with injuries to the legs, arms, or the waist area? Injuries I can understand, but why specifically 1 meter 70? Did Professor Lin see something?" Leia asked, puzzled. "Shoe size." Lin pointed to the ground in front of Ralph's body, giving a straightforward response. Darren, Lydia, and the others immediately looked in the direction Lin had indicated. However, they could see nothing but confusion. Leia, on the other hand, was different. He walked directly to the spot where Lin had stood, and through his heightened perception, he could see faint footprints in the dust. Generally, a person's height is about 7 times their foot length. Of course, what I mean is, if the assailant were a typical human, Lin explained, for example, my height to foot length ratio fits this standard. However, if it was someone like an orc, elf, or any other unusual creature, it might not apply. At the very least, it could serve as a useful lead. As for tracking these footprints, that was pure fantasy. The entire alley had been trampled by the onlookers, and only the area near the body remained relatively clean, leaving behind a few traces. I see. I've learned something today, Leia said. Leia looked at Lin with a somewhat strange expression. He was highly skeptical that Lin had been a law enforcer before coming to the land of the wizards, as he seemed even more skilled at investigating leads than Leia himself. Here are 5 magic coins. Help me deliver them to Rael's family. Lin took out some magic coins from his pocket and handed them to Darren. Since Rael was likely attacked due to the airship, he needed to respond in some way. Otherwise, no one would be willing to help him in the future. However, the investigation itself would ultimately be in the hands of Leia, the law enforcer. Lin didn't have his own intelligence agents, didn't know which apprentices fit the described criteria, and couldn't personally track them down one by one. Lin now realized that, despite gaining some reputation over the past half-month, he had few resources at his disposal. Gathering information was proving to be a challenge. In light of this, Lin had no choice but to remind Darren, Lydia, and the others to be extra cautious and never act alone. If the other party failed to take Rael away, they might make their next move. A wizard apprentice was likely just a pawn in the grand scheme. They spent the morning in the alley but couldn't find more clues, so the group dispersed. As for the body, Leia took it back to the law enforcement office, hoping to find additional clues that had been missed before. On their way back to the workshop, the moods of Lydia and her companions were quite somber. The joy they had felt from creating the airship and earning a significant number of magic coins had completely dissipated. However, they followed Lin's instructions and drained the airship's gas bladder. Then, Lin personally replaced the hydrogen gas inside the bladder with helium. Both gases could provide enough lift for the airship. Hydrogen was chosen initially because it was easy to obtain, but it was also highly flammable and explosive, which made it suitable for Lydia's trial in Hurlram. Additionally, Lin had another small idea. If the airship's design plans were leaked, and someone constructed another airship using the same method, it would leave a fatal vulnerability. All someone had to do was puncture the bladder and ignite it, turning the airship into a flaming ball in the sky. Lin considered this while leaving the workshop. He was about to return to Ieta Academy when he spotted someone unexpected waiting outside the door. "Mr. Loud, is there something you want from me?" Lin stopped in his tracks, looking at the person waiting at the door and inquiring. "I have some information that may be of interest to you, Lord Lin. Would you care to listen?" Loud hunched over, spoke with great respect. He seemed more like a noble's butler than the leader of a criminal organization. Lin stared at Loud for a moment and said indifferently, "Let's find a quieter place to talk." He didn't choose to return to the academy because, in his eyes, it wasn't a particularly private location. "Please follow me, Lord Lin." Loud's face showed a hint of surprise, and he eagerly led the way for Lin. The two of them crossed the streets on the west side in the central square, emerging from a narrow alley into the southern district, which Lin had never visited before. Lin looked around at everything. Since he had arrived in Ieta Harbor, he had seen bustling and orderly scenes everywhere. However, the southern district was different. Here, there were only short buildings and dilapidated wooden shacks. Most of the people wore numb and anxious expressions. For a moment, Lin even wondered if he had returned to the Sekka's empire. If there was anything similar to the outside world here, it was the Order. Despite the old and rundown buildings, they were still constructed according to specific patterns. "I didn't expect Ieta to have a place like this," Lin said in astonishment. "What was this, the slums of the city?" I think it's not just Ieta Harbor. Places like this exist in any city on this continent, Loud said with a touch of nostalgia. As long as those noble gentlemen continue to live their extravagant lives, these places will persist. Lin glanced at him, feeling that there was more to Loud's words because the land of the wizards had no nobility. Loud also realized the implied meaning in his words and quickly added, in reality, the situation here is much better than within the Sekka's empire. In Ieta, very few people starve, and theoretically, even physically handicapped paupers can receive enough relief food to survive. Relief food, there's such a welfare system. Lin was quite surprised. The entire land of the wizards was essentially a giant island, and there should be limited arable land available. With Loud's explanation, Lin finally understood that all the farmland in the land of the wizards was magically developed. Elemental wizards even devised specialized enhancement spells to increase crop yields, so food production was double that of the outside world. Lin, dressed in magnificent robes, looked out of place in the entire southern district. Soon, he attracted various types of gazes: envy, jealousy, or inexplicable hatred. However, as Lin's gaze swept over them, everyone on the street became submissive and humble. One person in particular caught Lin's attention. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s, blind in one eye with an unevenly developed body, larger on the right side and smaller on the left. His right hand had 5 fingers that resembled monstrous claws. Once they had walked some distance away, Lin turned to Loud and asked, who was that person just now? Could it be that there were races like half-beasts on this continent, but why had he never heard of them before? Loud hesitated for a moment and whispered, they are what some of the noble wizards call defects. Defects, Lin paused. I've heard some noble wizards refer to them that way. Loud lowered his voice and explained, these people are products of the magical workshops, and the rumors say they are connected to a wizard skilled in shape-shifting magic. For 10 magic coins, anyone can undergo one transformation. However, the success rate is very low, and becoming a defect is already considered very lucky. Of course, the term defects was just a derogatory nickname among the wizards. In reality, creatures like this could easily slaughter ordinary people, as simple as slaughtering chickens and sheep. In the southern district, there was no shortage of individuals willing to do anything for power. Magic within the land of the wizards was everything, and if one could succeed in such a transformation, they would ascend to power comparable to an official wizard. The house had clearly been abandoned for a long time, with ivy creeping up its outer walls and the courtyard overrun with weeds. A few dead trees stood alone, rustling in the wind. Inside, however, it was bustling with activity. About 100 people crowded into the small front hall. Lin immediately recognized these individuals as the sailors who had accompanied Loud on their journey across the sea. However, after over 2 weeks apart, they looked even worse for wear than when they had endured the rough seas. Many had disheveled clothes, pallid complexions, and visible bandages, and a few severely injured sailors lay unconscious on stretchers. It's Lord Lin. As soon as they spotted Lin, the sailors rushed towards him in excitement, but Loud quickly intervened. Calm down, all of you. I have some matters to discuss with Lord Lin. Loud managed to redirect their enthusiasm and then turned to Lin. Please follow me. They entered a reception room. Despite its outward appearance of decay, the interior had been meticulously cleaned. The tables and chairs were spotless. Can you now tell me what you've learned? Lin asked as he took a seat. Earlier today, one of my sailors stumbled upon a peculiar wizard's apprentice near the residence of Dr. Radek. Loud began in detail. I believe he is the one responsible for attacking the halfling named Ralph. The apprentice wore a black robe, appeared to be in his mid-30s, and stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall. His gait was unsteady, suggesting a leg injury, and there were signs of acid corrosion on the hem of his robe. Lin pondered. Could it be that the apprentice had used the corrosion spell at close range to kill Ralph, inadvertently injuring himself in the process? It wasn't uncommon for an apprentice to make such a mistake. Furthermore, Loud continued with hesitation, he is likely a member of the Bloodred Thorns. Bloodred Thorns? Lin furrowed his brows. If he remembered correctly, this was an unusual type of magical herb that required a large quantity of fresh blood to bloom into its most vibrant flower. But the reference here clearly meant something else. I heard from some well-informed informants called whistles about this. As for which wizard gave the orders, I'm not entirely sure, Loud admitted, shaking his head. So what exactly is this Bloodred Thorns? Lin leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. He found it strange that someone would want his airship blueprint, yet they hadn't approached him openly for negotiations. After a moment, he began to form a hypothesis. To him, the airship technology was not as valuable, but others might not see it that way. It was, in a sense, a strategic weapon, a hidden treasure in any alchemical workshop, symbolizing a continuous source of wealth. Normally, no one would willingly sell it. Even he, before developing the internal combustion engine, had no intention of selling airships. In response to Lin's inquiry, Loud quickly began to explain. The leader of the Blood-Red Thorns remained a mystery, but it was known to be an organization formed by a large number of disillusioned wizard apprentices. It had complex internal power dynamics and even managed to attract formal wizards. Rumors suggested deep connections with many alchemical workshops. There was a rumor that, with enough contributions, the Blood-Red Thorns could make anyone a full-fledged wizard. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but be moved. From the information he had gathered at Eeta Academy in recent days, a person's magical talent greatly determined their chances of becoming a full-fledged wizard. For example, apprentices who reached the age of 30 at Eeta Academy and hadn't completed their studies were considered to lack magical talent, and their chances of further advancement were minuscule. Even if they completed their studies and successfully allowed their bodies to overflow with magic, the success rate of advancement after consuming the source of magic was still far from 100%. Typically, only about 40% of apprentices could successfully become full-fledged wizards. The selection process was undoubtedly challenging. The Blood-Red Thorns claimed to have the power to turn anyone into a full-fledged wizard. If this claim was not a lie, it was likely the reason why so many had joined. However, after seeing the so-called failed products, Lin didn't naively believe this was a normal method. Otherwise, it would have become mainstream long ago. The Magic Council had always advocated using the source of magic for advancement, at least without any side effects. Many apprentices who had consumed magical elixirs were still healthy and active, proving this point. So, do you know why they want my airship? Lin tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. A contraption as large as his airship couldn't be kept hidden forever. Sooner or later, he would find out about it, and he had already started preparing to apply for a patent from the Alchemical Guild. Even if they managed to obtain the airship blueprint, it would be useless, unless they had never intended to use it openly. Not long after their test flight yesterday afternoon, word had already spread about their desire to examine the blueprint. These people seemed to be in a desperate hurry for an airship for some reason. I don't know that either. Only someone inside the Blood-Red Thorns might have that information, Loud replied with a helpless shake of his head. Lin's last question remained, so why did you come here to tell me all this? What do you want in return? Loud's face shifted through numerous expressions. Countless words almost left his lips, but he eventually sighed and answered with a bitter smile. In truth, we only want a way to survive. I recall you had about 300 people with you when we crossed the sea, Lin asked curiously. He remembered that all these sailors were strong young men, but after just half a month, they had turned into what looked like a group of refugees. It was surprising that they had fallen so far. You might not understand, but the land of wizards is different from the outside world, Loud sighed. What we have in abundance here is people, or I should say, those of us who can't do magic, the impoverished masses. In desperate times, they could even serve as magic stones, an endless source of magical power. Therefore, most job positions were never in short supply. As for the official wizards, they seldom engaged in production. They either held important positions within the harbor city or conducted magical research in a workshop, making them high-ranking figures. No matter where they went, these 300 or so people were always competing for business. The reason they struggled so much was that they had not won over any support. Unfortunately, they had no influential connections. They weren't affiliated with any magical workshop or related to any wizard, but Lin En didn't. So what could they do if they couldn't win a fight? Of course, they had to bear with it. So over the past half-month, they had faced many hardships. They had lost some people, but they had gained a lot of valuable information. With the help of the dozens of crossbows Lin En had brought, they managed to secure a foothold in the South District. However, this wasn't a sustainable solution. Despite Lin En bringing in trustworthy followers, if they couldn't achieve a breakthrough, their relationships would inevitably strain, no matter how solid they were. Listening to Loud's grievances, Lin En finally understood the underlying rules of Eeta Harbor. He realized that he still hadn't learned to see the world through the lens of magic, and many things continually challenged his understanding. Furthermore, we couldn't have established ourselves in the South District without your help, Loud flattered. It seems that during this time you guys have been acting in my name. Lin En's tone suddenly grew colder. He didn't want to unknowingly make enemies. No, of course not. It's just that many people know that we followed you through the Misty Sea and defeated the Great Whirlpool. Loud hastily shook his head, claiming it was just the result of common rumors. They dared not do such a thing. Hesitating for a moment, he raised his right hand, tentatively saying, "And our cooperation hasn't stopped, right?" Lin En immediately noticed a conspicuous flame-shaped mark on Loud's hand. His expression froze. He had actually forgotten about this mark, as it had no practical function. It was purely meant to intimidate and ensure obedience. However, Lin En chose not to expose it. After a moment's thought, he took out a pouch from his robe and tossed it to Loud. Here are 10 magic gold coins. Consider it payment for information and ongoing tracking expenses. Loud gladly accepted it. In the port town of the Death's Eye, a mere 10 magic gold coins were nothing to him, but things were different now. After losing most of his wealth in the Death's Eye, Lin En was barely making ends meet with so many followers. This money could at least alleviate some of their immediate financial woes. More importantly, this indicated a re-established cooperative relationship. Next, keep an eye on the whereabouts of that apprentice. Do you know where he's hiding now? Lin En inquired. The guy is very cautious. My people lost track of him by accident, but I believe his injuries haven't fully healed, so he'll probably go back there next time, Loud hurriedly explained. Lin En nodded. When he shows up again, have someone notify me immediately. Also, I need to know his identity and information as detailed as possible, Loud immediately agreed. During this time, he had made connections with many well-informed informants. As a mere wizard apprentice, everything was possible with money. By the way, have you stirred up trouble with anyone in the South District these days? Lin was now concerned about the sailors of the ship gang. They seem to have recently gone through a battle. It's Red Serpent Raylo. He's the gang leader in the South District and has undergone magical modifications. He's tough to deal with. Last time, we lost quite a few men before repelling his assault, Loud explained the situation. When he arrived at Ieta Harbor, he had originally intended to return to his old business, engaging in commodity trade. However, he soon discovered that this area had already been claimed by several big shots. After wandering around, he had no choice but to join a lower-level gang. The reason they chose to challenge Raylo's territory was that his power was the weakest in the area, and he had no significant backing. So you're currently facing quite a bit of trouble. Is there a way to resolve it? Lin asked. Just your presence here today is more than enough, Loud cautiously replied. Lin paused for a moment, then quickly understood Loud's meaning. When he entered the South District, he hadn't disguised himself in any way. Someone with ill intentions could probably have learned about it. Is my reputation already this widespread? Lin couldn't help but be a little surprised. Now, the whole of Ieta knows that you're a three-circle wizard under 20, and your talent is even greater than Master August from the Magic Star. Loud didn't spare his praise. Ever since the big battle in the harbor town, he had realized that this young wizard who had just arrived in the wizard's land wouldn't be a nobody. However, he didn't expect that his name would already be well known within half a month. There were even rumors that, aside from his hellfire that seemed capable of incinerating everything, he possessed a powerful magic that could freeze everything. In the face of Loud's praise, Lin wasn't particularly concerned. He was well aware of his current strength. Without the assistance of the intellect network, dealing with a formal wizard would be a tough challenge. Moreover, this reputation wasn't something anyone could suppress, at least not the Bloodthorn Thorns, who dared to engage in such covert activities behind his back. As Lin continued to inquire about information concerning the South District and the magical workshops, Loud was forthcoming and shared all the information he had gathered over the past few days. The more Lin listened, the more astonished he became. Things like spending money on magical modifications weren't uncommon in the South District. Some magical workshops were even conducting chilling magical experiments, resulting in the unexplained disappearances of people every once in a while. Why is the order in the South District so chaotic? Don't the security forces do anything about it? Lin asked, perplexed. For the wizard lords, as long as the main city area is in order, they can't be bothered with such things. Loud shook his head. In other words, people like them, who couldn't play much of a role, were merely tools that the wizards kept for magical research. The lively and bustling central square presented itself as she exited the narrow alleyway. The wide streets were teeming with life, bustling with people, and a massive airship sailed through the city's skies, eliciting joyful laughter and playful chasing from the children. Although Ralph's death had dealt a blow to the halfling community, life continued on. This prosperity and tranquility stood in stark contrast to the chaos and decay of the Southern District. However, Lin had neither the energy nor the capacity to concern herself with the impoverished victims of magic's ravages. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her next steps. Starting an investigation with the young wizard apprentice who had attempted to steal airship blueprints seemed like a good choice. Apart from the airship matter, Lin was eager to make contact with an organization known as the Bloodthorn Thorns. Her interest wasn't solely in obtaining a source of magical power through this channel, but also in understanding how a wizard apprentice could advance their class, and whether there were alternative methods to become a full-fledged wizard. Perhaps her entry into the Southern District had raised suspicions, as Lin hadn't received any messages from Lame Loud for the next few days. There were no updates from the city's law enforcement either. Lin wasn't surprised. Based on Lame Loud's accounts and the chaos in the Southern District, the so-called law enforcement teams were likely deeply entwined with the magical workshops. If she pushed too hard, the best-case scenario would be that Lee found and eliminated the young wizard apprentice, leaving her with no answers. It was best to exercise patience for now and continue her daily life as a professor, attending classes and researching magic, all the while accumulating her magical reserves to their limits. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that Lynn prepared to do something specific. She was going to apply for teaching funds. Whether it was researching magic or establishing an information network, almost every aspect of her plans required funding. Considering that just one airship had attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, Lynn had no intention of revealing any more groundbreaking discoveries in the near future. To amass a substantial sum quickly, she had to start with teaching funds. This time she planned to request a whopping 100 magical gold coins. The amount was quite substantial, but what did Senj say? If you want to open a window, you first need to propose tearing the roof off. However, Lynn's plans seemed to fall apart before they even began. Philip looked at her extensive teaching proposal and shook his head with a wry smile. "You're a bit late, Professor Lynn. Master Hurlrem hasn't been at the academy for the past few days." "How unfortunate," Lynn furrowed her brow. "Do you remember the psychic apprentice you brought back?" Philip asked. Dove. Lynn hadn't forgotten the incident at all. She had visited Dove in the infirmary and the girl was still enclosed in the ice coffin. "Yes, that's her. Hurlrem took her with him last night. They should be on their way to the Wizard City," Philip said, somewhat uncertain. Lynn nodded, then hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Professor Philip, I had a question earlier." "It seems that Master Hurlrem is quite concerned about this matter. Dove was just an ordinary apprentice recruited by Korra in the Sekast Empire. In theory, she had no connection to the Grand Wizard. Perhaps it's because of Ieta," Philip said, hesitating. "Ieta." "The Academy," Lynn paused, finding it hard to see how Dove's life and the Academy could be related. "No, I'm talking about Master Hurlrem's daughter Ieta. She was a child with great magical talent, and she looked somewhat similar to that halfling girl. Unfortunately, she got involved with magic too early and died in a magical accident. So when he saw this psychic named Dove, I guess it brought back some memories for him," Philip explained with a hint of sadness. In fact, the requirement that students must be at least 12 years old to enter Ieta Academy was related to this, aiming to prevent unnecessary magical accidents. Lynn nodded in understanding. It made sense that Hurlrem would be lenient with a rambunctious halfling girl like Dove due to his own fond memories of his daughter. Since the Grand Wizard was absent, Lynn had to put her extensive teaching plan away. The professors couldn't make decisions on funding requests for hundreds of magical gold coins. "By the way, Professor Philip, I heard that there are many magic workshops in the Southern District experimenting on the poor. Is that true? It doesn't seem to align with the Council's regulations," Lynn asked, referring to what she had seen and heard in the Southern District the day before. Lynn knew that relying solely on Lame Loud's testimony wouldn't be enough. She was curious about how the true ruler of this harbor city, the Grand Wizard Hurlrem, viewed these activities. Surely he wasn't completely unaware of them. Even if it doesn't comply with the regulations, what does it matter? The vast majority of the poor involved in these magic experiments volunteer willingly. No one can stop them. If someone wants to gain magical power through this means, they must inevitably pay a price, Philip responded with a somewhat cold tone. Elemental magic, shape-shifting, potion-making, alchemy, the development of each field of magic was not easy. For example, the fusion of elements sometimes led to unimaginable destruction. Developing every kind of potion required a large number of test subjects. Shape-shifting magic required the dissection and study of magical creatures' structures. Even in alchemy, a slight error while drawing the magic circle could lead to catastrophic consequences. Almost every year, wizards died in magical experiments, even if they had taken precautions. However, the casualties were predominantly among apprentice assistants and the poor who participated in the experiments. In recent centuries, there had been relatively few casualties, but every regulation of the Magic Council had been written in blood. Lynn was momentarily at a loss for words. In this chaotic, otherworldly realm, it was clear that one couldn't expect the wizards to place a high value on human life. "Professor Lynn, there's someone looking for you outside the academy." "Should I allow him to come in?" While they were talking, a small head suddenly popped out from the door, two little hands clutching the door frame, and the person asked. Seeing that familiar and adorable face, Lynn smiled and nodded. "Lydia, please take him to my room." "I'll be there shortly. If everything went as expected, it should be one of Lame Loud's subordinates here to deliver a message." Nur, the apprentice, adjusted the robe on his body, his dark face smeared with a bit of mud for disguise. Unable to use transformation magic, he had to rely on such means to avoid being recognized. However, this crude disguise didn't seem to be very effective. Since he entered the southern district, Nur keenly felt that someone had been following him. Concealing his actions with his sleeve, Nur discreetly observed his surroundings through a small copper mirror in his palm. About 30 meters behind him, a ragged beggar had been following him for 3 streets, definitely not a coincidence. Damn it, Nur cursed silently in his heart. He was well aware that his recent risky actions had likely drawn the attention of the city guards. Word had spread about the youngest and most talented Third Circle mage who had come from beyond the wizard's land, and he was now investigating Nur's whereabouts as well. Nur's face turned grim, and he quickened his pace, weaving through the complex streets of the southern district in an attempt to shake off his pursuers. However, he soon realized that this was futile because there might be more than one person tracking him. It seems I have no choice but to deal with them. Nur's heart hardened as he made a sharp turn, eventually entering an abandoned and dilapidated building. Outside on the street, 3 sailors who had met up exchanged glances, hesitating about whether to follow him. If there were any secret passages inside the crumbling building, they didn't want to lose sight of him. Lame Loud had given strict orders before they came: do not let the target out of their sight. With that in mind, the 3 sailors clenched their teeth and left one person outside to keep watch. The other 2 cautiously entered the building. Inside the crumbling building, it was empty, with only a few broken wooden boards stacked in a corner and a table and chairs that were mostly destroyed. The walls were covered in moss, and a gust of wind brought a foul, rotting odor. But where were the people? The 2 sailors were momentarily perplexed when suddenly, from the area above the doorway, a dim rune lit up. This was followed by a deafening explosion, and with the shockwave came a cloud of dust and rubble that instantly enveloped everything inside the crumbling building. The 2 sailors hadn't even realized what had happened before they were knocked to the ground, buried beneath beams and countless pieces of rubble. The other sailor who was waiting outside rushed in, and he was met with Nur's sinister grin and the corrosion spell. The corrosion beam was already right in front of him, with countless glistening liquid droplets descending. There was no escape, and the panicked sailor fell to the ground, watching as the acid approached closer and closer. Suddenly, a wall of ice crystals shot up, blocking all of the corrosive liquid. Nur's smile froze, and he turned his gaze toward the entrance, speaking with a malicious tone. "Friend, I advise you not to meddle further. I am Nur, an assistant of Lord Radek and a member of the Bloodthorn. I have my ways." Lin, with a new face, remained silent. Instead, he immediately activated Mage's hand. Large amounts of rubble on the ground floated up, revealing the 2 sailors buried beneath them. Since they hadn't been directly hit by the explosion, both of them were still breathing, but their brains had been rattled and they were unconscious. Seeing this, Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had arrived not a moment too soon. He immediately turned to the sailor who was still in shock from narrowly escaping death and said straightforwardly, "Get them out of here." "Thank you, wizard my lord." The sailor didn't recognize the disguised Lin but quickly reacted, moving closer to drag his 2 unconscious comrades to a safer distance. Nur's expression became extremely serious. He understood that he was likely in danger today. Slowly stepping back, he reached behind and discreetly retrieved a copper rod. Magic Barrage Lin, who had been observing Nur's actions, quickly noticed the sudden movement. Once the sailors were at a safe distance, he raised his hand, and a dozen magic missiles materialized in the air. A formal wizard, Nur's pupils contracted. Although Lin was only using 0 circle magic, the quantity was clearly beyond what an apprentice could control. Realizing this, Nur didn't hesitate and threw the copper rod he had in his hand. The runes on the rod lit up in succession, and it exploded violently, sending sharp iron shards raining down on Lin like a storm. At the moment he threw the rod, Nur turned and ran, not bothering to see the outcome. He opened a hidden door in the wall and rushed inside. He understood that this move might cause some hindrance, but it wouldn't be enough to kill a formal wizard. As expected, in the next moment, the hidden door, along with the makeshift wall, was blown open by a powerful shockwave. Nur was thrown out in a sorry state. After tumbling on the ground, Nur struggled to stand and reached into his pocket, pulling out a bottle of emerald green potion. He downed it without hesitation. This was a potion he had concocted himself over the years as an assistant, using a formula he had stolen. It had some significant side effects, and he had originally planned to sell it at a high price when the opportunity arose. But now he couldn't afford to think about that. He knew what his fate would be if he got captured. The moment he drank the potion, Nur felt a rush of heat throughout his body, as if he had been thrown into a furnace. His mouth emitted a series of agonized screams. Magic barrage, several magic missiles whizzed past him, hitting various parts of Nur's body. They were precise enough not to aim for vital areas, but to create openings at his joints. If it were an ordinary person, receiving such an attack would have rendered them helpless long ago. However, Nur was different. Under the influence of the potion's power, his skin gradually turned emerald green, and the wounds at his joints started to heal rapidly. Nur's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared intensely at the mastermind who had pushed him to this extent. A powerful surge of anger welled up within him. The transformation caused by drinking the potion was irreversible. It meant that he would have to live with this grotesque appearance for the rest of his life. But as compensation, Nur felt every cell in his body brimming with immense magical power. He was unimaginably powerful now. Lin, who had just entered, was also startled by Null's appearance, but he quickly realized he had overreacted. Null's condition looked terrible, with his height exceeding 2 meters, a swollen right shoulder, and his chest heaving violently. Drool continuously dripped from his mouth, making him look like a grotesque monster. So, is this the result of magical transformation? Lin immediately thought of those deformed individuals he had seen in the South City district, the so-called rejects. In his contemplation, the enraged Null had already charged directly towards him, covering several meters in just a few steps. Lin extended his finger, and a wisp of fire manifested at his fingertip, quickly expanding into a roaring blaze, colliding with the oncoming Null. The scorching flames continued to sear Null's green skin, but he paid no attention, emitting a painful howl. He faced the fire head-on, swinging his right fist towards Lin. Null was well aware that close combat was his only chance. Apart from the wizards well-versed in transfiguration, the rest of the wizards didn't have much sturdier bodies compared to ordinary people. In the face of this powerful and heavy blow, Lin sidestepped, avoiding it. Null's robust fist left a deep imprint on the earthen wall beside him. Compared to the witch hunters who had taken the elixir of divine grace, Null lacked both strength and speed. Most importantly, his punches were unstructured, indicating his lack of experience in close combat. However, his recovery speed was quite impressive. Lin keenly noticed that Null's burnt skin was rapidly shedding and healing, causing Null to spiral into a frenzy. He stared at Lin with bloodshot eyes, emitting another roar, charging like an uncontrollable tank. Seeing this situation, Lin refrained from using magic and instead drew his longsword from his waist. At such a close range, using white phosphorus fire was too dangerous, and even the liquid nitrogen ice field couldn't ensure a quick kill. Moreover, he needed to keep Null alive. Observing Lin's intention to fight him with a sword, Null felt that the wizard in front of him must have lost his mind in a panic. Null had already figured out that his opponent was not a transfiguration-focused wizard, or else he would have used magic to transform himself when Null got close. But what could a magic user do when faced with a close-range confrontation? Null's face revealed a triumphant, malicious grin. Perhaps he would become the first apprentice to kill a proper wizard in a head-on battle. However, Null quickly realized that things were not as he had imagined. His opponent's strength wasn't great, and his speed wasn't remarkable, but he consistently evaded attacks by a hair's breadth. Null's body seemed to actively expose itself to his opponent's blade. In a moment, deep bloodstains had been cut into his green skin. Even though these injuries healed within seconds, Null's expression began to show signs of unease. Nothing came without a cost, and his healing ability was no exception. As an apprentice wizard, the limited magic in his body was being swiftly drained. It wouldn't be long before he was completely depleted. Thinking of this, Null's attacks became increasingly frantic, which only made his vulnerabilities more evident. On the other side, Lin immediately noticed that Null's strength, speed, and regenerative abilities were slowly weakening. It's time. Lin's gaze focused, and he bent down to avoid Null's enormous right fist. Then he swung his sword again, piercing accurately from the side and lodging the blade into the crevice of Null's spine. Null roared, attempting to rise and retaliate, but he quickly realized in horror that his lower body had lost all control, and he could do nothing to change his situation, his body helplessly limp on the ground. What kind of magic is this? Null was completely panicked. Soon the ground beneath him, already ravaged and distorted, rapidly cracked and transformed into fine sand, engulfing his body. A few seconds later, it solidified once more. Null recognized these two spells, Petrify to Mud and Mud to Stone. In just a brief moment, most of Null's body had been embedded in the ground, and he was completely immobilized. This wizard, you can't kill me. Otherwise, Lord Radek will not spare you, and the Crimson Thorns, you have no idea of their power. Null screamed fearfully. His answer was a sword thrust from top to bottom, piercing his shoulder. Null's sharp cries were instantly replaced by agonizing wails. Lin withdrew his longsword, pointing it at Null's head this time, and stated concisely, I ask, you answer. You scream 1 second longer, and I'll cut you one more time. Null's cries stopped at once, but he continued to watch Lin with pain and fear, unable to speak. Lin Null, a student admitted to Ieta Academy in the 9th batch, 6 years ago. You were forced to leave because you couldn't pass the Elemental and Transfiguration exams. The next year, you joined the Crimson Thorns. Lin calmly recited some of the information he had acquired from Loud, eroding Null's psychological defenses. Then he turned to Null and continued to speak. I know a lot about you, Null, so you better not attempt to lie in front of me. Otherwise, the consequences are something you won't want to know. Now tell me, on that morning 3 days ago, where were you and what did you do? Lynn inquired. I was at the Broadex Tavern. A halfling named Ralph found me and wanted to exchange airship blueprints for a bounty. Null's gaze flickered as he stuttered. Lynn's gaze turned cold instantly, and this time he thrust his sword through Null's right arm. A sharp pain immediately elicited a painful howl. It was obvious that Null was lying. Because on the day before Ralph's death, he had just conducted a flight experiment, and the Crimson Thorns wouldn't issue a reward until the afternoon or evening at the earliest. On that afternoon, the halfling was still assisting with airship control, and he was responsible for night watch. He had no time to gather such secretive information. You must think I'm a fool. Lynn glanced at the still uncooperative Null, with a touch of amusement in his voice. Do you know where I come from? There used to be a very interesting punishment called lingchai. It involves using a knife to cut the prisoner's flesh piece by piece. But don't worry, the executioner's skills are definitely better than you might imagine. They avoid the major arteries and ensure that each piece of flesh they cut off is of consistent length and thickness. To prevent the victim from fainting too soon, they often sprinkle some salt water on the blade. Null listened, his forehead beating with cold sweat, as he watched the sword in Lynn's hand, which seemed to be ready to strike him down at any moment, just as Lynn's words had described. When he heard that salt would be sprinkled on the executioner's blade, Null couldn't help but shudder. He knew all too well how agonizing it was to have salt poured into wounds. It was a torment beyond words. Null even thought that, compared to the wizard before him, Lord Radak, who conducted magical experiments on the poor, seemed like an exceptionally kind-hearted person. Even the demons in hell wouldn't have thought of such a punishment. My skills can't compare to those executioners. Often, it takes less than 100 strokes to end a life. But fortunately, your regenerative abilities seem quite remarkable. I suppose you'll be a perfect practice subject, won't you? Lynn said with a hint of amusement, then reached into his robe's pocket, appearing somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, it seems I forgot to bring a bag of salt. Null's shattered composure managed to regain some clarity. At least he could die with a bit less pain. But in the next moment, the demon spoke. But direct tempering with fire might work as well. I've heard high heat has a miraculous effect on hemostasis. While Lynn spoke, he placed his right hand on the sword, and a burst of searing flames enveloped the silver blade, turning it cherry red. Null's body trembled uncontrollably. Just as the red-hot blade was about to descend, he couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "Wait. Wait, it was me. I found Ralph voluntarily." Tilda, he didn't even finish his sentence before the red-hot blade pierced his shoulder, slicing away a piece of flesh and skin. Null was on the verge of madness, his crimson eyes locked onto Lynn. He couldn't fathom why, even after he confessed, Lynn was still unwilling to spare him. Too slow, keep talking. I hope your words can keep up with my sword this time. Lynn retrieved the longsword and continued to temper it, ensuring it didn't cool down. Facing such a ruthless and unscrupulous demon who would readily slice a person into pieces, Null was completely shattered. He began to stammer and tell his story. The story began 5 days ago when he overheard a group of halflings at the Broken Axe Tavern boasting about creating a massive flying alchemical machine that required no magic and could soar into the sky. Neither he nor the other patrons believed them. As in the past, when they helped Lady Lydia make various flying machines, they would often brag, only for those machines to crash. It wasn't until Lynn conducted a breathtaking flying experiment in front of everyone that Null realized the halflings were telling the truth. So when he heard that a wizard in the Crimson Thorns was willing to pay 500 magic gold coins for the blueprints of the airship, he immediately became interested. He knew these drinking halflings would sooner or later show up in the Broken Axe Tavern. Null revealed everything, knowing that once he spilled all the information, he would be of no further use. In the end, he might still face death, but it was better than being slowly hacked into a bloody skeleton with a scalding sword. So you targeted Ralph, who was alone, and when your sleep-inducing mist failed, you killed him, Lynn said with a cold sneer. Null's face was filled with regret, but not for attacking Ralph. He regretted not being cautious enough and not realizing that the guild wine would affect the drowsiness effect of withering grass powder. Otherwise, his actions would have never been discovered. Lynn didn't easily believe the words of the other person. Instead, he thoroughly questioned every detail of the operation, making Null recount everything he had done in the past few days. He then dissected the information, using the searing blade to cut him whenever there was any hesitation or inconsistency. The sword's edge sliced through flesh, and the fresh blood barely had time to flow before it solidified in the scorching heat. Even the sharpest minds couldn't concoct a perfect lie under such exhilarating circumstances. By the time Lynn had finished his questioning, Null had endured a total of 17 strikes. He appeared disoriented, now in a state where he was willing to reveal everything without reservation. Sometimes, to avoid the blade, he would even preemptively respond. Looking at Null's tear-stained face and his appearance on the brink of collapse, Lin couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. Why couldn't he have just told the truth from the beginning? Why did he force Lin to resort to unconventional methods? Lin wasn't particularly skilled in psychological warfare. To verify the truth, this crude method was his only option. Is the bounty still in place? Lin asked again. A reward of 500 magic gold coins was bound to spark greed in many. Lin wasn't too worried about his own safety, as he usually stayed within the Ieta Academy. On the surface, he was just a third-circle wizard, so no one should dare to cause trouble. But Lydia and the other halflings were a different story. No, the bounty has been withdrawn, Null replied, shivering with fear. The reason? Lin was somewhat surprised. Hadn't their attempt to capture Ralph failed? Could it be that they had given up entirely? Lin swung the flaming sword in his hand, and the scalding blade made Null's heart leap into his throat once again. I don't know, I just heard. I heard that Lord Radek has obtained part of the airship's construction blueprints from elsewhere. Null hastily responded, fearing another strike. That was why he hadn't been disposed of by Lord Radek after the failed operation. Lin's eyebrows furrowed. Are you certain? Apart from Ralph, the only halflings who had seen the blueprints were Darren and Lydia. If it weren't necessary, Lin didn't want to suspect them. Of course, Lin was well aware that betrayal often depended on the size of the price. 500 magic gold coins was no small sum. This was why he had intentionally used the ledger to probe those halflings earlier. I'm fairly certain. Null's expression became somewhat hesitant, but when he saw Lin raise the sword, he spoke rapidly. No, I'm absolutely certain. All Loud needed to do was to inquire about those whistles again, and they would know whether the bounty had been rescinded. In other words, it was highly likely that the inner circle of the Society of Mystical Arts had already deciphered the airship's manufacturing method. The only question was whether they had confirmed that it relied on a gas within the envelope with lower density than air to stay afloat. This might seem like an easy discovery, but the mainstream flight theory in the land of wizards relied on propulsion or the use of shape-shifting magic to mimic bird flight. Even though elemental magic practitioners had long discovered the existence of gases like hydrogen, helium, neon, and ammonia, the buoyancy provided by these gases on their own was incredibly weak. To put it into perspective, to lift a person, one would need to maintain a hydrogen gas cloud of at least 60 cubic meters around them at all times, and the magical energy required for this was incalculable. No wizard would consider flying in such a manner. Because of this, shortly after the flight experiment a few days ago, rumors began to circulate that Loud had installed some sort of alchemical device beneath the airship's chamber to continuously provide lift. However, this kind of misdirection could only last for so long. The massive envelope of the airship was too conspicuous, and it wouldn't take long for someone to suspect that it was the gas inside the envelope that was responsible for the lift. Once they obtained the blueprints, they would be able to confirm this immediately, as there were no machines in the chamber providing propulsion. Following that, with repeated experiments, they would quickly discover the gas suitable for providing lift. So do you know what the important figure from the Crimson Thorns wants to do with the airship? Lin turned to Nur and questioned him again. He was more concerned about the intentions of these individuals than the risk of technical leaks. If they were to cause any trouble with the airship, such as bombing an important town, it might ultimately be blamed on him. After all, everyone knew that the skyship was his exclusive alchemical creation. It's for, Nur began, but his expression suddenly contorted in excruciating pain. He opened his mouth wide as though someone was strangling him and then began to slam his head violently against the ground. Thud, 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 with each loud impact, Nur's previously firm forehead immediately swelled, blood oozing from the wound, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Faced with Nur's sudden frenzy, Lin was taken aback. He reached out and held Nur's head to stop him from bashing it into the ground, but in the next moment, he realized that Nur had gone completely still. Lin lifted Nur's cheek, finding his forehead covered in blood, his eyes wide open, and his expression twisted in a grotesque manner. He checked for signs of breathing and a pulse, only to discover that Nur had already died. As Lin looked at Nur, who had suddenly gone mad and died right in front of him, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly glanced around, but there was no sign of anyone, and he hadn't noticed any movement beforehand. Stone to mud, Lin chanted, using magic to free Nur's half-buried body from the ground. He held his sword tightly in his right hand, ready to fend off any potential surprise attacks. However, nothing he feared came to pass. Nur's skin remained a healthy green, and the sword wounds on his body had already healed. There was no visible sign of any problems. Could it be some form of attack on the soul? Lin suddenly thought of this because Nur's condition was somewhat similar to Dove's. They both showed no physical injuries, so it was likely a spiritual injury. The difference was that when Dove unleashed the Soul Shriek, Archbishop Anlok, who possessed some divine power, had counterattacked, while Nur had been attacked the moment he began discussing the airship's usage. It was possible that someone had imprinted a certain magic in his mind, which activated when he spoke about something he wasn't supposed to reveal, destroying his brain. Only wizard psychics who had a profound understanding of the soul could accomplish such a feat. Lin immediately realized that this wizard organization called the Crimson Thorns was likely even more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. Apart from their involvement in magical modifications and the research on methods to elevate novice wizards to official status, they might also be delving into psychic magic, something that had been entirely banned in the wizarding world. What troubled Lin even more was that when he had questioned Nur earlier, the wizard had revealed significant information about the members of the Crimson Thorns without triggering this mechanism, yet it activated while discussing the airship. Deep in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Lin turned to look. A fireball had already ignited in his palm, but it quickly extinguished. The newcomer was Loud, accompanied by a few of his trusted associates. Lord Lin, Loud stared at the unfamiliar wizard before him, somewhat uncertain. "It's me." Lin nodded, not bothering to hide his identity. Loud breathed a sigh of relief, not surprised by Lin's slightly altered appearance. Back in the harbor town, he had already seen that Lin was a skilled shape-shifting wizard. Moreover, he'd had a memorable encounter with Lin, who had disguised himself as Label. "Is this Nur? He doesn't quite match the description in the intel." Loud quickly noticed the greenish corpse lying next to Lin. Nur's towering 2-meter frame had shrunk due to the depletion of magical energy, but his skin remained green, and his identity was still somewhat recognizable from his facial features. Could this be some form of torturous magic? "It's the result of a transfiguration potion, likely related to the defective you mentioned earlier." Lin interrupted Loud's speculation, using ice magic to freeze Nur, then continued, "Bring a few more people to take him back, but do it discreetly so others won't see." Lin was genuinely interested in these so-called defectives. Of course, it didn't mean he wanted to turn into a green giant himself. Instead, he planned to research how this transfiguration potion worked, how it could significantly enhance a person's physical qualities and grant them the ability to heal injuries in an extremely short amount of time. If some wizards considered individuals like Nur as defectives, there must be perfected versions of this potion. Once Loud and his team concealed Nur, it was approaching dinner time, and Lin didn't rush into his research. Instead, he headed straight back to the dormitory in Ieta Harbor. Upon entering his room, Lin's steps suddenly halted, and he became highly vigilant. A scarlet-sealed envelope was leaning on the shelf of his desk, and there definitely wasn't one of these before he left. It's also possible that they used magic to manipulate those fairies to place this thing on his desk. Lin immediately realized this, and the bright red envelope seemed to react as if it sensed something, shaking ever so slightly. Ice barrier without hesitation, Lin cast a spell, summoning a sturdy wall of ice before him. His right hand rested on the doorknob, ready to make a quick escape. In Lin's alert gaze, the crimson envelope opened on its own, hovering in the air, revealing prominent golden magical runes inside. "Dear Mr. Carl, in recognition of your outstanding performance within Ieta Harbor, we cordially invite you to become a member of the Faceless. The Faceless are dedicated to exploring the mysteries of magic. Here, there are no rules to bind you, no distinctions of identity. All members will exchange knowledge as equals, working together to uncover the truths of the world. The next gathering will take place in 4 days at exactly 11 in the evening. We look forward to your presence." Lin's eyes quickly scanned the long page, finally settling on the 2 words at the beginning of the letter, Carl. Has his true identity been exposed? The thought involuntarily crossed Lin's mind. Carl was the name of the body he had taken over upon arriving in the harbor town. He hadn't heard that name in a long while. Although the letter appeared to be a polite invitation, the direct mention of his identity made it clear that this was no friendly offer. It carried a hint of threat. The only ones who knew about his true identity now were Johnny, No, Dove, and the clueless Cora. Lin's first suspicion naturally fell on Johnny. Since his arrival in the harbor town, the status and identity he had gained didn't match his original body, and Johnny might have some doubts. However, his exposed identity didn't benefit Johnny in any way because it meant that the responsibility for the interrupted route would once again be placed on his shoulders. Compared to his certified status, the words of an apprentice wouldn't carry much weight. Next was Dove. Although she now appeared lifeless, a powerful psychic wizard might be able to extract key information from her mind. Hurlram had taken Dove's frozen body to find a great wizard skilled in psychic magic, so it might be related to this. However, Lin quickly dismissed this guess. The great wizard had only left yesterday, and even if he could reach the wizard's city within a day, he wouldn't be able to send a letter back to him. Furthermore, Lin couldn't contend with Hurlram's power. If Hurlram held something against him, there would be easier ways to manipulate him. If he guessed correctly, Dove's soul had likely been collected by the intelligence nexus, and even memory-searching magic might not yield useful results. Numerous thoughts flashed through Lin's mind. After the initial panic, he quickly regained his composure. The other party might not have concrete evidence to confirm his identity. This letter was likely a test, or else it wouldn't have taken so long to arrive, because there was no evidence to prove that he was Carl. In a land where psychic magic was strictly prohibited, viewing brain memories was not something that could be used as evidence openly. After all, someone who said such things would be equivalent to confessing to being a psychic wizard and violating the strict prohibitions set by the Wizards' Council. That was a significant charge. Lin was deep in thought when the floating envelope spontaneously burst into flames, turning into scattered ashes. At the same time, a delicate-looking ring fell from it, landing in the teacup on the desk, emitting a crisp sound. Lin activated Mage Hand to bring the ring closer to him. According to the description in the letter, all it required was to infuse it with mana to emit a specific magical frequency, transmitting a portion of sentient mana to the meeting location. No need to attend in person, and it wouldn't reveal one's true face. That was the meaning of faceless. Besides the sender, nobody else could know the identities of the members. Each member was free to discuss topics considered taboo in the wizard's land, including the forbidden psychic magic. This was somewhat like holographic projection. Lin examined the exquisitely crafted ring. The entire ring was made of mithril, with numerous peculiar magical runes inscribed on its surface. The most eye-catching part was the red gemstone set on the ring, carved into a beautiful flower. Bloody thorns. Lin was familiar with this peculiar flower and instantly understood who had sent the envelope in the ring. Had his recent interrogation of Null been detected? Lin pondered silently. It was possible that the moment Null died, the person who had placed a soul restraint in his mind received a message, and afterward they sent this letter. As for whether it was a threat, a warning, or an attempt to recruit, Lin couldn't say. However, one thing was clear. This wizard organization known as Bloody Thorns seemed to possess a lot of information they shouldn't have. Whether it was the sudden acquisition of airship blueprints, the name Carl, prophecies, divination, contacting Cora, a magic to eavesdrop on conversations, or a spell to detect lies, Lin considered various possibilities. His expression turned cold. He used an anti-magic stone to envelop the ring in his palm, and then took down one book after another from the bookshelf. Opening a concealed compartment in the back wooden board, he carefully hid the ring inside. He had no intention of carrying such an object of unknown origin. He also had no plans to attend this so-called faceless gathering. It might well be a trap, and going there would only confirm their suspicions. There were 4 days until the next faceless gathering. This was probably the deadline they'd given him for consideration, but Lin had no intention of playing by their rules. Dr. Radak, is it? Lin recalled the name that Null had repeatedly mentioned during the interrogation. This Radak was most likely a key figure within Bloody Thorns, the person most likely to have placed the soul restraint in Null's mind and sent him the letter. Nur's body had changed dramatically after death. The miraculous regenerative ability it once possessed was now gone, leaving it shrunken and resembling green jerky. Lin placed the small piece of flesh in his palm and activated the novice material deconstruction art to examine the differences between Nur's cells and those of an ordinary person. To his surprise, the cells within these flesh pieces were highly unstable and disintegrated upon a slight impact. Emerald blood and tissue cells scattered and flew, only to be reassembled by the mage's hand spell and finally discarded to the side. Was it due to being subpar, or was it the result of injecting magic into the body? When experimenting with magic before, Lin had noticed that all living creatures possessed a slight resistance to magic. Wizards, in particular, had a higher resistance. This was especially evident in battles between wizards. For example, when Raoul cast the second-tier spell, high-temperature vaporization, theoretically, Lin could have countered it by manipulating the high-temperature gases. However, these gases were essentially creations of the opponent's magic, so they were impervious to his influence. Lin pondered for a long time and instinctively reached for an optical microscope to observe the state of the blood and tissue with physical means. But as he glanced around the empty room, he shook his head. Conditions were truly challenging. How could he conduct quality magical research in this state? Incubators, sterilization rooms, centrifuges, refrigerators, all of those were missing now. Thud, thud, thud. A faint knocking sound came from outside the door. Lin refroze Nur's body and invited the visitors inside. Lord Lin, everything you need is ready. Loud said as he led several sailors into the room, each carrying large boxes. Inside the boxes were sulfur, saltpeter, glycerin, and other similar materials. Of course, Lin wasn't planning to create black powder this time. He was preparing some self-defense items. While he intended to confront Radak, the black physician, he had no intention of barging in directly. From the information Nur had provided, the Blood Thorn was a massive organization, with at least several third-tier wizards, a dozen or so formal wizards, and hundreds of wizard apprentices. For Lin, who had a shallow foundation, confronting them head-on was nearly impossible. While he had developed white phosphorus fire and the liquid nitrogen ice field, his combat capabilities were not to be underestimated. Lin was well aware that no formal wizard was easy to deal with. If Archbishop Anluk's difficulty lay in his ability to borrow power from deities, the strength of wizards lay in the various peculiar magics and alchemical items at their disposal. Lin could imagine how many life-saving tricks those third-tier wizards, who were hopeless in becoming grand wizards and not in dire need of money, had up their sleeves. At least for Lin, if it weren't for his tight budget, he would have equipped himself with life-saving alchemical items. Spending money to defeat the enemy was preferable to dying with unspent coin. So a direct confrontation was the most foolish move. Lin had no intention of revealing his true identity unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would face various overt and covert threats until the Bloodthorn was completely eradicated. In comparison, Lin was more inclined to quietly disguise himself, slip in unnoticed, find an opportunity to be alone with Radak, the black physician, and then knock him out without raising suspicions, extracting information in the process. However, such a smooth scenario likely existed only in fantasy. To prepare for potential conflicts, Lin decided to make some necessary arrangements. The hellfire used for destroying Ieta Harbor or the liquid nitrogen ice field used in the battle against Raoul couldn't be used casually. Doing so would risk revealing his identity, unless he was sure he could eliminate all witnesses. Under disguise, he would only have access to basic magic in his swordsmanship, which had become incredibly potent thanks to his enhanced cognitive abilities. This was clearly insufficient to deal with extreme situations. Thus, Lin planned to develop a new magic as his trump card. This time, he chose corrosion magic. Corrosion magic was a rather mysterious magic. If 10 wizards cast corrosion magic simultaneously, the resulting damage might vary greatly because the power of corrosion magic depended entirely on the strength of the corrosive liquid created. Previously, Nur had used the stomach acid of a ghoul, which had strong corrosive properties on flesh, but was limited in its effectiveness against those wearing protective gear, as it couldn't dissolve metal. Lin intended to prepare aqua regia to use as the material for corrosion magic and several derivative spells. Aqua regia, also known as nitrohydrochloric acid, was created by mixing 1 part concentrated nitric acid with 3 parts concentrated hydrochloric acid. It had extremely strong corrosive properties, easily dissolving even hard metals, with only a few materials such as tantalum, iridium, and silicon being resistant to its erosion. Inspired by Raoul's high-temperature vaporization, Lin believed that with slight modifications, he could create a unique system of corrosive magic. This would be distinct from his previous combat style, providing more versatility for various situations. In addition, Lin planned to create something even more dangerous to ensure his escape in the event of an ambush. "Has Radak come out of his mansion today?" Lin asked while inspecting the materials inside the boxes. "No, we've been watching him all day, and it seems that Radak rarely leaves his home," Loud responded nervously. Lin wasn't surprised by this. "What about the person you were told to find? Any leads?" "Lord Lin, we've found them." Loud handed over the information. Timmy's, 29 years old, had been expelled from the academy last year due to a serious conflict in which he nearly killed a fellow student. It wasn't confirmed whether he was a member of the Blood Thorn, but he visited Radak, the black physician's mansion, every evening, making him likely one of Radak's apprentices. Loud hesitated before adding, "We've heard that several homeless people in the South District have gone missing, and it seems to be connected to him." Lin nodded. He wanted to meet Radak and gather some information. He needed a suitable, non-suspicious identity to do so. Timmy's was a perfect fit for this. He had been expelled only last year and hadn't been an apprentice to Radak for very long. They were not very familiar with each other, allowing for some flexibility in his actions. As for Nur, his role was over. Even if he had been Radak's assistant, his death would have likely reached Radak's ears. Lin contemplated for a moment, then asked Loud and the others to leave as he began preparing the concentrated nitric acid and concentrated hydrochloric acid, hoping to quickly condense the corresponding magical spells. In the evening, Lin appeared in the South District under the guise of Timmy's, the apprentice. As for the real Timmy's, he had been restrained and brought to the ship gang's headquarters as a guest. Considering that Nur had died during the interrogation, Lin didn't press Timmy's too hard. After extracting some basic information, he had Timmy's ingest a large dose of powdered withered root stalks, enough to keep him asleep for several days. Now Lin intended to use this identity to investigate Radek, the black physician's background. At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin arrived outside Radek's estate. Before coming here, he had never imagined that he would witness such grandeur in the South District. The estate was vast, surrounded by a 3-meter-high and 10-centimeter-thick iron fence, leaving only a stone path wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, extending all the way into the heart of the estate. "Timmy's, why are you so late today?" Several apprentices were waiting at the entrance of the estate. Seeing Lin, a witch in her 30s with dark hair, couldn't help but frown. Radek had no good temper. After an apprentice messed up an experiment last time and was taken away, nobody had seen him since. "I had an urgent matter today, which delayed me on the way," Lin replied with a carefully crafted expression of fear. "I hope you'll be delayed even more next time." A sinister voice came from beside her, as a male witch with a mocking smile spoke. Lin furrowed his brow but didn't say anything. On the contrary, the witch who spoke earlier expressed her displeasure, saying, "Brock, what do you mean by this? You know very well, don't you? Patty, one less person means one less opponent." "I'm not as hypocritical as you," the wizard named Brock sneered. Everyone present fell into silence. Every year, Lord Radek would select the most outstanding apprentice to promote them. This year, the biggest opportunity should have gone to Radek's new assistant, Nur. However, he had messed up something important, and these days he had disappeared without a trace. Many speculated that Nur had become Radek's new experimental subject. The silence in the room didn't last long. The gates of the estate were kicked open at that very moment, and out walked a burly man standing over 2 meters tall. Lord Corman. The witch apprentices greeted him respectfully. "Follow me inside." Corman glanced somewhat disdainfully at the apprentices who were extremely courteous to him. Not so long ago, he had been a material dissected and studied by these people in the laboratory, but now he had become a powerful magic user. Naturally, he didn't hold much affection for those who had once operated on him. Lin and his group followed Corman through the long cobblestone path into the heart of the estate. The internal defenses of the estate were strict. Even at night, several patrol teams were still visible. Upon entering the castle, they were greeted by a splendid sight, a magnificent golden dome chandelier, colossal sculptures and decorations, various artworks hanging on the walls, and even the carpets were made of expensive magical beast fur, soft and comfortable to walk on. Corman didn't linger but led everyone deeper into the castle. A faint scent of blood wafted in the air. Lin turned to look at the witch apprentices beside him, who showed no reaction. They seemed accustomed to this. Once they entered the basement, Corman finally spoke, assigning each apprentice their tasks for the day. Then he turned to Lin and his group. "Brock, Patty, and Timmy's, you'll be in charge of experiment number 7. The other apprentices breathed sighs of relief. Some of them even showed smirks of schadenfreude. Since Brock's group had taken on this dangerous task, the others would have a relatively easier day. "Lord Corman," Brock stammered, on the verge of pleading. The 7th laboratory held beings who had lost their sanity, and the experiment aimed to examine the reactions between different shaping elixirs. The danger was evident. However, under Corman's cold gaze, Brock was forced to swallow his words. Experiments arranged by Lord Radek always need to be completed by someone. "Otherwise, you can ask who's willing to take your place," Corman remarked sardonically. Brock's face turned deathly pale. He knew that no one here would willingly take on such a dangerous task. In the end, he could only look at Lin with resentment. If not for the conversation at the entrance, Corman wouldn't have noticed them. Throughout this, Lin remained silent. The information he obtained from Timmy's was limited, and he had no idea how dangerous this so-called experiment truly was, or why the apprentice witches were so fearful. Under Corman's forced arrangement, Lin, Brock, and Patty entered a chamber inside the castle. Compared to the cramped, sealed environment outside, the laboratory was quite spacious. It was filled with the strong stench of blood and the foul odors of various potions. Transparent jars on the side contained bizarre creatures, their heads split open and coated with a thick gel-like substance, making them look particularly eerie. But the most conspicuous item was the surgical table, which resembled a grim instrument of torture. It held daggers, forceps, scissors, suture needles, and threads, as well as a few rusty iron chains for restraining hands and feet. After entering, Brock and Patty had their eyes fixed on several sealed iron coffins in the corner. After a long hesitation, Brock stepped forward and cautiously opened one of the iron coffins. He lay there completely naked, with dried and darkened skin, pale and cracked lips, and arms twisted in a grotesque manner, as if they had been forcibly broken. His body was covered in scars of various kinds, but he hadn't succumbed to death. He lay there, eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if in a deep slumber. Come and help, he won't wake up anytime soon, Bach reluctantly said, pinching his nose. Lin wasn't afraid and rolled up his sleeves, creating a watery film on his palms. He joined Bach in moving the experimental subject onto a table, then used iron chains to restrain the man's limbs and neck. I'll handle the procedure. You're responsible for recording. Bach quickly assumed leadership and tossed the experimental logbook to Lin. He then ordered Patty to fetch the magical elixir. Lin, who was still trying to figure out the experimental process, was happy to assist. He picked up the logbook and started flipping through it. In the year 726 of the magical era, on June 21st, experiment subject, experiment 9. Initial examination indicates kidney necrosis and gastric atrophy. Vital signs are weak. Strong reaction observed after consuming fire lizard elixir. Experiment subject, experiment 11. Defective shapeshifter troll elixir. Resilient vital signs. Right arm swelled and burst after injecting griffin elixir. Experiment subject, experiment 15. Uncontrollable, resulting in the death of 4 guards and 2 apprentice wizards. Lin quickly flipped through the pages of the logbook. The records were shocking. 17 fusion experiments with shape-shifting elixirs had all ended in failure. There were generally 3 outcomes for the experimental subjects: sudden death due to violent rejection reactions, death during surgery due to weak vital signs, or gaining significantly enhanced power in a short period of time. The last outcome often resulted in accidents, leading to casualties. That's why there were so many restraints and iron chains on the experimental table, designed to subdue the subjects. Lin realized that the subject before him was Experiment 18, created from the blood of a poisoned mist serpent Naga, but due to errors in the fusion process, it had gone berserk, losing its sanity. Thus, it was deemed a failure and used as material for fusion experiments with shape-shifting elixirs. In other words, this elixir aimed to grant humans powers similar to magical beasts. Timmies, what are you daydreaming about? Bach had already taken a dagger and put on an old alchemical monocle. Seeing Lin still engrossed in the previous experiment records, Bach couldn't help but scold him. Just at that moment, the experimental subject, bound by iron chains on its limbs and neck, suddenly opened its eyes. Its blood-red pupils exuded a strong murderous intent, and low, guttural growls emanated from its throat as it struggled to break free. However, the iron restraints and chains prevented it from escaping. Bach swallowed hard, his wrist trembling slightly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, when the subject seemed exhausted from its struggles, he finally mustered the courage to disinfect a dagger with a candle and cut open the chest of Experiment 18. At the same time, a golden bracelet on his left wrist began to emit a faint glow, and the wound, continuously bleeding, quickly coagulated. Heart's blood supply is normal. About 70% of the cells have been infected with magical energy. It's an improvement compared to before. The liver and kidneys are abnormal, showing significant swelling. Is there poison gas inside, perhaps due to the influence of the poison mist serpent Naga elixir? Bach's face was filled with nervousness, but he still had some basic professionalism. He tried to ignore the continuous struggles of the experimental subject and observed its condition through the alchemical monocle. Lin also put on a special single-lens alchemical monocle, which resembled a microscope but had lower magnification, around 70 times. It allowed him to vaguely see the general structure of some cells. After a brief adjustment, Lin picked up a feather pen and began recording various organ data of Experiment 18's body. The importance of documenting details was not lost on Lin. He had already recorded everything with his smart brain. Writing a bit slower, he should be able to mimic around 80 to 90% of the process. Once he confirmed that the subject was still relatively intact, Bach took a troll elixir that Patty handed over. He forcefully grabbed the subject's head and poured about half of it down his throat. In just half a minute after taking the elixir, the subject went into a frenzy. Its body expanded, straining the iron chains to their limits. It writhed and struggled, even causing the heavy experimental table to vibrate slightly. Its previous injuries began to heal rapidly. Bach hesitated, not wanting to get closer, but he also couldn't miss this opportunity to collect data. He could only muster the courage to make an incision. However, Experiment 18 did something that no one had anticipated. It forcibly tore off its right wrist, breaking free from some of the restraints. Bach was taken aback, and before he could react, he was struck by the creature's forelimb, which was as thick as a thigh and was sent flying. Patty was in shock, letting out a scream. Bach, enduring the pain, managed to stand up and was about to activate the alarm to summon the guards. However, before he could act, a sharp steel sword passed through the gap between the ulna and radius bones in the creature's forearm, pinning its right arm to the table. Lin calmly and methodically used iron chains to rebind Experiment 18. After struggling for a while, the subject's body rapidly shrank, and in the midst of violent rejection reactions, it quickly fell silent. Bach and Patty both heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't until Lynn confirmed that this defective specimen had already died that Bach dared to approach once more and complete the dissection work that he had failed to accomplish earlier. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Similar to Nur, after the subject's death, the flesh inside its body had shriveled and lost its vitality. It felt like fragile foam that could crumble with a touch, and its various organs were rapidly deteriorating. Lynn meticulously recorded all these observed details. Then, together with Bach and Patty, they placed the deceased subject back into the iron coffin. Bach looked at the remaining iron coffins with a sense of unease. He turned to his two companions and said, "It's your turn now, Patty Timmies." The witch vigorously shook her head and didn't dare to get close. "That case, I'll do it." Lynn stepped forward on his own and opened the second coffin. He had watched for quite some time and remembered the process. He should be able to handle it without making mistakes. They added more iron chains to secure it. Lynn looked disdainfully at the equipment at hand, not even a decent surgical knife. He had no choice but to use a sharp knife for flame sterilization. Witch Dove took over Lynn's work and was somewhat surprised when she examined the notes on the plan. The records were incredibly detailed, documenting the changes in the subject's various organs at every time interval after consuming the magical potion. It was accurate down to the second. But didn't Timmy's just rush through it without checking the magic hourglass? Could these data be fabricated? While Johnny hesitated, Lynn had already started dissecting. Bach, on the other hand, was responsible for controlling the bleeding and assisting, and he couldn't help but worry that Lynn might mess things up. Dissecting a live defective subject was no easy task. These irrational monsters not only imposed psychological pressure, but also made the dissection much more challenging due to their constant struggling. However, Lynn's knife was even steadier than Bach had imagined. The experimental subject, which was still roaring uncontrollably in front of him, seemed not to exist at all. Did he really have no fear when facing these monsters? Bach couldn't understand, and what annoyed him more was that since Lynn took over, there hadn't been any unexpected incidents. The dissection process went very smoothly, and the experimental subjects didn't even survive the initial fusion stage after consuming the magical potion. The previous incident with the first experimental subject seemed like a mere accident. This made Bach somewhat regretful. He should have let Lynn take over from the beginning. Lynn was unaware of Bach's thoughts, and he didn't have the luxury to care. He was fully immersed in the experiment, and there was no mid-shift change as he directly took over the remaining dissections. Facing these irrational and transformed experimental subjects, Lynn didn't feel much compassion. It was only right to send them to the afterlife as soon as possible. When the fourth experimental subject fell on the operating table due to a severe adverse reaction, Lynn finally made a discovery. The magical potion seemed to contain some unknown magical materials, which made it easily absorbed by the human digestive system, quickly entering the bloodstream, reaching the heart, and causing it to work so rapidly. As a result, the heart was the first organ to be infected and transformed by magic, and it would then pump energy-rich blood throughout the body for further alteration. What puzzled Lynn was, why didn't they use their own magic for transformation, especially when the adverse reactions were so severe? It didn't make sense. Lynn quickly realized the answer. This was related to the field of shape-shifting magic, a branch of magical studies. Wizards who specialized in shape-shifting magic had extraordinary close combat abilities, and the best among them could even transform into powerful magical beasts. It seemed that this magical potion was developed based on the principles of shape-shifting magic. The goal of creating a perfect specimen was to give the person who consumed it the power equivalent to a formally trained shape-shifting wizard, but there was a difference. They were using an external force. Lynn thought to himself as he dissected the fifth experimental subject. This one appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, much less robust than the previous ones, almost frail. What surprised him the most was that the magical infusion in this subject was very low, only about 30%. Experimental subject number 22. Did it consume the fire lizard magical potion before? Unfortunately, it didn't have much effect, so it became a discard. Lynn picked up the experiment log, looked at it, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said to Dove, "Dove, get me a bottle of fire lion magical potion." "Timmy's, what are you planning to do?" Bach frowned and asked. "I've made some discoveries, and I'm preparing to experiment with a different magical potion," Lynn explained casually. In their previous experiments, they had been using troll magical potions. This was because a previous apprentice had found that trolls, as creatures, had strong regenerative abilities. The magic cell activity they created was high, and they specialized in enhancing the physical body. In theory, they had the least conflict with other transformation potions, and they were most likely to fuse with the rest. But Lynn didn't think so. Because the magical alterations created by troll magical potions were highly active, they might actually exacerbate magical rejection reactions. The condition of the null who had only consumed this kind of magical potion was enough to prove this. Bach was very dissatisfied with Lin's reckless move. What if something went wrong? It would be a problem for all three of them. Lin naturally paid no attention to Bach's opinion. He wasn't here for research, but to catch the attention of black physician Radak. Following the routine would take too long. Under someone's repeated urging, Dove hesitated for a moment before bringing the Fire Lion magical potion as requested. Lin took it and directly chugged the entire bottle, leaving Bach on the sidelines feeling a bit anxious. Under the violence of this magical potion, the fifth experimental subject showed a reaction in just a few seconds. Its body kept shaking, and its skin turned bright red in a short time. It's increasing. The magical energy infiltration of the cells is actually increasing. Bach saw a scene through his alchemical goggles that astonished him. The power brought by the Fire Lion magical potion was rapidly spreading throughout the subject's body, even devouring the remnants of the Fire Lizard magical potion's power. As expected, Lin wasn't surprised by this. In previous experiments, he had already noticed that the powers brought by different transformation potions, aside from mutually repelling each other, also had the potential to consume one another. The key point was that the fifth experimental subject originally had a very low degree of magical infiltration. In other words, the power of the Fire Lion magical potion added later could easily devour the former as nourishment. Although this went against the main purpose of Laboratory 7, which was to attempt the fusion of different types of transformation potions to create magic wielders with two different magical talents, there was still a chance of creating a magic wielder who could perfectly fuse with the Fire Lion magical potion. Bach also noticed this point, and with an expression of shock, the experimental subject's body suddenly ignited with scorching flames. It burned the iron chains that bound its body bright red, and its body expanded to the point where it directly broke the red-hot iron chains apart. Deterred by the menacing flames, the group had already retreated to the side, and Patty was screaming, "Magic transformation! This is magic transformation!" The once slightly lean youth had completely transformed into a creature with a lion-like head, a back covered in bone spurs, limbs resembling beast claws, dark red skin, and eyes that gleamed with a fiery red light. The only chain binding his body was the one on his right leg. "It's all your fault, Temis." "It's all because of you," Boke exclaimed in panic. Lin raised his hand and pressed the nearby alarm bell. A piercing alarm immediately echoed throughout the room, and the tightly closed laboratory doors swung open. Several armored guards rushed in, with Coleman leading the way. Upon seeing the half-human, half-beast creature on the examination table, Coleman couldn't help but curse. "Damn, another defective product rebellion." Coleman then gave a stern glare at Lin and the others, but he was not unfamiliar with this situation. While the monster was still bound by iron chains, the guards quickly drew the crossbows from their waists. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows piercing the air filled the room. The arrows made of magic wood burst upon hitting the experimental subject's body, creating bloody holes all over. However, this kind of attack didn't seem to have much effect. Instead, it drove the creature into a frenzy. The chain binding its right leg snapped, and the half-human, half-beast monster dragged the heavy examination table toward the crowd. "Everyone, get out of the way." Coleman's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even he didn't dare to face this head-on. He could only watch as the massive examination table crashed into the crowd. Several guards who couldn't dodge in time were knocked down and trapped under the table, their fates uncertain. Then the half-human, half-beast creature charged forward. Its footsteps were incredibly heavy, and each step made the sound of shattering floor tiles continuous. "Embrace your imperfections." Coleman was also ignited with anger. He swung his massive axe blade and clashed with the beastly claws. Bang! The tremendous collision force caused Coleman to retreat 3 or 4 steps in succession. Losing in a test of strength to a defective product made Coleman's face hard to look at. Without waiting for the half-beast to charge again, he took the initiative to step forward. His powerful right arm swung in a circle, and the axe blade, which cut through a graceful arc, struck the half-beast's shoulder. Esching, the sound of the blade tearing through flesh was clearly audible as it sank in. Crimson blood splattered onto Coleman's face. However, just as he was about to pull out the axe blade, he realized that it was stuck in the creature's muscles and bones. The half-beast displayed a pained expression on its face, but its left claw firmly held Coleman's body. Then a burst of scorching flames suddenly surged from its body and engulfed Coleman. "Natural magic, how is this possible?" Coleman's face was filled with astonishment. Natural magic was something that could only be mastered by a magic user who could perfectly merge with a certain bloodline, just like him. But no matter how surprised he was, he couldn't change the current situation. The searing high temperatures quickly approached. "Cursed damned," Coleman cursed, quickly releasing the axe blade from his right hand and kicking the half-human, half-beast creature. He barely avoided the assault of the flames. However, having lost his handy weapon and needing to guard against the occasional bursts of flames, Coleman instantly found himself at a disadvantage. Not far away, some guards hesitated, holding crossbows but not daring to attack. Someone recklessly wielded a heavy sword, trying to help, but the half-beast creature slapped him away. Seeing the guards' gruesome fate, Boke and Patty immediately abandoned their thoughts of assisting. They were both afraid of harming Coleman and feared that the monster would redirect its fury toward them. Roar! The half-beast creature roared to the heavens, then suddenly opened its mouth, gathering a scorching flame within. Coleman, cornered and unable to escape, faced the oncoming flames. At that moment, 3 magic missiles whooshed through the air, striking the creature's head and knocking its aim off. The fiery column barely missed Coleman, hitting the wall and leaving a deep dent. The one who launched the attack was none other than Lynn. He understood that this situation could escalate, but the valuable magic user like Coleman couldn't die, or they would certainly face punishment. The disturbed half-beast creature turned its gaze toward Lynn, but before it could act, it felt the ground beneath it soften. Its body sank abruptly. Passing by the Reaper by a hair's breadth, Coleman was filled with a bit of ferocity. He swiftly approached, brandishing a dagger. His movements were rapid and agile. The blink of an eye, he reached the creature's side and thrust the dagger into its back. The half-beast creature immediately cried out in pain. Its strong right arm slapped Coleman to the ground, but just as it prepared to continue the pursuit, annoying magic missiles flew at it again and struck its somewhat deformed right leg. Coleman didn't miss this opportunity either. Rolling forward, he charged at the creature once more. With a sharp dagger, he left a deep scar in the creature's abdomen, causing blood to flow. Under Lynn's continuous interference, Coleman quickly regained control of the situation. Guard after guard from the castle arrived, and with the combined efforts of the 3 magic users, the half-human, half-beast monster was soon subdued. Coleman, covered in wounds, spat and gave the lion-like head of the experimental subject a fierce kick. Then he looked toward Lynn and the others. However, before he could speak to reprimand them, a gloomy voice resounded. "Can someone tell me what in the world is going on?" As the words fell, a man dressed in a black robe, with a gaunt face and a group of apprentices, walked in from outside. His eye sockets were hollow, and his dry skin made him appear skeletal. Despite standing there, he emitted no aura or visible signs of life. His eyes were filled with an eerie stillness, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon seeing his arrival, Coleman's body trembled imperceptibly. It seemed like he was filled with fear. Lord Radek, everyone on the scene, including Coleman, respectfully lowered their heads and greeted the man. The newcomer was none other than the ruler of this castle, Lord Radek Blackstone. Ladek surveyed the chaotic scene inside the laboratory, then looked at the heavily injured Coleman and the several dead guards. His gaze finally settled on the half-beast lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. It was Thimmes. It was all Thimmes' doing. Bach cried out as he rushed to Ladek's side, shouting loudly, afraid of being held responsible. Ladek paid no attention to Bach's ranting. Instead, he walked straight to the strange half-human, half-beast creature, reached out, and carefully examined its head. After about a minute, he coldly inquired, "Who is Thimmes?" Lynn immediately stepped forward. "I am Thimmes. I report to you, Lord Ladek," as Boke said. "I was the one in charge of this experiment." Seeing Lynn's confession, Bach and Patty both breathed a sigh of relief. They were most worried that the blame would be placed on them. Bach even revealed Lynn's unauthorized use of the Fire Lion elixir. The apprentices in the room all looked at Lynn with pity. Making unauthorized changes to the experiment and causing such chaos was a significant offense. However, Ladek's reaction was not what they had expected. He spoke in a calm tone. "Where is the experiment report?" "Here, Lord Ladek." Lynn stepped forward and handed over the experiment records. He knew he had made the right bet. Ladek didn't care at all about the out-of-control experiment, the damage it had caused, or the deaths of the guards. As long as results were produced, none of that mattered. Ladek reached out to take the report. On the pale, withered index finger of his right hand, there was a ring, the token used for identity verification by the faceless. Lynn quickly averted his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor. While Ladek reviewed the experiment records, Lynn explained, "Lord Ladek, through the experiment, I discovered that the modified troll elixir has high activity and could potentially worsen magical energy repulsion reactions. That's why I adjusted it to use the Fire Lion elixir." As Lynn spoke, Ladek continued to flip through the experiment report. After he finished reading, he looked at the group of apprentices present and asked, "Who proposed using the troll elixir for the experiment?" "It was me, Lord Ladek." A middle-aged, stout apprentice, trembling and pale, stepped forward. "So because of your mistake, 17 valuable experimental subjects were wasted." Ladek's tone was icy. The stout apprentice turned even paler, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. he already had a sense of what punishment he would face. He panicked, seemingly losing his wits, and attempted to flee through the open window. However, Coleman reacted faster. His injuries didn't hinder his actions, and he swiftly rushed to grab the stout apprentice by the collar. He forcefully pulled him back, slammed him against the wall, and delivered a powerful punch. Thud, the muffled impact sound and the screams rang out one after another. Accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking, the overweight apprentice was battered by Coleman, his face swollen and blood streaming. I was wrong, Lord Ladek. Have mercy. The stout apprentice lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Bach and the others were frightened, watching as Coleman brutally beat his fellow apprentice into unconsciousness. A few guards quickly surrounded him and tied him up. Ladek watched all of this in silence. Finally, he turned to Lynn and asked, "You did well this time, Thimmes. Is there anything you want? I want to become your assistant, Lord Ladek." Lynn spoke without hesitation. He had no concerns that Ladek would suspect him. After all, since Nur's death, every apprentice in the room had been vying for this position, trying to gain Ladek's favor and secure a promotion. Ladek didn't provide a direct answer but said, "Coleman, send some people to clean up this place and lock the test subject in the dungeon. As for you, Thimmes, come with me." The apprentices in the room had now realized that the recent experiment's turmoil was not just an accident. They looked at Lynn, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Bach was utterly dumbfounded. He had implicated himself to escape blame, only to watch Lynn bask in Ladek's favor. He was filled with regret. Amidst the various gazes, Lynn followed Ladek deeper into the castle. They stopped in front of a high wall in the basement. Ladek raised his staff and lightly touched the wall. Ripples spread, and a door suddenly appeared on the otherwise empty wall. The massive door automatically swung open, revealing a spacious underground chamber, even more extensive than the castle's front hall. The decorations and furnishings had an ancient, weathered look, radiating a sense of age. In the center stood a colossal statue, about 2 meters in height, with a silver-gray hue, masterfully and intricately crafted, resembling a lifelike figure. As they entered, torches around the chamber lit up one by one, illuminating the dim underground space. Lynn now noticed that on both sides of the chamber were numerous coffins, each containing a body. The sheer number made him wonder if he had stumbled upon a morgue. This sight put his guard up to the maximum, and Lynn began to wonder if Ladek had already uncovered his true identity. Should he make a move? Lynn was torn between two difficult choices. It was just him and Ladek in the chamber, a perfect opportunity, but the countless bodies in the room made him feel uneasy. "Let's get started, show me your abilities," Ladek suddenly spoke. Lynn instinctively started to conjure white phosphorus flames to strike Ladek. Then he realized Ladek was referring to the small, child-sized body on the examination table nearby. Realizing his mistake, Lynn quickly adjusted his mindset and picked up a nearby dagger, walking to the examination table. This area was much brighter than the rest of the chamber, with a palm-sized sapphire embedded in the ceiling providing illumination for the entire examination table. After clearly seeing the body's features, Lynn's expression subtly changed. He realized that the person lying before him was Ralph, who had been attacked a few days ago and taken to the security office by Lee and others. So he spoke up, offering some advice. "Let's start with the organs. Cut away the useless rotten flesh." Lynn finally snapped back to reality and began dissecting Ralph's body with a blank expression. The skin was ice cold to the touch, with some frozen crystals still clinging to it, likely due to previous preservation in ice. It explained how the body had remained well preserved until now. Ladek closely watched Lynn's every move with the knife, offering occasional reminders and instructing him to remove certain organs that wouldn't preserve well, placing them in a greenish liquid. Lynn vaguely realized that what he was doing might be more than just dissecting a corpse. The dissection in the secret chamber continued until 5 in the morning. Lynn had to stay vigilant to guard against the possibility of Ladek turning hostile. It was only when they finally left Ladek's estate that he could relax. The experiments with shape-shifting elixirs, the faceless one, Ralph. Lynn contemplated everything he had seen in the mansion. He could confirm that Dr. Dark Ladek was indeed associated with the faceless ones, and likely a core member of the Blood Thorn as Ladek had suspected. However, Lynn didn't rush into action. Despite the soundproofing in the secret room and its secrecy, something about the situation didn't sit right with him. The only good news was that he had smoothly assumed the role of Ladek's assistant, which would provide him with convenience in his future actions. Over the next 2 days, Lynn continued his daytime duties as a professor of arcane mathematics. In the evenings, he acted as Ladek's assistant under the guise of Timmy's, gathering more information. The remaining time was spent delving into shape-shifting magic at the library. On the 3rd day, Lynn finally made up his mind. He realized he couldn't wait any longer because tomorrow would be the day of the Faceless One's gathering. At night inside Ladyk's castle, Lin, as usual, made his way to the secret chamber deep within the castle. However, there was a change in the secret chamber today, the most noticeable being the addition of a short, chubby figure. It was the apprentice who had been beaten because of the elixir incident. He was now bound above an alchemical array, with snot and tears streaming down his face. When he saw Lin, he cried out desperately, "Please, please, Timmies. Help me plead for mercy. I can't die like this. Do you remember? I was the one who recommended you to become Lord Ladyk's apprentice." The chubby wizard's apprentice begged with tears, but when he realized that Lin wasn't paying any attention to him, he resorted to bitter curses, his words growing more venomous. If not for Lin, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Lin merely gave him a cold glance and shifted his attention to Ladyk. Over the past few days, he had noticed that, unless necessary, this black doctor hardly ever left his underground fortress. "Feed it to him." Ladyk took out a bottle of green elixir and handed it to Lin. Then, he began engraving the remaining alchemical runes. Lin glanced at the alchemical array beneath his feet, memorized it in silence, and then firmly grasped the chubby apprentice's neck and forced the elixir down his throat. In just a few seconds, the elixir's effects began to manifest. The grotesque, twisted expression on the apprentice's face gradually softened, and he even cracked a faint smile before slipping into a deep slumber. Seeing this eerie sight, Lin couldn't help but feel a chill. He quickly stepped out of the alchemical array's range. Meanwhile, Ladyk had just completed the last rune, and with an ominous smile, chanted a complicated incantation. The chubby apprentice's body quickly floated into the air, mouth gaping, his body trembling continuously. Then, a faint, translucent, and watery blue figure gradually emerged. No, Lin soon realized it wasn't light. It was a translucent, ethereal figure that undulated like water. This is a soul. Lin was witnessing a scene he had never encountered before. He immediately understood why Ladyk had constructed such a secretive laboratory. If the previous experiments with shape-shifting elixirs had been pushing the boundaries, this exploration of spirit magic was outright forbidden in the realm of wizards. The azure spiritual form floated in the center of the alchemical array, casting a gaze filled with hatred and resentment toward them. It let out a strange, piercing screech and charged at them. The moment the screech pierced the air, Lin felt his brain being struck by something. He had experienced this feeling before. It was similar to when Dove had used the soul shriek, but this time the effect seemed much weaker. Lin only felt a slight influence and quickly took a few steps back. He wasn't sure how to deal with a spiritual entity. Ladyk remained steady and unperturbed. The alchemical array on the ground suddenly lit up. The charging spirit seemed to hit an invisible barrier, unable to leave the array no matter how its ethereal form surged. Lin also noticed that this strange spirit was becoming more ethereal. Ladyk didn't delay for long. The apprentice's spirit was incredibly weak, and once it left the body, it wouldn't be long before it dissipated completely. With a raised hand, the resentful spirit was tightly bound by a mysterious force, forcing it into the half-man's corpse on the experimental table. About 10 seconds later, Ralph's body suddenly opened its eyes, stood up from the table, and slowly moved its neck. It looked around and finally fixed its gaze on Lin and Ladyk not far from the table. Then Ralph showed an expression of anger, opened its mouth as if it wanted to say something, but all that came out were a series of unpleasant screams. Its body was completely out of control, stumbling and falling to the ground after a few steps. Worthless. Ladyk looked dissatisfied as he watched the half-man who couldn't even walk properly, despite the tremendous effort put into this experiment. The only use now was to transform him into a ghoul. Ladyk once again activated his spirit manipulation magic. Ralph suddenly shivered and then, like a puppet on strings, moved by itself to the side. Finally, it lay in an iron coffin within the secret chamber. "You should have seen it, Timmies." Ladyk finally turned to Lin and said with a sly smile, "I can give you another chance to choose. Are you ready to become my assistant?" "Of course, Lord Ladyk." Lin lowered his head, fully aware that the so-called choice was no choice at all. Seeing such forbidden spirit experiments, it was either comply or die. "Very well, come over." Ladyk was quite pleased with Lin's understanding of the situation and spoke with a deep voice. Lin walked forward slowly and soon stood in front of Ladyk. Ladyk reached out his hand, as he needed to place another seal in Lin's mind to prevent any betrayal. At that moment, a sense of impending danger suddenly surged in Lin's heart. However, by the time he realized that something was amiss, it was too late. Lin simultaneously raised his hand, and scorching flames surged from his palm, instantly engulfing Ladyk's body. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire chamber. Ladyk's body turned into a blazing torch, the intense white phosphorus fire devouring his flesh. Faced with a peculiar spirit mage, Lin didn't even consider leaving him alive. He went all out from the start, continuously increasing the power of the white phosphorus flames. Ladyk's agonizing screams lasted for a full minute, and then he collapsed to the ground, his body almost completely charred. Is he dead? Only now did Lin stop casting his spell and look at Ladyk, who was completely lifeless. However, he remained on high alert. The chamber was dead silent. Not a sound could be heard, and several seconds later, within the tightly sealed chamber, an angry shout suddenly erupted. "You are not Timmy's. Who are you?" Lin's heart sank to the bottom. The worst-case scenario he had anticipated had occurred. From the moment he had seen Ladyk a few days ago, he had sensed that something was amiss. That was why he had delayed taking action. But he hadn't expected that this was also a controlled undead creature. Lin's silence seemed to anger Ladyk, and 3 of the closed coffins on either side of the chamber suddenly opened. 3 tall and strong figures dressed in black robes emerged from the coffins. They maintained their original appearances, but their pupils had turned gray, their skin had a bluish hue, and they exuded a sense of brutality and malevolence. Multiple pyroburst technique. 2 of the figures cast a spell as soon as they were revived, and several cruel fireballs appeared in the air and shot towards Lin. The last figure transformed into a fierce bear and lunged at Lin. Lin took a step back, and dozens of magic missiles materialized around him. They clashed with the incoming fireballs, causing violent explosions that echoed through the chamber. The rest of the magic missiles, hidden by the smoke, rushed towards the other 2 figures behind him. Minor magic barrier. 2 wizards in black robes immediately cast protective spells. Several magical barriers formed in front of them. However, the remaining magic missiles were all enhanced, exploding in midair, with numerous drops of orange-yellow liquid raining down. This was a high-level second circle magic, high-temperature steam kill. The difference was that the interior of these magic missiles contained not chlorine but a more corrosive substance, aqua regia. Numerous raindrops fell on their robes and exposed skin, but the long-deceased wizards were oblivious to the corrosive liquid eating away at their bodies, revealing stark white bones underneath. As they moved, they looked like a puddle of mud collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the ferocious bear had reached Lin's front. Its sharp claws swiped viciously at his face. Another step closer, and it would have torn off his head. Lin took another step back, narrowly avoiding the attack. His right hand had already gripped the short sword concealed in his sleeve, cellular transmutation. Lin used the techniques of the transmutation school for the first time. A surge of magical power entered his right arm. Just as the bear's attack was about to conclude, the sharp blade was drawn from its sheath, slicing through its massive neck, nearly severing half its head. Blood sprayed, staining the ground red. The bear let out a final roar before its colossal body crashed to the ground. Lin's right hand trembled, and the short burst of magical power took a toll on his body. Though it granted him extraordinary strength for a short time, it was also a considerable strain on his body. However, a quick victory was the only choice because 5 coffins had been opened. In light of Lin's formidable melee capabilities displayed earlier, none of the adversaries opted for close combat this time. Instead, they all unleashed their sorcery. Faced with several attackers, Lin's response was to create more and stronger white phosphorus flames. In this moment, most of the magical power within him was depleted, and the energy reserves in his intellect decreased by 5%. He then condensed the surging inferno into a magical arm, encompassing all the explosive spells, ice arrows, and even the rows of coffins behind him. With this one strike, a large part of the chamber turned into a sea of flames. Lin didn't intend to engage in an endless back and forth. Before the remaining coffins could open, several white phosphorus fireballs reappeared in the void and shot in all directions, ready to obliterate all the coffins around him. Invisible magical barriers rose from all sides, blocking some of the incoming fireballs. Lin also noticed that the unoccupied experiment table had erected a sturdy barrier. It was a third circle protective spell, Magic Ward. Prioritizing the protection of this particular area made Lin wonder if there was something crucial here. Vague thoughts about previous experiments surfaced in his mind. What kind of fire is this? At the same time, Ladyk's voice echoed once more, but this time it no longer held anger, rather a tinge of panic. Most of the fireballs were blocked by the magical barriers, but the flames did not extinguish. They adhered to the barriers, even showing signs of expansion. The remaining coffins in the chamber finally ceased to open. Ladyk concentrated all his power in one place. The enormous silver statue erected in the chamber, an impervious golem, began moving. It swung a long sword and a massive shield towards Lin. Faced with such a colossal adversary, Lin knew that both flames and ice were unlikely to be effective. His response remained the same: magic barrage. Dozens of magic missiles rained down like a deluge of arrows, continuously striking the golem's body, but it was like waves breaking against a rocky shore, unable to make even the slightest dent. Just as the golem's sword descended, Lin's finger moved slightly, altering the trajectory of one magic missile. It accurately pierced through the void left by the incineration caused by white phosphorus fire, heading directly for the palm-sized azure gem above the experiment table. Seeing that Lin didn't move, Ladakh thought he was facing such a *** corpse and didn't know where to start, so he reminded him. Start with the internal organs, cut off the useless carrion. Only then did Lin come back to his senses and began to dissect Ralph's body with a blank expression. The skin was icy to the touch, and there were still some condensed ice crystals on it. It should have been frozen before. No wonder it was intact preserved until now. Dalek just stared at Lin En's movement of swinging the knife, reminding him from time to time, and ordered him to take out some organs that were not easy to preserve and immerse them in a dark green liquid. Lin En vaguely realized that what he was doing might not be as simple as dissecting a corpse. The dissection work in the secret room lasted until 5 o'clock in the morning. Due to the need to guard against possible attacks by Dalek, Lin had to be tense until he walked out of the manor in Ladakh and finally heaved a sigh of relief. The shape-shaping potion experiment, the faceless man, Ralph. Lin En secretly thought about everything he saw in the manor. What is certain is that Black Doctor, Dalek, is indeed related to Faceless Man and should be a core member of Bloodthorn as he guessed. But Lin didn't act rashly. Although there were only the two of them in that secret room, which was well soundproofed and very secretive, Lin always felt something was wrong. The only good news is that I have become Dalek's assistant very smoothly, which will provide a lot of convenience for his next actions. In the next 2 days, Lin will continue his teaching tasks as a professor of Austrian mathematics in the morning, and in the evening, he will act as an assistant in Ladakh as Timmy's, seeking more information. As for the rest of the time, he is devoted to shaping magic in the library. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Lin finally made up his mind. He knew he couldn't wait any longer, because tomorrow night was the day when the Faceless Men gathered. At night in the castle of Ladakh, Lin entered the secret room deep in the castle as usual. However, compared with the past, today's secret room has undergone some changes, the most obvious being the addition of a chunky figure. That was the apprentice who was beaten up because of the potion incident before. At this moment, he was bound above an alchemy circle, with snot and tears left all over the place. After seeing Lin En, it was more like grabbing the last straw. He shouted loudly, "Please played for me, Timmy's. I can't just die like this. Do you remember? It was I who introduced you to be Lord Ladakh's apprentice." The chunky wizard apprentice cried and begged bitterly, until he realized that Lin En didn't pay attention to what he meant, so he yelled and cursed, and his words became more and more vicious. If it wasn't for Lin, he wouldn't be where he is now. Lin En just glanced at him indifferently, then set his eyes on Ladakh. In the past few days, he has discovered that this Black Doctor seems to seldom leave this underground fortress unless necessary. Feed him to drink. Dalek took out a bottle of cyan potion, handed it to Lin, and then burned the remaining alchemy runes. Lin En glanced at the alchemy formation under his feet, and after silently memorizing it, he grabbed the short and fat apprentice's neck and poured down the potion. In just a few seconds, the effect of the medicine had already taken effect, and the hideous and distorted expression on the short and fat apprentice's face slowly eased. Finally, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile, and he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this weird scene, Lin En couldn't help being a little startled, and quickly exited the coverage of the alchemy circle. At the same time, Dalek had already finished burning the last rune, and then laughed sullenly a few times, chanting a difficult spell. The chunky apprentice's body was suspended very quickly. His mouth was wide open, his body trembling constantly, and then a faint blue light gradually emerged. No, Lin soon discovered that it wasn't light. It was an illusory and transparent figure, constantly surging like water waves. Is this soul? It was the first time for Lin to see such a shocking scene. He immediately understood why Ladakh had built such a secret laboratory. The study of psionic witchcraft is literally forbidden in the land of wizards. The azure spirit body was just suspended in the center of the alchemy circle, staring at the two with hatred and resentment, then let out a strange scream and rushed towards the two. At the moment when the scream sounded, Lin felt as if something had hit his brain. He has experienced this feeling before, that is when Beiju's soul scream, but this time the effect seems to be much weaker. Lin En was only slightly affected, and then quickly backed away after a few steps. He still didn't know how to deal with the spirit body. Ladakh did not move, and the alchemy circle on the ground suddenly lit up. The spirit body that flew over seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and no matter how the illusory body surged, it could not leave this range. Lin En noticed that this strange spirit body was becoming more and more illusory. Ladakh did not delay too long. The soul of the wizard apprentice is too weak. Once it leaves the body, it will dissipate completely in a short time. Raising his hand, the venomous spirit body seemed to be tightly bound by some kind of force. and then was forced to pour into the halfling corpse placed on the test bed. About 10 seconds later, Ralph's corpse suddenly opened his eyes, stood up stiffly from the test platform, twisted his neck slowly, looked around, and finally fixed his eyes on Lynn, who was not far from the test platform, N and Ladakh. Then Ralph showed an angry expression on his face, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but what he uttered was only a series of unpleasant roars, but his body was completely out of control. Fell to the ground, waste. Ladakh looked dissatisfied at the halfling who couldn't even walk smoothly. After spending so much energy, this attempt still failed. The only use is to be refined into a ghoul. Ladakh activated the secret method of controlling the spirit again. Ralph trembled suddenly, then walked aside spontaneously like a puppet on a string, and finally lay down in an iron coffin in the secret room. You should have seen it all, Timmy's. Ladakh turned his head to look at Lynn at this time and smiled sullenly. I can give you another chance to choose. Are you still going to be my assistant? Of course, Lord Ladakh. Lynn lowered his head. He knew very well that the so-called choice meant no choice. After seeing such a taboo psychic experiment, he either obeyed or died. Very well, come here. Ladakh was very satisfied with Lin N's performance of understanding current affairs and said in a deep voice. Lin N walked forward slowly and soon walked in front of the other party. Ladakh stretched out his hand. He also needed to set a restriction in Lin's mind to prevent the other party from betraying him. At this moment, a dangerous warning suddenly came to his mind. However, by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Lin raised his hand synchronously, and the scorching fire surged out from his palm, engulfing Ladakh's body in an instant. A shrill scream resounded throughout the secret room, and Ladakh's whole body was lit into a torch, and the violent white phosphorus fire was like tarsal maggots, constantly devouring his flesh and blood. Facing a strange psychic wizard, Lin N didn't even dare to keep alive. He used all his strength to continuously increase the power of white phosphorus fire. Ladakh's screams lasted for a full minute, and then the whole person fell to the ground. His body was almost charred. You died? Lin N stopped casting spells and looked at Ladakh, who had completely disappeared, but still did not dare to relax his vigilance. The entire secret room was quiet, and a needle could be heard falling. A few seconds later, in the tightly closed secret room, an angry shout sounded from nowhere. You are not Timmy's. Who are you? Lin's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and the worst situation he expected happened. From the moment he saw Dalek a few days ago, he felt that the other party's state was very wrong, so he didn't take action for a long time. However, he didn't expect that this was actually a ghoul under control. Lin N's silence seemed to anger Dalek, and 3 of the coffins placed on both sides of the secret room suddenly opened. 3 tall and strong figures in black robes came out of the coffin. Each of them maintained their original appearance. The difference is that their pupils have turned gray at this moment, their skin is blue-purple, and their bodies are full of blood, with endless hostility and tyranny. Multi-pyroblast, 2 of the figures cast spells at the moment of recovery, and a series of violent fireballs emerged in the void and flew towards Lin N. The last person changed his figure, turned into a ferocious giant bear, and flew towards Lin N. Lin N took a step back, and dozens of magic missiles appeared all over his body, colliding with the flying fireballs, and the violent explosion sound echoed continuously in the secret room, and the rest of the magic missiles followed the smoke. Taking cover, he rushed to the 2 people behind. Secondary magic protection, the 2 wizards in black robes immediately cast spells to protect them, and obstacles formed by several magic powers stopped in front of them. However, the remaining magic missiles were filled with ingredients and exploded in midair. A large amount of orange-yellow liquid fell like raindrops. This is exactly the high-level magic of the second ring, like a high imitation, high-temperature steam killing, but the difference is that the interior of the magic missile is not filled with chlorine, but a more corrosive aqua regia. A large number of raindrops dripped on the robe and bare skin. The wizard, who had long since died, didn't realize it. Big holes were corroded in his body, exposing the thick bones. While walking, the whole person was like the muddy beach collapsed limply to the ground. At the same time, the ferocious giant bear had already rushed in front of Lin N, and its sharp claws grabbed his face fiercely. As long as it got closer, it could tear off its head. Lin N took another step back, narrowly dodging it, and his right hand had already grasped the dagger hidden in his cuff. Cell demonization. Lin used the means of the plastic school for the first time, and a large amount of magic power poured into his right arm. At the moment when the giant bear's pounce action ended, the sharp blade was unsheathed, and it slashed across the huge neck, almost half of the head. Cut it down. Blood sprayed, staining the ground red. The giant bear roared, and its huge body fell to the ground while maintaining a forward posture. Lin N's right hand was trembling constantly. Although he gained supernormal strength with the help of magic burst for a short time, it was still a heavy burden on his body. But a quick fight is the only option, because 5 coffins were opened this time. In view of the melee ability shown by Lin before, no one chose to melee but released witchcraft together. Faced with the siege of several people, Lin's response is to create more and stronger white phosphorus flames. At this moment, most of the magic power in the body disappeared, and the energy reserve of the brain also decreased by 5%. Then the raging flames of *** condensed into a hand of the demon god, and all kinds of flame explosions, ice arrows, and rows of people behind the inner and outer coffins are included together. With just this blow, half of the secret room turned into a sea of flames. Lin En didn't intend to be caught in an endless wheel battle. Before the remaining coffins were opened, dozens of white phosphorus fireballs resurfaced in the void and flew towards all directions, preparing to destroy all the surrounding coffins. One after another, invisible magic power barriers rose from the surrounding area, blocking some of the flying fireballs. Lin En even noticed that a solid barrier had been erected on the empty test bench. It's still the 3-ring protection technique, magic barrier. Protecting this place is a priority. Is there something important? Lin En immediately thought of the previous experiment and had a vague guess in his mind. What kind of fire is this? At the same time, Ladak's voice sounded again, but this time it was no longer an angry cry, and there was a hint of panic in the words. Although most of the fireballs were blocked by the magic barrier, the flames were not extinguished, but attached to the barrier and even tended to expand. The remaining coffins in the secret room were finally no longer opened. Ladak concentrated all his power in one place, and the giant statue erected in the secret room moved. The giant shield cut towards Lin. Facing such a behemoth, Lin knew very well that neither flame nor ice would be effective, and his response was still magic barrage. Dozens of magic missiles were like a rain of closed arrows, continuously hitting the giant golem's body, but they were like waves hitting the reef, unable to cause the slightest impact. At the moment when the golem's long knife fell, Lin En's fingers moved slightly, and one of the magic missiles deviated from the original route and precisely passed through the hole burned by the white phosphorus fire in the magic barrier. It is located above the test bench, that palm-sized azure gem. Raydak was in a complete panic. He immediately retracted all his power, causing the enormous magic construct to come to a halt. Following this, a sharp sound wave reverberated continuously within the sealed laboratory. The nearby magical missiles, just inches away, were also affected by some intense force and soon exploded with a resounding bang. However, there was no joy in Raydak because, after the magical shell had shattered, a searing white phosphorus flame burst forth from within. It quickly reached the azure gemstone. What was once a sharp, magical sound known as the soul's scream turned into a painful wail. The remaining dozen or so coffins in the secret chamber began to shake violently. Lin had already conjured a fireball in his hand. Accompanied by the sound of the shattering gemstone, a transparent, vengeful spirit materialized in the chamber. Its visage was grotesque and contorted, bearing countless pain and resentment. Perhaps due to the shattering of its containment, the spirit had suffered severe damage, and its ethereal form was even less substantial than the previous wizard's apprentice. The surrounding air acted like sharp knives, relentlessly draining the meager power Raydak had left. The wailing and screams continued for more than half a minute before abruptly stopping. The ephemeral spirit quickly dissipated before Lin's eyes. Finally, Lin was free from the influence of the soul's scream. He understood that he was right. Since all those under control were ghouls, Raydak must have stored their souls elsewhere, something similar to a Lix phylactery. His chosen target was the azure gemstone used as a light source. It must be said that Raydak had a morbid sense of humor, using his own soul for illumination. If it weren't for the fact that he had noticed the gem's strong magical response during his earlier experiments, he might never have thought of this use for it. Under Lin's control, the blazing white phosphorus fire within the secret chamber gradually died down. All that remained was a ruin. Over 100 coffins had been incinerated, with the only intact ones being the silver golem and the pile of magic books on the bookshelf behind the experiment table. Biological Materials and Ethereal Substances, Comprehensive Guide to Ethereal Magic, Advanced Alchemical Studies. Lin glanced at the books on the shelf. Besides numerous volumes on ethereal and alchemical magic, there were also many research notes. However, he had no time to flip through them or even tidy up the chaotic chamber. Lin used a shape-shifting spell to take on Raydak's appearance and opened the secret chamber's door to exit. The castle was now in chaos, but Lin wasn't surprised given the circumstances. He didn't want any interruptions while dealing with Raydak, so, taking advantage of his assistant's status, he had made some preparations in the places where the failed experiments were being held. Calculating the time, it should have already taken effect. However, the castle's guards were more formidable than he had imagined. When Lin arrived in the main hall, several of the rebellious failed experiments had already been subdued. Lord Radek. Experiment subjects number 12, 27, and 32 suddenly broke free from their cells. We are still counting the casualties and haven't determined the cause yet. Seeing Lin's figure, Coleman and the others immediately knelt down, trembling, and made their report. This time, the uprising of the experimental subjects was utterly inexplicable, and no one could be blamed for it. Everyone was deeply concerned that Radek would unleash his wrath upon them. Lin cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Coleman and spoke with a tone that seemed to contain suppressed anger. It was Themis. He's a spy sent by the Nordland Magic Workshop to steal a crucial research achievement. Although Lin didn't explicitly mention what would happen to Themis, everyone could guess that his fate must have been quite gruesome. I knew Themis had to be up to something, Bach exclaimed, filled with excitement. Ever since Themis had become a preparatory assistant thanks to his last research success, Bach had been nursing a grudge. He believed that he had put in a lot of effort into that experiment, but all the credit had been stolen by Themis. Now that he heard of Themis's misfortune, a twisted sense of satisfaction surged within Bach, but when Bach caught Lin's gaze, his excited expression immediately faded. He suddenly realized that it was this very lord who had personally approved Themis as an assistant. Fortunately, Lin didn't pay any heed to his thoughts. Instead, he turned to Coleman and spoke once again. Coleman, you continue your investigation. No one is to be spared. I want to see how many rats are still lurking within this castle. I understand, Lord Radek, Coleman quickly replied. Hearing this, the apprentices all had a change in their expressions, and there was a subtle air of suspicion in their gazes towards one another. This was precisely what Lin intended to achieve, to make everyone in the castle become mutually watchful and distrustful. This way, even if he exhibited some unusual behavior, no one would suddenly lose their minds and start suspecting if the Lord Radek before them was genuine. Following this, Lin began to arrange for the debris to be cleaned up and the losses to be tallied. Since Radek had wielded significant authority, Lin found that he could command things with hardly any obstacles, as no one dared to question his orders. In other words, as long as his identity remained undiscovered, he could have free reign over everything in the magic workshop. After handling the affairs within the castle, Lin wasted no time and returned to the secret chamber to sort through Radek's belongings, especially the research notes. Among them, the knowledge of magic was the greatest treasure. Ragon Blossom, Soul Soothe Herb, Banshee's Sharp Claws, Magic Elderwood Roots. Coupled with Ethereal Essence, Lin sat at the cold experiment table, perusing a research note in his hand. It contained the formula for the source of magic. If the shape-shifting elixirs enhanced a wizard's physical abilities, then the source of magic was meant to elevate mental strength. This was the very essence of a wizard's ability to cast spells. In fact, obtaining the other materials was not too difficult. They could be purchased with magic coins. The real challenge lay in acquiring Ethereal Essence. Ethereal Essence was found within the minds of powerful magical creatures. It was, however, exceedingly rare, and harvesting it was not a straightforward task. For instance, slaying a fire lion would yield enough Ethereal Essence to create only one vial of the source of magic. This substance also existed within the minds of wizard apprentices and even full-fledged wizards. Ignoring the full-fledged wizards for now, according to Radek's speculation, it was sufficient to gather Ethereal Essence from the minds of 3 wizard apprentices to assemble one batch of the raw material. This method had a higher probability of success for advancing. If it were to be disclosed, it would probably lead to a witch hunt. Those apprentice wizards who lacked talent and were eager to advance would do anything to get their hands on it. So, this is the meaning of Bloodthorn, isn't it? Lin immediately felt that the name was quite apt, just like the properties of this potion. Every official wizard who advanced within the Bloodthorn was nurtured by the blood of their companions. As he pondered this, Lin turned his attention to the remaining notes. Radek's research was mostly related to psychic magic. For example, it covered how to use alchemical arrays to extract a person's soul, create revenants, and make containers for souls. The reason Radek delved into these psychic magic experiments was simple. He lacked the natural talent to advance to the level of a grand wizard. Thus, he resorted to some dark and unorthodox methods. Radek's true goal was probably to place his own soul into a more talented body. However, this was clearly not an easy task, as the records of dozens of experiments in the notes all ended in failure. At this point, Lin felt a bit embarrassed. Strictly speaking, he seemed to have accomplished these things when he crossed over, but he didn't even know the reasons himself. Regardless, the top priority was to raise his wizard rank. Lin soon set aside his plans to explore psychic magic. Now that he knew the manufacturing process for the source of magic, he naturally wanted to break through to become an official wizard as soon as possible. This way, he would eliminate his last weakness. Throughout the entire night, Lin was absorbed in the creation of magical potions. Thankfully, Radek's estate had a substantial stock of magical ingredients. He could simply instruct a few apprentices to fetch any materials he needed. The only problem was Lin's limited knowledge of potion making. Although he had the recipes in hand, he had to slowly experiment with each potion's properties, handling, and brewing time. In just one night, he wasted the equivalent of over 100 magical gold coins worth of materials. Lin was surprisingly okay with this. After all, he wasn't using his own resources. Potions made by his own hands would surely be more reliable than consuming ones made by others. He continued to work until the early hours. The old cauldron was now filled with a chaotic-colored liquid. The potion required about 3 days of brewing. When the color became completely transparent, he could add the most crucial component, a portion of the source of magic. With the opportunity to break through so close, Lin forced himself to remain calm and began preparing the second potion. Before he could consume it, he would need someone to be a guinea pig. Just in case Radek had tampered with the recipe or done something else suspicious, Lin didn't want to be caught in a trap. While Lin was brewing his potion, the entire wizarding realm was set ablaze by the latest issue of the Magic Daily. Unearthing the foundation of magic, the law of free fall, a roar from the Society of Mystical Arts. The magic theories of the wizarding realm are outdated. From sails in the sea surface, our continent might be a sphere. The dual sphere experiment of skyward airships unveiling the astonishing oversight of Master Yade. As a professional journalist, Rahl knew how to grab attention. The extra copies of the newspaper were quickly snatched up, and it soon found its way to the desks of every wizard. This is simply absurd. In a grand magical workshop, Grand Wizard Raphael burst into laughter after reading the headlines of the Magic Daily. He couldn't believe that a three-ring wizard from the outside would claim to overturn the foundations of magic and question the outdated magical theories. It was nothing short of ignorance. But was that person mad? How could they publicly publish such ludicrous statements? Raphael felt some doubt, but he patiently continued reading, and his expression shifted from disdain and mockery to skepticism until he saw the star map on the page. His entire demeanor changed instantly. Perfect. It was simply perfect. As an architect with OCD, Raphael firmly believed that the truths of the world must be highly systematic and aesthetically pleasing. The star charts produced by the astrologers, while showing the orbits of nearby celestial bodies in a beautiful way, became chaotic when dealing with more distant stars. They could only be described as disorderly, and even featured bizarre phenomena of sudden jumps in their trajectories. So almost instantly, Raphael was convinced that the star map in the Magic Daily was correct. Crash. Just as he was thinking this, 2 loud impacts suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of cracked tiles. Raphael, who was quite displeased, folded up the newspaper, opened the door, and saw 2 half-meter diameter spheres hitting the ground below the distant tower. Following that, a commotion rose from the top of the tower. It's true they both fell at the same time. Nonsense, I saw it very clearly. The small one was a 1/10 of a second slower. One male wizard, craning his neck, spoke confidently. He had been using far-seeing magic to watch, and he saw it very clearly. But it says here that it's due to the influence of air resistance. Master Yade's theory is actually correct. But why aren't feathers and paper the same then? It said that Master Hurlram has already conducted experiments. As long as you remove the air, everything will fall simultaneously. A group of apprentices gathered on the tower, discussing the experiments described in the Magic Daily. Many of them had flushed faces and were constantly arguing, on the verge of fighting right then and there. Raphael, upon seeing the 2 falling spheres, understood that these apprentices were verifying the law of free fall. Even though the height and weight obviously didn't match, the results were evidently the same. Grand Wizard Raphael, is our continent really round? A nearby male wizard, responsible for recording the experiments, asked in confusion. Since the law of free fall had been confirmed, did that mean the so-called theory of a spherical world was also true?